Hurry up the last battle. I had another enlightenment. Let me sit and meditate for a while. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. They need time to practice the heavenly officials. We will destroy all the military bases that the Federation left in Chenming. All the people will practice martial arts. This is just to use martial arts to regain the confidence of the nation. If we want the people of Chenming to have a better life, the power of science and technology is indispensable. If the Chenming wants to be the hero of a region, they need science and technology. They can either develop it themselves or attack the Alliance's homeland and steal their technology. Who knows how this small world will develop in the future, but the name of the martial arts god Zheyan will probably become a legend. The commander has the lab phone. The commander, we found out? The scene before his eyes was a group of girls surrounding and shouting in front of a handsome and dashing male lead. This man was none other than Zheyan. I dare not hide it from him. He was a super handsome man with top-notch looks. Oh, but he really felt annoyed with these women. People who don't know think he's handsome and very kind, but he's actually extremely annoying. When Zheyan looked at the phone in his hand, he broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Didn't I change my WeChat already? Why are there still more than 10 girls who are better than me, who revealed this to the outside world? What do they crave for their bodies that they accidentally meet them on the street at night and knock on their doors, putting drugs in their drinks, using any means necessary? Sometimes I think if I changed to another life, it wouldn't be so annoying anymore." Just like that, Zheyan was holding his phone and pressing the button when he looked up and saw a passenger bus rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Before he could react, the car hit him and threw him off, leaving his body motionless and his phone shattered into hundreds of pieces. This sudden death left him without a last word. Then it was a completely strange world. His soul was now standing there looking at the body lying on the bed. He thought to himself, didn't I get hit by a car and die? Is this a time travel? Soul too? Is this the person I will possess? Clothes are not neat, but the face still has a charming smile. The face is exactly like mine. Could it be another person from a parallel world? Zheyan's spirit now reads the old memories from his identical body. This person has the same name as me, Zheyan, and is the son of a wealthy family in a city of the great Han Empire. While cycling, he met a beautiful woman named Qin Xin Ci. Because of love, he did not hesitate to follow her to the distant demon love sect to live with her. The two had begun to immerse themselves in the passionate flames of love. From that moment on, Zheyan was captivated by the knightly tenderness with Qin Xin Ci, exploring all kinds of intimate positions together. Under Qin Xin Ci's day and night plowing, Zheyan became thinner and thinner, but still agreed with her. Finally, one night he fell asleep and never woke up. This was clearly a tool used by a demonic witch to discharge yang and replenish yin. While he was thinking, he heard a creaking sound outside, the sound of someone opening the door. He realized that someone had come in, and it turned out to be Qin Xin Ci and Yueru. "Miss, it's been a day and there's still no movement. She must be dead. How pitiful for her. He only has a handsome face, but he's both stupid and stubborn. He's completely unworthy of her. Yueru, you don't understand anything. He has a rare body that is free from impurities for hundreds of years. As long as he cultivates to the pre-celestial level, the path ahead will be very easy. If he didn't come from a remote place, he would have been discovered by the big sects and taken as disciples long ago. Now I use a secret method to cultivate and replenish him. Only when I force him to the point where his soul is destroyed can I completely absorb his body and make it completely pure. If not dead, it means the body has not been completely sucked out yet. You need to do it a few more times. If dead, then take the body and dispose of it." Zheyan was startled when he heard Qin Xin Ci say these words. Wait, what should I do? No, what should I do? While in panic, Zheyan's soul started to be sucked into his body. After Zheyan's soul entered his body, Zheyan's eyes gradually opened. Then he sat up, the two of them looking at each other. Qin Xin Ci was also very surprised because he thought that he had heard everything he said, so he used his hand to strangle his neck. Zheyan saw this and was immediately scared and broke out in a sweat. Was he discovered? Or was it in his memory that the original owner talked to Qin Xin Ci like that? After trying to recall his memories, Zheyan got into character, took Qin Xin Ci's hand and said, "My wife, what's wrong?" Qin Xin Ci saw it and immediately withdrew her hand and said, "She just heard Yueru say that her husband's health was not good, so she came to check. If it's okay, I'm at ease. The sect master needs me to come over for a bit. You should rest. Tonight I will come and take good care of you." Zheyan saw that and laughed heartily and replied, Okay. After Qin Xin Ci went out, Yueru asked the young lady, "Don't worry, he didn't hear what we just said. His personality is weak and his knowledge is limited. He has never dared to lie in front of me. If his body is not yet exhausted, then I will replenish it a few more times." Meanwhile, inside the room, Zheyan could only sigh in relief and said, "Luckily my acting skills were superb and I was able to fool them. The memories have almost merged, but this country bumpkin is really stupid. He slept for so long and didn't even have a single piece of decent information. I only know that this is a world that values martial arts. Besides mortals, there are also cultivators who can ascend to heaven and descend to earth. Cultivators are divided into post-celestial, pre-celestial, and duplicate. The highest post-celestial realm is the 9th level. The original owner also doesn't know about other realms. Even though I fooled that demoness just now tonight, she clearly still wants to come here to relieve herself. Must clean up quickly, and run staying here will end sooner or later. As Ziyan was about to stand up, a sudden pain hit him and he fell to the ground. His legs were shaking as he tried to get up. His face was pale with pain. He angrily said, "Fuck. My waist is tired. My legs are weak. This body is too weak. Like this, then don't talk about running away tonight. We'll definitely die in that witch's bed. Is there no way to save life? People who have crossed over all have golden hands, assistance systems or whatever. Where is their treasure?" Ziyan had just finished speaking when a voice said, "I'm here," which made him startled and fall backwards. The system notifies that the download is complete and welcomes you to use it. The system started to boot up. The system panel displayed data about Ziyan. Looking at the parameters, Ziyan thought to himself, does he really have power? Currently, he is at the starting level. Without unlocking the basic skill enhancement function, he can upgrade the skill level by consuming the original points that the host has mastered before, and the different skills that the original points consumed are also different. This is pretty intense. What skills does this guy currently have? Click on this to deploy them. Mastering the skill of the current level 0, current effectiveness of kidney tonic has some strong effects. The method that Qin Xin Si taught to the original owner seems to be a trashy method that can only strengthen the yang, but since it's only this, then let's level it up. He clicked on the plus sign. The system sounded a warning. Sorry, your original points are not enough to confirm this. Reminder is still very kind. Seeing that he immediately asked the system how to get original points, the system immediately displayed an instruction panel for him. The origin point is a consumable item when using the system's function. Its origin is due to the system receiving and converting the host's disturbance to the origin world. The principle is extremely complicated. In short, the system can obtain a small amount of origin point through other people's strong emotions towards the host. Ziyan heard and suddenly thought about how he had strong feelings for me. I also have a basic understanding of the other things. What does all heavens and all worlds mean? The system appeared again to explain to him that the world of the heavens, which accommodates all things, the host can borrow the system's help to temporarily leave the main world and randomly go to another world to search. After hearing the system's explanation, the beast exclaimed, "Fuck, this is even more awesome. Wait, the main world is just the present. Isn't this Earth? This world has been locked as the main world. I want to go back to Earth. Upgrade the system, unlock the world, conversion successfully. Every time this power is activated, it will randomly bring the host to another world in which the Earth world might exist. The ability to convert all worlds when the system level reaches level 1 will unlock the current system level. So how can we upgrade the system by also using original points?" The system will pop up again, explaining that upgrading the system requires finding system fragments. The system will remind the host that the system fragments are lost in the myriad worlds. The host must get close to a certain distance before the system can detect them. So it can be said that it all depends on luck. Ziyan immediately pressed the system off button and thanked him for using the system. Please call the system homepage to call up the interface. The upgrade system opens the ability to change all worlds, relying on luck. For now, there's no need to think about strengthening new skills. That's what I can do now. But in Ziyan's mind, a thought suddenly flashed, and he exclaimed, "Easy pop." The next morning outside Ziyan's room door, Yueru was standing outside keeping watch. Seeing Ziyan open the door and go out, Yueru stopped him and asked, "What are you doing out?" Ziyan obviously replied that I was in the room feeling frustrated and wanted to go out for a walk. Yueru shouted loudly, "But the young lady let you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ziyan gave him an impudent slap. When Ziyan slapped her, she covered her face in confusion. Many thoughts appeared in her head. He hit me. He hit me. What are you? You are a thing without up and down. You have to call me miss. After angering Yueru, he gained 0.01 points of anger. At this moment, Yueru's side was burning with anger, saying, "You dare to hit me. Indeed, anger is the strongest emotion that can be easily evoked. How dare you fight back? My body is weak. If something happens, can you handle it?" Yueru was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, but still didn't dare to do anything. He took his anger out on the wrong person, so he punched a nearby tree and said, "I don't dare. I don't dare. I don't dare." Thanks to that, Ziyan also gained an additional 0.01 point of Yueru's anger. Even the maid has such power. It seems that to break the situation, one must gather as many intense emotions as possible. If one doesn't have any eyesight, quickly help the master go and see. This time she wasn't angry but shyly blushed. When Yueru came closer to help him up the system, notified that she had received 0.001 points, she was secretly happy. Wait, what the hell is secretly happy? Does this girl Yueru have feelings for me? A moment later, Yueru helped Ziyan out onto the street. Some of her sisters ran over and asked Yueru, "Why did you have time to come here today to see Yueru?" Forced a smile and replied, "I'm the young lady of the house who wants to go out for a walk. Isn't this the husband of the eldest sister? He's really handsome. I want to steal a kiss. Aren't you afraid that the eldest sister will tear your mouth apart?" As expected, it's also a group of female demons. If there's no yang removing and yin nourishing, it's still very easy to get along with. At this moment, a few men were approaching and laughing, saying, "Hey, isn't this senior sister Chin's white-faced guy? Hasn't he not been out of his room for a few days? I thought he was being stared at by senior sister with that weak appearance. I wonder how many times senior sister can accept him. Hehehe, it's only a matter of time." Hearing these words, Zieyan also replied, "You three little brothers, have you rinsed your mouths after leaving the door?" Those three guys angrily said, "What are you talking about? Your mouth is full of urine smell. You don't have to rinse your mouth with urine." One of them couldn't stand it anymore and raised his fist, saying, "You piece of trash. You don't even know martial arts. You dare to be rude. Look at me. Hey, you really dare to do it. Yesterday my wife said that she was too cowardly in the future. She can be more resolute if anyone dares to bully me. Qin Shinci is the fourth direct descendant of the sect master of the demon sect. Her status is respected, but she has never protected the original owner. So the people around her dare to be rude to the original owner. She will help me be a little angry. Have you thought it through?" Hearing the name Qin Shinci, the man trembled and stammered, saying, "Senior sister Qin." Xie Yan took advantage of the situation and immediately said, "Trash. Even a woman is afraid of losing face. Is that toy below you just for decoration? As long as Qin Shinci still wants to have a pure body, she will definitely temporarily tolerate me," so she kept using her identity to cause trouble. After saying these words, Xie Yan received 0.001 points of anger from those guys. Humph, that's really little, but little by little it becomes big. Anyway, I won't suffer any losses today. If I don't spit your grandchildren to death, my wife will write the word chin backwards. As a result, he received 0.03 points from those men. Even if he cursed their ancestors, they wouldn't dare do anything to him. In the sect, there were a few people who had bullied and humiliated the original owner. Not even one of them could be ignored. Xie Yan then went to the martial arts arena and cursed everyone there, making them so angry that they were fuming. After cursing them, he continued to the mountain gate and continued to curse the two gatekeepers. These two guards angrily glared and gritted their teeth, intending to rush in and beat Ziyan. "Surrender or not, if you lose, find my wife, she will protect me." It was already dark when Ziyan returned home. Ziyan immediately opened the system's homepage to check his score. Ziyan immediately opened the system's homepage to check his current score, which was 20012. The guys who bullied the original owner on the street scolded them. All their lips were worn down, and in the end, they only got 2 points. These original points are really hard to find. No matter how overall can still upgrade skills. Thinking back, also still a little excited, Ziyan just pressed on Guyang Gong and said, "Level up for me." After receiving the promotion from Guyang Gong Ying, he immediately received an extremely strong flow of vitality. "Oh, I feel much better." Then the system announced that his remaining integer points were only 1012. Skill mastery of Guyang Gong current level 1, full level, immediate effect level up a little, body quality kidney and sperm replenishment, some effect intestinal yang. Hearing the system announcement, Ziyan was also very surprised. He had only just leveled up 1 level and it was already full, as expected of trashy martial arts. Still have 1 point left if not. Then try to see if you can continue to level up. Curious to try it out, he pressed the button again, and the system immediately upgraded Ziyan to a real level. He has upgraded to level 2. His remaining integer points are 0012. Now the system reminds him that his cultivation level has leveled up and the current level is post-celestial, first level. I got promoted and didn't think that Guyang technique would have this effect. While he was happy, he heard a knock on the door, making his face fall. A moment later, Qin Shinci opened the door. She heard what Xie Yan had done this afternoon, so she angrily rushed in and said, "Xie Yan, I heard you said that today." But before she could finish her sentence, she opened her mouth in surprise when she saw Xie Yan lying on the bed in a provocative, inviting position. Her wife had arrived. She immediately asked Xie Yan, "Hey, this is Xie Yan." He continued to act, raised his hand, beckoned her closer and said, "My wife has recently thought of some new little flower moves that she will definitely like." Qin Shinci on this side immediately said, "Oh really, this kid, although grew up handsome but always gentle now, he is wise." She immediately approached Xie Yan and placed her hand on him. He said, "Let me see if my husband has made any progress." "Okay, anyway, it's just a pretty piece of meat. It would be a waste if I didn't eat it." After she finished speaking, she crawled on Xie Yan and laughed. After that, everyone knew what they were doing. As a result, they didn't sleep all night and just did that. Until the next morning, Qin Shinsai woke up first and said while getting dressed that he didn't expect his husband to suddenly improve so much. "Luckily, I have Guyang technique I practiced and practiced again and discovered that I am much stronger than before. It really is a divine skill talisman. Luckily, if it wasn't for Guyang technique leveling up last night, I would have died." She turned around and told Ziyan to be more modest in the future. At this moment, Ziyan sat up. She immediately gave him a strong shoulder squeeze as a warning not to continue to cause trouble for her and to be obedient. Xie Yan painfully grimaced and said, "My wife also wants to be humble. Unfortunately, the system does not allow it." Qin Shinsai waved goodbye and left, saying she would come back tonight to continue her marriage with her husband. Xie Yan hugged his aching arm and continued her words. The lady from the palace just gently patted my shoulder and it dislocated. The difference in martial arts is too far. Furthermore, she began to suspect that the pat just now was a warning. After thinking about it, he sighed again. He couldn't be afraid. He could only anticipate it before the time came when the demoness Qin lost her patience and collected the source points to strengthen her skills and find a way to break the situation. After leaving Xieyan Qinxinsi's room, he returned to continue practicing martial arts. At this moment, she had already reached the 9th level of post-celestial, because she had been nourished all night by Xieyan last night. Yueru saw this and was immediately delighted, saying that her inner energy was released, congratulating the young lady on achieving the 9th level of the post-celestial immortal, which was just a matter of the palm of her hand. Unexpectedly, the cauldron's grade increased and the Wulu body could also further advance. I still have more than half a month of hard training. I gave up my virgin body in exchange for this opportunity, but it's not a loss. Miss Ziyan seems to have suddenly become smart and unable to defend herself, so what? As long as he can't practice martial arts, he can only obediently follow me. Our deep love and loyalty will never change until death. A few days later, Xieyan went out for a walk, and when he passed by a group of people, they saw him constantly gossiping about him. Oh, why did I meet that bastard again? Don't provoke him. Today the sect master is seriously ill. Senior sister Qin is making rapid progress again. Once she breaks through to the pre-celestial, she will most likely take over the position of sect master. But she is just a toy. Don't pay attention to her. When he passed by that group of people, he immediately thought that the people in the sect who had bullied the original master before were all retaliated against by him. His original score was about to reach 10 points. All day long, going to harvest onions and still being teased like this, some boys seem to have lost all respect for their boyfriends, and the original score has not continued to increase to invincible. How lonely is that? But collecting all the original points without using them is meaningless. Xieyan fell into deep thought again. If he tried to level up his martial arts to special, he would not be able to continue to level up. He must learn a new martial art. But even if he relied on the title of the new demoness who had deceived him from beginning to end, he would still have no way to learn a new martial art. Xieyan. Remember this old memory, you think clearly here. But it was my wife Qin Xinxi who told me to come find you for guidance, but the inner sect cultivation method really cannot be passed on outside. On the contrary, it made her even more alert. Although Qin, the demoness, didn't say anything every night, she would discharge yang and replenish yin, becoming more and more ferocious day by day. Is my husband going to give me any surprise today? If he doesn't do those things during the day, he might be punished. Xian dragged his crippled body out. He grimaced in pain and groaned. Damn it. If this continues, even if I try to exert myself, my body will soon be unable to bear it anymore. Xie Yan saw the ray of light in front of the mountain and thought, luckily, the heavens didn't really intend to destroy me. Yesterday, when I was walking here, the system gave me a reminder. There are also discovered system fragments inviting the host to quickly move forward to collect them, because the system upgrade activates another step of functionality. If you don't take what God gives you, you're a fool. We have to take the risk. In front of them was a very large ancestral hall, with 2 women standing guarding the ancestral hall of the demon sect, worshipping the statues of the sect masters of the past generations. The important sect fragments were inside the system, displaying a glow, but fortunately others could not see this kind of light. Xi Yan started to approach, but was immediately stopped by 2 women standing guard at the entrance of the demon sect. Anyone who dared to barge in would be killed. This place, except for the sect master, no outsider is allowed to enter, let alone a cauldron used to remove yang and replenish yin like me. Ziyan now started to act innocent, and smiled, saying that there was a misunderstanding. Then the 2 elder sisters misunderstood me, so how could I dare to barge into the ancestral hall? Why are there 2 beautiful sisters in the ancestral hall? The 2 beautiful sisters are like white jade. Their waists are as thin as willows. Beautiful like peaches in March-spring, pure like chrysanthemums in September-autumn. Every frown, every smile makes my heart surge with uncontrollable waves. By the time I regained my senses, I had already unconsciously walked to the side of the 2 sisters who had just spoken. Xie Yan turned his head back to probe, then found the door was locked. You are Xie Yan, right? You are really a beautiful person with a sweet mouth, completely different from the rumors. No wonder senior sister Qin loves you so much. The other person immediately replied, my sister has to guard the ancestral hall now. You can come to my sister's room tonight. At this time, Qin Xinxi stood from afar and saw 2 women surrounding a man. She was surprised to realize that it was Xie Yan. Xi Yan here also saw her. He was sweating profusely. Seeing that he did not reply, one person angrily said, how can you not be willing? The 2 of us can be together. He then came back to his senses and smiled. Of course I do. We don't need to wait until evening but watch the temple. At this moment, a man passed by, saw this, his face was grimacing and full of murderous intent. He walked over. It was the sect guardian, Ye Gu Chun. The original owner had a very deep impression of him when he first arrived at the sect. He was bullied miserably. This guy was afraid of Qin Xinxi for the past 2 days. I haven't gone to find him to cause trouble. Now he just arrived, what a coincidence. Shi Yan took the opportunity to point and shout at that man. You roll over here and help the two elder sisters guard the ancestral shrine. You roll over here and help the two elders guard the ancestral hall. Hearing Xie Yan say that Protector Ye angrily shouted, What are you saying? Xi Yan shouted even louder, pointing at him and saying, What are you looking at? You weakling, you want to have fun with the two sisters right now. Hurry up and come here and replace the two sisters for me. Seeing that something was going on, the two elder sisters immediately tried to stop Xie Yan. Quickly shut up. This is Ye, the Dharma Protector. His status is different and cannot be casually violated. What kind of dog-wife guardian is this? Qin Shinsi said, All the men in this inner sect except for me are a bunch of dog slaves. Hearing Xie Yan humiliate him, Protector, Ye was so angry that he said to Qin Xin, So how dare Qin Xin si humiliate the inner sect, Protector like that? Shi Yan saw Qin Shinsi running like crazy towards him. He thought there was no time the demoness was coming, so he took a risk. At this time, the system notified him that he had received a total of 003 anger points. Xie Yan was already encroaching on the dog slave who had the guts to hit me and went towards my chest to hit me. Hearing Xie Yan's provocation, Protector Ye couldn't contain his anger and clenched his fist, saying, You are looking for death. When Protector Ye approached, his fist had not yet touched him when Xie Yan cried out, Ah, what a powerful punch! I'm dead! I'm dead! Taking advantage of Yi's fist, Xie Yan used all his strength to hit the door bang. At this time, Qin Shinsi was angry and ran while saying, Stop. I haven't even fought yet, but have I reached the state of mind control? At this moment, Qin Shinsi ran to Ye, the Dharma Protector, to avoid me. I want to enter the damn ancestral hall. There are still a few more days left before I can completely remove the yin and nourish the yang. She was running into the ancestral hall when Ye grabbed her hand and pulled her back. He said, Qin Shinsi, you really don't put the inner sect's guardian in my eyes. On the contrary, you want to see who dares to enter the ancestral hall to save that kind of person who wants to die. She still stubbornly barged into the ancestral hall, but was immediately stopped by the two elder sisters, Elder Sister Qin. You can't barge into the ancestral hall without permission. You should still invite the sect master over. At this moment, inside the ancestral hall, Xie Yan painfully stood up and said, Finally we can get in. Luckily, Guyang technique specially upgraded his physique. Otherwise it would be strange if his bones weren't broken after passing through such a checkpoint. Luckily, he didn't actually punch him. That would be killing him. He suddenly remembered the system fragment and turned around to ask where the system fragment was. He was struggling to find it when suddenly a sparkling golden statue appeared before him. This statue is the founding ancestor Yu Luo's system fragment, but it is also the founding jade of the ancestor of the demonic sect. At this time, the system fragment appeared fused with the system fragment upgraded. The system completed the current level 1, unlocked the ability to transform all worlds. Xie Yan happily said, Transmigrate into the present, then transmigrate into me. At this time, the system continues to notify random world search to detect the world of Cloud Mountain transmigration. To the world of Cloud Mountain needs to consume 8 elemental points. The function of converting all worlds begins the process of searching to detect the world of Cloud Mountain transmigration is there or not. Xie Yan immediately replied, Luckily I got 10 points, otherwise I would have died for sure this time. The display system consumes 8 elemental points to activate the function of penetrating the myriad worlds. Shi Yan successfully traveled to another world. The bustling flow of people passing through this place is Blue Cloud Mountain. At this time there was a happy event in a family, and everyone was coming in to share the joy. This is the marriage of 2 Zieluo families. What a big deal. This Luo Xiaoyun is the top beauty of our Yunshan city. Oh, marrying that spoiled young master. Xie Yan is really a pity. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, the system began to notify Xie Yan of the Yunshan world, the son of the Yunshan city lord Xie Zhen. Xie Yan successfully changed his soul. Shi Yan finished listening, put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I successfully transmigrated, but the original owner still has the same name and surname as me. Shizhen heard his son say that and got very angry and said, What are you crazy about on your big day? Maybe it's because the young master is too excited. It's okay. Let's continue to bow and apologize. Ha ha. My status in this world is the young master of the city and is about to get married. This is not a bad start. The host's voice rang out. The couple bowed their heads and bowed. He was thinking about the next step to carry out the next plan. I just want to find a cultivation method that can be cultivated by relying on the system to bring them all to full level. When I return, there's no need to mention anything about Qin's demonic female sect. Xie Yan looked up and saw the girl's hands tied. He was startled and said, What is this situation? You wait, my brother Pan Wei will definitely not let you go. Huh, aren't we getting married? Who is Pan Wei? Why does my head feel green? Luo Xiaowun continued to curse Xie Yan, not looking back at himself, seeing my Pan Wei brother as a young hero. You useless, spoiled brat. You can't even compare to a single leg of his Luo Xiaoyun. In this life, I will never be able to look up to someone like you. Everyone who heard these words gasped in surprise. Xie Yan at this moment received 001 points of anger from Luo Xiaoyun. What was the look in the eyes of the previous owner of this body? This girl was far inferior to Qin Shinsei. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyun's father panicked and spoke up to reassure everyone. I was just excited and said nonsense. Everyone don't take it to heart. Okay, take the bride to the bridal chamber and prepare for the party. This girl's mouth is full of vulgarity, and her actions are truly not a good wife. If it were my son, he would definitely marry her. I would have broken off this engagement long ago. Okay, take the bride to the bridal chamber and prepare for the party. This girl's mouth is full of vulgarity, and her actions are truly not a good wife. If it were my son, he would definitely marry her. I would have broken off this engagement long ago. Shizhen had just finished speaking, when suddenly there was a loud scream outside. Wait, everyone was startled by this scream. Outside, there are footsteps coming in Panwei. I haven't come to give you a gift yet. What's the rush? City Lord Z. Luo Xiaoyun saw Panwei's face change color and happily smiled and said, Panwei Gege, I knew you would definitely come save me. Xieyan saw that and was stunned. What is the situation now, guest? Shizhen angrily said gift. Panwei pulled out his sword and said, Today is my lover's wedding. How can I not prepare a gift for her? Jiyan heard Panwei say that his face immediately showed a bit of fear, his eyes and mouth wide open. Panwei drew his sword and ran back to Jiyan saying that the offering was the heads of all the Ji family members. Zhen saw that he was about to kill his son and rushed over to save him. What the hell happened to him? If you guys are fighting, don't come near me. In the midst of chaos, the system began to transmit the main memory, which had consumed 8 elemental points, to enter the world of 10,000 mountains. At this moment, Xieyan's mind began to accept the information that Xieyan was an only child, and that the lord of the Yunshan Gang dynasty was a spoiled young master who did not like to learn martial arts and was engaged to the daughter of a rich merchant in the city, Luo Xiaoyun. But after growing up, Luo Xiaoyun had a change of heart and eloped with the servant Pan Wei before the engagement party. The Silo family sent out a large number of subordinates to capture the two. Although Luo Xiaoyun was captured and imprisoned in his house, Pan Wei successfully escaped. Unexpectedly during this escape, Pan Wei accidentally obtained the legacy of the ancient magic sword and instantly ascended to become a master. At the same time, in the following 3 years, Pan Wei seemed to be increasingly favored by fate and constantly encountered increasingly powerful, fortuitous encounters. The two families sent people to capture him and seriously injured him. To avoid a long night of dreams, the Luo family today decided to force Luo Xiaoyun to get married. Pan Wei received the news and went straight to Yunshan. At this time, Zhen and Pan Wei dragged each other from outside to the yard. Pan Wei was hit by Zhen's palm and fell down, bleeding from his mouth, as expected of the Z family's unique martial art, Vajra Finger. However, the stronger I meet this battle will instead give me more gains. I will come back in a month to destroy your entire family. Zhen's subordinates heard this and said they couldn't fight back, but he was still stubborn. The people standing outside also continued to speak without knowing their limits, saying that the Z City Lord's Vajra Finger can seal the enemy's internal energy. The person who endures this finger will not be able to freely move his internal energy for at least half a year. Pan Wei was not angry because of those words. On the contrary, he smiled lightly, then pulled the knife back and left Z family. Fuck, what kind of bloody script is this? Why does it feel like Pan Wei is the main character? I'm here only to be the villain so he can embarrass himself. It's just that my cheap old man is a beast. After defeating him, I can continue to collect cultivation methods with peace of mind, then accumulate origin points and leave. That's it. Why didn't City Lord Z take this opportunity to capture him? It's probably because he didn't want the wedding to be stained with blood. But if he doesn't get rid of him now, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, Zhen started to vomit blood. Legs cannot stand, immediately kneel down. Everyone saw that and was scared and shouted, Lord. At the same time, Xie Yan received a notification from the system that he was about to log in to the mission of provoking the son of the dimension. You are almost done. Think of a way to break the situation within a month. Eliminate Pan Wei and save the Z family. After completing the mission, you can bring back all the power you have gained in this world. Otherwise, you will have nothing. After hearing that, Xie Yan was shocked and exclaimed, Oh my God, then ran back to Zhen, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, and shouted, Father, my father, are you okay? In the world of Cloud Mountain, martial arts and mind methods are mainly monopolized by the royal family and the rich. Cultivate internal and external strength to temper tendons and muscles, and the strong can break rocks with one blow. So this is the power system of this world. Looking at the description, it seems like a martial arts world. It's still far from the main world. But it doesn't matter. Martial arts are martial arts. Anyway, as long as you practice until level 0, you can use the level up system. Anyway, you can increase your combat power. An hour later, looking at each word separately, I recognized it all. Putting them together, I completely couldn't understand the martial arts secret manual of this world and the main world. Why was there such a big difference? This damn Ziyan's Cloud Mountain world really had no talent if he didn't study. Except for this book about the history of martial arts of Cloud Mountain Martial Trial. What other martial arts books can I read to understand why the heavens want to destroy me? As soon as he opened the door, he saw a panic-stricken subordinate, saying that the young master was in the guest room across the street and invited him to come over. Xie Yan heard that and immediately said, I know. The problem now is not whether the mission can be completed or not. The problem now is whether the life can be saved or not. I am a soul that has crossed over, but this body is basically useless. Otherwise, just relying on the first-level post-celestial power that my Guyang Gong has cultivated, I can only exchange a few moves with that Pan Wei guy. At this moment, the system sent out a notification that the Guyang Gong special subject, due to the soul transmigration state, is forbidden from using the original body's cultivation method. At the same time, everyone in the palace was talking to each other. They heard that yesterday the old master was defeated by that Pan Wei guy and said that in a month he would come and exterminate the entire Ji family. At this time outside, there were also a group of people who came to visit the city lord. They were stopped in front of the door. I wanted to see City Lord C. I don't know how his injuries are now. No one can see our old man now. Relying on myself is impossible, now finding someone to teach me martial arts. Just counting the time alone is not enough. Looks like the only way to break this situation is to rely on that cheap old man. Father, I've come to visit you. As soon as he entered, he saw Luo Xiaoyun's father. Xie Yan immediately asked, Father-in-law, are you here too? Xiaoyan is here. We are talking about the marriage between you and Xiaoyun. What else is there to say about the 3 books and 6 ceremonies? It's just that the last wedding banquet was disturbed, so just change the date to make up for it. But Pan Wei said, Haha, old Luo. You are not like those ignorant old country bumpkins. Do you think I Ji Mao am really not good enough? Little thief Pan Wei has really made extraordinary progress these past few years. I underestimated him for a moment and was injured by him. However, I also used a diamond thread to cause him serious damage. If he dares to come again in a month, I will definitely make sure he comes and never comes back. So that's how it is. Wait a minute, old Luo. I think what you said earlier today, you don't want to come and break off the engagement, right? Old Luo heard Ji Jin say that, immediately put his arm around Ji Yan's shoulder and said, Your in-laws are mistaken, little Yan. It's because I watched you grow up to be such a good son-in-law. How can I cancel the engagement? Both of them laughed out loud and said, It turns out that it was because we thought too much, right? Ha ha ha. Then old Luo bowed. I will take my leave. First, Xiaoyun, please help me. Let's talk. Let's wait a few days until my wound heals, then we can go drink together. Xie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that his father's injuries were not as serious as the rumors said. A month later, Pan Wei came again. Who knows what chance he has of winning? After Lao Lo left, Xie Zhen could not stand still. The pain came and he was tired. He said, Xiaoyan, quickly help me. Let's go to room. Seeing that Xie Yan immediately ran to help his father back to the room to rest. At this time, the wound started to bleed. Xie Zhen is in so much pain that his face is grimacing. Ha 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 ha, don't rush. I'll go call a doctor for you. Xiaoyan, because his father's heart was severely damaged by Pan Wei, his power was crippled. At most, he will live for 3 more days. After I die, including your father-in-law, those outsiders will attack the Z family and come to flatter Pan Wei. So tonight, quickly run from the secret passage behind the mountain hearing. This Xie Yan's eyes filled with tears and said, Father. Also bring this, Xie Zhen said as he reached out to pull out the box and took out a treasure. Raised it in front of Xie Yan's face and said, This is the biggest secret of our Z family. 100 years ago, the Z family's ancestor once encountered a meteorite in the sky. After searching for it, he discovered that it had fallen. It was this magical jade slip. As long as he held it and comprehended it in his mind, he could impart all kinds of profound cultivation techniques. However, he could only impart up to 10 words before falling silent. Unfortunately, recent generations have not been able to fully understand the mysteries of the Jade Scroll and learn the complete cultivation method. However, by understanding the previous 10 words, the Z family has been able to comprehend the lost Vajra technique and build their career to this day. Now I will pass it on to you. After Xie Yan held this treasure in his hand, he immediately felt this feeling. Discover the secret method of the immortal path, the Jade Slip. The number of uses is limited to 1. The high-level civilization immortal product legacy tool can only be used once with traces of being used multiple times by low-level life forms. But because the spiritual power used has not reached the standard, there is no loss. The host's spiritual power has been passed down, and he has begun to obtain the Nirvana technique at level 0. Hurry up! I will fight for you for at least 3 days. Don't even think about taking revenge from me. Just live in peace. As long as we have this jade slip, our C family will one day rise again. Ji Yan held the jade tablet in his hand and saw a crack. He immediately said, But this jade tablet is broken. Xi Zhen heard that, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. Ji Yan saw that and shouted, Father, are you okay? At this time, Xie Yan received a notification of collecting 001 anger points from Xi Zhen. Although the lord of Yunshan City Xi Zhen lived a luxurious life, he did not exploit the common people. He guarded the border city without asking for any merit, but he asked for a peaceful life, which was relatively modest. Xiezhen Xieyan's son, although he lingered in luxurious places, did not do anything that would harm the heavens or cause harm to the people, so everyone only considered Xieyan a spoiled brat. Behind his back, they looked down on him, but there was no complaint. Yet in just one day, an unknown number of indictments were suddenly posted in the city listing Xieyan's crimes. Many people were so angry that they ran to Xieyan's house to find Xieyan. This Xieyan guy was too much. He not only raped the common women, but also tried to humiliate them in every way. He was truly worse than beasts. Even the last time the old prince's old hen was stolen, it was also because of him. At this time inside the mansion, the Shu family was reporting the current situation to young Master Xiyan. His subordinates followed what he said and posted the indictment all over the city. Right now, the masses were furious. Fortunately, the old master was currently in seclusion, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Young master, why did you spend so much effort to smear yourself and cause your bad reputation to spread? Still not enough! This is enough! The subordinates saw this and opened their mouths in surprise. Okay, you guys go ahead and let me think about any more crimes I can write about. The subordinates saluted and then left. Why doesn't a normal rich kid do more things like bully women, instead of making me temporarily unable to do anything but wait until the last minute? Moreover, this kind of person doesn't directly face-to-face, just relies on bad reputation to provoke people's anger. A person who has only reached 0.01 origin points, although relying on many people to spread the news, can accumulate little by little to make a big difference, but after so long he has only barely gathered 1 point. The system now announces that the current origin points are 3, 1, 12, 3, 4, 5. 3 points is fine. I wonder if it's possible to level up Nirvana by just 1 point. This is a cultivation method comprehended in the Jade Slip. Although it is a medical technique, it belongs to the scope of immortal magic. Although it has never been heard of in the main world, I don't know why it appeared in this world of imperial martial arts. It is still convenient for me. The system now continues to notify the remaining origin point. 3, 1, 12, 3, 4, 5. Nirvana Mastery Skill. Current level enro. Current effect can treat some common injuries and diseases in the lower world. Before, when there were only 2 points, the system reminded that the upgrade points were not enough. Now to see Xiyan immediately press the upgrade button, the system immediately notified that the upgrade was successful. Done, just level up, only 3 points, is enough now. Original points left 0, 1, 12, 3, 4, 5, Skill Master Nirvana only, current level 1, current effect can treat some common wounds, diseases in low-level world. It feels so warm, and it seems like you don't need to use your true energy to control it. It seems so mysterious as expected of a magic spell. When the emergency is not possible, just come every 12 hours and let the cheap old man help him regain some energy, so I can see if the emergency one can help him recover completely. Father, I've come to visit you again. Seeing Xieyan coming, Xiezhen angrily shouted, You bastard, why don't you go away, Dad? You don't need to say that I came here to treat that person's injuries. Hearing Xieyan say that, he ran away and said, I told you poking around on my wound every day is useless. You don't need to hide. This is the cultivation method I comprehended in the Jade Slip. You are truly filial, I have felt it in my heart. Son, don't come here, but with your serious injury I can't escape. This son left to take one of your moves. Nirvana is just that. Humph. Fighting with me. Sloppy technique, not understanding acupuncture points, only knowing how to point at wounds, so what? As long as it has a healing effect, isn't that enough? At level 1, I can only heal wounds that are no longer life-threatening, but once my power has been destroyed, it cannot be restored. It seems that if I want my brother's power to fully recover, I still have to level up. This little bit of raw points is not enough to level up anymore, and even if you can level up 1 level of Nirvana Finger, it won't have any combat power. At this moment, the system announced that the remaining raw points are 0, 1, 12, 3, 4, 5. Skill Mastery of Nirvana Finger is currently level 1. Current effectiveness can cure most of the wounds and illnesses in the low-level world. Although the Vajra Finger that the Z family modified is far from being as good as the Nirvana Finger, in the end, it still belongs to the category of martial arts attacks that can kill people far beyond the original. If only I also knew the Vajra Finger, that would be great. To be able to obtain the inheritance of Nirvana is just a stroke of luck. Don't think too much about it. Xiyan thought about it and immediately called someone. That cheap old man's life no longer needed me to save it. Let's proceed with the next step of the plan first. Hearing Xiyan call, all the subordinates ran over and knelt down to ask what the young master had to say. Go help me compile all the hottest Spring Palace books in the city and find them all for me. The subordinates heard that and were surprised and opened their mouths. Then prepare the carriage to take this young master to the best brothel in the capital. The next day, Panwei continued to return to Yunshan City. All are the criminal acts of the little thief Xiyan, is it? Because someone discovered that old man Z is not stable and is starting to lose power. But why does it feel like no one cares? Could it be that the Z family's reputation in Yunshan City is so high? Panwei finished speaking and heard people talking, so he turned around and wondered what it was. Tell me another part. That's right, I came late today and didn't hear the previous part. Let me tell you one more part. It is said that year the young hero Pan Wei ran away alone. His lover Luo Xiaoyun was captured by Xie Yan, imprisoned her in the dungeon, and tried every way to teach her a lesson. She learned more than 100 types of positions. Today I will tell everyone the 33rd position of the closed-door Guanyin. Everyone heard this and was very interested, asking each other if it was true or not. How could this be? Xie Yan said it himself. Haha, he's still a playboy. Knowing that young hero Pan Wei actually grew horns on his head. After hearing these words, Pan Wei was extremely angry. Xie Yan, I will kill you. At this time, Xie Yan's side received a notification from the system that he had received countless anger points from Pan Wei's position. As expected of a son of the gods, even plucking sheep's wool is faster than others. Then a bird flew to deliver a message to Xie Yan. Very quickly can accumulate enough points to level up. So all the pieces we need are here. In a flash, 7 days later, Xie Yan opened the system to see if he could upgrade to Nirvana, but the system notified him that he was sorry, his original score was not enough to upgrade. Confirm why it was still not enough. Level up to level 1. Even though it cost 3 points to level up. It cost 10 points to level up to level 3, but 15 points is still not enough for Nirvana. It looks like I'll have to spend a lot of points in the future. Give up. Can't wait any longer. Say Nirvana. Only level 2 is enough today. Last time, poke a little more. Maybe can make old cheap guy completely restore original power. 15,045. Skill Master Nirvana. Only current level 2. Effective can now cure. Most of the wounds splash disease in low-level world, make you gradually restore peak state for within high-level world, effective use weakened. Xie Yan immediately ran to find his father. I've come to visit you again. As soon as he slammed the door open, Xie Yan froze for a few seconds and asked his father, is there something wrong with me? Why does it seem like there is a Buddha light behind someone's back? I have realized that all dharmas are empty. Joy and destruction, emptiness and enlightenment are empty. You just need to take action. Then I will not be polite anymore. Nirvana 18 fingers. Old man, are you satisfied or not? Do you want to tease me a few more times? 4 days. It really only took 4 days to completely restore my power. This is the powerful legacy of the Jade Tablet. Son, come out here and poke me a few hundred times. Can you increase my power by another level? Old man, do you think that I, a 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus or 10,000-year-old Wu Wu, can help increase power and restore people's power? That's already very good, right? It seems that you're still greedy. However, although the old man's power had recovered, he was still no match for Pan Wei. Don't worry, old man, just follow my arrangement. With your current power, you can easily kill Pan Wei. Very good, worthy of being my son. Now let's wait and see how that dog thief Pan Wei will throw himself into the net half a month later. Old fool! Oh my god, you are so honest. Why do you have to wait for the other party to come to your door? Ye Yan leaned close to Xie Zhen's ear and whispered, the son of the person who planned that Luo Xiaoyun must have a way to contact Pan Wei, otherwise we... The old master and the young master are not well. The old master Luo heard that the young master was openly praising Luo Xiaoyun's trampling in all kinds of ways in the city and wanted to come and demand an explanation. Hearing his subordinate say that Xie Zhen turned around with a murderous expression and asked his son if this was true. Xie, Yan stammered. Dad listened to me explain that this whole thing was actually to save people. Hearing his son say that, he got angry and immediately scolded this cruel son. My old face was thrown away by you, and you received my diamond finger. A moment later, Luo Xiaoyun's father arrived. Xie Zhen immediately brought Xie Yan out to meet him. I have taught this wicked son a lesson, and I still hope you will forgive me. If it was all because your son was joking, why did it have to be like this? It's late, and I won't let the lord of the land rest any longer. So please forgive me for not seeing him off. After he left, Xie Zhen immediately said to Xie Yan, Okay, you little brat. Stop pretending. Xie Yan also took off his turban and said with a smile, Otherwise, how can we show our sincerity? This cheap father-in-law of mine, although he doesn't care about his daughter, cares about his own reputation, so he will definitely think of a way to save Luo Xiaoyun from suffering. 7 days later at Xi family dungeon, Luo Xiaoyun heard a noise and asked who it was. Just as Xie Yan had guessed, old Luo opened the door and raised his hand to his mouth, saying, Shh, Xiaoyun, it's me. Seeing his father, Luo Xiaoyun happily said, Father, you came to save me. At this time, outside the cell, all the subordinates were lying motionless on the ground. These past few days, I've been looking for an opportunity. Today, I finally succeeded in administering the anesthetic. Now all the guards are fast asleep. Let's take this opportunity and run quickly. Xiaoyun let me suffer because of my father's bad behavior. Father, I don't blame you, it's all the fault of that evil Xi family. Xiaoyun, I can only send you here. You should go quickly. Hearing his father say that, Luo Xiaoyun was moved to tears and said to him, Father, you must go back and suppress the old thief. Xie Zhen and that brat Xie Yan, you can't send me off. Take care of yourself. Dad, don't worry. I will definitely find Pan Wei brother and make him destroy all the Z bandits. The next morning at a house in the middle of the forest, Luo Xiaoyun pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Pan Wei, she immediately called out, Big brother Pan Wei, I'm finally back by your side. Xiaoyun, that beast Xie Yan, is it true that he did all those things to you? Luo Xiaoyun looked blank and didn't understand what was going on. He said, Jie Yan, I've been locked in the dungeon these past few days and haven't seen him. Hearing that Pan Wei was surprised and replied like that. So how could I escape? My father saw that I was pitiful and secretly let me escape. Pan Wei heard Luo Xiaoyun say that and laughed happily. Father and sister, haha. It seems that father-in-law has seen through the Ji family's tiger's mouth and rabbit's liver, so he has accepted me. Luo Xiaoyun's face immediately became embarrassed, and he lovingly cursed that hateful thing. Xiaoyun, these past few days, I have been practicing martial arts next. I want to destroy the entire Z family. You don't blame me. How can I blame you? I also hate the Z family in my heart. Suddenly a voice from outside rang out. Today I want to tell a story about God in seclusion. Hearing that voice, Pan Wei immediately recognized this voice as Jie Yan. At this time, Jie Yan and his father were standing outside. The story goes that at that time I had a strong desire to roam from outside to inside. Shut up, Jie Yan, you actually dare to appear in front of me. How did you find me? Jie Yan continued speaking. You want to hear the truth, of course. As he spoke, Jie Yan pointed at Luo Xiaoyun. At this time, Pan Wei also looked at Xiaoyun with eyes full of indignation. You slut, you actually dared to sell me out. It turns out that you have long since become Jie Yan's dog slave. Xiaoyun continuously explained that Pan Wei Gege is not me, I don't have any. Before he could finish saying his name, Pan Wei slapped Xiaoyun and told him to get lost. With his strength, he made Xiaoyun fall hard on the table, breaking it into pieces. Seeing that Jie Yan smiled smugly and said, Hey, your evil spirit is too strong, I haven't even finished telling you about my wonderful arrangement yet, and you've already made a move. Pan Wei also laughed out loud. Ha ha, actually I had already neutralized the internal force and Vajra finger of your Z family. Sealing off your Z family's martial arts is indeed very special. It's a pity that you guys are too useless and can't cultivate. Well, now that my divine skill has reached its peak, it's just the right time to test your power with your heads. Seeing Pan Wei's mouth speak so fiercely, Zijian's face was full of murderous intent, saying, Pan Wei, you're about to die. You still don't understand. As expected of a child of the plain progressing so quickly, luckily I prepared early. At this time, Jie Yan also added fuel to the fire. If you don't show up to take revenge now, when are you going to wait? Behind Jie Yan and his father, a tall man was advancing to destroy Pan Wei, the powerful mountain-dwelling Hua Yunxiong. The defeated general still dared to appear before me. This guy just opened the door and walked in, was knocked out by Pan Wei, causing the house to be broken. Jie Yan saw this and said, Oh, directly destroying the room. This Hua Yunxiong is truly worthy of being called a mountain-breaking force with some strength. Pan Wei continued to draw his sword, his face full of anger, saying, The rest of the ambushers come out here quickly. Hearing that everyone who followed knew that they had been discovered, so they also went out. Zhang Yang specially came here to avenge the old grudge. Another person said, Pan Wei, you broke into the prince's mansion in the middle of the night and stole the Luo Yushang sword. I will take your head as ordered. Gradually, everyone around spoke up. Pan Wei, accept death. You will have this day. Pan Wei, quickly bring out the secret treasure. Dog thief, Xie Yan, what did you do to deserve this group of people gathering here? Xi Yan smiled lightly and said very simply, I healed them, but I have no intention of attacking you. Xie Yan recalled his plan. As a son of another dimension, Pan Wei grew stronger. The more he fought and encountered many surprises. Of course, he also encountered countless enemies. So I came here first. Xie Yan, find the person who Pan Wei had seriously injured before. Take my finger and the internal injury that Pan Wei had inflicted on you before, and you will recover. Next, find Zhang Yang, and dare to ask if hero Zhang Yang is not interested in fighting Pan Wei to let everyone know who is the #1 genius teenager in Cloud Mountain City. Then he went to the prince's residence to ask for an audience. It was said that Pan Wei was so bold that he dared to sneak into the third prince's residence in the middle of the night to steal the incompetent commoner. Xie Yan had a grudge against that Pan Wei, and was willing to get the sword back for the third prince. Pan Wei, even if you are a son of the dimension, you still won't be able to break through these generals of mine who are experts at playing dirty tricks. At this time, the people who had a grudge against Pan Wei rushed forward together, forming a circle and shouting, kill. Pan Wei saw this and was not afraid. His eyes lit up and he said, even if we fight 100 enemies, we are not afraid. Pan Wei was still considered a hero. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, or 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 40 hands, from both sides, rushing into each other, fighting fiercely and extremely tensely. Pan Wei's injuries were getting worse and worse, and his power was also gradually weakening. With so many enemies, the war is coming to an end. Xi Yan stood outside observing the general situation, and it seemed that the mission would be completed very quickly. At this time, the system board appeared again, notifying that the current original point balance was 25,045. The skill was Nirvana only level 2. The immediate effect could cure many types of low-level injuries and illnesses, causing them to gradually recover to their best condition, weakening the effectiveness of higher-level effects. Xie Yan secretly thought that accumulating this amount of points was really not easy. My bad reputation must have spread to other cities before I could accumulate such points. But 25 points. Really can't help Nirvana only increase to level 3. How high is this in the end? But it's okay, we have time. Anyway, I can pat my ass and leave any time without any reservation. Like the World Master, wait until the mission is completed, then I will start traveling around the world, then ruin my reputation and slowly accumulate points and say a lot in another world. When he can learn all the martial arts of this world, he will rise to the top and wait for the world to be invincible. Then, he will return to the main world and fight the demon sect perfectly. While Ziyan is fantasizing about the future outside, the two are still fighting each other. Dog thief Panwei go die. Panwei was beaten miserably, covered in blood, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Impossible. This is impossible. Obviously, I'm full of luck. Everything goes smoothly. How could I lose?" Panwei's expression was a bit unsightly and unconvinced. Hearing that, Panwei immediately widened his eyes and shouted, "Ziyan, you bastard dog, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." The sky suddenly turned into a storm of thunder and lightning. I relied on my head to correct you. Bullying the few by numbers is the right way. What's the point of one-on-one? Let's go. The time has come. I'll send you on your way. Panwei heard that and couldn't bear it, so he used all his strength to attack Ziyan and said, "Panwei, I will die with my eyes open." Ziyan was attacked, suddenly panicked and shouted, "Damn it, if you still have the strength to struggle, come quickly and hold his legs so I can give him another stab." Panwei was immediately stabbed and fell to the ground dead. Everyone started talking about him. Finally, he died. The sky suddenly became dark. There was a lightning strike. Shiyan looked up to the sky and said, "As expected of a child of the microplane, even after death he can still make the heavens furious." At this time, the system board showed up again saying that Panwei died. The host has completed the mission this time and will receive a reward of 70 points. Ziyan saw this and immediately smiled and said, "Very good. This time, I really brought back some gains. I didn't expect that after completing the mission, I would also get points." 10 seconds later, return to the main world. Please sign and get ready. Yan opened his mouth wide, not knowing what the hell was going on. Fuck, you didn't tell me to come back immediately after completing the mission. My sheep plucking. Playing my 10-mile sword breaking plain damn system. In the main world right now, inside the Ancestral Hall, Ziyan's body was lying on the floor with many pieces of debris around. Shiyan's body began to glow from waking up. He raised his hands to rub his head and said, "My soul has returned, so this kind of teleportation is not reliable. Can't the body pass through? This time it's good, but I'll return to this dragon's den and tiger's lair." Just then, outside the Ancestral Hall, there was a sound of arguing. Sect Master Qin Jinci barged into the Ancestral Hall alone. His crime is unforgivable. Please don't be biased towards Qin Jinci because of Ye Dharma Protector. What is your intention in pressuring him like this? Luckily, the time flow rate between the small world and the main world is inconsistent here, so it probably won't be long. Otherwise, I would probably be a lonely ghost by now. Outside, the sound rang out again. Everyone retreat. Wait for me to catch this person. If the reasoning is right or wrong, I will decide for myself. Yes, someone wants to come and arrest me. I heard what they said. It's probably the sect leader of the demon sect. If you run, you can't escape. If you fight me, can you win in the future? Wait a minute. I heard a disciple say that the sect master is seriously ill, Xie said, as he looked up at the statues of the Ancestral Hall and immediately recognized the founder of the love demon sect, Yu Shuluo. Xie smiled and said yes. Suddenly footsteps were heard coming inside the hallway. "That's the sect master of the demon sect." She glared and said, "How dare you disturb my demon sect's Ancestral Hall? Come out here quickly." Entering the street, what caught her eye was the messy image of statues on the floor. She exclaimed, "This is it. Karma dares to insult the statue of the demon master." At this moment, a voice exclaimed who was disturbing her sleep. Hearing that, she asked who it was. "This concubine is Yu Shuluo. Looking at this cultivation method of yours 100 years later, a junior will have inherited my demonic love method." The true Kui all over her body was not even a little bit. The 12 main meridians had 2 sections that were almost broken. Half of the acupoints on her entire body were in a state of destruction. The dantian had a few cracks in its Kui-si. No matter how much she cultivated, her cultivation not only did not improve, but also regressed. Was this person pretending to be a god or a ghost? But how could he see the state of my injuries so meticulously? I knew that no one in the sect could know about this. Forget it. Forget it. You are still a junior of the demon sect. I will leave you a great healing skill. Just say and open your hand to practice nirvana. As he spoke, he opened his hand and performed nirvana. Although he had never heard of this cultivation method, when he used his energy, an aura was emitted that was absolutely impossible for someone who was only a cauldron user. Could it be that the ancestor really showed his power? "I'm tired. You take care of yourself, grandmother. Please stop." Seeing Xie faint, the sect master immediately ran over to support her and shouted, "Grandmother, grandmother." Fortunately, my nirvana finger has been trained to the realm where I can see the root of other people's illnesses. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. This should be fine. Xiayan started acting from opening his eyes and saying, "Oh, where am I?" Xiayan immediately pushed the sect master away, looking panicked, and said, "Hey, this young lady, take it slow and don't hug and cuddle like that. After you went in, what did you see?" Immediately answer me that. After I was hit into the ancestral hall, I seemed to have bumped into something. Then my mind went blank. Half awake, I heard my sister's voice saying she wanted to teach me martial arts. "What's her name?" The sect master heard the name Nirvana Finger and immediately laughed and said it was Nirvana Finger. "Oh, it really is Nirvana Finger." She wanted me to use this martial art to help the sect master massage his shoulder. That way, she wouldn't hold me responsible for entering the ancestral hall anymore. That's probably not true. This lady is the sect master. What do you think? Then sect leader sister, I have to massage sister's shoulder. She immediately scolded Ziyan to stop talking nonsense. Then Ziyan used his energy to heal her to nirvana only. Use 3 successful powers of nirvana to show her first. This is a powerful force flowing into the body. The healing effect is much better than true ki and can easily nourish the meridians damaged by internal injuries. The ancestor really has shown her power. Suddenly, she spat out a bunch of poisonous blood. Don't stop. It's the thick blood that's accumulated in my body, just vomit it out. As long as this force is abundant and uninterrupted, even if it is an internal injury, to the point where medicine and acupuncture are useless, it can still be cured. Seeing that Xiayan did not reply, she turned her head and said, "Didn't I tell you to continue? Why aren't you moving?" Xiayan scratched his head and smiled wryly. "Sorry. This cultivation method is too energy-consuming. I have only learned a little bit of Guyang Gong. Now I don't have the strength to use Nirvana Finger anymore. I can't cure her now, otherwise I won't be of any use to her anymore. I might as well die." This person is the cauldron that Qin Xin captured. His power is too low. Even if he has the divine power that the grandma passed down to him with his strength, it would be difficult for him to fully display it. Thinking like that, the only thing he can do is... Then she sucked the blood from the ground, then threw it straight at Ziying. Seeing the blood on Xiayan's body, he exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, sect master. Why did you hit me? Breaking into the ancestral hall without permission is a serious crime. Even though I am the sect master, I cannot forgive you directly. Blood on clothes. No need to wipe. This is your life-saving straw. She wants to save me. What did she think of? Xiayan's remaining forces have not been completely plundered yet. If the master really kills him, then it will be a big loss." Then the sect master opened the door and walked out. Seeing the sect master, Qin Xinci immediately ran over to ask Master Xiayan how he was doing. Qin Xinci's expression showed concern for Xiayan. At this time, Protector Ye spoke up and said, "Sect master, if you are afraid of feelings and cannot take action, I am willing to replace the demon to restore order. Xiayan's crime of trespassing in the ancestral hall is unforgivable. I have personally dealt with him, so Protector Ye does not need to worry. Hearing what his master said, Qin Xinci panicked and asked his master, "How are you going to deal with Xiayan? Xiayan is about to go out, you go ask him yourself." At this moment, Xiayan pretended to be in pain and slowly opened the door and said, "Thank you, sect master, for not killing me." Xiayan walked out holding the bloody place in her hand and shouted, "Xiayan!" Master castrated Xiayan. What's the point of keeping him? You have this day, kid. Now I will send you on your way to ease this suffering. The sect master saw this and immediately stopped him, saying, "Wait a minute. Ye, the Dharma protector, should punish Xiayan for breaking into the ancestral hall. I have punished him, and that ends here. It just so happens that after Peng Min died, I still lacked a successor, so Xiayan could replace her." The next day, at the sect master's residence of the Demon Love Sect, but he thought that by making my pants full of blood, he wanted to do something, but it turned out he wanted me to pretend to lose my dick so I can be a eunuch. After getting dressed, Xiayan pushed the door open, looking very handsome. Today, the eunuch character played by Chen Kun in the movie Flying Swords of Dragon Gate will be working at the flower shop. Just like that, I took on the identity of the sect master's close attendant and lived peacefully for the time being. Now every day I serve the sect master. In the name of serving him, I use 3/10 of the power of nirvana to treat the sect master. After getting to know each other, I discovered that the sect master is actually very easy to approach. It's just that A is under the tree of love, talking about love, missing, you hating you. You don't know why did the righteous fairy Qing, Xuan Yi, fall in love with the evil emperor, Chu Kuangren, who only has one heart for martial arts, likes to read romance novels and sympathizes with the righteous sister in the novel. Shouldn't she be a cruel and evil demoness? A few days later, a handsome man was really helpless. Even though he was mistaken for a eunuch, he still attracted women like this. The women saw him passing by and immediately admired his beauty and said, "Xiayan is so handsome. It's a pity he was taken away by senior sister Qin. I didn't care. I could have enjoyed it with senior sister Qin. I could have. It's true that even reincarnation is not enough to love men." The men saw this and got angry, saying, "You girls Xiayan have been castrated. Do you know that he is now a eunuch and even a eunuch serving the sect master? His status is very high. You can't reach him. Xie Yan can't play anymore. He can't satisfy you. You're crazy about men. On this side, the women heard that and immediately got upset and said, Eunuch, why are you so much more handsome than you ugly people? Yes, eunuchs like this, I can do it. I can also do it. At this time, Xie Yan held a flower branch in his hand and walked over. The beautiful flower must be broken immediately. Don't leave it for too long and the dry branch will break. This elder sister, please don't move. The woman blushed when she saw this. Xie Yan put flowers in her hair. Fresh flowers suited this beautiful elder sister. Peonies suited this elder sister. The women saw that and exclaimed, wow, so romantic. Why didn't you put it on me? I also want Xie Yan to put flowers on me. The other men saw this and looked at Xie Yan with admiration. Unexpectedly, 100 base points cannot even upgrade Nirvana. Only, this cultivation method is too expensive. The remaining base points are 100, 0, 1, 2, 4, 5. Nirvana grasp skill is only at current level. 2. The current effect can cure most of the injuries and illnesses of the low-level world, allowing people to gradually restore their peak state. For the intermediate world, the effect is very weak. Moreover, the people in the sect also have antibodies to his handsome appearance. Even if he hangs out on the street all day, he still won't get many points. That demoness Qinshinsi is a true post-celestial master. If this continues, when will she be able to take revenge? Must think of another way to earn points, right? Half a month later, in a corner of the demon love sect, 2 mysterious men were standing at the corner of the wall talking to each other. You are the one with the pen name Taku Mingwei Shan Lao Ma Fu, who has the secret book for sale. That's right. But I have to say first that the power of this secret manual is so sharp that it is incomparable to many of the sect's senior brothers and junior brothers who obtained it, almost couldn't get out of bed. The guy wearing the hat heard that and frowned, saying, Is it that strong? The masked man took out a book and said this book is super powerful and comes with illustrations. Look at a few pictures and you will understand. Oh my gosh, this is completely irresistible. 50 taels of silver per book is a bit cruel. Phew, okay? I'll buy it. I don't know when it started, but in the demon love sect, there was a strange book called Young Lady Xin Si, a novel that describes Qin Xin Si in a cauldron. The novel's new moves are layered with details that are extremely delicate. I heard that it has been spread outside the sect. Many righteous heroes wanted to know what happened and did not hesitate to spend thousands of gold to fight for it. Men also gathered to read the book and said that the demonic female demon is really powerful. Cough cough, really shameless. Yes, we have to criticize it to see. Is it reasonable that at this time at Qinshinsi's residence? Qinshinsi threw the book on the table. Yueru saw this and asked the young lady what this was. Who is so bold as to dare to be so lewd and disrespectful to the young lady? Even the red mole on my back knows that I only have Xie Yan as my cauldron. Who else but him? The system now announces that it has obtained countless anger points from Qinshinsi. Oh, it's finally here. The screen is taking too long, as expected of Qinshinsi. Plucking the wool of this sheep is not much worse than Pan Wei from the small world. Moreover, there are pirated versions now everywhere. It's unbearably hot. No wonder the level of imperial literature in this world is too low. But being pirated also somewhat uncomfortable, receiving countless reward points from Yu Hongyan. Seeing the strange name, he was surprised and said, Hey, Yu Hongyan is dancing on the screen. Who can give me the original points? These are all rewards for me. But the screen continued to display the anger points from Qinshinsi and the others. There were also a few other miscellaneous points. Looking at the names, they were all women. Some female readers had that thought for themselves. Ah, so it could be like this. Even if it was written in a novel, the charm of the elder brother was not reduced at all. Quickly release the second volume. While it was hot, collect a bunch of original points. People sitting at home, the points in the sky automatically piled up. This method was more comfortable and easy, attracting more people in front of him. At this time, at the residence of the devil sect, the master Xie Yan came to treat her injuries. The sect master and sister. I had to use the nirvana finger, then suddenly she stopped me. Wait, sect leader, what's wrong today? Didn't you always do it as soon as you arrived before? At this time, the sect master's face was embarrassed and he said, Wait for me to finish preparing. So should I step back first and wait for the person to finish preparing and then come here? The sect master said, No need, it's done. What's wrong? I just see that the sect master is strange today. After I used 3 successful nirvana powers, I poked the sect master a few times and said he wanted to use his energy to heal himself so I could continue later. Shi Yen here also sat observing the sect master. Phew, let's find something to do to pass the time. Speaking of which, the sect master is really a literary young woman with a lot of books. Just find a random book to read. This one is upside down. My OCD can't stand this kind of arrangement. The more and more unruly he was, the more he was touching my things. Xie Yan immediately put away the book and said, Sect leader, have you finished cultivating your energy? Your injury is recovering well. You've worked hard these past few days. That's all for today. Hearing the sect master say that, he scratched his head and laughed. Oh, I'll take my leave first, just in time for the new episode. I heard that recently in the sect there is a love book circulating about Shinshinsi and the cauldron. Shi Yan heard this and turned his head in surprise. Although I have not read it, but the author signed as Ta Ku Ming Wei Shan Lao Ma Fu, is it you? Hearing her say that, Xie Yan immediately pretended to be panicked and explained, Sect leader, you are so wronged. Look at how handsome I am. How could I be the one who wrote the imperial letter? Although it is an illegitimate love book, but leave out the unacceptable descriptions. The writing style is really delicate. That old horseman must understand women very well. Of course I haven't read it yet. I heard the person next to me say, wait a minute. I know the sect master's surname is Yu, but I still don't know his name. Could it be that the person named Yu Hongyan is her? It's good that you didn't write it otherwise for the sake of Qin Xinxi's reputation. I can't help but punish the author. Step back. You have free time. Don't mind writing more. Read more books. Xie Yan bowed his head and saluted. Yes, the sect master is hinting at me not to reveal my identity as an author, and then urging me to release a new volume. Unexpectedly. Even the sect master sees a small yellow text. I have another reader. After Xie Yan left, the sect master took the book. Xie Yan wrote and opened it to read. This Taku Ming Wei Shan Lao Ma Fu is really talented. Reading it several times is not enough. Damn, it's still not enough. How many points do you need to raise Nirvana to level 3? Sorry, your original point is not enough to upgrade. The remaining original point is 120, 137, current level 2, effective at can cure most injuries, low-level world diseases, can help people gradually restore the best state for the middle-high level world. The effect is weakened. Nirvana is so formidable that I can get it from the low-level martial soul world. It seems that the small world still has many secrets that need to be uncovered. To put it another way, Nirvana is just a support skill. If you die, what's the use? If you're in danger, you can heal it, otherwise you'll die from a single strike. The urgent thing now is to get the cultivation method. I have to find a chance to get it from the sect master. A week later, while she was feeling sorry for the sect master, Ziyan said tiredly, Pant, sect master sister. I'm about to be drained dry. Recently, whenever I practiced Nirvana, my waist, arms, and legs hurt, and I have no strength, feeling exhausted. Hearing Ziyan say that, the sect master immediately turned his face away and said, Stop for now. It's because your energy is not good. Please teach me to practice young energy. I practice every day. Why can't my energy be good? Hearing that, the sect master immediately covered his mouth with his hand and laughed contemptuously, saying that the kind of skill of using a cauldron to nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang has no effect. Practicing it to the post-celestial level is the limit. Will you come here with me? You've treated me for so many days. Honestly, I should reward you a bit. Hearing about the reward, Xie Yan looked very happy and hopeful that the past few days of hinting were not in vain. I will impart to you a superior technique so that you will not disgrace the legacy of your grandmother. Half an hour later, a notification came from the system. The skill integration was successful. The skill name was Tianguan Shou. The skill introduction was that no one in the world could penetrate the sky. Taking the sky as the root, all things could not be broken. After cultivating, one could expand one's own true energy and strengthen one's body's defense. The current level was entry level. Mom said it sounded good, but it was just a passive skill that could endure and not attack. Never mind, is it better than nothing? But it lets me discover a good point of the system as long as it is a cultivation method that I understand it can be integrated directly without the risk of being forgotten. Although this technique is the introductory martial art of the demonic love sect, the more you practice it, the more difficult it becomes. No one in the entire sect has successfully practiced it. However, it is easy to start, suitable for people with shallow roots like you. Practice until the beginning is enough. You still need to practice Nirvana. Just hearing that, Xie Yan forced a smile and said, Sect Master, I still have one more thing to ask of you. Want to ask something? The sect master said while glancing at Xie Yan. Yesterday, I heard the sect leader say that there is someone in the sect who writes obscene books that negatively affect the order of the demon sect. I investigated and found out that there is such a thing. Oh, so what do you think? Sect leader sister is so good to me? She absolutely won't allow anyone to affect the reputation of the demon love sect. Please give me a token and the right to supervise. I will definitely catch this bad apple. You are a bit shameless. Hearing the sect master say that, Xie Yan was suddenly startled. Just one look made her feel so much pressure. She almost forgot that she was the sect master, not an ordinary woman. Immediately, the sect master threw a token over Xie Yan, quickly caught the token. Seeing this demon love order is like seeing me giving it to you for 3 days. Now you are my follower and can be considered as my person. From now on, if you have anything to say, just say it directly without beating around the bush. Remember, I don't like people with ulterior motives. Hearing the sect master say that, Xie Yan understood and bowed his head, saying, I know this sect master is different from those demonesses in the sect. In return for the second volume of that book, must write a little more. A friend of mine likes to read. Understand. Then once I catch that guy, I will take the whip and urge him to come out to discuss. The next day, Xie Yan took the token and went out. As he walked, he said, As for the original point, I have always calculated everything carefully. As for the enemy, revenge will be given. Seeing the crowd in front whispering and discussing, one of them shouted loudly, "Isn't this Eunuch C?" Another guy blocked him and asked, "Other than threatening him, what else can Eunuch Z do?" Eunuch C can do a lot, for example, please women. Please women. What does Eunuch Z use to please women? His goods are gone, ha ha ha. Eunuch Z still has fingers, ha 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 ha. Despite the gossip and nonsense, Ziyan silently passed by them. Seeing that he was being ignored, the man immediately ran after Ziyan and began to provoke him. "Hey Eunuch, see, come play with us. Where are you going in such a hurry? I told you to get out of the way, didn't you? Listen, Eunuch. See, stop pretending you're just a follower of the sect master and we are sect disciples. Our status and status cannot be compared. You don't have the right to chase me away. If you want to seek death, I can only fulfill your wish." Shi Yan finished speaking and immediately gave him a slap in the face. "Fuck, I'll beat you to death." The other guy immediately covered his face and said, You, Ji, Yen, you dare." The other men saw their brothers being beaten and immediately ran to tell on their teammates. "What are you doing? You damn eunuch, how dare you beat a disciple in the sect? How dare you?" Shi Yan immediately raised his token high with a face full of authority and said, "The Demon Love Sect's envoy is replacing the sect leader to enforce the law. Hurry up and kneel down." Seeing the token, the men's faces turned green with fear. Ji Yan stepped forward and slapped another guy, causing his teeth and lips to become tangled. "I suspect you guys are a group of black book writers who borrowed the name of the old man to collect famous mountains. Now I will replace the sect leader to enforce the law and punish you all." The man was still confused and didn't understand what was going on. He said, "Old horseman, what famous mountain? It's not that I'm Yi's disciple protector. You dare hit me." Shi Yan heard the name, Ye Protector, and immediately gave him another punch. Ye Protector had to hit him even harder. After a while of punching and kicking, the men were lying flat on the ground looking very painful. The system announced that the men's fear score had reached 003. Shi Yan clenched the token in his hand. His face filled with pleasure, he smiled and said, "The feeling of public revenge is so great." After dealing with those guys, Ziyan continued to Qin Shinxi's residence. He opened the door with a smug face and said with a smile, "The Demon Love Sect's envoy is here to inspect." Qin Shinxi knelt before Ziyan and smiled, saying, "Husband, welcome home." Seeing her unusual attitude, Ziyan was stunned and thought the news was really good. "I wanted to use the old trick to harm her a little, but with her gentle attitude I won't be able to cause trouble easily. Okay, no need to bother entertaining the locals to investigate the recent black book case, not to have tea." Qin Shinxi immediately bowed her head and gently said, "Husband, if you have anything to ask, just say it. Shinxi will definitely say whatever she knows." Shi Yan took out his notebook and asked her the first question. What were her 3 measurements? Qin Shinxi was confused and asked again, what were her 3 measurements? Is the sum of bust, waist, and hips. After listening to Ziyan's explanation, Shinxi shyly said, "Didn't her husband measure her 3 measurements inch by inch with his hand?" Shi Yan angrily slammed the table and said, "I, the envoy, was entrusted by the sect master to investigate this matter. Please respect yourself. If you still dare to use tricks to bewitch and obstruct me, I will not forgive you." I really don't know what Shinxi's 3 rounds have to do with this incident. Seeing that the answer was reasonable, Ziyan immediately changed the subject. Let's change to another question. This book explains it in detail. If it wasn't someone close to her, it wouldn't have been written right. Do you have a few batches of cauldrons? Qin Shinxi bowed his head and said, "Yes." There was only one person. Ziyan pretended not to hear clearly and wrote in his notebook, 011. People can organize a soccer match. No, they formed a team to play soccer. Hearing Ziyan say that, Shinxi angrily shouted, "Not 11 but 1. Ziyan continued to pretend to be deaf and wrote 21 people, adding 1 more person. Then we can form 2 teams. Shinxi was very angry and shouted loudly, "Stop pretending from beginning to end. There was only one person who cultivated with Shinxi, that was her husband. Shinxi had given him her virginity." Ziyan then continued to pretend to be crazy and shouted at 91 people. Qin Shinxi couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to hit him. Ziyan, don't insult people too much. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, Ziyan immediately took out the order and presented it in front of Shinxi Qin. "Shinxi, do you want to disobey the order?" Seeing the order, Shinxi was very surprised and turned away, saying that there was no one else here but us. "So let's talk frankly. That book was clearly written by you," Shi Yan smugly said. "Without evidence. Be careful, I will sue you for defamation." I was just joking with the little lady. Now let's talk about the main thing. There is a small matter that I need to ask my wife to help me with. Of course she can't help, so don't blame her husband. Ha ha ha. 2 people leading each other in the Demon Love Sect. There are also a few big guys who haven't gotten revenge the other day. I couldn't even beat them up with Qin Shinxi. I'm not afraid anymore. Seeing those men, Ziyan immediately said, "Long Si Hai Qin Liu, you guys are despicable. At first glance, you guys are not good people. That black book was probably written by you guys." Qin Shinxi immediately gave those men a palm strike and they fell to the ground. Shi Yan stood outside and attacked Qin Shinxi for daring to print obscene pirated books. Qin Shinxi, play them, close the door, release Qin Shinxi. After beating Qin Shin, Tsi turned back and frowned. He continued to say, "Where should we go? You're not forcing me to beat everyone in the sect, right?" Xian immediately smiled and said, "How can I think for you wholeheartedly? Now whatever you do is the sect master's will. Do you understand?" "Yes, do you remember that name, Yi Protector, a moment later at Yi Protector's residence?" He was practicing and suddenly woke up because he heard Qin Shinzi shouting outside, "Ye Gukun, roll out here for me." Ye Dharma Protector immediately used his energy to fly out Qin Shinzi. "I didn't come looking for you, but you came looking for me to cause trouble." She got even angrier and shouted loudly, "Yegu-kun, it's all your fault for making my healthy dual cultivator become a cripple. This time, I have to get justice from you, and right now, Ziyan's side is breaking into Ye's room. Good Protector, Qin Shin. He successfully lured that dog Protector away. I hope this guy's room has valuable things. I'll throw them all at him so he'll die of heartache. No one would be stupid enough to disguise the secret chamber latch as a toy on the bookshelf, right?" Ziyan reached out to grab it and heard a dong-dong-dong sound. "What is that sound?" Then the bookshelf split into two. A door opened to the heavens. There was actually a door in the wall. Shi Yan went inside and started searching for this despicable guy who was hiding women's underwear. Even if the stuff in here is lost, that guy wouldn't dare show that he's stupid and not take it. But why is this envelope placed with these important things? Jian began to read the letter. He was surprised to say this was... After reading the letter, Ziyan immediately ran to the sect master to report to the demonic sect's grand elder Wu Lingxian, who was the senior sister of the previous sect master who had high position and power. "You said she corresponded with several people. The Dharma Protector Ye contacted a group of people with the intention of forcing me to confess. Is there any evidence?" Shi Yan clasped his hands and knelt before the sect master and affirmed that every word I said was true. "Sect master, that guardian Yi was also the subordinate under the great elder's skirt. In the dark place, she even kept her private clothes." Then Ziyan immediately gave the paper to the sect master and continued. "I was afraid of startling the snake and didn't dare to take the secret message, but that medical record was very strange, so I relied on my memory to draw it again. At this point, I had to take out the valuable things in my hand. I've lost a lot." The sect master held the paper in his hand and looked at it carefully, then said that the material of this garment was very strange, not like silk, but like animal scales. As expected, Wu Lingxian is the only one in the entire sect who wears snakeskin clothing. I and the Grand Elder have some conflicts, but I didn't expect her to dare to do something dangerous that could divide this sect. That Wu Lingxian is truly delusional, thinking that with just one order from the sect leader, she can be captured immediately. It's not as simple as you think. The sect master told the story of the past. The master of the previous sect master died early, so I succeeded him at a young age. The total martial arts of the demonic sect's 4 elders are only slightly inferior to mine. They established their own sect and manipulated the sect's valuable assets, disobeying the sect, especially the great elder Wu Lingxian, who always thought that I had taken her position as sect master. There are 4 great elders led by Wu Lingxian. Although I am the sect master, my power is actually extremely limited. Sect leader, you take care of me so much I will definitely stand by you unwaveringly. I didn't expect that at a crucial moment. Only someone like you who comes from a cauldron background can be trusted. With just this sentence from you, if I can rectify the sect, then in this demon love sect, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Sect leader Sister Ziyan is not just standing on one side of the battle line with the enemy for the sake of benefits. Xi Yen, a cauldron with a lowly status, can be bullied by anyone in the demon love sect. Only you, the supreme sect master, do not look down on Ziyan at all. You do not treat me like a slave, a pig, or a dog. Xi Yen smeared his saliva on his eyes and used it as tears to express his grief. This sect master sister made me see that there is still light in this dark world. If I don't know how to be grateful, can I still be considered human? The poem, The Emperor's Wife Part 2, translated by Diep Luan Hoa. You are as strong as a rock, I am. Like reeds, grass is like silk, tough and flexible. The rock is strong and durable. You have the heart. Now step down first. Then Ziyan will take his leave. Ziyan knows that his low cultivation level cannot help much, but he will definitely try to cultivate and soon reach the stage where he can help the sect master. Sect leader watched Ziyan's back until the door closed. His army was as solid as a rock. His body was like reeds. The grass is like silk, supple and resilient. The rock is strong and durable. She read it, raised her hands, opened the window and thought, why is it a bit like a love poem? Outside, Ziyan walked and muttered, oh my, I just hugged a big thigh and encountered a martial arts drama. Looks like there's no time to write anymore. I have to quickly improve my skills, otherwise it will be difficult to protect myself from being affected. A few days later, the young woman Xinzi, the latest chapter Qin Xinzi, opened her red lips and hummed, her entire soft body pressed against Ziyan's cauldron. Then, suddenly, a meteorite fell from the sky and killed the dog couple. Ziyan still did not forget to end the sentence. Is this a happy ending? Very good and very surprising. The servant of the demon sect's master, Ziyan, A disciple of Yeho Fap read this ending and was so angry that he tore the book to pieces and said, "Damn it, the new volume is so fucking weird that I can't understand anything." Furthermore, this author even dared to reveal his identity publicly. I don't know if he's alive or dead. Because I was so looking forward to the new volume, I suddenly received this ending. The moment the masses of readers were indignant and could not accept the eunuch's heartless young woman's son, even the disciple stationed outside quickly returned to the sect and brought a sharp knife with him, intending to demand an opinion from Zieyan. The damn novel author below is no more. We also made him below. No more in reality. But they didn't expect that Zieyan, a real eunuch, was castrated for barging into the ancestral temple. The disciples were so angry that they had nowhere to vent their anger. At Zieyan's residence. Very good one shot, get a lot of original points already prepared quite a bit. Next problem is cultivating the heavenly official hand until the beginning at night at the demonic love sect's martial arts training ground. Zieyan practiced while thinking that although the system could directly upgrade skills, the most basic level 0 beginner still had to practice by himself, so he could only sweat a little after a long time. Many days later at the ancestral hall of the demon love sect, all the sect leaders were meeting. The sect master said that the sect conference held once a month by the demon love sect was rarely attended by the 4 great elders before, so they only sent disciples. But today Grand Elder Wulingshan came in person, so Zieyan was now sitting next to the sect master. Azaz. If you want to quickly learn the art of heavenly official hand, it's best to have an expert by your side to guide you. Practicing alone is too troublesome. Today, Elder Wu agreed to attend the meeting. I am extremely happy. At this time, Elder Wu also spoke up. This time I returned to the sect to carry out my responsibilities as an elder. If the sect master does not do the job properly, I must advise him frankly. Your servant barged into the ancestral temple and was only castrated. If it was said outside, it would be difficult to convince the public. You're right, sect. Master, this time, you're being biased in your handling of things. The interrogation is fake. Wanting to further damage the sect master's reputation, making those neutral people feel that the sect master cannot even protect a servant. If you don't kill Zieyan, it will be difficult to convince me. I suggest that Protector Ye carry it out. The sect master has his own principles in doing things. I feel that there is no need to kill Zieyan. What do you mean by that, Grand Elder? Do you still care about the rules of the demonic sect? Hearing everyone say that the sect master immediately felt very upset. It was because of internal strife that the sect was getting weaker and weaker. The great demon sect was known as the 9 great sects. Our demon sect had been weak for many years. Unable to bear the back and forth from everyone, the sect leader slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Enough, everyone shut up for me." Although Zieyan barged into the ancestral hall, he had a pure body and rare aptitude. I accepted him as an outer sect disciple. It is difficult to obtain a disciple with outstanding natural talent. How could I casually kill such a body with outstanding natural talent? I wonder if you are just bragging to cover up for your servant. When did the demon love sect become so lost that it considered a cauldron a treasure? This Shiyen, my closed-door disciple, has only been cultivating for 3 months and is already at the 3rd level of the post-celestial level. If he can withstand a stick of incense in Yan Er's hand in the future, I will believe that he is considered to have excellent talent and will not pursue this matter any further. The disciples heard this and opened their mouths in amazement. 3 months post-celestial 3rd floor, the sect master immediately spoke up to defend Zieyan, saying that Zieyan had only started practicing martial arts for less than a month and had already been interrupted, which was unfair or not. Before he could finish speaking, Zieyan exclaimed, "Sect master, we cannot lose. I, Zieyan, just can't stand it when someone is rude to the sect master, who is afraid of who is the dog." One day later, at the martial arts training ground of the demonic sect, Qin was practicing martial arts. Yeru suddenly shouted, "Miss, that guy is here again." Qin stopped practicing martial arts and said, "Is it you?" Zieyan immediately raised his hand to greet and smiled, saying, "Oh, so my wife is concentrating on practicing martial arts." Shiyan looked straight into her eyes and said, "If my wife laughs at me, then someone will intentionally harm me." Hearing that, Qin also frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. What are you looking for me for?" "Well, let's just say that I need my wife to help me practice the heavenly officials training. Besides the instructions, I need to have a lot of physical contact. If the sect master doesn't agree to help, then I'll have to ask this demoness." Yeru immediately leaned close to Qin ear and said that the young lady actually bet with the Grand Elder that tomorrow they would compete in martial arts with her closed-door disciple. If they lost, Zieyan would surely die. "Ha, it looks like you need my help." Zieyan was holding the rope that was tying the grasshopper in his hand and said, "You could say that we are grasshoppers wearing the same rope. If I am unlucky as the direct disciple of your sect master, I will also be Wu Lingxian's next target. You were stupid and incompetent before, were you just pretending? Oh, if I teach you, it's fine, but I have to get some benefit from it. Oh, then it's simple." Zieyan immediately took the grasshopper and placed it on Qin hand. "Here, take this and play with it." Qin saw that and immediately got angry and shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Zieyan also raised his hands and surrendered. "Just kidding, don't be too angry. but I will make sure that this Shinsi series will be dropped later. Anyway, I'm too lazy to write that series. Hearing that, Shinsi immediately withdrew his hand and said, "Very good, then let's start. Wait. Give me the grasshopper I made in your hand." Shinsi hugged the grasshopper in her arms and refused to return it to Ziyan. "If you give it to me, you can never take it back." I won't bother with you anymore. I admit that you're really greedy. I told you earlier how to mobilize it, you must do it." Ziyan immediately glanced at his future wife and said, "This time I look closer and see that she's older. It seems like you understand what I'm saying. Even if you have entered the sect, your strength still cannot surpass Shiyan. Unless you practice to a small success, you can still prolong the fighting time by an incense stick, but that is impossible." Hearing this name, Shinsi immediately asked Xiaocheng again, "Shinsi, you still don't know why my ability to comprehend martial arts is so high." At night, Ziyan started sitting in the practice room, a green light emanating from his body. Finally my guard is willing to join the sect. Let's see the results. After the unique imperial letter, let's see the system board immediately shows level 1, name and surname Ziyan, cultivation post-celestial first layer skill, opening base points 154, 00500 times, enter the myriad worlds. 1. The skill penetrate the corners of the myriad worlds is starting 1, or should I open the skill and take a look? The level 2 skill of yang coding. Gong can improve the body's physical strength, increase endurance, nourish the kidneys, produce sperm, and strengthen yang for a long time. The level 2 skill of nirvana can cure most diseases of the lower world and can restore the person being treated to their best state. It is less effective in the middle and upper worlds. The level 0 skill of Tian Guanshou uses true QE to nourish the body to improve defense. Yang coding. Gong currently does not need to be upgraded. Nirvana is only temporary and does not need it. For now, only Tian Guanshou is needed. Shiyan immediately pressed the upgrade button to level up the skill of the heavenly official. At this moment, Xiayan's body began to change rapidly. There is a source of power flowing into Xiayan's body. He died and played stupid. The source of power grew stronger and stronger, making Xiayan's body feel uncomfortable. Xiayan was thrown up by this source of power and fell flat on the bed. The light from Xiayan's body lit up the entire room. After a while, Xiayan gradually regained consciousness. After opening his eyes, Xiayan tried to move his arms. Wow, that was so scary just now. It was like being crushed by a 5-ton weight until he passed out. Why is my body so stiff? Is it the result of leveling up too fast? As soon as he put his hands down, the force from his hands broke the bed in half, causing Ziyan to fall flat on the ground. Oh my, it hurts so much. Why am I so heavy? Xiayan tried to get up, puff, so tired. It seems like the power change is too much for me to control. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Xiayan hurriedly ran to find a mirror to look at his body. He ran and wondered where the mirror was. Because he was running too fast, Xiayan couldn't control himself and hit the mirror, breaking it into many pieces. However, he could still see his reflection. Looking at his body in the mirror, Xiayan exclaimed, "Oh my god. I leveled up too much and couldn't adapt in time. It's truly worthy of being called a martial art that strengthens the body. If I were to train this defense to the highest level, it would definitely cause complications for my body. I would definitely gain a few inches. Luckily, I'm not too muscular yet, so my looks are still the same as before. Even though it didn't look like much had changed on the outside, it could still be called a change of flesh." Then he opened the system panel to check the system level. One name, Ziyan Cultivation, Post-Celestial 3rd level skill base, 0.14 00500 times entering the myriad worlds. One skill, penetrating the corner of the world, activating. Just like that, I've reached Post-Celestial 3rd level. Open to see how much the Heavenly Crown Hand has leveled up. The system displayed the level 6 Heavenly Official Amulet skill, the Heavenly Official. True Qi covered the entire body, becoming an invisible body, protecting True Soup. Before the True Qi dried up, it could be harmless to all physical attacks. After breaking the pattern, there was no need to move the mind. The body protecting True Soup would automatically defend. Just like that, it directly ascended to the breaking stage. Just looking at its effects was enough to see it. If I could learn a move that could passively restore my energy, I'd be perfect. Even though it costs 140 points, it's worth the money. In just one night, I increased my post-celestial 3rd level cultivation by 2 levels. The next day in the stands, everyone was standing and discussing the upcoming match. It seemed that the background of the 2 people competing this time was not small. One side was the sect master's servant, and the other side was the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. You mean a peerless genius who trained to the 3rd level of the post-celestial in 3 months? Oh, right. What is that? Xiayan that wants to compete with the Grand Elder's closed-door disciple? The women heard that and got angry and said, "Humph, you guys are the ones. Xiayan is 10,000 times more handsome than you guys." The men heard that and got angry and shouted, "What can a handsome guy do?" At this moment, Xiayan stood in the stadium, absent-minded, thinking to himself, "Why doesn't anyone know that I have broken through to the 3rd level of the post-celestial? Hey, you over there. You're about to compete. What are you doing? Standing there. Besides, I think you should admit defeat. I don't want to hurt anyone. In this demon love sect, there are only fujoshi and demon girls. Out of all the literary and elegant girls, there is actually a gentle, meek, and cute little sister like this. Little sister, feel free, I'm a boy after all, so I will definitely try to endure for a stick of incense. Then as soon as she finished speaking, Zheyan was hit in the face and said, "Don't die so soon, I want to play with you more. You have to make me feel really good." The men cheered excitedly when they saw Zheyan being defeated. Grand Elder Yan is indeed very powerful, but what's most special is that he has two different personalities. Once she gets into combat mode, she is very cruel and ferocious. Truly a natural-born warrior. My sister hit lightly. Shiyan was beaten to the ground by Yan. The one holding the incense stick with a scared face said, "This is over," while the others happily said, even though it looked a bit cruel, but when thinking about the person being beaten was Ziyan, how happy would it be? The women saw their Ziyan being beaten so brutally, so they put a handkerchief to their mouth and bit it, praying, saying, "This Shiyan is so cruel. Why did she beat Ziyan? She's so handsome. It hurts a little bit, but God protects me, so everything will be fine." Feeling a source of energy in his body, Ziyan stood up and said, "Why do I feel so energetic after being beaten?" Shiyan started to circulate his energy, lighting up the entire stadium. There were two dragons with murderous faces on both sides of his arms, surprising everyone. Wu Lingxian on this side also began to worry. Could it be that he had already cultivated the heavenly official hand to the great perfection realm? That's why such a phenomenon appeared. How could this be? Yesterday, he hadn't even entered the sect yet. The men saw this and opened their mouths in surprise and shouted, "No wonder Ziyan endured so many blows without being injured. I read in the book that if you cultivate the heavenly official hand to the great perfection realm, a heavenly gate will appear. Why does he have 3 behind his back? Isn't it because his martial arts are very poor?" Shiyan smugly provoked Yan, little junior sister, to keep hitting me. "Shiyan, I never hit women, I have to try again." The women saw Ziyan being beaten like that, but still being fine, so they cheered enthusiastically. "Wow, Ziyan is so handsome. He's a real man. Keep it up, Ziyan." Yeru saw that, and also spoke up. "Miss, you're so wronged that Ziyan guy hit me before." Yan was more excited and her eyes lit up. She rushed forward and punched Ziyan hard in the chest. Hit by this move, Ziyan realized one thing, right? This feeling. I guessed right. Because I just broke through to the 3rd level of the post-celestial, so my true energy is still lacking, and my realm is not stable yet. But her attacks increased my true energy, making my realm more stable. Even after being attacked, the place that was hit still felt comfortable, as if it was being massaged. Seeing that Yan didn't continue hitting, Ziyan shouted loudly, "What are you doing next?" You immediately received a series of kicks from Yan, punching, kicking, kneeing, and pointing. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Even though Ziyan was hit extremely hard by Yan, no matter how you looked at it, Ziyan still had the upper hand. Not only is Ziyan a great success level celestial official, he also has a 3rd level post-celestial cultivation. He really has the ability to hide things. Because of continuously hitting Yan's hand was also swollen and red. Seeing her stop, Ziyan frowned and shouted, "You continue." At this time, there was only a little bit of incense left. Yan saw this and panicked, saying, "Oh no, the time for 1 incense stick is almost up." Yan now used the nirvana thread to place on Yan's forehead to heal her. But at this moment, Yan knew she lost, so she had no hope of fighting anymore. She covered her face with both hands and cried, saying she had fought for so long, her hands were sore and swollen. Looks like my hand is healed." Yan immediately said, "I've helped you heal your wounds. Hurry up and hit me again. Come here and hit me." Yan saw that and immediately laughed and said, "Let's give it a rest." "Hey, little sister, why are you so lazy to move? I'm just standing still and letting you hit me. If I don't hit you, who else can I hit in the future? Hit me. This demon love sect doesn't need weak people. If you don't dare to hit others, you don't deserve to be a disciple of this sect." Hearing Yan say that she felt wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. Then she ran and said, "You dare to threaten me? Take you." At this time, the Grand Elder saw his disciple being bullied and angrily stood up and said to Ziyan. Immediately, she used a palm strike towards Ziyan. Dare to insult my disciple. Seeing the situation was not good, the sect master immediately flew down to rescue Wu Lingxian. "You dare." The sect master immediately used a great move to block this palm strike. Ziyan dared to insult my disciple on the martial arts stage, of course he must be punished. The sect master immediately spoke up that it was not important. 1 stick of incense was gone, so Ziyan won. Does anyone have any other opinions? Hearing the sect master say that, she immediately responded, "Ha, sect master. This world is uncertain, how dare I disobey your orders? This Ziyan is also formidable. He has even trained the heavenly official to the great level. How can he be ordinary? Sect master, you are really lucky this time." After saying that, Wu Lingxian turned around and left. Shinzi also looked at her back. Yeru approached Shinzi from behind and whispered, "Miss Ziyan." At this time, everyone outside was also gossiping about Ziyan. Didn't they say before that Ziyan couldn't practice martial arts? Hey, speak softly. Ziyan must be the sect master who calculated in advance. The sect master is very smart. That must be it. The system announced that it had received countless fear points from everyone. This time, competing with Xiyan, was truly beneficial. Not only did it strengthen the scene, but it also received a bunch of fear points. The sect master at this moment seemed to be surrounded by some dark force. Seeing Xiyan like that, he wondered, what's wrong with the sect master? His complexion doesn't look good. Okay, this martial arts competition is over. All disciples should go back to their cultivation. Also, no one is allowed to touch Xiyan from now on. At this time, at the Demon Love Sect's inner courtyard, as soon as he entered the room, Xiyan asked sect leader, "Do you think I performed well?" Before he could finish asking, the sect master spurted blood from his mouth and collapsed to the ground. Xiyan panicked and worriedly shouted, "Sect leader, are you okay?" She had already recovered 70% of her injuries, but today she had to take a full-force palm strike from that elder. "Sect leader, don't worry, I will treat your wound." See the situation getting worse. Xiyan immediately used the Nirvana finger palm on the sect master's back. At this time, her expression had also improved. Xiyan immediately withdrew his move. After being treated by Xiyan, the sect master immediately praised Xiyan. "It seems like your Nirvana thread has improved, so I must have recovered faster. Damn it, accidentally used all my strength basically, because my heavenly official was perfect, so Nirvana also increased accordingly. Moreover, the heavenly official hand is very difficult to learn for everyone, even for geniuses. It takes a long time to master it." Xiyan immediately raised his hand to scratch his head and forced a smile, saying that actually, this could be because the previous sect master saw that I was weak and wanted to help so that the sect master's sister could be proud. So she helped me, Xiyan. "Oh well, this matter is not important, so I will believe you for now." Xiyan then breathed a sigh of relief and thought that luckily next time I will learn from my experience. Seeing the gloomy face of sect master Xiyan, he immediately went forward and asked sect master what was she thinking about that made her face so sad. "I'm thinking about how to get the sects together. If it continues like this, it won't be good at all. Just wait until she gets well and then consider her an elder. If she doesn't agree, just kill her." "You think too superficially." The sect master raised 3 fingers to signal Xiyan. Before she saw that I was also patient and enduring, so she was not in a hurry, but seeing that my injuries were starting to heal today, she started to join hands with the other elders to prepare for action. Hearing that, Xiyan's expression became a bit worried. The sect master also became silent and continued speaking. "Besides, my strength is only a little bit better than each of them, so I can't defeat them when they join forces. So my injury is not as easy as you think just using Nirvana thread to cure it. But I also feel that your Nirvana thread is increasing in effectiveness. Just one time, it cured my internal injury. I'm even afraid that only your Nirvana thread can cure my injury. Other medicines will not be able to cure me because my body has adapted to your Nirvana thread. If so, my injury will take a long time to heal, and you and I will be in danger." Xiyan heard that and immediately punched his chest, affirming that, "Don't worry, Xiyan will help you cure your illness as soon as possible. No matter what that elder intends to do, we will still be fine." According to the current situation, Nirvana level 2 is not enough. We must quickly reach level 3. Hearing Xiyan say that, the sect master immediately changed his mood and smiled, saying, "I'm happy to see that you have such sincerity. If there's no one surnamed Yu, then you can just call me Yu sister, Yu sister." It turns out that the sect master's sister's surname is Yu. The sect master stood up and asked, "You were able to defeat that elder's disciple this time. Do you want anything? You are too good to me. Why don't you give me another set of techniques so I can be stronger and help you fight?" "I'm sorry, my cultivation methods are only for women." Only for Heavenly Crown hand. Hearing that, Xiyan was petrified and felt extremely hurt. "But I have something better than that. Take this, the token of the Golden Tower, and choose some sets." Seeing the token Xiyan held in his hand, his eyes lit up and said, "Wow, you sister is so kind." "Just practice martial arts. Well, no need for more words, you understand." "Yes, I will definitely practice martial arts very hard. Don't worry. You should be careful now. After all, you have offended Wu Ling Shen. The only reason is that you will be beaten to death when your sister is helpless." "Sister Yu, I will remember this." "If you know that, then good. Actually now, I can't guarantee whose life will survive until the end." Xiyan heard that and immediately clasped his hands in salute. "I understand, I'm going now." At night, at the place of the Grand Elder Wu Ling Shen, she and Yan were talking to each other. They did not expect that the girl Yu Hongyan would recover from her injuries so quickly. Maybe it has got something special. Yan suddenly remembered something and said, "Master, I think I saw that Xiyan has a move called Nirvana that only helps others recover from injuries." Hearing that, she was surprised and asked why he was there. Her face changed color and she said angrily, "Xiyan looks like he can't keep his life anymore." The next morning, Xiyan was walking on the street. While walking, I talked about Qin Xin Ci and Wu Ling Shen. Unfortunately, this person was more poisonous than the other. It was really too much. I had to become stronger. Right now, there are 2 men staring at Xiyan. I don't have time to play with you guys in this love demon sect. I can't get the original points, so I have to go out for a while. You guys go away. It happened during the cooling time of the time travel function. What a bad luck. But it seems that the original point last time challenged Xiyan was quite a lot. Xiyan immediately opened the system panel to check the system. Display level system, level 1 name and surname, Jiayan cultivation, post-celestial third layer. Skill opening original point 24, 0217 number of times, heavens and worlds cooling, state ended. Seeing this, Jiayan was extremely confused. Then he pressed the skill opening button. The system continued to display the skill. Piercing the world and the cooling state ended. Start or not see. Then Jiayan's eyes immediately lit up. Smiling said, God really has eyes. In a quiet place, the notification system has turned on and found the world Chenming wants to cross the car but loses the original point. The world of 10,000 worlds has found Chenming. The world of cross the car, yes or no. Last time I went through the train, it cost me 8 points. It cost me 18 points. I gave up and took the risk. I hope it was worth the money. Then the system board immediately showed that 18 points were lost, and the transmigration was in progress. In this vast world there is a great empire with more than 700 years of history. The Chenming Empire established its country by force on the blue planet, enjoying a piece of the continent with abundant wealth. But after several hundred years without any rivals, the Chenming Empire stagnated and eventually fell behind completely in the world of science and technology. 10 years ago, the Yinglun Federation on the other side of the ocean quickly rose up, relying on science and technology to master it. It discovered that this rotten Qiankun Empire, under the bombardment of bullets, quickly failed and was forced to sign humiliating treaties, losing its sovereignty. But when the empires began to open up the largest coastal city, Haijiucheng undoubtedly became the most affected place in the Federation. Jiayan is the master of the Divine Fist in Haijiao City. He has practiced a powerful martial art. No one in Haijiao City can surpass him in martial arts. In addition, his outstanding virtue has made him a spiritual figure of Haijiao City. It is said that when the Federation invaded, he assassinated many Federation officers and soldiers. Unfortunately, the strength of one person could not defeat the entire country, and the country's power was still destroyed. After the Federation defeated the Empire, they always wanted to prove that the martial arts of the Chenming were stupid and backward, and that the science and technology of the Federation were the light of civilization. Therefore, they always stared at Jiayan. As long as he publicly defeated this martial arts grandmaster, on the stage, he would be able to completely destroy the monument of the Chenming at the Divine Fist Hall where Jiayan lived. A voice rang out, Jiayan you. Jiayan immediately rushed out and punched the giant several times bigger than himself in the stomach. Seeing his men being beaten, the federal leader angrily shouted, We came to invite you with courtesy, but you attacked us. Is this the etiquette of your Chenming? At this moment, 2 soldiers were standing, pointing their guns at Jiayan. It is our Chenming custom to invite guests with good wine and use sticks to chase away wild dogs. But then again, your Federation's reformers are just like that. As Jiayan said this, he looked at the giant who was holding his chest in pain. The leader of the Federation looked at Jiayan with a sharp face and said, Mr. Z, half a month from now there will be the eagle fighting competition. What are you thinking about? Jiayan raised both hands in front of his face and said seriously, As long as we are open and fair, I will definitely go up to the stage to fight and let you all know a little bit of the true martial arts of Chenming. I'm looking forward to your performance. Then he led his soldiers away. After the crowd left, Jiayan's disciples approached and praised their master. Master, you just fought really well. That's right, Master. When will you teach us this move? This bunch of federal people said that they would choose the 3 strongest martial arts masters to compete with their reformed people, to choose the strongest person. But the result was just that. But this punch from the master directly slapped their mouths. Jiayan also vomited blood at this time. Seeing this, the disciples panicked and shouted, Master, Master. Jiayan could not stand firmly at this moment, holding his hand and sobbing in pain, saying, The reformed people of the Federation are truly formidable. There are people beyond the heavens. You all don't need to look down on the reformed person. This time, my teacher also risked his life and was injured to be able to resolve him. After half a month of competition, the situation is not optimistic at all, but there is no escape. The Federation wants to use this battle to break the spirit of the Chenming people. We must fight to protect the nation's prestige. The next day at Z Prefecture, Jiayan was sitting at the table thinking, Yesterday's battle injured his heart. Just one reformer already has such strength. I heard that the number of reformers in the Federation has reached several thousand to tens of thousands. While he was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out. Master, this is the medicine master of the Divine Fist Temple, Liu Yuntao. This is medicine for internal injuries, Master. Drink it while it's still hot. Yuntao, you are still so kind. These past few days, as the eldest senior brother, you must help your master teach the disciples martial arts. Hearing what the master said, Liu Yuntao's face immediately fell and he said sadly, Sigh. Yesterday, after the master returned to his room to rest, someone said that martial arts were out of date, and no matter how you practice, you can't defeat science. No matter how hard you try, you still can't defeat science. Some disciples even left the martial arts school because they were afraid of the Federation's revenge. Why doesn't this master blame them? Ji Yan had just raised the medicine cup to prepare to drink when he noticed an unusual smell. Liu Yuntao immediately threw the medicine bowl on the ground and shouted that the medicine was poisoned. Seeing that he had been discovered, he said to his master that the poison was put there by me. Xie Yan was very angry. He grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, "Yuntao, I usually treat you the best. I put all my heart into teaching you. How could you poison me?" The face of the eldest disciple was a bit sad, saying, "Master, the times have changed." Xie Yan heard that and immediately let go of his hand. He continued, "Master really isn't bad to me. I also thought that harming Master's life with this poison would only make Master lose his strength. When the eagle fighting competition ends, I will solve it for you. Knowing that you can't win but still fighting is just a waste of your life. It's better to surrender early to save your energy for a new life in the future than the Empire has decided that it will never be able to win. No matter how powerful the Alliance is in training, it still can't win against planes, bombs, and bullets." At this moment, there was a sound of clapping outside the door. It was the leader of the Federation. He walked in, clapping his hands and laughing. Not bad, Mr. Liu. You are so young, but you have such enlightened thoughts. Compared to some people with old thoughts, you are much stronger. It's just that Mr. Liu is still too hesitant and indecisive in his work. Xie Yan, now you surrender immediately, or I will make your brain bloom," as he said, while pointing the gun at Xie Yan's head. "Want me to surrender?" Xie Yan looked straight into his eyes and spat on the federal leader. "This bastard has really tough bones now. I will shoot you to death." Seeing that guy about to shoot his master disciple, Yuntao immediately rushed forward to stop him. "Wait, don't shoot me. Just one day, just one day." Liu Yuntao leaned close to the leader's ear. "I understand his master's personality very well. Let me advise you, relying on Mr. Liu's reputation. This time I will spare you and take him to the port base." At the base of the federal port, Xie Yan was locked in a cell. His disciple Yuntao also came to advise Xie Yan, "Master, please understand that this is the way to save the empire. Relying on the enemy to sell out the country for glory is saving the country. Our Federation's ships and bombs have seen with our own eyes the extremely powerful siege of cities and lands. Martial arts are powerful, but they are only flesh and blood. Learning martial arts cannot save the Chenming Empire." Xie Yan heard this and angrily said, "Is it like you kneeling down and being a dog for others to save you?" The disciple Yuntao bowed his head and knelt down, saying that if he submitted to the Federation, his country would be lost. If he did not submit, his country would surely be extinct. Just said. Liu Yuntao banged his head on the ground. "The Empire's destruction is irreversible. Still ask Master for the sake of future generations to submit to the Federation. As long as you live, you will still have a day to use it. When the opportunity comes, who knows? You might be able to save the country. Liu Yuntao, you learn martial arts very quickly and are proficient. But why do you always fail to understand such an easy principle? A country can lose, people can die, but you absolutely cannot kneel. As long as a nation is still standing, there is hope for its revival. But once it kneels, it will never be able to stand up again. Get lost from me. Starting from today, we will cut off our master-disciple relationship from now on. There is not much time left. Master, think again. Wait a moment, your disciple will come and advise you." A moment after Liu Yuntao left, Xie Yan leaned against the wall and then took out a sharp object hidden in his sleeve. Liu Yuntao's path to saving the country is just an excuse for his own fear of death. Martial arts students like me have never heard the two words surrender before. If you can't save someone, then give up. Xie Yan finished speaking and stabbed himself straight in the neck, causing blood to be everywhere. He would rather die than bow down. As long as every citizen has the courage to resist and refuse to submit, there will come a day when the Federation can be defeated and its unfortunate glory restored. I couldn't see the tusk anymore, and after saying that, the sharp object started to fall to the ground, making a clanging sound. Xie Yan's body was now covered in blood, and he was sitting on the prison bed. At this time, the system displayed a notification saying that the Imperial World Grandmaster Xie Yan's soul change was successful. He was transferring memories successfully. At this moment, Xie Yan gradually opened his eyes and he smiled, saying he would rather die than bow down. "How well said, your will to die than be humiliated. I got it. Hehe. This original owner is indeed a hero of our human race. He hasn't done anything yet, and unexpectedly has already obtained a series of origin points. The system displays obtained 001 worship. Origin points from Manhwa Tang obtained 001 worship origin points from Mayun. The martial power ranking of this small world is too low to compare with the main world, but it is very suitable for me. It is truly a treasure trove." While he was having fun, Xie Yan suddenly realized that his neck was still bleeding. He put his hand on the wound and frowned, saying, "This original owner is really evil. There's no way to stop the bleeding. Let's try a nirvana move first." Xie Yan immediately pressed 2 fingers to his neck, causing the wound to heal quickly. "It's really amazing. It can cure any wound or poison. Moreover, it feels so comfortable. No wonder the sect master can't stop lusting after this finger of mine. Wait, that's not right. This soul of mine is a skill that was used to take over the body of the main world. It should have been sealed. So how could it use nirvana? System board here. Let me see my skills a bit." System immediately displays skill information. Master Ancient Yang, skill current level 2, break the rule. Subject cannot use this technique while soul crosses time. Skill Master Nirvana, only current level 2. Current effect can treat most wounds and illnesses. Support to restore peak state for the original owner in low-level world. Skill Master Heaven Head, current level 6, break the rule. Subject cannot use this technique while soul crosses time. Skill Master, Divine Power, current level 2, effective use. Some simple attack techniques in the body, increase strength and agility. The Heavenly Official and the Yang Gong were indeed useless, but the Nirvana Finger was kept. Why is that? Xie Yan immediately pressed the Nirvana Finger to see. At this time, the system announced that the Nirvana Finger was a secret method of the immortal path imprinted in the host's body. However, there was no restriction. This Nirvana Finger was so powerful. It seemed that collecting the Nirvana Finger in the Cloud Mountain world was truly a stroke of luck. But Xie Yan suddenly realized something and said, "Wait a minute, what the hell is this?" The system panel shows the current title, National Soul. Why have I never seen this title before? What does National Soul mean? When the target the host enters is the child of the small world, the title system can be unlocked. When certain conditions are met in this world, titles can be collected. Each title has a different power. Sounds cool. So what are the conditions to unlock the National Soul title? What effect does it have after unlocking it? The system immediately appeared, inviting the host to search for it himself. Xie Yan was surprised and angry, spitting blood out. The system continued to notify that the mission was being downloaded. The host had to win the Eagle Sweep duel that would take place in half a month so that the eldest disciple Liu Yuntao could sincerely repent and make the Federation not dare to return to invade the Empire. After completing the mission, he could bring all the power in this world back. If he failed, the host would not gain anything. Xie Yan heard that and immediately sat down on the ground, holding his head and cursing. How the hell did I find this on my own and give me so many tasks at once? Xie Yan immediately clicked to upgrade the skill. He should first upgrade the divine power skill of this original body. Increase it as much as possible. Current system notification board. 1. 90365. Current level mastery of divine power. Skill level 4. Current effective breakthrough can use some simple attack techniques available in the body. Increase physical strength, power, agility. They probably don't know that my poison has been cured, maybe. Master, have you figured it out? Your country has an old saying that I really like. The wise man is the one who knows the times. Welcome years from now, you will feel lucky for your decision today. After saying that, he reached out to shake hands with Xie Yan. Luckily, he pretended to reach out to shake hands with him, then pulled him around and strangled him tightly. Lucky your sister. Tell them to give me a way out or I will crush your neck bones. Seeing that the disciple Yun Tao panicked and ran back to advise his master to calm down. Master. The leader was dragged to the ground by Xie Yan and was scared. He immediately went back and forth to tell his soldiers to quickly get out of the way and not to shoot. Xie Yan took the leader out. The soldiers saw that and immediately pointed at Xie Yan. It's you! What are you doing? Do you want to kill your instructor? The leader's side saw that and immediately became scared and told everyone to step back and listen to him. Looking at the surroundings of this base built in the harbor, just while he was deep in thought, a bullet suddenly shot through Xie Yan's body. Blood splattered everywhere. The leader saw this and was scared and ran away. Xie Yan on this side was hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. When Xie Yan stood up, his legs couldn't hold him up. Xie Yan angrily shouted and ambushed him, then launched a sneak attack. Immediately used Nirvana to heal himself. Luckily, he could use Nirvana as long as he didn't get hit in the head and die instantly. Then all other positions were fine. But when Xie Yan was injured, the leader ran away on all fours. As soon as he ran, he ordered the soldiers to open fire and shoot. At this moment, the subordinates trembled and said, "Colonel, he..." Again, the leader angrily shouted, "How could he be nothing more than a country bumpkin who knows a little bit of martial arts from the Chenming kingdom?" Xie Yan spread his arms to hug the car and lifted it into the sky. Although this divine fist could not compare to the martial arts of the World Master, after reaching the breakthrough level, its power also increased quite a bit. Then threw the car straight at them. "Get lost!" At this time, the system board appeared and received countless hatred points from them. Xie Yan was now excited, thinking that this series of original points was increasing rapidly, feeling refreshed. Because he was so excited, Xie Yan continued to use martial arts to fly towards them. The palm of the god pierced through the sand and kicked away more than a dozen soldiers at once. The palm of the god Thiet's son. Hao punched all 20 of them away. Their hands and feet were beaten so badly that they could no longer see the sky or the earth. At this time, there was a person standing in the distance using a gun to aim at Xie Yan's back and shoot continuously. This guy was scared and said, "Shoot, hit the target." Xie Yan fell down as soon as he got hit by his bullet. Damn it was so comfortable. But can't kill me yet. Xie Yan now used his energy to make the bullet bounce out. Then chased the leader, saw that he was scared, and ran away. The gun couldn't kill him, is this. The martial arts of Chenming. Suddenly behind him, there was a loud bang, and the soldiers were punched one by Xie Yan. After finishing off the soldiers, Yan immediately rushed to the leader. "Let me smash your head with one palm first, then run on." The leader turned around and saw Yan, so he was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Someone save me!" Yan immediately gave him a palm strike to thank him for his strength. The eldest disciple, Yuntao, rushed out to help him with a palm strike. Yuntao grimaced in pain and shouted, "Master, your palm strike cannot possibly be that powerful." Yan shouted loudly, "Practicing the divine fist is not bad. Almost at the great achievement level, unfortunately." Still not clear why gave the disciple another punch, sending him flying far away. At this moment several giants appeared. The leader saw this and was delighted. He said, "Great, you've been reformed, hurry up and capture him. This devil, don't let him escape." This mortal body is already having difficulty with normal people's bullets. If it is entangled by these modified people, it will be really troublesome. Looks like I have to run first, but after saying that, Yan flew straight into the sea, not forgetting to turn back and say, "I will be back." That rebel jumped into the sea and escaped. Then the boat chased him quickly. The disciple said in pain that just one punch had crippled one of my arms. It is impossible that the master broke through the bottleneck and entered the legendary divine martial realm. What the hell is this martial arts god? You guys always like to show off. At most, it's only to the level of a reformed person, just like a stray dog running away during a time of chaos. If he had run a little slower and encountered our Federation's powerful modified robot, he would have been crushed long ago. Turned to look at a machine with a fierce face. In its left hand were sharp steel bars. In its right hand was a gun with extremely strong power. "Mr. Liu, today I will let you broaden your horizons." The robot knelt on one knee and prepared to aim. The head priest immediately gave the order to fire. The robot received the order and immediately fired a series of bullets. The disciple Yuntao saw such a terrifying machine and fell to the ground with a thud. His face started to become scared and his mouth started to stammer, saying, "Here, here, here." Our Federation's continuously firing flintlock guns are not only extremely powerful, but their defenses are also unmatched. Not only that, our Federation also has weapons reserved for soldiers that are more powerful than flintlock guns. Now the robot has stopped firing. Seeing that the leader of the Federation immediately ordered to continue to let Mr. Liu admire it, the robot immediately received the information and fired straight into the sky, causing the sky to turn red in one direction. Yuntao at this moment also saw the power of this robot, so he also seemed a bit scared. The rock mountain was broken by this firepower, creating a huge explosion. Even if this is a divine martial art, its power is not like this. Mr. Liu just saved me, proving his loyalty to the Federation. The Federation will always be grateful to you. A martial artist like Mr. Liu will surely become even stronger after becoming a reformed person. Moreover, only by accepting the surgery can your arm be restored to its original state without being disabled. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Yuntao with a bunch of thoughts. As soon as he looked at his arm, Yuntao said, "Aye." Yuntao lay face down on the ground, trembling and saying, "I agree to listen to Yuntao." The leader of the Federation immediately turned around and smiled smugly. "That's right, Mr. Liu. At that time, you will represent the Federation to crush the martial arts of those people who are destroying the Ming dynasty." Evening somewhere. Yan was sitting by a small fire enjoying a roasted chicken. Modern fire weapons are really powerful. If I didn't have the Nirvana finger, even if I had 10 lives, I would have left them behind. The power level in this small world is very low. The same power that can shake the heavens and earth in this world can only break a corner of a wall in the main world. In contrast, the heavenly official in the main world is very useful. Perhaps in this world, they can make hidden bullets. It is still better to practice the heavenly official hand technique from the beginning, which has been practiced once before. Perhaps it will be able to catch up to the beginner level before participating in the martial arts competition. Yan immediately opened the system panel and continuously received notifications of increased points from the emotions of hatred and fear of those Federation people. After making a ruckus in the base, I unexpectedly got help from those enemies to increase my score. Not bad. Half a month after the Eagle Sweep duel on the martial arts arena, there was a competition between Grandmaster Qin and Yuntao. In the stands, everyone continuously cheered for Grandmaster Qin to fight and teach that traitor a lesson. Yuntao's muscles bulged and he threw Qin Grandmaster away with one hand. Grandmaster Qin was thrown into the wall of the stadium and fell unconscious. The force of the impact caused the rocks to crack. This time, he was done for. This Qin Master fought once and was so miserable, Liu Yuntao, after receiving the federal reform, was able to instantly kill a Grandmaster with a high realm like Qin Master. It seems that today, I should still go and teach this traitor a lesson. Suddenly, there were footsteps coming towards Yuntao. It was the Grandmaster who was standing on the stage, observing earlier. Yuntao saw his appearance, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat him. He said that if he was old, he should wait for death, and then go to the grave. Immediately, Yuntao turned around and walked towards the Grandmaster. He used both hands to hug the Grandmaster and raised him up high. Because of the sudden attack, he panicked and shouted, "Liu Yuntao, you beast! What do you want to do to Yuntao?" At this moment, his eyes were blazing with fierce fire. He directly broke the master's backbone. Then throw it away. At this moment, those extremely frightened disciples were truly on a killing spree, not even having the chance to attack. Look, this is the power of federal technology. Those two grandmasters are the chosen experts of our high Jiak city, yet they couldn't even block a single move. The empire is really going to fall apart. Should we listen to Liu Yuntao and submit to the Federation soon? No, it's not over yet. We still have Grandmaster Xie Yan, who is recognized by Haijiao City as the strongest person at a young age, whose martial arts surpass everyone else. Come on! Wasn't Xie Yan also beaten and forced to flee by federal flintlock guns half a month ago? Furthermore, Xie Yan hasn't appeared for a long time. Either he's dead or he's too scared to come. At this moment there were footsteps and a funny voice. He was just a reformed man. That day at the federal base, he fought alone against hundreds of men and hundreds of guns. Why should he be afraid? On the stage, several disciples were surprised and looked at each other with blank faces. They said, "This sound, quickly look over there." Xie Yan was standing in front of Yuntao. When he saw Xie Yan, Yuntao was surprised and called out, "Master." Xie Yan looked at the two grandmasters who had been killed by Yuntao and silently thought to himself, "I'm sorry I'm late for collecting enough origin points to level up my heavenly official guard. We will inherit the will of the two people who defeated the Federation, took back the country, occupied the border, and restored power to our country. Your sacrifice will not be wasted." On the stage, the disciples saw Xie Yan as if they had seen gold. They happily shouted, "Xie Yan, Your Excellency, you have arrived." Xie Yan began to approach Yuntao. The soldiers saw this and immediately pointed their guns at Xie Yan, but the federal leader raised his hand to stop them from firing. The more he came, the more those people hoped for him. When he was defeated, they would be even more desperate. The leader's eyes were blazing, his face fierce. "We just need to sit still and wait for Mr. Liu's good news." On the field below, Xie Yan stood in front of Yuntao and called out to Liu Yuntao, "Look at your appearance, neither human nor ghost. Do you think this is what you want?" In order to quickly win for everyone to give up resistance, the only way left for the Federation disciples is this. After saying that, Yuntao immediately rushed towards Xie Yan. "Things have come to this point. Disciple has no way back now. Make your move, master." Yuntao flew to punch Xie Yan quickly. Xie Yan dodged a punch and took the opportunity to turn 180 degrees, grabbed Yuntao's hand and threw him hard on the ground, making him lie flat on the ground. "After being reformed, you only know how to use force randomly. How can I teach you how to use moves every day?" Hearing Xie Yan say that he put his hands on the ground and used all his strength to get up, he turned around. Why does this Yuntao look like he's dancing hip-hop? Then he landed safely and successfully stood on the ground. Because Yuntao's power was so strong, the yard where he landed was shattered into hundreds of pieces. Yuntao rushed to attack continuously, but was dodged by Xie Yan. Strength is better than chance in front of invincible strength. The so-called techniques are all useless. Before I couldn't even take a punch from my master, but after being reformed, a punch from you is nothing. Xie Yan immediately raised his leg and moved as fast as lightning to kick Yuntao. This time, Xie Yan's kick could not knock Yuntao down. He raised his hand to block Xie Yan's leg. His eyes were blazing with fire, and he smiled smugly cough, "But I only had half a month of reformation, and could already be equal to my master, who had cultivated for 20 years. This is the power of science and technology." Xie Yan heard Yuntao's smug tone and immediately smiled mockingly. "Don't be so confident, hot guy." Xie Yan immediately used the ice palm technique to hit Yuntao's chest. This move was so powerful that it caused the weapon stand on the field to be hit by Yuntao and blown into smoke. Yuntao sat there in pain, holding his stomach, coughing. "It's just that he gained a few more parts of strength, but you've become so complacent. You've lost the humble character of a martial artist. Yuntao, you've disappointed your master." At this time, the old leader saw that Yuntao was injured, so he ordered someone to throw down a gun for Mr. Liu to use as a weapon. At this time, the old leader saw that Yuntao was injured, so he ordered someone to throw down a gun for Mr. Liu to use as a weapon. Yuntao reached out to grab the weapon. No matter how good a martial artist is, he is still just a body of flesh and blood. Then a series of bullets were fired towards Xie Yan. Under this level of firepower, anyone would be crushed. In this half-month, the heavenly official's origin points increased by more than 100, although it is not enough to restore the level 6. Heavenly official's breakthrough, increasing it to level 5, is still more than enough. With the power ranking of this small world, the heavenly official is still considered stronger than the world master, so he doesn't need to fear bullets anymore. At this moment, the falling bullets were blocked by a power shield, so they all fell to the ground with a clanging sound. But Xie Yan was still fine. Yuntao was shocked when he saw what happened before his eyes and said, "No, this isn't true. Even the city walls can't block cannons. How could a normal body block them?" Xie Yan was now protected by the shield, so he slowly advanced. Although the cannon is powerful and can even capture cities and lands, it is only an external force. A truly strong person should be someone with a strong and indomitable will. Just by relying on this source of will, even Yu Gong can move mountains. Xie Yan now approached the gun and reached out to grab the bullets from the barrel. Indomitable will always win. Yuntao was also extremely frightened at this moment, kneeling at Xie Yan's feet. This is the realm of divine martial arts, do you understand? In the stands at this moment, the disciples were extremely excited and said, "Very good. Grandmaster Zi's move was very good. The science of the Federation could not withstand a single blow." Xie Yan immediately raised both hands and said that our martial arts are absolutely not backward. Like Ong Luan once advertised, it has a bright future and is famous throughout the 5 continents. The guardian spirit saw that Yuntao had lost and was extremely angry. He immediately signaled his subordinates to bring the human machine. The machine's name was changed, and he stood behind the leader waiting for orders. Suddenly, a barrage of electric cannons was fired behind Xie Yan. At this moment, it seemed that Xie Yan's heavenly crown hand barrier could no longer withstand the power of the lightning cannon. At this moment, it seemed that Xie Yan's heavenly gate shield could no longer withstand the power of the electric cannon. The barrier was broken and Xie Yan was hit. The disciples saw this and were scared and shouted, "Master Sai." With the power of the electric cannon creating a deep hole, Xie Yan lay unconscious, covered in blood. Yuntao was injured and lying on the ground. Seeing Xie Yan being beaten miserably, he said, "See, even if you train to that level, you still can't win against the Federation's techniques." After saying that, Yuntao tried to stand up and advise his disciples to stop resisting in vain. If there is no resistance, then sacrifice yourself and surrender to the Federation soon and accept civilization. The disciples were very sad when they heard that. Xie Yan also gradually woke up at this time and used nirvana just to heal himself. How could he even use such dark techniques as electromagnetic cannons for soldiers? The old leader saw Xie Yan lying unconscious on the ground and spread his arms out, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, anything martial arts is trash under our Federation's electromagnetic cannon. Sneak attack is despicable. No need to talk about warrior spirit with these despicable people. Titan, he's probably not dead yet. Go finish him off." The machine immediately received the order and went straight toward Xie Yan, who was lying down. The machine is about to shoot Xie Yan. Then suddenly the female disciple jumped down to stop you from harming Grandmaster Z. "Your little girl, even a divine martial artist, was beaten to death by my electromagnetic cannon. Yet you dare to charge out alone. Aren't you afraid of death?" I was very scared, but I lost my will to resist. Master Z said that only an indomitable will can overcome everything, so now I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Wanting to die a small person like you, what can it change? Suddenly, a person on the stage agreed with the female disciple and shouted, "And I am here." He immediately rushed down and stood next to the female disciple. Seeing this, the others agreed, and I, including Xu Yang and Xiao Kang, have never done anything great in my life. But today, I want to be a real man. The old leader was surprised when he saw this, and said, "What's wrong with these ignorant and foolish people? Were they as obedient as a bunch of pigs and dogs before? Why are they so obedient today?" At this time, the system displayed a notification for Xie Yan to gain a lot of points from everyone's admiration and finally accumulate enough points to increase to level 6. At this moment, the Federation was extremely surprised and shouted, "Look at the sky! What is that? The sky has changed." On this side, Xie Yan slowly flew up from the deep pit. Around him, a very strange scene appeared. It was a city gate with a golden dragon on both sides. A golden aura was surrounding him. Xie Yan thanked everyone for being here. "Now leave everything to me." A very strong light shined out, making the whole sky bright. The soldier covered his face and said, "Oh my God." The remaining soldiers saw this strange phenomenon and also knelt down to beg. The leader immediately got angry and shouted, "This is just an illusion. Wake up." After saying that, he immediately ordered the human machine to open fire and shoot this fake god and devil to death. The modified machine immediately pointed its gun at Xie Yan upon hearing the order, then shot straight at DM, but this time the power from the gun no longer worked on Xie Yan. Xi Yan said smugly, using the same old trick and still wanting to hurt me again. The old leader saw that and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He then continued to order the entire army to open fire and continue shooting for us. At this moment, a rain of bullets poured towards Xie Yan. The old leader saw that Xie Yan was shot so many times, but was still fine and was still advancing towards them. He panicked and said, "Don't stop, don't let him come here." The bullets were useless and fell to the ground with a clang when they touched people, only tearing their clothes. Xie Yan was provoking as he walked. "How come your firepower is only like this?" Xie Yan got close to the modified robot's gun barrel, but was still unharmed. Xie Yan said, "Scratching my itch is not enough." Xie Yan immediately covered the mouth of the cannon with his hand. At this moment, the gun jammed. The reformed person was blown up into smoke by Xie Yan in just 1 minute and 30 seconds, then flew away. The robot's name is now just a pile of scrap metal. Xi Yan continued to push through the black smoke towards the 2 giant reformers. Seeing Xie Yan approaching, the 2 men fired even more fiercely. Well, the federal ballistic missile is just like that. The invincible reformer of the Federation in front of our martial arts is just like a rooster. After saying that, Xie Yan immediately picked up the other 2 guys and smashed their heads together, causing them to die immediately. Their blood was flying everywhere, and even on Xi Yan, a federal man. Did you see that? Our universe is a great empire revered by all countries, but it was just sleeping and let its guard down, allowing you small countries to take advantage of it. Now it has awakened, swept away the evil spirits, and once again stands on top of the world. It turns out that martial arts can still reach such a level. Our empire's martial arts are not weak martial arts. Sheyan looked at the traitor and asked, Yunling, do you regret it? He just cried and answered, Master, I was wrong. I will make the people of the empire rise again. You will atone for your sins with your death. Zheyan immediately slapped him to death. The system again announced that the title has been unlocked. What do you mean? National Soul Title Unlock 1-2 effect. Now, you get a national defense belief of the nation. All your defensive skills can reduce consumption by 90%. Unlock condition. 1. Punish the traitor, awaken the nation. Soul completed defensive skills can reduce consumption by 90%. Effect is also very strong. Just now, I was worried that the Federation had too many people and bullets and would be bombed and I would be exhausted to death. Now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Master Zai, you are indeed the one chosen by heaven as a great hero to come down to earth to help our empire flourish. Shi Yan heard that and immediately took out a book from his shirt and gave it to her. Master C, this is the secret manual of the technique I just used. Just now, you were the first one to stand up. Not bad. Starting from today, you are the top disciple of the Divine Fist Temple. We must pass on this heavenly official hand technique to martial artists throughout the empire so that everyone can be like the dragon. The martial arts of this small world are truly too low. In the end, I must leave behind the heavenly official hand to them. This can be considered as a small contribution. What talent or virtue do I have to dare to take on such an important responsibility? You can definitely do it well. The fourth elder was seriously injured and the only suspects were the sect master and the grand elder. With the fourth elder's previous relationship with the sect master after being seriously injured, the majority of the people he chose to contact were the grand elders. I also believe that the grand elder will blame this on the sect master. After going through this, the fourth elder will completely lean towards the grand elder and hate the sect master to the core. In the end, who benefits and who is the suspect? So the only thing the grand elder sect master could do was hear Jie Yan say that and say, this is just your speculation without any solid evidence. Jie Yan happily gave his opinion, our sect master is a demonic sect. If we suspect someone, what evidence is needed? Just arrest them and force them to confess? Isn't that enough? The sect master immediately replied to Xie Yan, it's not as simple as you think. The strength of our demonic love sect is weak because of internal discord. If we are exhausted because of internal strife, it's very possible that other forces will take advantage of this and destroy our ancestral foundation. It's true that acting carelessly will put the other elders in danger. Even if the third elder is neutral, he will side with the grand elder to protect himself. If at that time a conflict arises, the great elders will lead their disciples to an all-out war. No matter what the result, the demon love sect will suffer a great loss of strength. He was actually able to use an unknown energy to create a full-body defense. The martial arts of the empire were truly miraculous. I invited you here not to study how strong the empire's martial arts are, but to find a way to deal with them. When the electromagnetic cannon hits him, his entire body produces a layer of defense that cannot be seen with the naked eye. We will definitely have a way to defeat him. You see here, when our electromagnetic cannon hit him, his entire body's defensive energy was only at 75%. Just using the same attack 4 or 5 more times would be enough to break through his defense. The command departments immediately dispatched a team of 10 mechanical reformers to besiege Xie Yan. If that's not enough, send more people. This is a thorn in the side of our alliance, and we must eliminate it. In the federal base, they are gathering soldiers to prepare for battle. Report to the commander that all soldiers of the 1st and 2nd battalions have assembled. I'm sure everyone has received orders to destroy Xie Yan. Maybe everyone will feel strange, isn't it? Just dealing with an imperial martial artist, why mobilize so many troops? Before this, I also had similar doubts. But it was this person who just now in the Eagle fighting tournament killed all the soldiers and reformers there on the spot. Above, we did not hesitate to mobilize 10 people of the Thunder level to destroy Xie Yan with us. Everyone must not relax, must complete 120%. Before the old leader could finish, a strange noise came. Just turned around and saw a rock flying towards the group of soldiers, panicked and exclaimed. Everyone quickly dodged. How could they run in time with the force of the falling rock? Because of that, many soldiers died unexpectedly crushed under the rock, screaming loudly, making the scene extremely panicked. The leader saw that and panicked, shouting, "What's going on? Is Xie Yan, there it comes. Friends of the Eagle Wheel Gang, hello everyone. Xie, you are really courting death. Sniper all fire for me, kill him." A continuous barrage of gunfire towards Xie Yan, but still cannot do anything. It seems that everyone in the federal government is very enthusiastic, Xie Yan said as he walked towards them. Bullets clanged as he went. Such a big battle, why is there no BGM? Why can't bullets hurt him at all? What kind of monster is he? Is he also a reformed human? Let me sing to myself. The Great Wall of China will never fall is that timely. The people have gradually awakened after sleeping for 100 years. Has the Thunder Reformer arrived yet? Open your eyes carefully, look who calls themselves a slave. At this moment, the thunderous reformer arrived. The soldiers saw this and shouted happily, the thunderous reformer arrived. Xie Yan was not afraid and continued to sing, because of fear and giving in to the arrogant people today. All reformers listen to my command. Aiming at Ziyan, the group of reformed people stood in front of Ziyan preparing for battle. He was excited and immediately said, "Open fire." All guns headed towards Ziyan, followed by a rain of boom, boom fire. Where Ziyan was standing there was only dust and smoke. Thinking that Ziyan had run over him, the leader happily shouted and shot him dead. At this time the soldiers shouted no, he was still singing. "Monster, monster." Ziyan still stood there proudly singing, calling out loudly. "This place, the whole country is soldiers. No way, you all go up so I can kill him. Kill him." Ziyan's eyes were full of murderous intent as he sang and charged straight towards the reformers. In the past, all invaders had to die in the end. Ziyan beat them like a volleyball, leaving some with severed heads and some with severed limbs. The leader saw that so many people were reformed but still couldn't do anything. Ziyan panicked and ordered to stop him and mobilize the tanks. The bodies of the reformed people were lying around. Ziyan was still holding one of them by the neck, looked straight at the leader Ziyan and broke his neck, causing his head to fall off on the spot. Ziyan now gains momentum, flew straight into their base, causing the wall to crumble. Seeing Ziyan approaching him, this guy could only fear and retreat to the wall. Ziyan continues to sing, "The Great Wall will never fall. The Yellow River will have thousands of miles of waves. Ziyan, this is a federal base. You are alone. You can't fight against the army. Beautiful country, green mountains, ask me country, where is like sorrow." The leader was so scared that he was sweating. Suddenly he heard the sound of a tank approaching. He shouted, "The tank is here, you're dead for sure." Ziyan turned around with a look of disdain. Oh, at this time the tank had already advanced behind Ziyan. When the barrel of the gun touched Ziyan, a loud noise was heard. The tank was stopped by Ziyan and could not move forward. Ziyan immediately smiled contemptuously. Seemingly unsure, Ziyan quickly turned his head back, grabbed the tank's head and lifted up. Thrown far away, Ziyan is as strong as an ox. He can easily lift the tank like that. Another tank also fired at Ziyan with a bang. Ziyan immediately raised his hand to block the cannonballs and sang loudly, leaving his country to be trampled again. The chief officer saw that and was immediately scared. Tears welled up in his eyes and he cried out, "Oh my God." On this side, Ziyan used force, pushed the bullet back into the tank gun barrel. The tank immediately exploded into hundreds of pieces and fire engulfed the entire Ziyan area. The sleeping lion immediately sang a song. Okay, BGM finished singing. I have to tell you guys. Below your feet is not some federal base but the land of the Chenming Empire. Remember, you are unwelcome guests. We are the masters here. Today, on behalf of the people of the Chenming Empire, I want to tell you to get out of our territory. At this time, the Federal Army's base in Hygeok City had been severely damaged by Ziyan. The reformed people are now just skeletons lying on the ground. In the main Air Force base, the battle at the naval base is being watched on a large screen. He pressed the remote control in front of him and angrily gave orders from afar, using the Air Force radio to order all bombers carrying Hellfire bombs to take off. The destination was our military base in Hygeok City. The target was the Shangming Xiayan. There was no need to hesitate about anything. As long as he saw Xiayan, he would directly blow him to death. At this moment, on Xiayan's side, the system announced that it had received countless fear points from the Federal Army. The original points were being collected continuously. It was not in vain that I had gone through all this trouble. If I did not display my ultimate strength that far surpassed that of humans, I would not have been able to obtain so many original points. It was a pity that this opportunity to play the role of a god of the human world and cut people like cutting grass at such a peak would no longer exist. But the mission required is to make the Federation no longer dare to invade the Empire. But with the Federation's national power not being beaten back to the Stone Age, it certainly won't lose its ambition to covet the Empire. Unfortunately, the opportunity to play the role of a god of evil, cutting people like cutting grass, will no longer exist when returning to the main world. This will be a long-term battle. No matter what, we will have to wait another 4 to 5 years. There will be many more opportunities in the future. The status of the former master brought me many emotional benefits. I must fulfill his last wish. Now I must completely cut off the tentacles that crawled into the Empire of the Federation first. Killed quite a few small soldiers, just need to destroy the commander here. The first action will be a perfect success. Behind Ziyan is the corpse of a soldier. Just as I was about to leave, the base's alarm suddenly rang. Ziyan looked up and saw a series of planes flying to attack in the sky. The firepower on the ground is not enough. Now we still send planes to play bombing. If we run, we definitely won't be able to beat the planes. Everything around that can be used as cover seems to have been destroyed by us. In this small world, we still lack the achievement of having a body that is resistant to ballistics. Let me test your Federation's ballistics. Or Ziyan just said, raising his fist. His eyes seemed to flash with excitement. My fist hard. Xian finished speaking and directly raised his fist to block the bullet. The commander saw that and immediately opened his mouth in surprise. Haha. If this doesn't explode, then your Federal Eagle's missile must be fake. As soon as he finished speaking, the bomb suddenly exploded as if giving Ziyan a slap in the face for daring to look down on him. All around him was now a raging fire. Shi Yan emerged from the smoke and said, "Cough. I take back what I just said. It's true that real bullets are real. They are truly unparalleled in terms of killing and easy to overturn. I can't play with bulletproof bodies right now." In the blink of an eye, the heavenly official's true chi was exhausted and was also blown to pieces. This heavenly official's true chi had been enhanced by the national soul, reducing its consumption by 90%. Xie Yan immediately used the nirvana thread to heal himself. Fortunately, the nirvana thread could only restore energy. Otherwise, this time, he would have been finished. At the main base, the commander was still monitoring Xie Yan. He was surprised and said, "But he's still not dead." He immediately continued to order the bombing of the remaining planes. At this time, the remaining plane flew in and dropped a series of bombs. Xie Yan stood below and looked up in panic, saying, "Oh shit! You threw so many things at once. The Federation is trying to kill me without needing our base anymore. Under this rain of bombs, if I don't use Nirvana in time, I will be blown away. It seems I have to give up my mission and return to the main world. Damn it. I really can't accept that this trip was a waste of time. As expected, I'm still bragging about it. In order to collect the original points, I almost lost my life. Next time, I must learn from my mistakes." At this moment, the system panel showed that the title had been unlocked. Xie Yan looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. National Soul Title unlocked. 2 current effect. You have received a belief in protecting the nation. All your defensive skills. Consumption reduced by 90% power. Doubled unlock conditions. 1 Punish the traitor. Awaken the nation. Soul has been completed. 2 Resist the invaders. Raise the power of our great nation has been completed. Unlock title. All defensive skills. Power doubled. Like this then, the situation is completely different. Then maybe not running, then don't. Anyway, the chaotic situation in Chenming still need me to gradually collect the power of the sky. Official hand doubled, plus Nirvana. Only restores infinite energy blood in this small world. I am. As soon as the invincible in the world finished speaking, a series of bombs and bullets rained down on Xie Yan, and Xie Yan was engulfed in flames. At this moment, the commander laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He raised his head and laughed, "Ha ha ha." In the center of the hellish bombs, not even ashes were left. This was the end of the confrontation with our Federation. Before he could finish his joy, he saw Xie Yan still standing on the ground and exclaimed, "There's no way he's a devil. Why is he still alive? Ah, ah, ah." Before his eyes was the image of Xie Yan stepping out from a bomb screen. His clothes were all torn, revealing his muscular body with standard six-pack abs. The commander immediately left his chair and went out. When he opened the door, he turned back and smiled, saying, "No, I haven't lost yet. Even if Xie Yan is powerful, it will take time to infiltrate the underground base. That's right. The Great Eagle Wheel Federation, we haven't lost yet. This is just a temporary withdrawal. We just need to analyze what happened to Xie Yan, and we will immediately." Xie Yan was also walking towards the commander, who seemed to be the commander of the Federal Eagle Army, hiding in the underground base. "Are you ready?" "I came here." Xie Yan immediately punched the ground where the main base of the Federation was located, a powerful source of energy. Everything flew away. Xie Yan felt that it was still not enough, so Xie Yan slammed another punch on the ground. "To catch that commander, we need to go deeper underground." At this moment, the base appeared before Xie Yan's eyes as he entered. The commander saw this and ran away, but still could not escape Xie Yan's pursuit. He saw that and was scared. He said, You just said that tears and snot flowed from your eyes." The commander exclaimed, "What kind of devil are you? I will destroy you on the day of your death." Xie Yan immediately punched him to the king of hell. "Done, then wait for us to unify the alliance, then attack the federal motherland best to be able to beat them back to the Stone Age to completely complete this mission. The team has completed the reward of 200 points. After 10 seconds, move back to the main world, invite the host to prepare." What is the mission? Completed. What the hell is this? Without Chenming, I will lead the resistance against the Yinglun Federation. How can this mission be considered completed? The host has single-handedly destroyed the federal military base, killed the highest commanding officer, and from there secretly changed the fate of heaven and earth, causing this world to change from the law of heaven, from drowning martial arts, to raising techniques to martial arts, drowning techniques. From now on, the martial arts empire will completely replace the federal science and technology, and the Federation will no longer dare to invade the empire. So the host's mission this time has been completed. Fuck, you're going too far. Don't let me go. I still haven't earned enough origin points. My great achievements, my long-term development plan don't. At this time, in the Chenming world, following the change in the world's natural laws, the scientific and technological weapons of the Yinglun Federation quickly decreased. After many years, no new technology was created. Looking back, the Chenming Empire's martial arts studies became more and more prosperous. Divine power overwhelms bombs and bullets. It is no longer a baseless saying that it quickly defeated the Federation with national power. The entire country embodies the martial arts master, chief disciple and acting master Liang Min. At this moment, suddenly a disciple ran over and shouted, Didn't Grandmaster Liang say not to call me Grandmaster? What's the matter? After the third senior brother led the Imperial Army to the Yinglan Federation, he fought straight through. Now that the Federation has surrendered, what's the matter? Master Liang, you are now the person with the highest level of martial arts in the Empire. You still don't want to call yourself a Grandmaster. So who else has that qualification? Who else could it be the person that our Master Liang misses day and night? Oh, the person who, after destroying the federal military base in Haijiao City, disappeared from sight and was never seen again. Of course, it was Grandmaster Xie Yan. Cough, cough, you two have the strength to talk so much. It seems you have trained your heavenly guard very well. Let the monk interact and rub shoulders with you guys. How can our cultivation compare to yours, Master? Please spare our lives. So why don't you go practice soon? In a room, Xie Yan was lying unconscious on the bed. Liang Min came to the bed and said, Master C, why haven't you woken up yet? Today I have some good news to tell you. Finally, I did it. From now on, no one will be able to bully the Ming Empire forever. Far away at the demon love sect, it was nighttime. Xie Yan was sitting under a tree. His soul was returning to his body. After successfully entering the body, Xie Yan gradually opened his eyes and woke up. Phew. I am the Grandmaster, the boss of the White Jade Pillar, supporting the Golden Sea and leading my people to kill the invaders, showing off the power of our country. This is truly a heart-shaking experience. Xie Yan stood up and walked away. Just saying, I don't know how it will be after I return to the Chenming Empire. Can Liang Min lead the Chenming to restore its position as the world's top system? You really can't let me stay in the small world a little longer to destroy that federation. By eliminating the future troubles, I can still collect a large amount of origin points. Open the system control panel to see the harvest of this time. System level 1 name, Z, Yan Post-Celestial Realm. Level 3, skill mastered deployed origin point 666-2333. Number of times entering the myriad worlds. 2. Function of crossing the myriad worlds, temporarily frozen current title, national soul title effect. All defensive features reduced consumption by 90% power can be doubled. Xie Yan saw this and laughed happily. He didn't expect to have more than 600 harvest points this time. It's so cool. Suddenly Xie Yan stopped. This is it. National honor and spirit. Unexpectedly, this can still be brought back. Current title, national soul. Title effect, all defensive features. Reduced consumption by 90% power can be doubled. Xie Yan couple at this moment smile indescribable. So good, so strong, we have become invincible. How lonely champion, how empty champion we stand. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, a female hand slapped Xie Yan hard on the back. After hitting her, she immediately took her hand out, looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh no." Xie Yan was extremely angry and turned around shouting, "Who dares to sneak attack me?" Before he could see who it was, she gave him another slap in the stomach. Xie Yan was beaten until his body was bent over, fly away and land on the ground with a bang. Xie Yan could only utter the word monk for a while. After that, Xie Yan sat there holding his head in pain, thinking, fuck, I just got a little bit higher and someone already attacked me. Is this necessary? At this moment, she slowly approached Xie Yan and said, "Husband, how did you practice martial arts? In just one night you became a great master of the heavenly official guard." So the girl who sneak attacked earlier was Qin Xinci. Now she received a palm strike with 40% of my strength and was still unharmed. Damn, it turned out to be Qin Xinci. No wonder the power of this strike was stronger than the bomb of the Federation. The World Master is indeed a World Master of a level that far surpasses the small world. With 40% of his strength, he has already broken the heavenly gate and secured the national soul. His power has increased. If he used all his strength, he would definitely die immediately. Qin Xinci was now standing in front of Xie Yan. She lowered her head and stared at Xie Yan. Seeing that Xie Yan leaned back and forced herself to say, "My wife, what do you want to do?" "Do nothing. I'm just a little curious. Lately, my husband has become more profound and unpredictable. Xinci feels that I can't see through him. Qin Xinci must be really curious. After all, being able to master the heavenly official technique in one night is too surprising, not like he really wants to kill me." Xie Yan struggled to stand up. In front of Qin Xinci, he pretended to put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. What is there that cannot be seen and spoken of that is profound and unfathomable? It must be the wife. Qin Xinci heard that and was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Xie Yan raised his hands and closed his eyes, saying, "The days are passing so slowly. When will spring night come? Why are you in such a hurry to return to the sect master's side? Don't blame me for not warning you. The Grand Elder can attack you at any time. Don't cause trouble outside anymore. It's best to stay by your master's side like a shadow. I'm just a servant under the sect master. How can I pester her all day? Hey, my lady, you won't think that I really have some kind of relationship with the sect master and be jealous, right?" Xie Yan immediately showed a flattering face and continued, "It's so unfair. The sect master and I are completely innocent. Only you are my true love for life. This guy has been getting smarter lately and is no longer as easy to fool as before. His tongue is so smooth that based on my husband's current health condition, I'm afraid he's all in good faith but not in good strength. My mouth is like that isn't my wife the one who knows best. How can I be so heartless? Pfft. The demoness wants to trick me into thinking I'm a fool like the owner. Shinsai is right. My current strength is not enough to compete with the Grand Elder. The Sect Master is my greatest pillar. I have a lot of spare points now I can upgrade Nirvana Finger. It's best to completely heal the Sect Master. The current, 1.526.233. Skill Grasp Nirvana. Only current level 3. Effective at, can cure all wounds and diseases in the world, help restore the peak state completely for the middle and high school world, then the effect will decrease. Too expensive. Spent 140 points to upgrade Nirvana, only to level 3. Looking at the details, it seems like there is no big change. I don't know if I can cure the Sect Master or just level up another level. Shi Yan immediately pressed upgrade. At this time, the system board appeared. Sorry, your original points are not enough. There is no way to upgrade. I still have more than 500 original points left, but it is not enough. In the end, Nirvana is only level 4. How many more original points do I need? Must try to see if Nirvana level 3 can cure the Sect Master, but cannot rush the time between the small world and the main world, are not the same for the Sect Master. He just left, not long ago. Just went out and then came back saying he could cure her. That's too much of an exaggeration. He should have delayed for a day or two and made up an excuse that the ancestor sent him a dream to go find the Sect Master. Having so many elements in hand, transforming them into real strength, is the king's way. This is the elder in charge of guarding the scripture storage tower of the demon love sect. He only met the Sect Master and the 4 great elders in the sect. His appearance is a bit small. Xie Yan immediately walked up to him, presented the token the Sect Master gave him and said, I pay my respects to the elder. It seems that the Sect Master values you very much. This is the highest level cultivation token that can choose the most precious pre-celestial technique of our sect. These more than 100 books of cultivation methods are the most precious treasures of the sect, from post-celestial to pre-celestial, all are available. As long as it's a martial art that we can understand after looking at it once the system can record it. There are so many martial arts here. After a while of searching, Xie Yan suddenly had an epiphany. When I saw this book, The Great Reversal of the Universe. Oh, I'll copy it. I've completed the recording of The Great Reversal of the Universe. The Peach Blossom Treasure Book looks so lewd study. The student has completed the recording of the Peach Blossom Manual, The 18 Demons Subduing Fists. Shouldn't this be a palm strike? Just copy this martial arts book and then think about it later. The recording of the 18 Demons Subduing Fists has been completed. The Great Intercourse of Gods, The Great Joy of Yin and Yang. Wow, with this I am invincible. Having a system in hand, not only can one load all the secret manuals in the Golden Tower into one's memory, perhaps one can also have unexpected joy. Isn't that how novels are written? The elder saw Xie Yan's appearance and immediately had a puzzled expression, thinking, what is this guy thinking? He laughed like he was having a good time. The old man brought out a stack of books in front of Xie Yan. This is the Demon Love Secret Book, which records the names and summaries of all the Demon Love sect's cultivation methods. Quickly choose one. We cannot personally turn over those historical records to see why just reading the summary will limit the information we can learn, and there is no way to find the right cultivation method for ourselves. It was possible before, but since the time of the 48th sect, Master Wenting Yun, he used his ability to look and not forget and secretly remember all the cultivation methods in the sect. Since then, it has not been possible anymore. I see you are not honest. I can't give you a chance to make mistakes. You can only choose from this. Damn that cunning old man and that Wenting Yun. Can't you secretly enjoy yourself? Why do you go around showing off everywhere, blocking the way of our juniors? Xie Yan forced a smile and said, okay, martial arts must be practiced to the highest level. If there is a pre-celestial technique, we definitely will not choose post-celestial. Pre-celestial cultivation method, index, sand woman scripture, first. Chapter joy, secret method. 9th chapter evil spirit technique. 16th chapter flower between sword finger 20. Chapter post-celestial cultivation method. Index, love and heart technique. 30 chapter. The Shanu Jing is a classic of the demon sect. If you practice it deeply, you can freely switch between immortal fetus demon seeds. Moreover, you can also make your appearance not age and become more beautiful as you practice. The sect master must have practiced this. Unfortunately, only women can practice it. It has nothing to do with me. The secret method of joy can only be practiced by women, which means that one can enter the path of the great replenishment. The great replenishment is to absorb the vital energy and blood of others to replenish oneself. One can also enter the path of the demonic inner saint, allowing the debauched demoness to continuously cultivate her own lust on the outside while still maintaining a pure and innocent body. Originally, Qin Xin was the latter just because he met me Sai so handsome I am truly a man of great sin. Hey, isn't Wenting Yun the name that everyone brags about and remembers after just one look? Who would have thought that he would be the only male among the generations of sect masters who created a pre-celestial martial art called the flower-shaped sword? This sword finger can shoot out sword energy with your finger to kill enemies in an instant. This is the type of martial art technique I lack the most right now, but isn't this attack method similar to the Six Meridians' divine sword? The cultivator must be a peerless, handsome man, otherwise please avoid the 48th generation sect master Wen Ting Yun's sword. CMN, this is the exact method created for me, without any mistakes, it is it. The elder saw Xie Yan's choice and was surprised, saying, "Oh, the flower sword is just a trick." That's right. Looking at your face, you have the qualifications to practice this flower-shaped sword. If even I am not suitable, then all the male disciples of this demonic love sect are not suitable. This flower sword finger is a method to improve internal energy cultivation. It is also a method to harm people and kill enemies. Almost 10 martial arts can be completed in one volume. Xi Yan immediately closed the book and said thoughtfully, "But this introductory martial art is a bit troublesome. One needs to be with a beautiful woman all day long without being vulgar, amorous, or abusive. Only when the true energy in the body is infected with the breath of a beautiful woman and transforms into a flower-like true energy squeezed out from between the fingers, then it is considered entering the path. Being with a beauty all day, the time to see the sect master is limited each day, so there is no need to think about her anymore. Xin Si is fine, but this woman is very dangerous and may not really like me that much." Shi Yan hated the sect to the bone. The other girls in the sect also avoided him like the plague, because he had offended the Grand Elder. He imagined the scene of the great beauties slowly abandoning Xi Yan, so he reached out and shouted, "Don't go. The secret book says there must be at least 5 beauties. The more the better should we go and seduce other girls in the sect." Early the next morning, at the abbot's residence, "Your nirvana today seems different from before. My injuries are recovering very quickly." Because he had been promoted, today's nirvana was used by Xie Yan many times more powerfully than before, causing the bed to collapse and break into many pieces. The sect master slowly flew up and left the bed. She looked at her hand and said, "The abundant flow of true energy accidentally caused the bed to collapse. My wound is finally completely healed. In just 2 days, your nirvana finger has improved to the point of completely curing me. Could it be that you were tricking me?" The last time Xi Yan slowly emerged from that pile of rubble, he used his pitiful expression and said to you, "Sister, don't blame me for the past few days. Every night, the ancestor has been appearing in my dreams, telling me that my nirvana thread has just advanced to the next level. Look at the dark circles under my eyes. I haven't slept for days. Luckily, the level 3 nirvana thread is working, otherwise it would be trouble. Looking at your appearance, you must have suffered a lot. Luckily, the ancestors are protecting you. You are in a good mood today. Tell me, what reward do you want?" "Sister Yu, I don't know how to practice this martial art. I would like to ask you for help." "Oh, the sword is so sharp. You really chose this martial art. The flower sword just wants to enter the sect is not that easy. Actually, there is an extremely suitable place for people to practice this martial art. That is Jiangling City near here, where the third elder does business. This is the brothel that the third elder runs. It is said that Passionate Love House sells art, not body. The name doesn't sound like much. The third elder has always been neutral in the sect, so she won't make things difficult for you because of the feud between you and the Grand Elder. You're also of great use to the third elder. You're cultivating there, so maybe she'll even help you. I have a great effect on the third elder." "What effect?" "I can't say. You should experience it yourself. Feel like there is a bad omen. The only thing to worry about now is the Grand Elder. If she doesn't mind her status and attacks you outside the sect, then my sister is also out of reach. I have a way?" The sect master was surprised and asked, "Do you have a way?" "I wrote a new book, no. I found one that is trending on the market. Zhu Yanlei Bai He. Talk about a master, like the Extinction Master, who hides a taboo feeling for his female disciple in his heart, treating his female disciple like a queen, hoping to be trampled under her feet and fiercely ridden by her. The content is extremely evil. You revealed your identity at the end of the book, Miss Xinxi, and you still dare to release a new book. Has Sister Yu finished reading it?" The sect master immediately said embarrassedly, "Ahem." Xie Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course I won't read that kind of flirtatious literature. I accidentally heard my friends mention it. Of course I also believe that in the book Xie Yan wrote, there must be someone framing you. The author this time is a person named Dai Ha Ho. I heard that this person is probably Ji Yun Tao of the Taoist sect. I've heard that this guy is handsome and cool for a long time. I don't know how many girls miss him. I didn't think he was a hypocrite. But there are also rumors that the extremely optimistic Taoist Hong Ling used this pen name to hide her identity. Indeed, the devil's female demon lives a shameless life of excessive nourishment. Sect master, you seem to be a witch too. But I heard that this book started circulating in the town near Zen Buddhist. It turns out that place is full of monks. A few days after the sect master learned about this, the Taishuan sect, the supremely optimistic sect, and the places near the Tianfo temple, indeed began to circulate a novel about Zhu Renli Bai of He. After that, this book began to circulate in the demonic love sect, because the content was extremely clear. The Grand Elder was so angry that he carried his sword and flew out of the sect. He spread the rumor that he wanted to kill that He Hu to relieve the hatred in her heart. But what does wanting to kill a river have to do with me, Ziyan? After thinking about those things, Ziyan immediately stepped into the brothel that was called Paradise on Earth. Very good indeed. A feng shui treasure land for practicing the flower sword. In a certain room in the brothel, Ziyan was sitting on the ground when suddenly a voice said, "Are you Ziyan? This person is the third elder of the demon love sect Yu Xuanji. You have already sent me a letter about your desire to become the sect master. It is just a small matter, I would have sent a few servants to handle it. I was just a little curious about you, so I deliberately called you to meet me first. You are indeed a rare and beautiful man." After saying that, the third elder immediately took the grape from the beautiful woman's hand. Just looking at the grape, she said, "You're still a eunuch, not like the rumors say." After saying that, she put the grape in her mouth and continued, not hesitating to deceive everyone in the sect to protect you. Is this, the sect, master in the heat of passion? Third elder. You're joking. I know that although I'm handsome, tall, and dark on the outside, I'm still not at the level that can make the sect master admire me. Being an elder is really not simple. At a glance, I can see that little Ji Yan still has to understand how men are. Every move exudes a flirtatious charm that makes people's hearts flutter. It is said that the thing she cultivates is also a secret technique of joy. Tesk. One can see that her puzzle-making skills are much more proficient than Qin Xin Xi's. What a man of integrity. I always maintain neutrality in the sect, so I will not favor the Grand Elder, but also will not favor the sect master. If you want to hide in the Love Palace, you can, but you must agree to one condition with me. Xian heard that and immediately asked what the conditions were. It seems like the sect master also said that I have a great effect on her, but he didn't say it clearly. Wait. She cultivates the secret method of joy, and this young master has a body without leakage and is so handsome she probably doesn't want it. Xian immediately imagined the scene of being eaten by her and immediately panicked and shouted, "Don't come here. You scream even if your throat breaks. No one will come to save you. Sober up, don't guess." My successor disciples practice the low-level cultivation method of the joy secret method. The method of cultivating this cultivation method is to engage in sexual intercourse with men. Just win this battle and plant the seeds of love in the other person's heart, and you can increase your cultivation rapidly. You have the appearance of an angel on the outside, but inside you have a pure body. You are a man among men, 1 in 10,000. As long as there is someone in my group of disciples who can plant the seed of love in your heart, you will win over 100 ordinary men. Xie Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought it was some kind of condition, so this is it. Xie Yan then raised his hand, and made an okay sign saying, "I agree. You must know that once you fail in this battle and are planted by others, what will be the outcome? We know that if we are sown with love, our hearts will become slaves to the one who sows love, obedient and submissive, doing whatever he asks. So you know that you still, in the love war between men and women, I have never lost. The people from both worlds are both peerless beauties. Up until now, the girls have always pursued me. I don't even have the habit of pursuing girls." Ziyan immediately stood up and continued speaking even more so. The third elder, a peerless and beautiful woman, surely, his disciples are also beautiful women who can fight with beauties and lose and fall into love. If he doesn't say he's dead, then what's the big deal? Ziyan pointed at the fan he was holding in his hand, which had the words, "Even ghosts are also romantic." If it was an experienced man seducing expert like her who did it, I would have to think twice. But if it was her disciples, a bunch of rookies who were new to man seducing, I'm scared of nothing. The third elder looked at the words on the fan and said, "You are indeed a romantic person. No wonder you chose to fight in the middle of a flower." Then she clapped her hands and said it all. At this time, a group of extremely beautiful women came out to meet them and asked for Mr. Sai's advice. The room was filled with beauties. Ziyan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said embarrassedly, "I hope you sisters will give me some advice." "Oh shit. There are so many of them. Are all the beauties on the floor participating? But this is also good. My flower sword only needs a large amount of beauty, the more beauties the better." A few days later, I started a love battle with these sisters. While leading the beauties to Xiayan, I sang loudly. The joy of the occasion made me feel happy, and the flowers were in full bloom. Beyond my expectations, under the guidance of an experienced person, like the third elder, these disciples did not follow her path. They were drunk and leaned on the new tower, loving the bright moon. In their dreams, beautiful women danced and danced. At night, Xiayan was in a study with another beautiful woman practicing calligraphy. He was a literary man who sold his art, not his body. He read books with a red face and a handsome face. The emperor was delighted and crazy. The flower hands watched the return of the court. The wise and the wise often seemed to be together on the moonlit night. Xiayan sat on the boat with the beautiful woman affectionately talking about the taste of this third elder. How is it that it is not much worse than the sect master? A few days later, it was time for Xiayan to leave. The beauties couldn't bear it and cried and lamented, "I Xie Luong will miss you. Even though the cowherd and the weaver girl are separated by the Milky Way, we will still meet again once a year. I will never forget the days I spent with Zhe Luong for the rest of my life." Hoo-hoo. I don't want to part with Zhelong. It's true that even reincarnation is not enough to stop loving men. Haha. As expected of a man qualified to practice the flower in the middle sword technique. Teasing him like that still can't make him move. The harder it is to defeat a man. Once defeated, the deeper the seed is planted, the better the effect. It's a pity there are too many sisters. It's only our turn once a week. Xie Yan looked out the window and said, Hi. These demonesses are a bit virtuous, but knowing the principle of using beauty to seduce people cannot last long. Choosing the path of using emotions to move people's hearts. If you fall for the trick, I'm afraid that you will really have deep love roots that are difficult to break. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I saw countless girls, whether sincere or fake, and I knew at first glance that their tricks had no effect on me. What I needed was the aura of a beautiful woman, not some kind of emotion. Obviously, being with beautiful women every day is like a shadow. But progress is this slow if it continues like this. Who knows, when will I be able to enter the sect? According to the records in the secret manual, if one wants to cultivate the flower sword, the peerless handsome man is just the first move. A woman who sincerely admires and actively pursues him can produce the beauty aura suitable for cultivation. Only in the midst of the beautiful women who love you with all their beauty can you absorb the rich beauty aura that makes the flower and sword enter the door. I wish to transform into a butterfly with Xie Liang and fly together, but these past few days, although I've been with this beauty all day, it hasn't been fun. It's like a martial arts competition. Hidden swords, every word of love we say is a bright spear, but every ray of love is a secret message. Ji Yan and the beauty go to the lake to watch the sunset. A few days later, Xie Yan sat there thinking with a sour face, saying that the progress was so slow, only the devil knew when he would be able to enter the sect. If he couldn't enter the sect, he wouldn't be able to hide in a brothel for the rest of his life, right? Xie Yan kept grumbling as he walked. Just relying on my face isn't enough. I have to think of a way to move these demonesses. If you can't rely on your appearance, then rely on your talent. Your belly contains many lines of poetry and prose. No, these demonesses are walking the path of talented women. They are very proficient in poetry and song in front of them. It is easy to be exposed. Think about it. It's probably just this finger that makes them want to die. A few days later at a brothel, a beautiful woman was standing absent-mindedly. Then she was immediately frightened by the group of beauties who asked her why she came here. The third elder asked her to come here to serve young Master Z. You should still give up your ordinary appearance. Even we are not satisfied with young Master Z relying on you. What a waste of time. The girl heard that and got angry, her fists shaking. Then she regained her composure, raised her arms and clasped them together, and said that tonight was a beauty pageant, organized by Passionate Love House and Cloud Dance Club. All the older sisters had to participate, so the third elder asked her to take care of young Master Zai, so that's how it was. Little sister, tonight only you and young Master Sai are together. You must seize this opportunity. Who knows, young Master Sai might like your mouth. After saying that, they laughed loudly and hugged each other, leaving ha. The beauty could only silently watch them leave. A moment later, in Xie Yan's room, the beautiful woman from earlier, holding a plate of fruit in her hand, opened the door and entered. She said that today, young Master Z, I will serve you. See the beauty of Xie Yan. She was struck by love at first sight. At first sight, she looked at Xie Yan passionately. Xie Yan was standing by the window when he saw her come in and immediately approached this very strange woman. Was this the first time they met? Hearing Xie Yan's question, the woman was startled and dropped the fruit plate she was holding. She panicked and ran to pick it up, but accidentally stepped on the banana. The banana hurt so much that she winced and slipped, falling face down. She immediately panicked and shouted, "Get out of the way!" At this moment, she imagined Xie Yan reaching out to pull her into his embrace just in time to conveniently fall into young Master Sai's arms. But life is not like a dream. Xie Yan immediately dodged to the side and did not pull her back. Suddenly a loud bang rang out. Xie Yan not only did not help her stand up, but also raised his hand to block the banana from hitting her. She fell face down on the ground, holding her head and crying. Xie Yan saw that and immediately put his hand on her head and asked if she was okay. Seeing her absent-minded look, did she have something on her mind? It's not common to see people who practice martial arts with such clumsy hands and feet. She looked at Xie Yan with a dumbfounded expression. Speechless. Then she suddenly burst into tears like a baby. Seeing that Xie Yan kindly asked why she was crying and who bullied her. I really want to join the yacht party tonight, but I'm not as pretty as those guys. Even the guqin, which is her only specialty, is too repetitive in her ideas. Her spiritual energy is not as good as that of her sisters, so she is not qualified to participate in the yacht club. I saw her facial features, but the inner corner of her eyebrows receded a bit, making her look a bit worse. Moreover, she already felt that she had lost to them. In fact, she is more suitable to be a female knight than a graceful and gentle woman. But she is now like a precious gem that has a flaw and is entangled in the world of hardship, a pity, and a pity. She heard that and asked, "What should I do?" Xie Yan held out 2 fingers and said, "I have a way to erase your blemishes and remove the dust on your body." Not only can she participate in the yacht party tonight, but she can also make flowers jealous and willows resentful. She was very surprised to hear that. At night at the cruise festival, lanterns were released across the sky, and many people came to attend the festival. A beautiful woman is sitting on a boat, singing and playing music, while below is a river full of bright lanterns. It seems like she has made a mistake in her past life and does not like a life of wandering. She wishes to pick a mountain flower and wear it. Why does she need to ask where this body will go? The men standing by admired her. This was the fairy Chiluo of the Love Tavern. Indeed, the music was melodious. The voice was deep and high. The music was beautiful. The person was even more beautiful. Every year, Passionate Love House and Cloud Dance Club join all the brothels in Jiangling Town to organize this flower boat festival so that the girls can take boats across this arched bridge and show off their talents. Fairy Chilo, I love you, 3000. You are my wife. Another man declared with a fierce face. No matter who you are, as long as you win the flower for Fairy Chilo today, you will be my half-brother. If anyone on the bridge has a special interest in a beauty and wants to nominate them as a beauty queen, they can buy fresh flower petals to give to Chiluo. Fairy Chiluo stood up, hugged her zither, and said, "Thank you, everyone." In the end, the one with the most flower petals is the beauty queen of Jiangling. At this time, on another cruise ship, there was a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes and wearing jewelry all over her body dancing. This person was Fairy Meng Tang. As expected, it was still Fairy Meng Tang's dance that charmed me more. It was Fairy Meng Tang. The men who saw this were all extremely excited. Someone admired her to the point of nosebleeds. I love you. 3000, I am my wife. Fuck, isn't that the person who just said that to Fairy Chiluo? Why did you change your mind so quickly? Don't pay attention to the details. In another corner, two men were standing and talking to each other. Tonight it was really worth coming here. The beauties were like clouds and the women were like dance, especially the Passionate Love House. They played the zither, chess, poetry, painting, and drawing. It was like there was nothing they didn't know. It seemed that the beauty queen this time belonged to the Passionate Love House. They just didn't know if it was Fairy Chiluo or Fairy Meng Tang. At this time, on a beautiful woman's boat, a group of dirty and ragged men jumped onto the beautiful woman's boat. Seeing this, the beautiful woman was scared and asked, "What do you want to do?" They all had red eyes and lewd faces looking at the girl. One of them was shirtless and said, "We are disciples of the demon sect. We have captured the righteous fairy." She said, "What do you want us to do?" "I Zi Daoyun am someone who is at odds with you demons. I will never let you touch a single hair on my head. She Daoyun is not the descendant of the oldest lineage of the great Han righteous sect Fan Xinjai. She is the most outstanding young generation. I don't know how many disciples of the demonic sect she has killed. How come she was captured? Are you blind? She is clearly the leader of the Yanyu Martial Arts Hall. You are the most playful." "Ah, I recognize her now. What is she doing here? Acting." At this time on the boat, Yanyu was beaten miserably, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Hey, I thought I was a pure and innocent fairy. Now my cultivation has been destroyed, and I can only let us demonic disciples do whatever they want." At this time, the men above looked down to listen to what was happening. She was shouting loudly for help. "Is there any young hero who can save me?" The priest said, "You call for help. Even if your throat is sore from screaming, no one will come to save you." Then they rowed the boat to take her away. The men on the bridge saw this and shouted angrily, "Come back for me." Really want to see the next part, but then they just dropped the petals they were holding and said, "It's not just petals. Why come back? I'll give it all to you." At this time, in a small room on the river, the third elder and another beautiful woman were enjoying tea, looking through the window to observe everything that happened to Yan Yu. The third elder angrily said shamelessly, "Your Yunwu guild actually used such shameless methods. Acting is also a kind of talent that we openly compete for. The customer likes it and gets it." This person is the extremely optimistic elder Bai Su, Jen, the owner of the Yunyu guild. The extremely optimistic person behind this Yunwu association is not inferior to our demonic sect. These people practice the dual cultivation method of Yunwu, so they are very flirtatious and always attract more customers than me. I worked hard to cultivate Mengtang and Chilo. I originally thought I could suppress them this time, but I didn't expect her to have this move. Just then, a sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Bai Su Zhen heard it and immediately said, "What is this sound?" It seemed to be the sound of a zither. All the famous beauties of Jiangling had appeared. Who was playing the zither? Suddenly, some people above looked down and recognized Xie Yan and shouted that it was Xie Yan. Xie Yan and the beautiful woman were sitting on the boat. Xie Yan was playing the piano. The scene around the boat was brightly lit with lanterns released everywhere, making the scene extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Xie Yan started singing, her graceful figure lingering on the hem of her dress. The old horse and I saw each other off the smoke drifting through the village. Suddenly, like flowers falling in the old house, the wind drifted away as she enjoyed tea. At this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly drew her sword and danced, while Xie Yan continued to sing. Small alley, where no one knows where the wine is old, friend drained the cup, drunk, this is the end of the world. The beautiful woman in the veil dances with concentration to the sound of the zither. The distant horizon seems like home. The thatched house in the mist seems like a distant tower. No matter how big or small the argument is, even if it's 3 inches, one still calls himself a knight, holding swords and punching each other after a long time of killing each other. The people on the boat all focused their attention on the two of them. At this time, the third elder was still standing, watching Zieyan. Zieyan's singing still echoed. He didn't need a hero's name. Day and night he was drunk and slept next to him. Bai Suzhen is surprised by Zieyan's voice. On Zieyan's side, he had already withdrawn his hand after finishing his performance of the zither. The other girl also withdrew her knife. The title of the song is Thank You, Hero. Zieyan raised his hand to express his gratitude. Everyone on the boat was amazed by Zieyan's talent. Suddenly a basket of flowers was thrown down. The two were showered with flowers by the crowd to show their love for the performance. I bought 1,200 more petals and continued to scatter them. Everyone was talking and discussing the lyrics of this song. It was messy and unclear, but the melody made people feel extremely lonely. What kind of song is this? Why have I never heard such a beautiful and strange song before? Is this young man in white a celestial immortal? Why is he so handsome, elegant and pure like the moonlight? If that young man is a celestial immortal, then that veiled young woman is a sword immortal dancing as fast as a willow branch. Her graceful figure is like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. At this time, the girl also turned around to look at everyone and greeted them. This is the song that the young master Zieyan just now is called, The Young Master Who Doesn't Like Heroes, composed for this concubine. She turned back to everyone and continued speaking, and I said to myself, at this time, Zieyan used his finger power to help Meng Qinglian remove her veil. When everyone saw her true face, they exclaimed in amazement, "Ah, so beautiful, worthy of being a sword. Immortal, descended to earth, a good name close to the mud, but not tainted by the smell of mud. Truly pure and otherworldly, unlike other flashy people. Autumn water complexion, spring features, mountains, flowers, jealous of beauty, willows, resentful of greenness, not having the fake attitude of ordinary young girls. I have never seen such a majestic woman before." At this moment, Zieyan's boat left. Everyone shouted, "Don't go. I'm willing to use 400 taels of gold to buy flowers. Please play the song again. I didn't expect there to be such a woman in the world. Sigh. If I don't see the sword fairy in the future, I definitely won't be able to eat well or sleep well." Zieyan left, leaving behind women so crazy that they could not stand. One woman held a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said, "My heart only opens once to welcome you in, then closes for 1,000 years. But that time, I forgot to close the door. You left, leaving me alone." At this time, the third elder and Bai Su-jen were still sitting at the tea table observing the situation. If I say it, you may not believe that the girl's name is Meng Xiaohua, an ordinary girl in my shop. How can that make sense, Yu Xuanji? You dare to insult me like that? She slammed her fist on the table and said, "Today's story." Then she walked out the door and slammed it shut, shouting loudly. What I pinned down today was really not humiliating. She was indeed the most normal girl in my shop. Then the third elder opened the lid of the teacup. She looked at her face reflected in the teacup and said, "But how did she become so beautiful, and change her name to Meng Qinglian? How could the numerous beauties of the demon love sect be trampled upon by the underlings of the extremely optimistic Cloud Dance Club? I wonder if the third elder is satisfied with this gift." The third elder smiled and said, "Zieyan, it's all because of you that this performance just now is your handwriting. Meng Xiaohua's appearance changed greatly because of what you did. My nirvana finger can only heal wounds. Although the sword finger has not yet been mastered, its power is still weak, but its sharpness is enough to perform cosmetic surgery on women." Suddenly, Zieyan's eyes lit up, and he smiled happily, thinking that the two of them could completely imitate the high level of Korean plastic surgery. Then the clacking sound was coming, plus the hottest ancient-style song that has been tested by hundreds of millions of people, combined with the popular sword dance. But in this ancient world, there is a lack of explosive entertainment news. How can it not shock the whole school? The whole castle of the demoness is not in my hands yet. At the love shop, the beautiful lady stood, bowed her head, and said, "Mr. Ji." Zieyan saw that, and immediately helped her stand up straight and said, "What are you doing? Get up quickly. Young master, you have just helped me restore my beauty and taught me swordplay, so that my name will shake. Jiangling Qinglian will never forget it." After the flower boat festival, the names Zieyan and Meng Qinglian spread throughout Jiangling, becoming the dream lovers of countless men and women. Zieyan grew thinner day by day. A girl hung Zieyan's picture in her house, lit incense, and thought that Zieyan had passed away. She looked at the picture and cried, "Plastic surgery is a great killing technique that can drive women crazy. All the demonesses in the whole building have gone crazy and thrown away all shame, wanting me to check their bodies. Oh, the blemishes on their faces." The crowd of beauties jostled and pushed each other, leaving Zieyan devastated and without a single piece of clothing to cover his body. There are also people who come to me to ask me to teach them how to dance and sing, hoping that I, the great master, will compose a song for them. The beggar will of course be flirtatious and seductive. Luckily, I come from the information explosion era and have met countless idols. My aesthetic taste surpasses the girls of this world. Young master, Sai, is the best. So you guys combine modern elements to create ancient beauties. Furthermore, I also compose songs and dances that suit their temperament. Because of this, they even started to respect me as Master Z. They knelt before Ziyan and said in unison, "Your servant greets Master Z." And so for the next month, I freely continued my cultivation. At the love shop, write poems and draw pictures for girls. Give advice to the 3 elders. Not long after Passionate Love House completely overwhelmed Cloud Dance Club, and my reputation also spread throughout Zhongling, becoming the dream object of countless young ladies, gaining a large amount of admiration and favor. Ziyan raised 2 fingers to check to see how far he had cultivated the flower sword technique. Watch Ziyan's sword slash across the edge of the table. Immediately severed and fell to the ground. Shayan happily said that after working hard for so many days, he finally mastered the art of swordplay. But because the true QE in my body has been completely transformed into flower-like true Ki, my realm does not advance but retreats. The system panel displays the level of the system level 1, name Ziyan Post-Celestial, realm level 1, skill mastery, deploy the origin point 661, Kanto 443 times, enter the myriad realms of heaven and earth to finish cooling. Shi Yan saw this and happily said, "But this is a good thing. Beating the first level, Post-Celestial's flower-like true Ki, is the same as beating the third level Post-Celestial's mixed true Ki before. Furthermore, after my heavenly official hand changed to the flower realm true Qi, the driving force was much stronger than before." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Ji Yan asked who was there. That person was Qing Lian. She immediately said, "Qing Lian heard that Master Si was about to leave. I came here to practice the flower sword technique. Now that I have not only successfully practiced it, I have also met all of you sisters. It is time to go back, but I still haven't had time to repay Master Z yet. Could it be that the sisters haven't done well yet, that Master Si keeps wanting to leave? What's going on? Could it be that the younger sister is infatuated with the young master? It's not good if later she can't control her feelings and demands to repay her with her body. Then it's over. Before and after transmigrating, I've always kept myself pure. The Chin Shin Tsi incident wasn't my fault, but I'm extremely familiar with the technique of rejecting girls' feelings without losing the style of a peerless handsome man or making the girl lose face." Shayen turned around and walked to the window looking sad and saying, "A's. People have joys and sorrows together, and apart, the moon has full moons and waning moons. This matter is difficult to fulfill. Silly girl in this world. How can there not be? Separation is inevitable. Wish to be with you forever. 1,000 miles together boat. But even though we are thousands of mountains and rivers apart, at least we are under the same moonlight. Share the same bright moon. Wish to be with you forever. Thousands of miles together on the boat. Based on my experience of 2 lifetimes as a human, if I want to break up with a literary woman who has feelings for me, I have to use the kind of literary and lyrical language like Tui Dieu Ka." Hearing what Ziyan said, she was moved to tears. Master Z was right. I was too deviant. A free and unconstrained character like Master Sai is like the moonlight in the sky. The moonlight will shine down on everyone in the world, saving them. We shouldn't be so selfish and dream of monopolizing Master Sai. I will definitely try to cultivate to become better, and then I will come with my sisters to serve Master Sai. You understand is good, don't come. Please don't come. That's right. Just now Master Sai read a poem. It's just incomplete, not bad. Now I'll read it all to you. Consider it a parting gift. When will the moon come? I will raise my cup and ask the blue sky. At this time, outside Yeyan's room, a woman was standing in front of the door and speaking. Yeyan's flower sword has entered the sect. In a few days he will have to return to the sect. He cannot wait any longer. Tonight is the last chance I must eat Zishu. Suddenly another woman also came to Yeyan's room door. The two looked at each other in surprise. It said, "Why are you here?" The beauty who came first pointed and scolded the beauty who came later. "Are you scolding yourself? It's so late, and you're still coming to Z's room. Don't tell me you went to see the moon." Then both of them angrily brought their faces close to each other and said, "Let's duel tonight. Only the living can enter Master Z's room." Then the two suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, what is that sound? Clack, 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 clack." It turned out that a group of beautiful women were jostling each other towards Z Yan's room door and competing to say that Master Z is mine. What nonsense. Master Z is clearly everyone. Stop jostling each other. Let's line up one by one or go up together. Unanimously foreign affairs first is. At night she went to Zheyan's room. The third elder, she was sitting on the chair, saw Zheyan and immediately said the female idol group. Yes, life has many types. Everyone has their own taste. Some like simplicity, some like debauchery, some like weakness, some like heroism. The sisters in the love house all have their own style. Why don't we combine them to create a female group called the 48 Love Girls? 48 women with different styles are enough to capture all the men in the world in one net. I wonder if this world can develop idol culture. What do you eat to develop your brain? Why do you have so many strange ideas? Or don't return to the sect and stay with me. The house is full of beauties. Your choice. Whoever said she showed off her curvaceous figure. Ziyan saw this and immediately spoke up. It can't be done. If you want to create an idol culture, you have to make your sisters the most perfect goddesses in the hearts of men. Goddesses being intimate with other men is a taboo. The 48th season has only just begun. We have to avoid suspicion. Damn it. There are many demons in the building, and there are even playboys like you. If I stay sooner or later, I will be drained dry. Well, if that's the case, I won't force it. But to pay you back for these past few days, I will tell you some news. Grand Elder, Wu Lingshen came to find me. What does she mean? Does she want to attack me? Don't worry, I've hidden your matter. Wu Lingshen only came to persuade me to join her faction to make things difficult for the sect master. So what does the third elder mean? He asked this woman to tell him this news. If she's not on his side, then most likely she wants to silence him. I told Wu Lingshen that I myself would not participate in the fight between her and the sect master. I think you should not come back. If you come back, you might as well lose your life. You are very talented, I admire you. Not only will you have beautiful women as your companions at Passionate Love House, Wu Lingshan will also not sell my face to touch you. In just a few years, you can cultivate into a talented person, like Sect Master. On. What do you think? The third elder values me. Is it because of this family? And some petty tricks? I wonder what the Sect Master of that year would decide in this situation. Surely the third elder already has the answer in his heart. What an interesting person. Even I have some feelings for him. I hope he can survive under Wu Lingxian's hands. At the moment at the Passionate Love Inn, inside the beauties gathered in front of Zheyan and said with a smile, Zixi, our sisters have prepared a banquet at the mausoleum to invite Zixi to drink wine and watch the moon. I wonder if Zixi has time tonight. Tomorrow is the Jiangling Lantern Festival. I want to invite you. Zheyan was a little confused and bewildered when he heard that. Then he clasped his hands and began to speak. I have received the kindness of the fairies. Today I have said goodbye to the third elder. I will leave Passionate Love House in a few days. The group of beauties heard that and were immediately shocked, saying something like, Master Sai is about to leave. Is it because we sisters didn't serve Master Sai? Well, Master Sai is leaving, what should we do? Shimao came to Jiangling to stay temporarily. Thanks to the fairies of the Passionate Love House for taking care of him. These past few days I must return to the sect today. Hearing what Zheyan said, a girl hiding outside couldn't help but drop the fan she was holding. It turned out she was Qing Lian. She sadly said to Zheyan, Master, you're about to leave. Inside, two beauties ran to hug his arms and said, helping each other to live a miserable life is not as good as separating to find opportunities. People living in this world always have some regrets. I hope the fairies will cherish it. After saying that, Zheyan turned around and left, leaving behind a group of beauties who cried and lingered. A few days later I originally planned to leave secretly at night, but unexpectedly I was at the Jiangling Ferry. Meng Qinglian had brought the newly formed female troupe of the Passionate Love House to wait there, intending to send Ziyan off. Qinglian, holding a zither in her hand, said, Master Z, we're apart today. We don't know when we'll see each other again. Let the sisters send him off for a while. After saying that, she began to sing, The passionate people of old have had the pain of separation. How can they bear the cold and lonely autumn weather? Where will I sober up tonight? The willow bank in the early morning wind. After so many years, a new day has passed. The beautiful scenery is no longer necessary. At this moment, Zheyan stood on the boat and turned his head to look back with longing. The song still echoes somewhere, even though there are thousands of love affairs. How can it spread to anyone? Note: this is the song Spirit of the Rainforest by Liu Yong, translated poem by Huang Yuan Zhang. At this time, Zheyan's boat had also gone far away. The system board that appeared received many original points with feelings of nostalgia, love, and appreciation from the beauties of the Zhiyan Love Tavern. He immediately said that these girls were also very affectionate. Returning to the sect, the fortune and misfortune were unpredictable. The proposal of the third elder was also very touching, making him want to stay in this gentle place. But the sect master, who has done me a favor and deserted at this time, is not very good, let alone the sect master who has recovered for a long time, this time playing chess with the grand elder. I think she has more potential. Xie Yan immediately tried using the flower sword and said that this trip to Jiangling not only earned him a lot of points, but he also entered the sect smoothly. Wait until you leave Jiangling, you should still find a remote place to level up your sword. When you were still at Passionate Love House, you didn't dare to level up randomly. The sect master still believed in the ancestor's dream about something, but I'm afraid the third elder wouldn't believe it. At this moment, there was a man standing on the rock of a mountain somewhere. He immediately spoke up and asked if everyone had come yet. A group of people flew over like a gust of wind. They immediately knelt down and bowed their heads to report. There were 11 seals in the wind, 7 seals in the thunder, 14 seals in the earth, and the seals. This leader is the blood-clothed 3-character Mandarin, he spoke loudly. Everyone is here. As the general of Jiangling region, I have summoned you all for a great mission. A subordinate raised his head and asked, "What mission is there that requires us to summon all the assassins of the jangling area of our blood-robed tower?" Extremely optimistic, spend 500,000 taels to invite the blood-robed tower to assassinate an elder of the demon love sect. The devil love sect is the 9th great devil sect leader. Even though he is the base, he is still considered a big shot. At the very least, he is a pre-celestial expert. This transaction is not profitable for me. The scope of our blood-clothed tower's strength has just reached the jangling region, so we need a chance to make a name for ourselves. Even if there is a small loss, it is worth it. In addition, we are extremely optimistic and will spend an additional 5,000 taels to kill a small character. They want us to kill a man named Xie Yan here. Who is Xie Yan? Is there a character named Xie Yan in the demon love sect? Recently, Jangling City has a beautiful young man named Xie Yan, who claims to be the most beautiful in Jangling City. I wonder if he is this person. In the demon love sect, there is also a eunuch named Ji Yan, who uses his beauty to do things. I heard that he was taught by the demon love sect's sect master with all his heart. His strength is probably at the 3rd level of the post-celestial level. All the information related to Xie Yan is here. Just leave a few people behind. The rest will follow me and act together. If you are a peerless, handsome man, your subordinate also wants to try a little. I hope the commander will let me stay. Also, the lion has no rabbit, so use all your strength and stay behind to handle it. With a 5th level post-celestial like you plus 2 3rd level ones, there should be no problem. Haha. You only have this hobby of dragons. You have killed nearly 100 men. The subordinate immediately took the information and said, "Thank you, Commander, for completing this task." At this moment, in a corner of the forest, a small fire was burning. Suddenly, a flame several inches high lit up a corner of the forest. It turned out that Xie Yan was practicing the flower sword technique. This is the might of the flower sword level 1, long or short invincible power. Yet only consuming 10 of my original points is truly too much. The limit of my true energy can now step out with a sword. Bearing 5 feet 1 foot is 13 meter invincible power. Amplified ordinary swords and sabers absolutely cannot block the sword bearing. Was busy calculating. Then suddenly the flower sword suddenly went out. Seeing that, Xie Yan immediately said, "That's too fast, all my true energy has been used up. Post-celestial realm, level 1 extreme state can't last for half a minute. This toy also uses too much true energy." Ji Yan opened the system board to level up to level 1. It only cost 10 points. Level 2 probably won't cost much. Continue to increase the system board. Shows the remaining points are 653. 63443. Master. The skill of the flower sword finger current. Level 1 effect of the sword finger is to condense the air length or short, as desired invincible power. He immediately pressed level up, upgrading the flower sword to level 2 for me. Xie Yan's body also had many changes at this time. Why is the reaction so big? At this time, the system will display a reminder that your cultivation realm has been upgraded to the current realm of post-celestial level 3. Xie Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as he felt the power flowing through his body. The level 2 sword finger helped me return to the 3rd post-celestial level again. Xie Yan immediately used the sword finger to slash across the row of ancient trees in front of him. One level up 2 realms at once, not worthy of being a pre-celestial cultivation method. If he kept his sword within 3 feet, then fighting with someone for a moment would not be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the row of ancient trees were cut off by Xie Yan's sword. The most important thing is still not this Xie Yan, right? Hit the biggest tree with one move and suddenly there was a loud bang. Seeing the power of this move, Xie Yan immediately expressed his interest and said, "Just one sword strike and it hits in an instant. Not bad. It can emit sword energy through the body. This is like the 6 Meridians divine sword." The system again displayed a notification that the remaining original points were 453, 63443. The current level of the mastery of the flower sword was only level 2. The current effect was only the sword's effect. It hit in an instant. Xie Yan saw this and immediately shouted angrily. Level 2 consumed 200 original points, completely different from level 1. Oh my god. When level 1 learn how to use the essence of the power, there is no increase at all. When reaching level 2, the power has clearly increased a lot. In one go, it increased from post-celestial level 1 to post-celestial level 3, guessing that half of these 200 yuan are consumed by cultivation. Never mind. Let's see if it's possible to level up another level to level 3. Xie Yan immediately clicked on level up. At this moment, a stream of true energy slowly began to flow into Xie Yan's body. This source of power was quite large, causing Xie Yan to cry out in pain. The system board shows the remaining original points, 53, 63443 skills, mastered the flower sword, only current level 3. Current effect, curved straight as desired, dynamic at will. After a while, the system displayed a message that your cultivation realm had been upgraded. The current realm was post-celestial level 6. After the successful upgrade, Xie Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Level up is so hard and cost 400 points. But the effect was also very good. It increased my cultivation to the 6th post-celestial level. What's even better is that I finally understood what is called curving and straightening as desired. The QE moves as desired. Shi Yan looked up at the tree branches above and had an idea. Shi Yan immediately pointed at the tree branch and chopped it for me. In the end, the tree branch was chopped into many pieces. The level 3 sword energy emitted by the flower sword can still be controlled and cannot be defended against normal people. Basically, cannot dodge it. After testing the sword finger, Zhe Yan immediately put the sword finger back and said that the realm had advanced to the 6th level of the post-celestial level. The defense of the heavenly official was like rising water and rising boats. Even Qin Si might not be able to break through my defense. After looking at the system board, Zhe Yan said that it was a pity that the original points were not enough anymore. Now the true energy in the body is circulating abundantly. Really want to find an opponent to rub against, but beside him, there are only flowers and grass. Looking up at the moon, Xie Yan feels lonely and deserted. I guess this is the feeling of loneliness when you are the champion. The next morning in a forest, Xie Yan was running very fast. It seemed like something urgent was happening. Hurry up and get on the road in this hot weather. When we get to the main road, we have to find a new carriage. Xie Yan recalled the third elder's instructions before he returned to fight her. He carefully remembered his life. According to the third elder's words, Wu Lingxian was going around making connections. He thought that she couldn't hold back anymore. He had to speed up. Zhe Yan's speed increased more and more, but unexpectedly there were still 3 assassins following him. One assassin asked his teammate if he was Zhe Yan. The one on the left answered yes, so he had met him before at the Jiangling Yacht Club. Indeed a handsome man. It's just a 3rd level post-celestial UK. Let's just capture him alive so the Lord can have fun with him. Scarface couldn't stop him. We assassins fear the most is to underestimate the enemy and let them loose. Not to mention the 3rd level post-celestial. Even if the target is an ordinary person, there must be the most appropriate opportunity when the target relaxes their guard. 1 strike will kill. Evil aura surrounded them. 2 subordinates heard this and clasped their hands and bowed their heads, saying, "Sir, what you said is true. We are arrogant, worthy of being seniors with such a serious attitude. No wonder we were able to successfully assassinate a post-celestial 9th level martial artist with only 3 people, post-celestial 5th level." The leader with the scar on his face immediately said that our blood-clothed assassins should pay attention to patience and ambush when they attack. No assassin without professional qualities can live long. He smiled so wide that it was disgusting, his face sly, and continued to speak. It doesn't matter whether you capture it alive or not, as long as it's still hot. The sun rose 3 poles high because Zhe Yan was so tired that he stopped to rest for a bit. The sun was really hot, even standing in the shade in the forest couldn't stop it. At this moment, a small man was carrying a bundle of firewood on his back and walking towards Zhe Yan. When passing by Zhe Yan, the young man turned his head and looked at Zhe Yan. It was such a hot day, and he was still out chopping wood. It was really hard for ordinary people in this world. Suddenly the man spoke up, this young master. Hearing his name being called, Zhe Yan turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The young man immediately asked if we should go that way to Jiangling City. Zhe Yan immediately pointed towards Jiangling and said, "Yes. Just follow this road for another 3 or 4 days, and you will reach Jiangling." The other guy laughed loudly and said, "Young master helping me show the way is really a big help." Then he took out his water jug and offered Zhe Yan a drink. "I am just a small farmer in the mountains and have nothing to repay you. Seeing the sunny weather like this, I invite you to have a sip of fresh mountain water." Xie Yan fumbled around for a bit, then happily took it and said, "Thank you." Just as he was thirsty, Zhe Yan immediately raised the bottle and drank it all in 1 gulp. The other guy saw that Zhe Yan had drunk his water and immediately smiled slyly. He immediately reached out and pulled out the sword hidden behind the bundle of firewood. At this moment, the remaining 2 men flew down from the tree as fast as the wind, then quickly rushed to slash at Zhe Yan. One of them shouted loudly, "Zhe Yan, die!" The leader smiled smugly and said, "You killed the 12 blood-clothed officers of the Feng dynasty." I thought Zhe Yan was done for this time, but unexpectedly Zhe Yan wasn't worried at all. Xie Yan started to use his energy to create a defensive barrier to protect himself. There were clanging sounds as the 3 of them used their swords to slash behind Zhe Yan, but they were all blocked by the defensive barrier. One assassin saw this and said that he could react quickly, and in a short time he could use a protective technique. Another said that even if the 3 of us attacked with all our might, we still wouldn't be able to break the protective technique. The intelligence is wrong. I'm not just a 3rd level post-celestial. He was afraid that once the poison took effect, even the 9th level post-celestial wouldn't be able to stop it. Xi Yan immediately opened the Nirvana finger and calmly said, "I have seen through you all for a long time. If you don't prepare a way out, how can I dare drink your water?" The leader was surprised and said, "It's impossible. How could you see the gap?" The reason was very simple. I know that mind-reading technique has some evil plans in your hearts. I just looked and knew that the negative feelings aimed at me were about to be so strong that they could provide me with a starting point. If I didn't pay attention, then I'm really an idiot. The leader raised his hand to his face and forced him to take off his mask. Then he said, "Mind-reading magic. Haha, you must be the type of person who is naturally sensitive to murderous intent." After removing the mask, then revealed a bald head, looking very funny, but it's okay. The previous scheme was just carefully planned by our blood-clothed assassins, but if you see through it, then that's it. Now he will let people taste the taste of being killed. After he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed his sword and rushed towards Xie Yan to kill. Xie Yan immediately reached out to block his sword strike. Then he used his divine fist and slapped him in the face. The other two saw that and immediately attacked from behind. The man with the sword kept stabbing and slashing at him, but it was all useless. Xie Yan immediately used his divine fist to return to the banquet, beat the other two guys away. The bald man saw this and was excited, laughing and saying that there was indeed an opening. This guy's true energy was strong. He seemed to be at the 6th level of the post-celestial realm, but except for the heavenly official's hand, he didn't know any other martial arts. His attacks were all for show. Using the method of siege fighting, no one's true energy can be abundant. It cannot be exhausted forever. If it is exhausted, it must be exhausted to death. The three assassins were truly fearless and continued to attack Xie Yan, beating him continuously. In the Divine Fist world, he won every battle and returned to his world master, but was beaten by someone else until he could not use even half of his true strength. The martial power levels of the two sides were also too far apart. They attacked Xie Yan from all sides, but Xie Yan was now invulnerable to swords and spears and could do nothing. A killer stabbed Xie Yan from behind with a knife. This guy is really an ordinary Mandarin. Xie Yan thought that he was used to using the Divine Fist and instinctively used the Divine Fist to counter you guys, but you still thought I was a soft persimmon. The bald guy said Thunderbolt hit him below. Thunder 17 hit him on the left side. Haha, in my eyes, he is already a dead man. Xie Yan heard that and immediately said the person was dead, then he held up 2 fingers. Using the flower sword technique, he pointed at an assassin who was charging towards him. The other guy's smile was immediately extinguished as his blood splattered everywhere. His head was made into a deep hole by Xie Yan. He collapsed and died on the spot. His smile had disappeared behind his tears, and Xie Yan calmly said, "This is the dead man. Finger sword energy kills people from a distance. There is no way that finger sword energy can penetrate so strongly. This is true energy separation. You are a pre-celestial master, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Xie Yan looked up and said, "You were so arrogant just now." The prankster heard that and said angrily, "Heaven, devil, hell, rebirth." Behind Xie Yan, the remaining assassin saw his best brother being beaten to death. He painfully screamed a wind 12. He looked like a zombie and rushed straight towards Xie Yan saying, "Feng Xier, clearly your plan is flawed. Fong Thap Ni. Even if I become a ghost, I will not forgive you." This guy suddenly mutated and his body began to swell. Xie Yan was also surprised at this moment, not knowing what this guy would do next. Suddenly there was a loud bang. This guy exploded into pieces. Xie Yan saw this and immediately flew away. Even if you explode, it's okay. Luckily my boss is so rough that his shoes won't explode. The bald guy saw that he could not win the situation, so he turned and ran away. Xie Yan chased after him closely, teasing him. "Brother, don't run." The bald guy ran and grumbled, looking down on him. He didn't expect him to be so powerful, but in this forest, no one has been able to catch him yet. Swish, 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 swish. Xie Yan continuously attacked him. This time he was finished. Xie Yan immediately hit his body and sent him flying away. He arrogantly said, "Don't think that you have won against the blood-robed manner. I have killed people before, but I will kill them to the end next time." Bald guy flew for a long time, then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Xie Yan stood on the broken tree trunk and said, "There will be no next time." The head poked painfully, lying holding the wound. Xie Yan stepped forward, stood in front of him, used the flower sword to point and said, "Why do you blood-robed tower want to kill me?" He turned his face to avoid Xie Yan's sword and said, "Kill me. We have no grudge just now. I helped you heal your wounds. Why do you keep wanting to kill me but can't say it?" "He stubborn face, you stand there hoping to get a word out of my mouth? It seems I'm still too merciful. You must have known the power of these 2 fingers when saving and killing people. In my place you want to die only because you're afraid of not having a whole body." He said, scared, "What do you want to do?" After a while, Xie Yan let him know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Xie Yan beat him up and then treated him. He beat him up and treated him again. He was tortured like that by Xie Yan and shouted loudly, "Kill me." Half an hour later, "Come on, continue telling me how much is 1000 minus 7. He was tortured by Xie Yan until he had no strength left. He said, I said everything. It turns out that these guys come from the most mysterious assassin organization of the Great Han Empire, the Blood-Clothed Building. The blood-robed tower's master is extremely mysterious, rarely appearing, always controlling everything in the dark. Outsiders only know that he is called the Blissful Old Man. He is a 9th-level expert. It is said that he is only 1 step away from the celestial immortal realm. The assassins of the blood-robed tower are divided into 4 classes: heaven, earth, wind, and thunder. The number of the heavenly character is the top expert. The number of the earth character is from the 7th to the 9th floor of post-celestial. The number of the wind character is the 5th floor of post-celestial. The number of the thunder character is the 3rd floor of post-celestial. This person is in the 5th floor of post-celestial. The number of the wind character is the 12th floor. This time, the person in charge of the blood-robed building in the Jiangnan region received a commission from Kook Optimism to prepare to attack a certain character from the Demon Love sect. Killing me is just an additional task. It seems that the extremely optimistic are preparing to attack the Demon Love sect. The Demon Love sect is currently in turmoil. People can't concentrate anymore. We don't know if this is related to the Grand Elder. Even though the sect master has recovered, things are still very dangerous. The two sides' strengths are completely different. They cannot resist each other. Should I run first or go back to inform the sect master before running? Ji Yan seemed to be thinking of something at this moment, staring at him with shining eyes and asking, I ask you, what does the slogan, Heavenly Demon Paradise Hell Rebirth, that you just shouted mean? And what kind of martial art is that strange, self-destructing guy? Hearing Ziyan ask that, he was a little scared and stammered, It's the special technique of the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss technique of my blood-robed building. It's like the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Great technique. It can unleash all of its potential. The assassins of the blood-robed tower come from all over the place. Normally they have no contact with each other, but because they live together in a life of licking blood on the blade, the new person replaces the old person too quickly, often without even knowing each other. But cultivating the Heavenly Demon's ultimate bliss technique can allow assassins to sense each other, judge each other's identity and status, and prevent spies. Ziyan heard this and said, Wait, so you mean that as long as you practice this technique, you can enter the blood-robed tower as an assassin? Hearing what I said, he could not deny it anymore and said yes, it was not wrong. Ziyan asked again, What is suicide? That's because he couldn't cultivate and eventually lost control, so he exploded. My vitality was severely damaged, and I couldn't explode. Xian said it makes sense. He knelt down on the ground, spread his arms out, and explained, Yes, I've become like this. Why would I lie to you? Xian approached him with a funny face and said, I want to learn this technique. You have to teach me. The other guy heard that and happily said, Okay, I will teach you. At night, inside the forest, a small pile of firewood was burning. The prankster sitting opposite was teaching Ziyan to practice. After he taught him for a while, Ziyan said, That's it. I feel like its power hasn't run out yet. He then replied, I know that's all there is to it. At this moment, the system panel appeared. Ziyan looked at it and frowned. He said, You don't seem to like telling the truth, kid. This cultivation method isn't very complete, is it? System panel announces successful skill entry. Skill name, Heavenly Demon. Extreme Bliss. Deficiency skill. Introduction of deficiency of a certain mystical martial art can stimulate the potential in the body in a short time to perish, together with the opponent within a certain range. Can sense people who also practice, can control the technique to not self-destruct. This skill is the most basic part. Current level has not entered. The bald man heard Ziyan say that and was shocked, saying that it was incomplete. The Heavenly Demon's ultimate bliss technique was divided into one level, heaven and earth, wind and thunder. The other high level, only the master of the building knows that what I taught you is the wind level character that I learned. Xiyan looked at him with sharp eyes and said, If it's not a wind level character, then it's not a thunder level character. How can what I teach you be the title of the highest rank? The Devil's Ultimate Bliss Technique. In addition to letting people sense each other, is also a way for superiors to control their subordinates. Unfortunately, you have no chance. The bald man saw the sword in Ziyan's hand and was scared, begging to understand that this was just a misunderstanding. I gave you a chance and you dare to play tricks. Now you go die. Ziyan raised his sword and pointed it at him. Help him reunite with his brothers. He screamed in fear, No, no! If there was a system introduction, I would have almost been fooled by you. After a while, Ziyan sat by the fire and talked about the theory that if he could practice the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss technique to the highest level, then he could control the entire blood-robed tower and the trouble this time would be easily solved. But right now, I only have the missing version of the system's upgrade function, so I'm not sure if it can fully supplement it. This is a double-edged sword. Cultivation must be careful. In case you cannot cultivate to the highest level of the complete version, then cultivating this will cause you to fall into a situation where you are controlled by others. Therefore, going to another world to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Ultimate Bliss technique is the best solution. Xiyan opens the system panel to level up the system, level 1 name. Xiyan, Post-Celestial Realm, level 6, Skill Grasp, Deploy Origin, 0.53, 63443. Times, enter the heavens and myriad worlds. 2 endings cold down, if not sure, then must give up the mission. Small world, if so cultivation method cannot be brought back. If sure, then I will, for the beautiful sect master, present a show of falling flowers topple the city. The world of martial arts heroes is ever-changing with strong people everywhere. The strong gather together to form great sects and fight each other. They are the only order in this chaotic world. Among those strong people, some rely on effort, some rely on talent, and some rely on family background. But someone saw an image of Ziyan carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. Again, rely on chance. Ziyan was originally a mountain man, but by chance he picked up a mysterious jade piece. This piece can open up all kinds of broken martial arts and can also fuse martial arts of similar nature. This is the divine object of the world's heroes for thousands of years. Xie Yan relied on only the strength of one person and one thing to quickly become a top expert in the world of heroes. With the help of many masters, he single-handedly founded Tai Chi and developed it to the point where it is ranked among the top 5 schools in the world. Xiaotian, you are my best brother. I appointed you as the deputy head of the Tai Chi sect. You are below one person, but above 10,000 people. Also got the world's #1 beauty Hua Nongyue, as his wife had brothers to fight with. Had a beautiful wife to accompany him such a life. What more could he ask for? If he understood the moon under the flowers, his whole life would be glorious and prosperous. Xie Yan always thought so, until that day the teacup suddenly fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Xie Yan's eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding. He held his stomach and held out his bloody hand, saying that this tea was poisonous. "Hana Nonggek, you dare to harm me?" Seeing that, she immediately laughed arrogantly. At this moment there was the sound of footsteps entering. A voice said, "Xie Yan, you're wrong. The person who wants to harm you isn't just her. The newcomer is Xie Yan's good brother." He laughed and said, "And so is Long Xiaotian." Xie Yan was extremely angry and glared, shouting loudly, "You two are the people I trust the most." Why, Long Xiaotian immediately said, "Why do you remember what you said a few days ago after drinking and having sex with Hua Nongyue?" Xie Yan immediately remembered that night. "Husband, I saw this jade piece you always wear on your person. Could it be a token of love that the previous woman gave you? Don't think nonsense other than you. I don't have any other woman. This jade is the treasure that helps me practice with it. I am who I am today." Xie Yan, have you never heard the saying you say it without thinking, but the listener has an intention? How dare you tell someone about such an important matter? Now your treasure belongs to me. After he finished speaking, he punched Xie Yan in the stomach and continued. Such a powerful treasure can only develop to the top 5 and not go any further. The Tai Chi sect should have a higher position and become the supreme martial arts master. Today, Long Xiaotian, I invite Sect Master Shi to abdicate from here. Xie Yan was beaten by him and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He even said despicably, "Your disciples are mine. Your wife is mine. All your assets are mine. Long Xiaotian, I will take everything you have ever had." Xie Yan lay in a pool of blood staring at that dog couple. After that night, Long Xiaotian announced to the outside world that Xie Yan suddenly died of a strange illness. The position of head of the Tai Chi sect would be taken over by him, and Xie Yan's body was filled with a deadly poison. His power was exhausted, and everything about him was taken away. Long Xiaotian did not kill Xie Yan, but locked him in prison day and night using all kinds of methods to torment him. Long Xiaotian wanted to hear from Xie Yan the Tai Chi Zhenjian martial art that relied on the jade horn to fuse all kinds of defensive martial arts in the world to practice. "Even if you lock me up for the rest of your life, you can't even dream of getting the complete mantra." Xie Yan's hands and feet were chained, and he tried to reach Long Xiaotian's face, but couldn't reach it. He sneered and said that your Tai Chi Chanzan combines all the defensive martial arts in the world into one truly extraordinary. He stepped away from Xie Yan and continued speaking. "But Xie Yan, do you really think that you were locked up in this dungeon for 5 years just because of Tai Chi meditation? I have the jade horn in my hand and a large amount of defensive techniques in the world. I have already created a martial art of sea-absorbing golden body that is even more mysterious than your Tai Chi Chan Zen. Although it does not have the same counter-shock power as Tai Chi Chan Zen, it can absorb all the enemy's true energy and stubborn defense. The more you fight, the stronger the true energy will be, and it will never dry up. Even Hong Tongtian died in my hands half a month ago. I no longer need your Tai Chi Chan." Zhen Jieyan was extremely surprised when he heard him say that, and said, "No way." Long Xiaotian immediately said, "Why don't you believe it? That's right. After all, Hong Tongtian is the leader of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth with the title of the world's #1 expert. Even if you were to challenge him during his prime, you wouldn't be defeated within 100 moves. I have to thank you and those who swear allegiance to you." After saying that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Where is the sword?" This is the magic sword practice. A sword appeared and landed vertically with a very strong force. Long Xiaotian took the sword and said that this magic sword is a rare treasure from overseas, used to break the protective key of the body, but it only requires the blood of tens of thousands of people to open the sword. This was originally yours, but you were too kind and refused to let it suck your blood. But I'm not soft-hearted. I've wiped out all the disciples who turned to you. Now everyone in the Tai Chi sect is my confidant." Ziyan heard that and was extremely angry, raising his hand to strangle him, but that was impossible. Ziyan shouted loudly, "How dare you?" He smiled and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? Not only did I kill your brother, I also dared to kill you." After he finished speaking, he used his sword to stab Ziyan's left armpit. Ziyan screamed in pain. Then he got close to Ziyan and said, "What about you?" He pulled the sword out of Ziyan's body, then raised his hand and patted Ziyan's face and said, "My sworn brother." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside. "Brother Long, be careful not to get blood on me. I really don't like the smell of blood." Both of them turned their eyes towards the direction of the voice. She was Hua Nongyue. She came forward and jumped into Long Xiaotian's arms. Seeing that Xie Yan shouted, "Hua Nongyue, you poisonous woman, you dare to appear before me. I thought I was not mean to you. Why did you betray me?" At this moment, the two people were cuddling each other. Long Xiaotian immediately said, "You're a wild country bumpkin who doesn't even have a brain? Don't you think about who introduced her to you in the first place? Nongyue, this is the great hero and great man that I often told my sister Xie Yan about big brother Shi. This is a friend of mine who is known as the world's #1 beauty, Hua Nongyue." Only then did Ji Yan realize that he pointed at the two of them and said, You. One of you took the initiative to help me become sworn brothers with me. The other said that he had admired me for a long time and that his heart was always on me. So that's how it is. He was so angry that he shouted, "Adulterer, adulterer, I will kill you all." Xie Yan was as crazy as a lion and rushed to scratch them, but was stopped by the chain. Seeing Xie Yan's appearance, Long Xiaotian pointed at Xie Yan and laughed. Nong Yue, look at his current appearance. Does he look like a mad dog? Long Ji, you're really ugly. No matter what, he's my nominal husband. Why do you say that about him? Haha. Then let's make the green hat on his head a little bigger. Nong Yue immediately said he was excited again every time in front of him. He was really Ji Yan's good brother. After a while, Xie Yan fainted because he used too much force. Seeing this, Long Xiaotian immediately said, "What a piece of trash. Hitting a snake, but not killing it, will make it retaliate. When will you send him on his way?" After January, the Five-Finger Peak Sword Discussion Conference will choose the leader of the martial arts world. My divine skill has been completed. It is time to unify the martial arts world. Wait until I defeat the 5 swords of heaven and earth at the Sword Discussion Conference and gain the position of leader. Then I will send this good brother on his way. Alas, that guy just wants to show off in front of that Xie Yan guy. Ha ha ha. You know that I have been subdued for so long and I feel very uncomfortable inside. After saying that, the two hugged and left. Ye Yan was now surrounded by spiderwebs, his hands and feet were chained, and he was sitting on the ground. At this moment, on Xie Yan's side, the system board announced, "Automatically search the world. Discover world heroes. Go to world. Heroes need 50 WAN points. Consume 50 WAN points. Start the function of crossing worlds. World heroes. Tai Chi sect master. Xie Yan soul replacement successful." At this time in prison, Xie Yan is still lying unconscious. Xie Yan's soul entered. Xie Yan gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly looking up at the chained hands, he said, "Why did you get handcuffed as soon as you arrived? What's going on?" The system displayed a message that it was importing memories. Complete. Not only did the hacker lose his hard-earned career, but he also became a pawn for someone else. Even his wife was laughed at like this in front of him. How tragic. Xiyan was thinking when suddenly a whip hit him hard. Xiyan grimaced in pain, then looked at the other guy with murderous eyes. The whip-wielding man immediately asked Sect Master Z, "It's time for your daily muscle relaxing again." After saying that, he swung the whip and continuously hit Xiyan. He shouted while hitting him, "Did it feel good? Shout, scream, make him cry, scream. Why do I have to do such a miserable job as a prison guard? Because I like to see the high and mighty like you suffer under my whip the most. Damn it, almost forgot there is also a twisted psychopath here. The previous prison guard wasn't like this. This pervert was brought in by Long Xiaotian." Xie Yan now raised his head and said, "It's really addictive, right? Try hitting me with another whip and see." Xie Yan used nirvana to heal himself. It seems that our sect master Shai's stubborn temper has flared up again. But on the whip at this time, there was a green snake wrapped around him. He laughed and said, "The previous whips I used did not use internal energy. If you want to be beaten like that, then I will make it happen for you to taste my snake-like magic." Xie Yan immediately used Tai Chi to counterattack. Xie Yan's eyes lit up and he smiled excitedly. The other guy didn't understand what was going on before he got whipped in the face. After being hit, he fell to the ground and lay motionless. "Oh my, you used all your strength with this whip. If it was the original owner, he might have been beaten to death by this whip." Xie Yan used his internal energy to break the chains on his hands and feet. Unfortunately, he encountered the Tai Chi Chan. There was no reason to give up. The more strength you put in, the more you return, the more you give in. Plus, with the title of National Soul on me, my skills, power, and defense have all doubled. If you don't die, then who will die? Heh heh. The original owner's martial arts are also formidable. The magic of this Tai Chi Chan is not inferior to the heavenly official's hand. So let's see the system interface here. Immediately appeared the realm at the post-celestial third layer of the original point, remaining 365443, skill grasp, Tai Chi shock meditation. Current level 3. Special effect, current circulation of yin and yang force. Take advantage of the situation to change the path, borrow force to release force from the opponent, return. After special effect, can bring attack power to return to the enemy. Consider the strength and weakness. Highest reflect shock, all. Lowest reflect shock. 3. Become skill. Grasp, nirvana. Only current level 3 current effect can treat all injuries and diseases in the world. Make the body completely restore to peak state, in which low effect with high world skill. Grasp flower sword, only current level 3. Because the main soul is in a state of time travel, this technique is forbidden to use. The body already has the strength of the 3rd level of the post-celestial and has also practiced Tai Chi meditation to the highest level of special status that cannot be increased any further. It is worthy of being the former overlord of this world. Xie Yan just said, thinking about the scene of fighting with the assassin in the blood-clothed building who was also a level 3 special. Probably the Tai Chi Chan Chan and the Tian Guan Shou had the same level of martial arts. The next slap was the saber. He was attacked from behind. Now it bounced back to attack the assassin. At this time, one specialized in counter-shock, and the other specialized in defense. It was difficult to determine who was better. No wonder it took me 50 points to break through this world's martial level. Not bad. Oh, I almost forgot that this is not what I came here for. This hellish place, other than the prison guards, basically no one comes on normal days. When no one bothers him, he quickly cultivates the heavenly demon ultimate bliss technique. 3 hours later, Xie Yan was still sitting in the same posture as he practiced. At this moment, Xie Yan's eyes became sharp. He secretly said, "This martial art is so strange." Thinking about the way the blood and qi were combined, the force that was practiced was not true qi, but a mysterious force. It felt as if all the cells in his body were being cleansed once more. Furthermore, this type of cleansing was something that could not be resisted. At this time, Xie Yan opened the system panel, and the system displayed the heavenly demon's ultimate bliss technique. The remaining technique was defective. It could not continue to level up. The current level increased the body's potential. The amplitude was small. It could be sensed by other heavenly demons. It could be exploded by people with higher cultivation levels. This heavenly demon's ultimate bliss technique, even with the system, could not be trained to a higher level. It could only be trained to level 0. This martial art cannot be abandoned. Fortunately, I chose to go to the small world to experiment. I just need to give up the mission and bring nothing back. Then I can return to the main world, and it can be considered as having practiced the extremely powerful heavenly demonic skill. If I directly returned to the main world to practice, I would be caught immediately. But now, there is still a little bit that can be saved. There is no need to give up the mission right away. After all, in this world, the original owner also has something to hack and play with, like the Jade Horn, a trash hack that can deduce martial arts. Although I don't know if it will have any effect on the main world or not, but there is still life. This is my last hope. Xie Yan looked at the hand and continued. The cultivation method deduced from the Jade Horn in the impression will need 10 days or half a month. Now, I still don't know what the mission is. If I don't have enough time, I won't be able to bring the outside objects back to the main world. Then I'm trapped to death. Speaking of missions, why has the system not given me any missions for so long? Is there still something good like free exploration? At this moment, the system immediately displayed a notification of completing the world sweep discovering system fragments. The host quickly went forward to collect them and let the system level up to activate the next function. Issue a revenge mission on behalf of the original host, kill the dog couple, Long Xiaotian and Hua Nongyue within a month, and take back the Jade Horn. Complete the system function. Complete the mission, and you can bring back all the power you have in this world, otherwise you will have nothing. Xie Yan's eyes lit up as he said the system function was complete. Xie Yan suddenly realized something and said, so this Jade Horn is a system fragment. Xie Yan raised 2 fingers and smiled, wondering what additional functions the system would have after fusing this fragment. Was it also about deducing and fusing martial arts secret manuals? Very good, looks like I must complete this mission. Get out of there and say, my current power has been completely restored, and I even have the title of National Soul. My fighting power is even stronger than the original owner's peak period. If Long Xiaotian only relied on martial arts, he wouldn't be able to compare to me right now. But he has the magic sword by his side. That sword is the nemesis of body-protecting ki. I feel that even with the title of National Soul added, I still can't stop it. The disadvantage of the Tai Chi Chan Zen is that once it is broken, it will no longer be able to counterattack. If there is no nirvana to defend, I can still risk my life to endure 7 or 8 more sword strikes to counterattack and die. It's not time for me to complete my mission yet, but I can find some trouble for Long Xiaotian. The Tai Chi sect's dungeon has a total of 18 floors created by the original owner and has imprisoned countless demonic giants. The original owner originally hoped that these demonic giants could reform and one day be released from prison to benefit the world, but he never expected that one day he would be locked up and it would be on the 18th floor. I remember on the 17th floor, there was a demon named Wang Ding, whose peak power was equal to the original owner's. He cultivated an indestructible demon body that was not weaker than Tai Chi Chan Zen. In the past, the original owner and Long Xiaotian joined forces for a day and night to defeat him and locked him in the 17th floor dungeon. Now I will borrow Wang Ding's hand to send a part of the grand gift to Long Xiaotian. He was surprised to hear fighting outside. Xie Yan finished off the prison guards and approached Wang Ding, saying, "Senior Wang Ding, long time no see." Wang Ding saw Xie Yan and got angry and said, "Xie Yan, did you come to insult me?" Xie Yan looked at him and used nirvana to heal his wounds. He said, I came to save you. He saw a change in his body and was surprised. He said, my injuries, my martial arts. His eyes widened and the chain on his hand was also broken. Wang Ding raised his fist and said that he had recovered 8 or 9 parts. 5 years ago, you and Long Xiaotian joined hands to lock me in the dungeon. So why did you release me today? Why are you dressed like this? Senior Wang Ding, you have been locked up in this deep, sunless dungeon for so long that you don't know that the outside world has long since turned upside down. Xie Yan then recounted that not long after you were locked up, I was caught off guard and was ambushed by Long Xiaotian and Hua Nongyue, losing all my martial arts skills and being humiliated like that until today, when I finally escaped. Hearing that, Wang Ding's blood boiled with anger, and he said, Is there such a thing? Xi Yan clasped his hands in front of him and said, This time I came first to apologize to my senior and hope that you and I will release all the people in the 18th floor dungeon to make a big mess at the Tai Chi gate and kill Long Xiaotian. Wang Ding heard that, and his eyes were filled with resignation. He said, In this dungeon of yours, you all lock up people who kill without blinking an eye. How could you bear to destroy the Tai Chi sect? All the disciples you built with your own hands will die. 5 years have passed since Long Xiaotian has completely eliminated the opposing faction. Everyone is close to him. The remaining disciples in the sect are all evil-minded people. Now the Tai Chi sect is no different from a sect. What can I bear to not do? Wang Ding immediately reached out to Xie Yan and said, Well, even though you locked me in the dungeon, you still treated me with respect. Today, you saved me. Let's put aside all our grudges and join hands to deal with Long Xiaotian first. Humph. Xie Yan has always been kind. In other words, he is an idiot. After using him to destroy the Tai Chi sect, he will kill him to vent his anger. Xie Yan immediately reached out to shake hands with Wang Ding and said, Senior, you understand the great cause and do not care about previous grudges. I admire you. Let this old devil take the lead to probe Long Xiaotian's strength. In front of me, all my power had been restored, and the 18-layered Tai Chi gate's heavily guarded dungeon was easily breached in silence. I used Nirvana to only restore most of the power to all the prisoners. It didn't take much of my energy and time, but it could bring great trouble to Long Xiaotian. I let them quickly flee in all directions. The request is to spread Xie Yan's great name. I just say that the old master of the Tai Chi sect who escaped the disaster swore to find the dog thief, Long Xiaotian, who killed his unjust master and demanded justice. But there were some people under the leadership of Wang Ding decided to kill Tai Chi sect to find Long Xiaotian to report. Wang Ding sent people to find Long Xiaotian. He had killed many of Long Xiaotian's subordinates. Then he put his hand on the head of a subordinate with an arrogant face and said, Long Xiaotian, where did he go? Wang Ding, Grandpa. I escaped the siege and quickly came out here to die. Damn it, if it wasn't for the sect master going out and not coming back, how could it be so easy to let them be so arrogant? Suddenly, a subordinate with a bloody face shouted happily, The sect master is back, the last sect has returned. Long Xiaotian was standing behind Wang Ding and said, I didn't expect you to escape from the dungeon hearing Long Xiaotian's voice. Wang Ding turned around and looked. Long Xiaotian now held a sword in his hand and continued speaking, Heaven has you. You don't go. Hell has no door. Just charge in. You dare to appear before me. I'm dead. Wang Ding turned around and laughed excitedly, saying, Ha. You came at the right time. Eat one of my magic palm moves. Wang Ding spread his arms and used the sea-absorbing golden body technique to attack Long Xiaotian, but the move had no effect on Long Xiaotian. Wang Ding asked in surprise, What martial art was this? Long Xiaotian looked at his hand that was full of vitality and said with a smile, Wang Ding, during the time you were locked up, a lot of things happened. I'm no longer the same person I was before. Xiaotian had not finished speaking when he raised his sword to hit Wang Ding and shouted, Die for me! At this time, Wang Ding used the indestructible demon body technique to block Long Xiaotian's sword. A skull spirit with 2 glowing red eyes appeared on Wang Ding's indestructible demon body's head. Even though he used his ultimate move, Xiaotian's sword still pierced his chest. Long Xiaotian immediately withdrew his sword. Wang Ding, at this moment, a deep hole appeared on his chest. He raised his bloody hand and said in surprise, Impossible, how could you so easily break through my indestructible demon body? Wang Ding turned his face back and shouted angrily, Xie Yan, this Long Xiaotian's sword is too evil. Let's attack together. Xie Yan, who was standing on the roof just now, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Ding turned his face back and didn't see Xie Yan. He was shocked and surprised, calling out, Xie Yan, isn't he a kind and gentle beauty of the righteous path? Why did he abandon me and run away by himself? Wang Ding was in a daze when Long Xiaotian raised his sword and slashed him. Blood splattered, and he collapsed to the ground. As he collapsed to the ground, he said, Xie Yan, you schemed against me. Long Xiaotian heard that and immediately said, Xie Yan, these guys were all crippled when they were locked up. How come every single one of them has recovered their strength and is so lively? Could it be that Xie Yan is playing a trick on them other than the jade horn? What other secrets does he have? Who gave the order to chase and kill all over the world, for me to hunt down Ziyan, turn over every corner of this world? For me, Ziyan was sitting on a high tree branch, observing everything that was happening. Suddenly he thought, luckily, he sent this innocent bird, Wang Ding, to pay for his life. Long Xiaotian has a magic sword. I really can't fight him now. Xie Yan was about to jump down when he heard Long Xiaotian instructing his disciples below. But if you rely on him alone, you are not his opponent. If you find out his whereabouts, don't act rashly. Wait until I finish the sword discussion at the Five-Finger Peak, and I will go collect him. I remember that this is the world's largest martial arts conference. It seems that Long Xiaotian wants to take the top spot in the Five-Finger Peak sword discussion and shake up the entire martial arts world. I was robbed of my hacked items and also cuckolded. As a man, I can't wait for you to find a place to level up. I'll go and avenge you. At that time, I'll conveniently complete the mission and then upgrade my origin points. A few days later at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the beauties surrounding Ziyan spoke one by one. Young Master Z. Last time you wrote a poem for Lu Yao. If you don't write one for me today, I'll be angry. Young Master Z, I didn't expect you to also study music theory. I play the flute very well. Do you want to try? Listen, young master. Sigh, every night you sleep alone. Do you feel lonely, even though I sell my art, not my body? If it were you, we would. At this time, the system board showed an increase in the original emotional points of admiration and jealousy from the table next to Xie Yan. Hearing the beauties say that, he smiled and said, "Sisters, don't fight over it. There are so many people I can't handle it." The system then announced that he had received original love and anger points from the beauties. The men at the next table saw Xie Yan being admired by so many beauties and got angry. One of them said it was disgusting. Why were there only beauties at his place while ours were all this kind of stuff? Another said, what kind of identity did he have that he could be loved by so many beauties? A beautiful woman standing next to these men admired Ziyan and said that young Master Ziyan was a genius who could also compose poems. Yes, also know that the makeup choreographer these past few days has made the business of the 100 Flowers Pavilion increase several times and is now the dream lover of the whole city. The two men just heard that and got angry and said, fuck this, is still a person who doesn't like men. The men at this time do not care anymore. Let's talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. You guys also step down. We do not need you guys anymore. I heard that the old master of the Tai Chi sect escaped from prison and released the demons who were suppressed under the 18th floor of the dungeon and then caused a ruckus in the Tai Chi sect. In the end, Xie Yan's whereabouts were unknown. Most of the demons were suppressed again. Humph. After Long Xiaotian took command of the Tai Chi sect. Under his cruel rule, the righteous people in the sect were either killed by him or their hearts were crushed to ashes. What was left was nothing good. It was just right for them to bite dogs. Alas, it was a pity that they still failed in the end. That Long Xiaotian was too formidable. Even the senior Hong Tong Tian, who was the head of the 5 winds of heaven and earth, was defeated by him, who in this world can defeat him. Obtaining the original worship points of the men just now, Xie Yan suddenly said, hey, those 3 people just now, weren't they still looking at me with displeasure? Why did they suddenly change their style? A man stood up and said aggressively that the 4 remaining seniors in the 5 cauldrons had already sent the news and that they would discuss swordplay at the 5-Finger Peak. In a few days, they would wait for Long Xiaotian to come. If he dared, the 4 seniors would not care about his status and join hands to kill this thief. Xie Yan sat at the next table listening to what they were saying, then raised his glass of water to drink. Again a few days later, during this time I relied on the red and green to cultivate the flower-like sword finger and continuously wiped out the surrounding bandit gangs and obtained a large amount of Tai Chi origin points. The brazen pursuit of my whereabouts also served as a warning to me, causing my origin points to continuously be collected. Although the original points are for use, it is clear that the martial arts have been practiced in the main world, so having to use the original points to practice again in the small world is really a waste. The system again displayed a notification that the level 1 name Ziyan was in the post-celestial realm. The 3rd level, the skill grasped, the origin point, 16-95270, the skill grasped the head of the celestial official, current level. 6. Special effect. The current celestial official's true Qi was absorbed into the body to form an invisible protective true soup. Before the true Qi dried up, it could defend against any physical damage after placing it without thinking. The protective true soup had an automatic defense function. The skill grasped, the flower sword current level 2. Current effect, the sword hit in an instant. Xie Yan sat down to practice the celestial official's head. He said, the introductory level of the heavenly official hand is relatively simple. After having enough points, we will upgrade the heavenly official hand to a special level. Speaking of which, in terms of pure defense, the heavenly official hand is still a bit stronger. Furthermore, it has an automatic defense function that Tai Chi Chan Zen does not have. But at the same time, practicing the heavenly official hand and Tai Chi Chan Then my strength did not increase in essence, because although these two martial arts do not conflict with each other, they cannot be used at the same time. If I want to be invincible and counter injury, I cannot do it without using the jade horn hack to fuse the two. After all, we still have to rely on our flower-shaped sword to defeat the world. At night, Jie Yan was holding a book in his hand, reading thoughtfully. He said that the highest level of cultivation method in this world was only at the level of Tai Chi Chan, Zen Long Xiaotian's sea-absorbing golden body. No matter how strong his cultivation was at most only at the fourth level of the post-celestial level in the main world. The flower sword is just a pre-celestial world master's cultivation method. Its realm far surpasses all martial arts in this world. Even though I am still at the third level of the post-celestial realm, my third level can transform into the third level of the flower sword's true energy. I believe that even if the flower sword is only at level 2, it is still invincible in this small world. The Five-Finger Peak Sword Discussion is a conference where the world's top martial artists gather once every 10 years. Although the mountain is a sword discussion, it is also a martial arts competition. In the end, the 5 strongest people will be voted for, called the 5 Peaks of Heaven and Earth, and the strongest person will be honored as the martial arts emperor, the world's #1 master. The reason it is called the Five-Finger Peak of Sword Discussion is because the location of the sword discussion is on a mountain peak with a special shape. This mountain was once struck by lightning, and the peak was struck into a strange shape, an extremely rare 5-finger peak, which just happens to be symmetrical to the 5 peaks of heaven and earth. After the sword discussion, 5 top masters were selected, and they occupied more than 5 fingers, becoming the 5 greats admired by thousands of people. After a while, the sword discussion took place. 4 people were beaten to death, and their bodies were scattered on the rocks. The people watching this competition were amazed and discussing with each other. Oh, the 4 seniors at the top of the 5 peaks of the universe joined hands and still were no match for him. The 5 peaks of the universe were killed by Long Xiaotian alone. Who else in the world can defeat him? From now on, who else dares to resist the Tai Chi sect, resist Long Xiaotian? Long Xiaotian stood on a large rock with a smug face, raised one hand, and said, "From now on, martial arts world will call me the most respected who dares to object." Everyone was scared when they heard that suddenly Ji Yan came from afar and said, "I have some objections." Everyone was surprised when they heard that and turned around to ask who was coming. Kigen now walked towards Long Xiaotian with a proud face. Face to face, the Tai Chi sect master Long Xiaotian saw this and immediately said, "Xie Yan, early morning military service only." The disciples saw Xie Yan and immediately said with disdain, "Xie Yan, please be careful with your words. You have long since ceased to be the master of the Tai Chi sect. The Tai Chi sect now belongs to the Dragon sect master." Xie Yan stood below, looking up at Long Xiaotian and said, "Xiaotian Tai Chi Gate was built by me, since when did it become yours? Since ancient times, the winner becomes king. The loser becomes a bandit. The winner takes everything. I won your treasure. The women of your sect will naturally belong to me." Xie Yan clapped his hands and replied, "Very good, then I will kill you. Tai Chi will still be mine." Long Xiaotian heard Xie Yan say that and immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed, saying, "Kill me, aren't you righteous enough?" Long Xiaotian swung his sword towards Xie Yan. "Then you have to ask about the magic sword in my hand." At this time, Xie Yan also dodged his attack and jumped up to stand on the rock opposite Long Xiaotian. "If so, just landed," Xie Yan said, "as you wish." Long Xiaotian saw that his sword attack could not injure Xie Yan and was surprised to ask what kind of cultivation method was this that could condense energy into a sword. Xie Yan smiled and said, "Martial arts to kill you. Shameless boasting is just a new technique. You intend to use this to fight against my magic sword." Xie Yan raised his middle finger and said, "Fuck you, and that's enough." Provoked, Long Xiaotian was very angry and said he didn't know if he would live or die. "If that's the case, then you..." He rushed straight towards Xie Yan and shouted, "Die!" The two began to attack each other like in a swordplay movie. In the sky now, like a burst of fireworks or splashing, they were still fighting fiercely with no clear winner. The sound of the two swords clashing resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The clanging clang made the heavens and earth shake. Seeing this, Long Xiaotian's disciples were shocked and said, "This is really intense. They have never seen a match like this before. The strength of these two people has surpassed the level of the 5 greats. Fortunately, this is a 5-finger peak made of special materials. Even the most talented swordsman of the past only left a few sword marks on it. It has not collapsed for hundreds of thousands of years. If it were any other building, it would have been cut down by the fierce sword energy of these two people long ago." At this moment, on the tips of their fingers, the two people were still fighting each other. The two of them continued from the foot of the mountain to the top, then rushed down towards the disciples who were standing. Seeing that the disciples were scared and ran away while saying, "Oh, they attacked this side. If you don't want to die, run quickly." Xie Yan suddenly stood there bewildered. Long Xiaotian's sword struck Xie Yan's ear, but was stopped by the heavenly official. Long Xiaotian was surprised to see that and said, "This isn't Tai Chi Chan Chan. When did you learn this martial art?" Then he continued to strike Xie Yan with his sword and said, but it had no effect. Shi Yan immediately used the flower sword to stab Long Xiaotian's sword. Although I don't know what kind of martial arts you have practiced, it seems that your defense is stronger than Tai Chi Chanzen. But practicing the magic sword can defy the protective key, but you still can't break through my sea-absorbing golden body. Xie Yan, you will definitely lose. Xie Yan looked disdainful and said, "Oh really? You look carefully at your sword first and then speak." Long Xiaotian heard Xie Yan say that and looked at his sword and shouted, "No way!" Before he could recover from his astonishment, Xie Yan counterattacked. My flower-shaped sword cut iron like mud. It could withstand until now. The magic sword was worthy of being an overseas treasure. But that was all it had for now. After finishing speaking, Xie Yan immediately swung the flower sword in his hand down towards Long Xiaotian and shouted loudly, "Break it for me!" Long Xiaotian's sword immediately shattered. "I can't break through your sea of golden body. It's just that I'm single-mindedly paying attention to this blood-stained demon sword." When Long Xiaotian used the sea-absorbing golden body to attack Xie Yan, seeing that Xie Yan immediately turned around and prepared to counterattack. "That trash. Golden body of yours will now be destroyed for you to see." Hearing that, Long Xiaotian smugly said, "It's useless. Your true energy will be absorbed by me, making it more and more." Before he could finish speaking, his right arm was severed by Xie Yan using the flower-shaped sword. "Haha, I told you guys not to talk too much. This is the 4th time I got slapped in the face." At this moment, he was in pain and said, "Impossible. How could there be such a martial art in the world that could not only cut and shatter the demon sword, but even my sea-napping golden body could not withstand it?" Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and ran away. "Haha, and still running away!" Xie Yan raised his sword and pointed. Continued to attack Long Xiaotian. He was hit by the sword and fell to the ground. "Oh, this lazy trick of yours is not good at all." Long Xiaotian's disciples were still watching this match. They were shocked and opened their mouths. They said, "This is a 3-inch deep carving into the 5-finger windstone made from a special material. Peerless swordsman from ancient times to the present could only leave a few faint sword lines on the stone, yet he cut straight into it." "Long Xiaotian? Weren't you so arrogant before? What are you running for?" Long Xiaotian's disciples were scared and ran away in fear. One of them was still standing there holding his head and saying, "I'm not dreaming, but there's actually someone who can break the 5-finger seal." One of them saw this and shouted loudly, still standing there in a daze, "What are you doing? The 5-finger seal is about to collapse. Hurry up and run." Xie Yan stood behind them and said he ran very fast. "But you cannot escape," saying that Xie Yan used the sword strike move towards Long Xiaotian, who was running away. The sword strike had already pierced through his chest. Being hit by this sword, he was in so much pain that he had no strength to run anymore. Seeing that Xie Yan said, "Keep running, let me see." Suddenly, he turned around and said with a smile, "Xie Yan, you cannot kill me. Now everyone in the Tai Chi sect is my confidant. Once you kill them, they will immediately collapse and fall apart. You don't want to see the Tai Chi gate destroyed, do you?" Xie Yan was stunned and speechless when he heard that. Indeed, in his heart, he still could not let go of the Tai Chi sect he had built with his own hands. Your greatest wish in life is not to build the Tai Chi sect into the world's #1 sect, right? You are soft-hearted and kind, but you are not cruel enough to treat others. Even if the other party is an extremely cruel great devil, you do not want to kill him, but lock him in the dungeon to give him a chance to start over. So in the martial arts world, many people praise you for your enthusiasm and chivalry, but with such a personality, you cannot lead Tai Chi to become the #1 sect in the world. Seeing this, Xie Yan said, "You are also very reasonable." Long Xiaotian continued, "After I took over the Tai Chi sect, I was decisive and ruthless in my killing. Who in the martial arts world hasn't heard of the reputation of the Tai Chi sect? Who doesn't fear the Tai Chi sect? Now that I've killed all the 5 winds of heaven and earth, the Tai Chi sect has shaken the world and can be called the #1 sect in the world. Isn't this what you've always wanted?" Xie Yan remained silent, saying nothing, just taking action. Give him a sword strike. Causing his body to be torn apart and blood to splatter everywhere, he was unwilling, and asked why. Xie Yan snatched back the jade horn on Zhao Tian's neck and said, "You're right, but what does this have to do with me wanting to kill you?" Xie Yan held the piece of jade tightly in his hand and continued, "Since ancient times, jade has been as beautiful as a person, so it must accompany the peerless young master. You are too ugly and do not deserve this piece of jade." At this moment, Xie Yan held the jade piece and looked into the distance thousands of miles away. The system panel immediately displayed a message asking if the system fragments wanted to fuse. Xie Yan released the jade piece in his hand and said to fuse. The jade piece floated before Xie Yan's eyes. The system continues to display a message that the system fragment fusion upgrade is complete. The current level is level 2, unlocking the transformation function. Xie Yan stood in front of the system board and paid close attention. The system has upgraded the system level to level 2. The function of unlocking the transformation consumes the original points to fuse the current skill or deduct the skills that have been mastered. The function of unlocking the current function after fusing the jade horn is indeed to deduce the destructive heaven technique. Moreover, the ability to fuse the heavenly demon ultimate bliss technique of the level cannot be saved. The heavenly official hand and the Tai Chi Chan Chan are both defensive techniques that can indeed be combined, but the flowery sword finger nirvana and other techniques are not that easy. However, right now I no longer have the original point to combine them. The most important thing is to deduce the complete heavenly demon ultimate bliss technique. At this time, the system immediately displayed a notification that the deduction technique of the heavenly demon ultimate bliss technique requires 1,000 points. Please confirm if you want to deduce it. Xie Yan saw this and immediately opened his mouth in surprise. Oh shit, it requires 1,000 points. Xie Yan said with a gloomy face, as long as I don't kill Huanong Yue, the mission won't be completed. But at most, there are still 10 days left. At the current rate of increase in the origin points, it will be very difficult to collect that many origin points within the mission completion time limit. In order to collect enough points like that, everyone below was still standing there with their heads up observing. Seeing this, Xie Yan also looked down at everyone with affectionate eyes. It seems that the original owner of this Tai Chi sect, I still have to use it well once. After killing Long Xiaotian, the Tai Chi sect did not collapse and disintegrate like Long Xiaotian imagined. His confidant was like the blades of grass on the wall always facing me. The disciples saw Xie Yan approaching and immediately knelt down to salute and said, "Welcome back, sect master Xie Yan." But I didn't subdue them, but killed them all. Just like Long Xiaotian said, the Tai Chi sect is now all his confidants. It's useless to keep those with evil intentions. Now I am the leader of the 5 peaks of heaven and earth, the sword saint Xie Yan. If I want to rebuild the Tai Chi sect, it's not necessary. It's too simple. Just give an order and countless heroes from the martial arts world will come to my door, asking to join my Tai Chi sect, willing to work hard for the holy sword. In just a few short days, I have rebuilt the Tai Chi sect, and at the same time ordered the disciples in the sect to continuously go out to eliminate demons in the world, enhancing the reputation of a Tai Chi sect master like me. I am ordered by the Tai Chi sect master Xie Yan to destroy a demon like you and restore peace to the world. Plus that earth-shattering battle of the 5-finger wind sword discussion, someone revered me as the #1 sword saint of ancient times. My reputation could be said to resound throughout the martial arts world. To further prosper every day, I had to harvest origin points continuously. The system panel would pop up a notification to collect a series of respect origin points from Yanxisi, Xiejiaofeng Feng Qingyang, and Dugu Qiubai. To avoid immediately returning to the main world, I can't kill Hualong. Yue Rong locking him up forever would be too wasteful actually. I can also make use of him a little. Later in the room where Huanong Yue was being held, she was sitting on the bed with a puzzled expression. The thing a man cannot bear is being cuckolded, but why didn't he kill me, and instead locked me in this room? She imagined the power and continued. Could it be that he still loves me and doesn't want to kill me? Then she imagined the scene of the two of them happily living together. It must be like that, after being husband and wife for many years, who understands Xie Yan better than me. Before he was just a country bumpkin who had never met a woman before. So when he saw me, he thought I was a fairy who had descended to earth and was so fascinated by me that he was crazy. This is the opportunity when honest people are the easiest to deceive. Who knows when the time comes, not only will he let me go, but he will also accept me as the wife of a sword saint again. That wouldn't be bad. Suddenly Nong Yue heard a voice outside. She was surprised and thought Xie Yan had arrived. Xie Yan ran to Nong Yue in a panic and said, "I've come to visit you." Xie Yan knelt down, grabbed her hand and said to Nong Yue, "You are so kind and good, so I don't believe you will join forces with Long Xiaotian to harm me. It's not like he knows your weakness and threatens you." Nong Yue saw Xie Yan like this and was pleased. Haha, he really still has feelings for me. What arrogant sword saint, he is nothing more than a dog lying at my feet. Hua Nong Yue. Hualong began to act out her plan. She shook Xie Yan's hand and shouted angrily, "Xie Yan, don't be delusional. Long Xiaotian doesn't know anything about me at all. I admire him for his ambition, and will I admire him for being able to make me happy. Unlike you, a pile of mud under my feet, who has no temperament and doesn't understand romance. To deal with this kind of lightning dog, you have to scold him with all your might. Only then can you stir up the meanness in them. They will listen to you obediently. This time you are satisfied. Why don't you kill me quickly, so that Long Ka and I can meet in the afterlife?" Xie Yan panicked and said, "Nong Yue, how can you say that? You clearly know how much I love you, but I don't even dare to hurt a single strand of your hair. How can you kill her?" She heard that and immediately took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Lock me in the room and don't let me out. Are you waving at me and saying you love me?" Xie Yan immediately raised both hands to grab her and apologized to Nong Yue for destroying Long Xiaotian's old forces. He was afraid that if she went out, she would get hurt. If she felt sad, he could tell his subordinates not to lock her up anymore. She shook off Xie Yan's hand with an annoyed face and said clearly that she knew my martial arts were inferior and let me go. "Do you want to let me be captured and humiliated by those people outside? Xie Yan, do you like other people to violate your wife?" Xie Yan laughed and said, Yes. Nong Yue, It was me who was thoughtless. Then Ziyan gave her the book, The Devil's Sword and the Devil's Sword, and said to Nong Yue, although we are no longer husband and wife, I cannot see you being bullied by others. If you practice this manual well, your power will increase, and you will become a master in the martial arts world. Hua Nong Yue immediately held the book in his hand and thought to himself, I've never heard of the Heavenly Demon Ultimate Bliss Sword before. Could this be the secret that not only helped Ziyan recover his power, but also master the Qi Condensation Sword? She looked at the manual with interest and smiled, thinking further. She originally wanted Ziyan to marry her, but she didn't expect him to not understand her intentions and leave. With this divine skill, she could completely establish her own sect without having to live with that idiot. She looked at the manual with interest and smiled, thinking further. She originally wanted Ziyan to marry her, but she didn't expect him to not understand her intentions and leave. With this divine skill, she could completely establish her own sect without having to live with that idiot. The people outside all told them to go away. Nong Yue, if she wants to go out, she can go anytime, Xie Yan said, then turned around. But you better not leave the Tai Chi gate. It's very chaotic outside. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Hearing Ziyan say that, her face immediately darkened, and she said, Ziyan, I didn't expect you to be so attached to me. I blamed you wrongly before. You are a good man. Xie Yan stood at the door. His eyes were sharp, thinking, haha, good man like me like to watch riots. Hua Nong Yue. Hua Nong Yue perform well. After a night, Nong Yue is still diligently practicing martial arts. She suddenly felt a slight change in her body and happily said that martial arts were truly miraculous. She had only practiced for half a day and already felt like she had been reborn. It was truly effective. Only in front of my eyes I can see the cultivation method, but I can't see that mysterious sword finger of Ziyan. It seems he is still hiding it from me. But it's okay, the quick effect of this sacrament is enough to convince the masters behind the 5 wonders. There is no martial artist in the world who does not want to possess the superior swordsmanship of ancient and modern Ziyan. There is no man in the world who does not want to enjoy a night of pleasure with me. Xie Yan's martial arts will soon be the best in the world, but I don't believe you can stop the 1,000 masters who surrounded him. The next morning at the Infinite Sword Sect, Hua Nong Yue stood in front, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and said to the 2 guards, Please inform Hua Nong Yue that he wants to see the sect master of the Infinite Sword Sect. A moment later in the room was the 24-character sect master Zhang Lingge. They had just finished doing it together before. Zhang Lingge happily said, Hua Nong Yue, she was indeed a rare thing among humans. She was lying in Zhang Lingge's arms and said, as long as the sect master kills Ziyan for me, Nong Yue's body is the sect master's. He can do whatever he wants with it. Whenever he wants, he can use it as long as he wants. Next, she went to the heaven and earth to entice her. She pointed to the cultivation method that Ziyan had taught her. After a while of cultivating, he immediately laughed and said happily, It really only took 6 hours to increase my cultivation power and mobilize my true ki even more as I wished. What kind of cultivation method is this? It's so miraculous. She immediately laughed and said that this cultivation method was one of the reasons why Ziyan was able to rise up. Then she continued to search for the #1 guest under the universe's 5 peaks, the Qitian sword. Your lifelong wish is nothing more than the ultimate swordsmanship. Don't you want to know even a little bit of Zheyan's wonderful swordsmanship that surpasses ancient and modern times? At this time, Zheyan's side still had 2 days left. The mission deadline was approaching, and finally, he had completed the deduction and upgraded the Heavenly Demon's Ultimate Bliss technique to its peak level. The system displayed the Heavenly Demon's Ultimate Bliss technique's level 6 in front of him. The breakthrough effect was immediate. He had transcended the Heavenly Demon's body and perfected his cultivation. He had enhanced his body's potential to a certain extent, and was able to sense and activate other Heavenly Demon's body. Oh, this extreme bliss technique costs a lot of points to level up, but it's not very high. The total cost is 140 points, the same level as the Heavenly Official's hand. However, it's just a useless technique. Besides being able to control fellow cultivators from rioting, it doesn't increase my combat power much, and it doesn't even increase my cultivation level. I have been sending people to monitor Hua Nong Yue. She should be arriving soon with a bunch of fat goats. At this moment, suddenly, a disciple with a panicked face ran in and shouted loudly, Sect Master, something is wrong. Then the Infinite Sword Sect, the 24 sects, the Heaven and Earth Sect, the Haoshan Sect and 18 other high-level sects, along with Qi Tianxie Xiaoyu Xiaowan Hai and 36 other experts joined hands to chase and kill them. They were less than a mile away from our sect. What kind of panic is this? They're just a bunch of useless people. One of my fingers can kill them all. At this time, a mile down the mountain, the Hua Nong Yue Taiji sect, along with the martial arts experts she had attracted, had gathered here. Seeing Xie Yan appear, they kept saying, Xie Yan, I heard that you claim to be the #1 sword saint of ancient and modern times. Today, I want to come and test whether you have the qualifications. Xie Yan, you dare to take the initiative to step out of the Taiji sect. You're not a small man, quickly hand over the mysterious sword technique. True. Qi becomes a sword, we can spare your life. The 5 absolute peaks were struck by lightning and created by heaven. Xie Yan, you destroyed the 5 absolute peaks, an unforgivable crime. A moment later, Hua Nongyue spoke up. Xie Yan, you think that letting me go will change you. How naive you are. Just a dog. How can you be worthy of me? Hua Nongyue, the more you are infatuated with me, the more you love me, the more you hate letting me go, is the biggest mistake of your life right now. There are so many people here. Even if you are the #1 expert, you will still die. Ha Nongyue, you naive one. Do you think I'm really infatuated and let you go? I just wanted to have a little fun before you left. I didn't expect you to be able to help me cause such a big commotion and bring me a huge surprise. Hua Nongyue was surprised when he heard that and asked, what do you mean by that? Xie Yan reached out and snapped his fingers, then said, I say. Then he used the heavenly demon Pure Land Hell rebirth technique, causing their bodies to swell up and everyone to scream in panic. What's wrong with me? Stop it. What happened, Xie Yan? What did you do? Why can't I control myself? Xie Yan immediately struck down at that group of people, then spread your arms up and shout loudly to make the little ants explode. They were all like big round bubbles, their mouths kept screaming and then bursting into smoke. As expected of the devil's ultimate bliss technique, it can explode over 100 people at the same time, truly magnificent. At this moment, the system board shows a notification that the host's mission has been completed. The reward is 300 points. After 10 seconds, it will be sent back to the host world. Please sign and get ready. At this time, Xie Yan was sitting by a small fire in the forest, his soul slowly entering his new body. Suddenly, Xie Yan slowly opened his eyes and said, oh, I'm back. Finally, this trip has completely eliminated the hidden danger of the devil's ultimate bliss art, and at any time he can release more smoke and flowers to the blood-clothed building. The system activates the function of transforming the fusion of the heavenly official hand and the Tai Chi Zen for us. The system will start to transform and fuse the heavenly official hand, and Tai Chi Zen 100 yuan points will be consumed to confirm. Skill to grasp the heavenly official hand. Skill to grasp the Tai Chi meditation. After completing the system fusion, the current realm of the 6th level of the post-celestial realm appears. The remaining 349, 49846 points are the 5 skills of the heavenly official shaking Zen. The current effect has been combined with the heavenly official's hand and the Tai Chi shaking Zen to form a defensive type of technique. When attacked, it will automatically display and simultaneously reflect the attack force that is sent to the enemy. It forms a counter-shock attack depending on the strength of the highest. It will counter-shock all and the lowest. It will counter-shock 3%. Xie Yan saw this, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He shouted, finally, it worked. Now I can be considered to have an automatic counter-injury armor that is truly limitless in strength. Xie Yan stood there lost in thought for a while, then walked away, sighed and said, alas, every time I level up, the most troublesome thing is finding an opponent to test my moves on. I have to test it indirectly like this. Saying that, Xie Yan immediately stuck a move down on the mountain in front. Immediately a deep hole appeared. Xie Yan was surprised when he saw this and said, you punched a hole with one shot. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. Xie Yan uses the flower sword technique to curve and straighten as desired. The sword was now going around in circles and not hitting the target. Xie Yan angrily shouted, come back to me. Xie Yan continued to use the heavenly official hand technique to form a protective bagua barrier. The strength of this fence is so great that swords and spears cannot penetrate it. I immediately said that the barrier would bounce back. The sword was about to turn back, but was blocked by the fence. Xie Yan observed for a while and said, looking at it like this, the power of the countershock is probably around 5% too weak. Brother, if you encounter an opponent at the 9th level of body refining, or even a pre-celestial, wouldn't you only be able to countershock at least 3%? Well, as long as there is the title of National Soul, at least the chest defense power still has some hope combined with the special ability of the Devil of the Extreme Bliss. Suddenly I changed my face, turned around and walked away, saying, I'm coming, blood-clothed man. A few days later in a certain forest, the blood-clothed gang was gathering there. The leader said he didn't expect that in the Zongyue mountain of Jiangling district, there would be such a cold pond hidden. If it weren't for the extremely optimistic information provided, we probably wouldn't have been able to find it. Then he turned back to ask his subordinates if the soldiers had arrived yet. The disciple knelt down on the ground and bowed his head to report that the commanders had not yet returned to the team. Hearing this, the disciples started whispering to each other, calculating that the deadline had long passed. Even if Feng Xier was greedy for pleasure, he should not have passed the deadline. Could it be that Feng Xier had been conquered by that Xie Yan and had run away with him? Suddenly a voice rang out. I have been in the blood-clothed building, you are not trustworthy, but that old man still does not believe me. Sigh, seeing you brainless bunch, I feel angry again. A disciple, seeing being humiliated like that, angrily shouted, who is it? This person is none other than Xie Yan. Xie Yan leisurely walked towards them and attacked. Okay, today I have to work hard to help that old man coax you bunch of trash. One of his subordinates was extremely angry when he heard this and said, "Where did you come from, and how dare you speak so carelessly?" Another one said, "Hey, isn't he the Jie Yan who is being offered a reward?" The two people who were ambushing on the tree also started gossiping. One of them immediately said, "Maybe Fong Thap Ni was bewitched by beauty and was ambushed." The other immediately objected. "That's not right. Although Fong Thap Ni was lustful, he would definitely not underestimate his opponent. If he was able to survive from Fong Thap Ni's hands, it proved that he had some strength." After saying that, these two guys immediately rushed down to Jie Yan. One of them had a lustful face and said that no matter what tricks he had in front of my 10-pointed sword, even if he was a 9th-level post-celestial expert, he would die. Xie Yan heard that and immediately said, "That's very well said. Then please take the trouble to write a song in front of everyone here." After speaking, Jie Yan raised 2 fingers and snapped his fingers using the Heavenly Demon Ultimate Bliss Great Hell Rebirth technique to create a protective barrier. The disciples saw that and immediately opened their mouths in amazement. The commander was standing there observing the situation and thought, how come he also knows the Heavenly Demon's Ultimate Bliss technique, and his realm is even higher than mine? If he hadn't just used it, I wouldn't have discovered it at all. This Zi Yan guy also knows about the Celestial Demon's Ultimate Bliss. He is also an assassin in the Celestial Realm organization, and his ultimate bliss is even higher than ours. Could it be that he is the leader of the Celestial Order of another region? At this time, the system board appeared and received many fear points from the subordinates of the blood-clothed building. Ziyan immediately thought that he could only intimidate the low-level combat power of the messy wind board. How could the high-level combat power of the blood-clothed building still have some mentality? The commander immediately said, "It seems that Feng Er Shi is really dead. Which region are you the commander of? Are you planning to betray the rules set by the heavens?" Being able to quickly calm down his subordinates is quite capable, but what the hell is paradise forever? Tisk the intelligence is not enough. It seems that there is only... At this time, Ziyan also hummed a poem. One thought of love, love, like the sky, endless bliss, endless bliss. The real names of the 4 young masters are still not worthy to know, but I can clearly tell you that I don't want to be a leader or anything, and right now, I am a person of the Demon Love sect. The subordinates were surprised when they heard that he said that since he was from the Demon Love sect, how would he know about our Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss technique? Moreover, his realm was on par with the Heavenly Demon list. The other person said, "Wait, I remember now. In the Pure Land, it is rumored that the founder of our blood-robed tower, the Pure Land Patriarch, although he came from a Pure Land sect, actually had roots with the previous sect master of the Demon Love sect. In the Demon Love sect, moreover, the old ancestor probably did not have good relations with Kook Optimism, so he left Kook Optimism to establish his own sect. The origin of the sect is mostly female demons who practice the yin and yang harmony method, so why can't they say, shh?" The leader heard the conversation of his subordinates and thought that his guess was reasonable. This person was probably the illegitimate child of the old ancestor and the previous sect master of the Demon Love sect. Then, he would receive the heavenly demonic power of the Pure Land and come from the Demon Love sect. That would also be reasonable. However, the rumors related to the old ancestor were that many of the extremely optimistic ancestors had roots with the Demon Love sect. This was just a way of speaking. The old ancestor had never admitted that there were coincidences in this world. Thinking for so long, have you thought it through clearly yet? But I'm too lazy to care if you understand or not. There are some things that can't be explained clearly, even if you see through them. Hearing that the subordinates were a bit scared, one of them asked, "What the hell is he talking about?" Another couldn't say clearly, but looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was preparing something. Xie Yan continued to speak. Thinking clearly is sometimes better than thinking clearly. What he is talking about is so long-winded that it looks suspicious, but the extremely powerful heavenly demon realm he has is really higher than mine, so it is not fake. Xie Yan reached behind his back and was currently holding a drawn and written token. Although I don't hate this name Xie Yan, if you guys want to know my other name besides Xie Yan, then don't hesitate to call me Dizang, Xie Yan said, and then raised the token in front of him. At this time, the system notification board received many points of respect from the disciples of the blood-clothed building. Finally saw the feelings of the people of the Earth board. They obviously saw me as the illegitimate child of some old ancestor. But the old man of the heaven board is also formidable and unshaken. The commander immediately said, "If that's the case, Dizang, why did you come here on purpose? Please instruct the great general to be flexible and not easy to investigate." Moreover, the rules of the blood-robed building are that people with higher levels of the heavenly demon's ultimate bliss technique will control people with lower levels. I don't consider it a violation of the rules. Xie Yan went to stand with them and said contemptuously that children are easy to teach. Now we can talk about the main thing. Then one of his subordinates spoke up. Xie Yan continued to speak on the extremely optimistic side, looking for you to kill someone from the Demon Love sect. The leader immediately responded that this time the target was the 4th elder of the Demon Love sect, Wei Rudao. Xie Yan was surprised and asked the 4th elder why it was her. The strength of the demonic sect's elders does not simply depend on you guys. You don't know Because Wei Ru Dao's cultivation method has a defect that makes it difficult to regulate yin and yang every year. At this time, she will go to the cold pond not far ahead to regulate her breathing for 3 days. Because this matter is related to the secret of the cultivation method, she does not bring outsiders along and goes forward alone. Although she is a 3rd-level pre-celestial, but while her internal energy is unstable, all the manpower in the Jiangling area of our blood-robed tower will work together to kill her. There is hope of success. However, if Di Zhang wants to protect this person, we will not object. It seems that this guy values the demon love sect very much, so let's just go along with it. No, you continue to assassinate. The commander was surprised to hear that and asked why assassination was just assassination, but the specific procedure was. Xie Yan immediately turned to look at the other people and said, "You guys have to follow my script." Winter on the shore of a deserted frozen lake. There is a woman standing with her shirt off and hanging it on a tree. A moment later, she took off all her clothes. Her body was naked and slowly walked into the lake. I had not had time to take a bath when I suddenly heard footsteps running towards me. Hearing a noise, she immediately turned her head to look and ask who it was. It was the blood-clothed assassins who ran over while humming, "Human life in this world is just like a puppet, no longer manipulated, just a waste." The leader sent his subordinates to assassinate her. He said that paradise would come and get her. Immediately, he and his subordinates jumped into the water. Wei Rudao, the 4th elder of the demon love sect, died. It turned out that this woman was the 4th elder of the demon love sect. Seeing them approaching, she was not afraid at all, and turned back to say that she was truly not afraid of death. At this moment, she was using a secret technique to take the clothes down from the tree branch. The assassins were startled when they saw the clothes flying by. The 4th elder was now dressed and standing on a rock in the lake. She angrily said, "Since when did the blood-clothed building dare to attack the elders of the 9 great demon sects?" Hearing this, the leader clapped his hands and said, "This is amazing." With an extremely positive internal energy, he can still seize the creation of heaven and earth and reverse the yin and yang, causing the ultimate move of his internal energy to become extremely negative. As expected, the Yanyanjiang Zigong is very formidable. Unfortunately, her cultivation method still lacks the extreme yang energy in her body. Every year, the more yang energy accumulates, the more it must be cleansed with extremely cold water from a pond. Otherwise, the yin and yang will be out of balance, and she will go astray. Her internal energy was still unstable. Just now, she used a lot of force to kill 2 people. Now she still has some cultivation methods. Seeing him so arrogant, she said, "If that's the case, then you can try." The leader immediately ordered his subordinates to kill the subordinates who started to charge forward. He continued, "Those who attacked were all experts of the blood-robe tower. After they finished speaking, they started to attack the 4 elders. The leader said that her internal energy was not stable yet. If she forced herself to use a killing move, she would die. If she didn't use a killing move, facing this kind of siege would also be death." The 4th elder was still trying to hold on, but before long, she was hit and fell to the ground. The 4th elder's mouth was full of blood. He said painfully, "Who the hell ordered you to come kill me?" The leader smiled evilly. He was holding a knife in his hand and walking towards her. He was a smart person, so he knew who wanted her dead. Sai, just thinking about the 3rd-level pre-celestial expert dying today really made people feel sad. She should think carefully about who she had offended. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Where did those ferocious dogs come from? They dared to injure the elder of our demon sect." Saying that, this guy flew to stand in front of her and said that the 4th elder must be panicking. She was extremely surprised because of this extremely unexpected appearance. Seeing that the leader immediately approached him and the 4th elder, so this person is Xie Yan, the most outstanding talent of the demon love sect. The #1 bodyguard of the master Xie Yan has arrived. The leader heard that and said contemptuously, "Oh, I didn't expect you to have help." But with just him alone, he wanted to snatch someone from the hands of the paradise. Regarding this, I only have one word to describe it. Arrogant. Xie Yan shook his head and laughed, "Ha," then raised his head and said that he couldn't even move a single step. It was really true. Before he could finish his sentence, his subordinates rushed in to attack him. The leader smiled smugly and said, "Too small." At this time, Xie Yan immediately used the heavenly official Chanzen technique to create a protective barrier to block their attacks. At this time, the system board appeared and received many points of admiration and jealousy from the blood-clothed people. Very good. Even though it's an act, these guys don't know and don't dare to use all their strength. But I stood still without moving, and was still able to block the attack of so many people. It really can scare them now. I've gained some admiration from the low-level assassins. Unfortunately, the emotions of the Earth-level assassins are quite stable. This technique is indeed the heavenly crown hand, but I've never heard of anyone being able to manifest 6 layers of the heavenly gate formation beneath their feet. What is going on? Could it be that this guy, the 4th elder, was surprised when he saw this, and asked, "Are you Zeyan?" Zeyan turned around and said, "Yes, I have come here under the sect master's orders to rescue the sect. I will quickly lead the disciples here." "Brother, you look so cool. No matter how a hero saves a beauty, he should receive a few points of praise, right?" At this moment, the system board suddenly showed up, receiving worship points from those disciples. Strange, Why is the name of the fourth elder not here? The leader was still standing there observing Ziyan and the fourth elder. Suddenly a disciple asked the leader what to do. The leader frowned and said that the disaster was near and he couldn't stay for long. The leader ordered his subordinates to retreat. Shi Yan turned back and saw that they had withdrawn their troops. He breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was too great. This time they should be safe. Here we are, sister. Before she could finish her sentence, she grabbed her neck and frowned, saying there was no sect's rescue at all. You were just showing off your power to scare those assassins. What is your purpose? Ziyan said with a very serious expression. Sister, don't attack me recklessly. You and Yu Hongyan have always been at odds. You are her confidant, so why did you save me? Furthermore, how did you know I was here? Shi Yan raised his hands and said, Actually, I came to this area to practice. I never thought that I would be ambushed by an assassin on the way. Luckily, I have a great cultivation method and fought back. I then asked the assassin what organization still wanted to do to this fierce elder sister. If that's the case, then I'll definitely pluck out more of your hair. Actually, at first I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. After all, when facing bad guys, I'm not sure if I can save people. But thinking about being surrounded and beaten, I saw Ziyan stuttering. She immediately asked, What are you going to do? She still didn't let go of his hand, making his face so funny that I immediately had the courage to serve the sect master. I often heard the sect master secretly praise you. I'm sorry to show that you're the person I thought of. I can't stand by and watch. Only then did she let go of Ziyan's neck, coughing and choking. She turned around and said, So Hongyan thinks of me like that. Thinking about it, I should go back to the sect and see how things are. As soon as she finished speaking, Ziyan ran over and hugged her waist. He said, You're right, big sister. Let's go quickly. Be careful. The people from the blood-clothed building turned around and saw Ziyan hugging her. She angrily said, You're so bold. You're so insolent. Ziyan immediately picked her up and said, Sister, it's urgent and you're injured. Let me carry you and run quickly. She immediately covered her mouth and said, You cough. Cough. We're returning to the sect right now. It's really strange. This series of movements of this guy, like clouds and flowing water, has no trace of anger or secret joy. The fourth elder's mood has calmed down a bit. At the place where the sect master lives. At this time, Ziyan led the fourth elder back. As soon as they reached the door, they happily raised their hands and shouted loudly, Sect leader, I'm back, and I've even brought a guest. The fourth elder followed behind Ziyan, wearing a hat that covered her face. The sect master was surprised to hear Ziyan say that the sect master was sitting on the chair facing them. At this time, the fourth elder took off his hat and said, Hongyan, it's been a long time since we've seen the sect master. He was very surprised and said, Ru Dao, why? A stick of incense later. The sect master was still attentively listening to Ziyan recount everything. Ziyan on this side started to explain in detail. The leader of the blood-clothed building attacked from behind and shouted, Kill! I only saw a cold light rushing towards me, and along with it a rolling formation of 32 blood-clothed assassins rushed towards me, spears, swords, spears, hooks, and skewers. In their hands 18 types of weapons rushed towards me, and the fourth elder. But I, Ziyan, am not an ordinary person. I rushed out and opened all the gates of heaven. I immediately built a tall, sturdy, and unbreakable wall. In front of the fourth elder I only heard a loud cracking sound. All the weapons were broken. The 32 assassins in the blood-clothed building could not touch me even half a step. The leader of the blood-clothed pre-celestial master deserves to be praised for being a pre-celestial master. His powerful swordplay makes people see the uprightness and heroism in his sword. It is enough to see how many powerful opponents he has killed. It was just a pity that he encountered me under my tight defense. He could only open his eyes and stare at the sharp sword in his hand, breaking, unable to take another step closer. Seeing that the assassination attempt had failed, the blood-clothed assassins were afraid of the reinforcements in my mouth and could only run away with their tails between their legs. Ziyan clasped his hands and said to the sect master, Although I, Ziyan, am a brave man, it is difficult to protect the fourth elder completely when facing so many people. I had no choice but to lie. Basically, these things happened because I was assassinated by the people of the blood-clothed building. After interrogation, it turned out that I was ordered by extreme optimism to thoroughly investigate the source before running to save the fourth elder. Hearing Ziyan say that, the sect master turned to ask the fourth elder Ru Dao if what Ziyan said was true. The fourth elder was silent for a moment, then said, This Ziyan of yours is full of nonsense and exaggeration. But except for the slightly exaggerated process, the result is considered real. At this time, the system displayed a notification that the original praise points were received from Yu Hongyan, the fourth elder. Her heart was as clear as a mirror, and the waves were not afraid. I took the risk of getting beaten up, adding salt and pepper to the story, but still couldn't do anything to her. On the contrary, the sect master gave her some reward points. The sect master pointed at Ziyan and said, Ziyan, luckily you're here this time, otherwise the demon love sect would lose a powerful arm. All thanks to the sect master this time is really extremely dangerous, but always chanting the sect master's name in my heart the whole way, it's as if I have divine help. The sect master heard the flattery from Lutam and pointed his finger, saying that he only knew how to brag, but looking at people like that, he must have learned martial arts right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ability to fight the assassin in the blood-clothed building. Jiyan immediately turned away, scratched his head, and smiled wryly. The sect master immediately turned to the fourth elder and said that this time the person who was assassinated by the extremely optimistic black-clothed assassin must have something strange. Hearing this, the fourth elder immediately turned around and answered correctly. The assassin in the blood-clothed building ambushed me in the cold pond. This is very strange. My Yan Yan. Jiangzi Gong is a special method that was a fusion of the Yin Demon Gong and the Shanu Jing. Every year, I have to go to the cold pond to regulate my yin and yang internal energy. This is my biggest weakness. I have always acted secretly and never told anyone. Even if I were extremely optimistic or in the normal situation of the blood-clothed building, I would not be able to find out. The only ones who can know the secret are you, Hong Yan, and the Grand Elder. After all, my Yan Yan Jiangzi Gong was originally created with the help of these two people. As long as you have the heart, you can guess one or two things. But I believe that you absolutely did not do this. So the person who revealed this secret of mine to the Supreme Optimist can only be the Grand Elder. But there is no enmity between me and the Grand Elder. I can't figure out why she did that. The sect master looked at the fourth elder with a somewhat sharp gaze. Suddenly a voice was heard. I heard it was the great elder who was the sect master. He was surprised and said, Zieyan. The person who said this was none other than Zieyan. Zieyan now transformed into Conan and began to analyze. If his subordinates guessed correctly this time, even if his subordinates did not intervene, the fourth elder would not die, but he would definitely be seriously injured. In another place, Bian Gui was standing with his arms outstretched before a thunderbolt whose voice rang out, the ritual was complete. Next is to reap the rewards. One day later, at a tall building, thunder and lightning lit up the sky. Inside the house, Lu Ren stood disheveled, scratching his body. While he was in a daze, he suddenly stepped on an aquarium fish that jumped out of the vase on the table. Lu Ren immediately slipped. He grabbed the tablecloth and shouted, "Oh my God!" Suddenly, a source of energy appeared, indicating that Lu Ren was the first person. Lu Ren was bewildered, not understanding why the aquarium stopped and did not fall to the ground. 2 days later, on the side of that tall building, someone was lying still on the ground. Blood was flowing everywhere. Below the building, there were voices talking about someone falling down the stairs. Look, the balcony railing on the 26th floor is broken. What kind of construction is that? This person was Lu Ren. He died according to the curse from the day before. Another curse appears, a second person at Zieyan's house. The muscular body with a standard six-pack was soaking in the bathtub, enjoying a glass of soda while holding a tablet, and saying that he deliberately searched the family tree once and even called the original owner's parents, who were vacationing abroad, but didn't get any clues, and was scolded to stop staying up late reading boring news. But when he looked it up online, this name, Lam Fong, couldn't really be said to be the main character's name. War god Lam Fong returned home and discovered his fiancée had died unjustly in the underworld. With one shout, he ordered 100,000 retired soldiers to stand up and shout loudly to invite the Tiger General to come out. Good son-in-law Lam Fong was despised by his mother-in-law for clinging to his wife's skirt. Unexpectedly, he was the richest man in the country. When he saw him, he knelt down and called him Lam Jia. They are all nonsense. Novels continue to cultivate the celestial official meditation. Then the newcomer must create for himself a set of anti-injury armor. First, then become the king of the second. Every time he transmigrates beyond nirvana, all martial arts must be practiced from the beginning. Again, really just exhausts the original point. System, can't you be a little more humane? But the crime of the Grand Elder this time is to collude with the enemy to plot to harm the other elders, and only need a little evidence that looks real, but is fake. In the end, let the fourth elder, who has a bad relationship with the sect master, and is the victim himself, testify to be able to resolve it decisively. The Grand Elder will be labeled a traitor to the sect, and will be criticized by the world. Even the second elder will not dare to rely on her anymore. Of course, this denunciation cannot be done alone, otherwise it will be easy to get slapped in the face. The best opportunity is the sect convention next month, when the fourth elder will return to the sect, and all the sect disciples will be present. The sect master bowed his head sadly and said, "Doesn't this require evidence?" Xie Yan stood with her arms spread out and said fiercely, "My sect master, this is fake evidence that looks real. As long as the Grand Elder is normal, we basically won't be able to find anything." She casually stuffed an envelope in the name of the extremely optimistic, revealing the intelligence of the fourth elder, who can get a hold of her. Even the extremely optimistic might not know that the Grand Elder is playing tricks. If there is real evidence, that's best. If there isn't, it doesn't matter. Just make it look real, and it can temporarily blind outsiders. As for where that fake evidence came from, Zieyan paused for a moment, and then continued inviting the fourth elder to take action, was as easy as turning one's hand. The fourth elder thought for a moment and said, "If I come forward, I will have a better chance." Then she turned to look at the sect master and continued talking. This time, I secretly came back to meet you. The people in the sect still don't know. Wu Lingxian will naturally think that you and I are still at odds. I took the initiative to approach her and wanted to find some traces of me. It shouldn't be difficult for the sect master to hear that. It's right. So I'll say that. The fourth elder turned back to Xie Yan and continued, but even with those things, how can you guarantee that the sect convention won't get out of control and won't turn into a melee between different factions? Xie Yan confidently said that there would be no such possibility, even if the worst-case scenario was that the initiative was still in their hands. At most, they would let the Grand Elder go. It seemed that this evidence still could not convince them to put the sect's overall situation first. For the time being, they would not proceed with the Grand Elder's punishment. If everything goes smoothly, the two of you join hands to control the Grand Elder. As long as you don't kill her on the spot, you can lay the foundation for the future. I believe that even if the two remaining elders are her disciples, no one will stand up to stop them. Once the Grand Elder is subdued, her disciples will be like a headless snake. Of course, everything will be happy. It can't cause chaos in the sect. Hong Yan, you have recruited a good servant, which has moved me a bit. Hearing this, the sect master smiled with satisfaction and said nothing. Xie Yan was praised like that. He scratched his head and laughed. He praised too much, still couldn't get any point. Just said it out loud. After hearing this, the fourth elder immediately turned to face the sect master and praised the fourth elder. At this time, he put on his hat and prepared to leave. She immediately said, Hong Yan, I'll leave first. We'll discuss it again in 10 days. If you need urgent contact, just take the ice needle as a letter and go to the back mountain under Cloud Reflection Cliff to meet. The sect master raised his hand to greet and smiled, saying, You must take care of yourself. The fourth elder also began to leave. At this time in the room, there were only 2 people left. The sect master immediately said, Xie Yan, have you ever thought about it? If we wrongfully accuse the Grand Elder, why do we have to be at peace inside first to fight the enemy outside? The Grand Elder must be a traitor, right? Xian was a bit surprised and said, I didn't expect you to be so young, and yet have such a scheming mind. I, the so-called honest and trustworthy young master, am not like someone with such a deep scheming mind. Okay, stop bragging, I have a mission for you. She raised the token and said, regardless of whether the Grand Elder was playing tricks in the dark or not, extremely optimistically having intervened was a real matter, without a doubt. There was no way to prevent it. You took my demonic love order and went to the treasury to withdraw 20,000 taels to hire someone to go back to the blood-robed building to deal with it. Extremely optimistically, even if you couldn't make the blood-robed building rebel, at least you could get some peace in return. The Jiangling area commission base of the blood-robed building is located in the Jinluan Town Casino. You and Xinxi go down the mountain together and tell him to be your bodyguard. Xie Yan received the token and said, Don't worry, Sister Yu, I definitely won't disgrace my fate. If I hire the blood-robed building, I still need to spend this 20,000. Should I put it in my pocket? Oh well, it's better not to covet the sect master's money. At the place of Qin Xinxi in demonic love sect, Qin Xinxi was holding a cup of tea in her hand, deep in thought. Yue Ru saw that and stroked her head, looked at her and said, Miss, what are you thinking about that you're so absorbed? Xinxi put the teacup down on the table and said, I'm thinking about what kind of ability my good husband has, that his master looks at him differently, and not only doesn't prosecute him for breaking into the ancestral temple, but also accepts him as a close servant. As for the castration thing, there was a high possibility that it was just master using an excuse to let Xie Yan escape punishment. Yue Ru heard that and immediately turned her face away, her mouth wide open drooling as she said, Could it be that the body is perfect? Hearing that Qin Xinxi immediately gave Yue Ru a slap and said, What nonsense, master? How can you be so shallow? Furthermore, Xie Yan's martial arts progressed extremely quickly. Was it because of his immaculate body that his master actually took notice of his martial arts talent? Yue Ru was beaten and immediately raised his hands to cover his face. His eyes filled with tears and he was crying. Wasn't that Xi Yan? Who was going around saying that Xie Yan had a technique that could heal injuries and restore vital energy. Was it because the sect master had taken notice of Xie Yan's healing ability? I heard that recently the sect master is treating internal injuries, so he's been speaking more and more loudly. Maybe this is Xie Yan's credit. Qin Xinxi heard that it made sense, so she looked at her hand and said, Maybe there must be some secret about Xie Yan that we don't know. Just then, there was a loud shout outside. My wife came to visit you and conveniently told you a good news. Yue Ru panicked. Holding his cheeks, ran back to Qin Xinxi and said, Miss, I came to find you. Since that day, this kid has been like a different person. He has bad intentions. Last time, he even ordered people around in all sorts of ways. This time, nothing good will happen either. I want to see what good things my husband will bring me this time. Xi Yan walked in with a very funny expression. My lady, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Do you miss me very much? Qin Xinxi immediately replied, Husband, you've been gone for many days this time. Of course I miss you very much. I don't know what good thing my husband is talking about. Xie Yan held a check in his hand and asked with flirtatious eyes, Wife, Are you interested in going down the mountain with me and spending money like trash? Shinsai was surprised to hear that. Yuaru heard that, and her eyes lit up. She ran over and pulled Ziyan's shirt, saying, "Miss, I also want to go." Ziyan immediately pushed her face away and said, "Go to the side and play. Don't stop your young master and young lady from enjoying their honeymoon." 2 days later at the Shulan town, the crowds of people came and went busily. Xie Yan and Qin Xinci have also arrived here. Xinci stood with his arms crossed, turned his face towards Xie Yan, and said, "What you said is, I will be your bodyguard when you go down the mountain." Xie Yan immediately laughed out loud. "My lady, you can't say that either." Although the intention was to guard against the Grand Elder sending people to plot against us, in reality, our husband and wife going out together as friends is obviously to go sightseeing. Ye Yan began to act out a speechless role. "Oh girl, look at this mountain. Oh girl, look at this water." Then turned his eyes to Qin Shinci's chest and continued, "Oh, look at this chest." Qin Shincai felt so used to it that he didn't care, and said, "If husband wants to look back, you can look at him now. You won't forget what we came here to do, right?" Xie Yan replied, "Of course we won't forget that we came to the Jinlong Casino." The Golden Phoenix Casino in Shulan Town is the #1 stronghold and secret contact point of the Blood Pavilion. It is also where the Blood Pavilion receives its commissions. Xie Yan and Qin Xinci stood in front of the casino's entrance. "Just tell the casino people the slang and you can enter the underground secret room to hang the commission prize. Just by sure, then let go." Xinci and Xie Yan also joined gambling. Xinci said, "Bet small, everything." Xie Yan stood next to him with arms crossed watching, then thought unexpectedly, Qin Xinci is good at gambling, clearly has a mission on person, but in someone else's territory thought of betting a few rounds and then leave. "Now the cup is opened, you hold it and say, 'Open 1, 2, 3, 6. Small points." A person standing behind Qin Xinci was angrily holding his fist and saying, "Who the hell is this person? They have won 16 games in a row since just now, and the young master next to her is so beautiful. Who is the young master?" At this time, the system immediately displayed a notification that 0003 admiration points had been obtained from Tao Longbao. Xie Yan immediately thought that being able to earn money and conveniently collect some admiration points felt not bad. After all, she wouldn't really encounter any danger, let her be. But Qin Xinci's ability to distinguish the sound of dice was really strong. From beginning to end, he never lost. Xinci turned around and left, then told Xie Yan that this place was completely empty so we should change to another table. Xie Yan held a pile of money in her hand and said to her wife that if she kept winning like this, it would be a bit boring. She then turned around and said, "Isn't gambling about chasing victory? When it's important to win, there's nothing wrong with it. But now if it's entertainment, of course you have to play for fun, for example." Xie Yan said this and stopped, leaned close to Qin Xinci's ear and whispered. The guy holding it said loudly, "If you buy it, you can let it go." Qin Xinci immediately panicked and said, "Oh no, I didn't hear the sound of the dice just now." Qin Xinci then realized that Xie Yan was making a scene holding his fist, and looking at Xie Yan angrily said, "You, Xie Yan," and immediately turned away. I say this lady, people in this world, why do they have to force themselves not to live happily at other times? Sometimes just let loose a little, listen to luck, enjoy the moments of anxiety and excitement, because the uncertainty brings. It's also very interesting. Qin Xinci looked at the pile of money in his hand and said, "Don't you just need to pursue victory?" Xinci took the stack of money and placed it on the betting table. The dealer shouts 5, 5, 6, 16 loudly. This lady won again. She's really amazing. Qin Xinci was surprised and happy and said, "Oh." The person behind immediately bowed and laughed loudly. Xinci continued to hit the guy holding the phone whose hands were shaking. After a while, Xinci gave Xie Yan a pile of money and happily said, "No more betting, no more betting. Change all of this into checks." Xie Yan felt a little satisfied seeing her cheerful appearance. Suddenly a man standing in front raised his hand to stop the two people and told them to stop. Xie Yan immediately thought that since he had arrived, he should do political work. People in this world are just like puppets. Their souls are gone, scattered everywhere. Hearing Xie Yan say that, this man was surprised and said, "It's really rude. I didn't expect there to be guests as interested as you two. Please invite you two to follow me." Underground Casino. Jinlong Xie Yan and Qin Xinci were led away by the man just now. Xie Yan immediately thought that the Bloody Clothes Building was a neutral assassin organization. If you give money, then you will do the mission. This time it can be said that it is 90% sure that the sect master also thought about this before feeling assured to let me and Qin Xinci come here. But I, the old man, have come from far away. How can I hire someone to kill 1 or 2 people and get the job done? I would have to spend the same amount of money to kill 2 or 3 times as many people. After a while, he suddenly stopped in front of a big door and said, "You two go through this door and you'll arrive." Xie Yan glanced at Xinci and thought, "What about Qin?" Xinci, just obediently, "Look at your husband and act cool." Xie Yan was about to step inside when Qin Xinci put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Wait, we want to commission a large order worth tens of thousands of taels, and time is urgent. I hope you will go and report an hour in advance, so that the character can directly control and discuss with us, seeing Qin Shinzi blocking him. Xie Yan also wondered, what is Qin Shinzi planning to do? Hearing that the man clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, you two wait here a moment. Qin Shinzi is now using the secret method of heart sound to transmit sound to Xie Yan. Listen here, don't reveal any flaws. I'm currently using the secret method of heart sound to transmit sound to you. Although I have completely grasped this trip, but for anything that I have not won, I have to consider losing first. We also have to calculate the worst-case scenario. I have already clearly explored the terrain here. If the situation is not good, I will destroy this casino. You take the opportunity to escape from the southeast direction. That is the best escape direction. Hearing her say that Xie Yan was enlightened, it turned out that Qin Shinzi was not only gambling for fun, but also secretly observing the casino's terrain. Also be careful. Unfortunately, you finally did not expect the blood-clothed assassin to be all chives in my hands. The man from earlier turned back his hands, pointing towards the door, and said, please come in, my lord is waiting inside. Xie Yan and Qin Shinzi started to walk in. Inside, the commander saw the two people entering and immediately said, I am the third-class commander of the Zhongling region. I have kept you two distinguished guests waiting for a long time. At this time, Xie Yan used his eyes to signal the leader to pretend not to know him. He understood and nodded. You two are from the Demon Love sect. How bold, you clearly know that we just attacked your family's fourth elder, yet you only sent two people here. Di Zhang's intention is probably to show off his power to this girl. Seeing this, Xie Yan immediately thought that this guy with 3 letters could read his eyes too. He threatened Qin Shinzi first. Then it was his turn to come out and save the situation. We came to discuss business, not to take revenge, let alone the enemy uses swords to kill people. We have a grudge against the enemy, not against the sword. The assassin is a tool. The one who has a grudge against us is extremely optimistic. We hired you guys. Xie Yan looked at her mouth wide open, thinking, oh my god, Qin Shinzi, you stole my lines. The leader immediately said, extremely optimistic. What, who told you the person who hired us was extremely optimistic? Xie Yan smiled sinisterly. Thought the show should continue. Shinzi said, we have our own way to know if you are doing this business or not. Xie Yan angrily thought, isn't it because I said it otherwise? What the hell would she know? The leader raised his hand and said, accept, why not admit? The two of you came here today to take the head of whoever agrees to pay the price. Just follow the old rules and write on this scroll. Then a subordinate with ink and pen raised it in front of Xie Yan and Qin Shinzi. Xie Yan was about to reach for the pen when Shinzi snatched it away first. Xie Yan angrily raised her hands, wanting to strangle her to death, then thought, damn it, Qin Shinzi wants to turn the world upside down. This is clearly a playground prepared for me. But she was still writing intently. She felt something was happening behind her, so she turned around to look at Xie Yan, who promptly withdrew her hands, showing a docile expression, making a heart shape with her hands. A moment later, Xie Yan used his eyes to communicate with the leader. The leader received the information from Xie Yan's eyes and continued to act intimidatingly. At this moment, Qin Shinzi stopped writing and said nothing. Suddenly, an internal force swept her paper away. Internal force controlled the wind and took things. Only a pre-celestial expert could do this. Was he trying to overwhelm her spirit? The commander held in his hand the scroll that Qin Shinzi had written. He opened it and said surprisingly, He angrily tore the cloth in his hand and said to this guest, you must have written it wrong. Shinzi immediately said that perhaps my convenient way of writing had indeed caused you to misunderstand a little. After saying that, Shinzi threw away the pen, ink, and paper, and the disciples saw such an arrogant attitude and immediately rushed down. Qin Shinzi said again, it seems we need to use a larger roll of cloth. After saying that, Shinzi used her internal energy to combine the small pieces of paper from earlier into a large piece of cloth. She held up her finger to gather the floating ink and continued to write more ink. Shinzi started writing on the large cloth, then he continued speaking so that he could see clearly. After finishing writing, Shinzi immediately threw the piece of paper up and raised his hand forward, saying that today's commission target was one of the 9 great demon sects of the Han Empire, extremely optimistic, not just one of them, but all of them. Qin Shinzi held a pile of silver notes in his hand and continued speaking, so we agreed to offer 200,000 taels. The disciples were surprised to see that she continued, you are the recipient of this business deal. Or not accept. The disciples fold their arms and turn a blind eye. Seeing this, Xie Yan secretly thought to himself, is Qin Shinzi crazy? Why are you so optimistic about destroying the entire sect with 20,000 people? Does she think the blood-robed building is a bunch of idiots? I want to see what she is calculating. The commander was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. What's wrong with her? 20,000 taels to buy all her life, extremely optimistic. She even said these kinds of words. The commander was angry, but still smiled and said, I really didn't expect you two to come up with such an unimaginable, extraordinary idea. He was so angry that he clapped his hands and thought, you're really good. Then he continued, this leisurely part and this bold part really make me extremely admire you. let's forget about joking. We should quickly discuss the main topic. You still think I'm joking? The commander heard that and got angry and shouted loudly, "Isn't that a joke?" At this moment, the atmosphere became silent. They looked at each other, feeling so embarrassed inside. Tian3 is probably scolding her mother right now. Haha, I won't say anything. I want to see how Qin Shinsi can continue playing. Qin Shinsi pointed at the leader and said, "This project of mine is absolutely reasonable. It's not just some random thought. If you think it's a joke, you probably don't understand the logic behind it." The commander heard this and his face turned sour. He said, "Oh, just spending 20,000 taels to buy the life of this extremely optimistic person. Is there any reason for that? I'll listen carefully. Actually, this principle is very simple. Who said that an assassin must kill the target? Who said that we are discussing a murder assignment? Do you understand what I'm saying?" Shi Yan suddenly thought of her intention and thought, "So, that's how it is. The assassin's job is to kill the target." This is a deeply rooted human concept, but in reality, assassins belong to the category of people who work for money, just in addition to killing people. In theory, people can hire assassins to do anything. Even being a security guard is no problem. The leader immediately said with a gloomy face, "So you are the one who calculates like that? Then take the goal of being the whole extremely optimistic. What are you guys specifically calculating for? Even if it is for supervision, 20,000 is not enough." Shinsi continued, "I want you to make everyone in the optimistic pole be immersed in a feeling of anxiety at any time, and that you can be killed at any time before the end of my demonic sect's sect convention. You must make the people of the optimistic pole unable to eat or sleep well. As for how to make the target sink into fear, I believe that you professionals will have many tricks. How about 200,000? If you do well, you don't have to kill anyone. I feel like you won't lose on this deal. But if you want to make the extremely optimistic Dang Hongchen scared, I'm afraid this little bit of silver is still not enough. It's okay, you just need to make the majority of people chaotic. This business is indeed profitable, but it still costs a large number of members' time and mental energy to complete. To be honest, I actually want to refuse." He looked down at Qin Shinsi and Xie Yan from above and thought further, but if Di Zhang was also here, then let's see what he thought. The commander and Si Yan continued to communicate through eye contact. At first, I just wanted to use 20,000 to buy a few elders. I was extremely optimistic. I didn't expect there to be this kind of operation. I won't play anymore. I agree. Qin Shinsi thought better than I thought. Xie Yan immediately nodded in agreement. He saw Xie Yan nod like that and said that the commission of the blood-clothed building people was accepted. Shinsi looked up and said, "Very well. It seems you are a smart person to accept it." I originally thought he would ask for an exorbitant price and pay the price on the ground in the blood-clothed building, but he accepted it so easily. Xie Yan looked at Qin Shinsi and thought to himself, "This Qin Shinsi can reach the 9th post-celestial level and become the sect master's personal disciple. He really has some skills. Damn it all, the acting space has been taken away by someone else, and I can't act at all." Not long after stories like this began to circulate in the martial arts world. Not knowing who commissioned the blood-robed tower to go all out and assassinate the extremely optimistic disciple. Eat and take a bath. Sleeping or even defecating at any time, there is a possibility of being assassinated by an assassin. The outer disciples of the optimist seemed to be in danger. The people of the underworld suspected that the person behind the curtain must be a life-and-death opponent of the extremely optimistic demon love sect. Xie Yan thought that regarding this matter, I can only say that the murder in the blood-robed building has nothing to do with our demon love sect. At this time in the sect master's room, Xie Yan immediately said that Yu Jiejie roughly said that everything had passed like that. It could be said that fortunately, thanks to Shinzi in a short period of time, he was probably extremely optimistic and had no mood to cause trouble for the demon love sect anymore, in order to ensure that everything went as planned. Shinzi also decided to personally take action and cooperate with the blood-robed building to create several assassinations. This would ensure a feeling of oppression, so he would return after a while. "This time you probably won't brag about your achievements anymore. I still want to hear how you make a ruckus." Xie Yan with a serious expression said, "You, sister, is laughing." Then Xie Yan, "I have always said what I do. I absolutely do not steal other people's credit." The sect master said, "Okay, stop praising yourself and keep talking." At this time, the two people suddenly discovered that there was someone outside. The sect leader immediately said that in the middle of the night, the thick fog and the fourth elder eavesdropping outside the window would make them sick. Xie Yan, who was eavesdropping, stood up and looked outside. The fourth elder immediately stepped out and said, "Haha Hongyan, I'm not afraid of disturbing you guys. Who knows if you and my precious Xie Yan won't be able to control yourselves, and something interesting will happen, like the master has something for the disciple to take care of." After saying that, the fourth elder raised his head and smiled. Xie Yan panicked and said, "Oh my god, this fourth elder is so mysterious and magical. If the sect leader didn't say anything, there's no way I would have discovered that she was eavesdropping. Don't tell me, Ruda, what progress have you made this time?" That day, after leaving this place that day, I made an appointment to meet Wu Lingxian. My words were the same as what we discussed last time, but I hid the fact that I had met the two of you before. Her attitude was indeed very stern. When we first met, she was extremely surprised by the news of my assassination. Then she showed an extremely concerned expression and asked me how I escaped safely. I was worried that she had already gotten the information from the blood-robed building, so she didn't hide the fact that Ziyan had saved me. So how can Ru Dao continue explaining the story afterwards? The fourth elder laughed and said, "Of course I am. The truth is you and I have always been at odds. Everyone in the sect knows about this. As for Ziyan..." Suddenly his name was mentioned. Ziyan was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. His mouth was smooth one look, and you could tell he was a cunning and lustful man. He would not spare the young and the old. I couldn't believe it. Ziyan was labeled a scum man. Bewildered, not knowing where this information came from, Ziyan immediately spoke up to refute the fourth elder. "It was so unfair in the sect. I am extremely obedient and know how to keep my place." In short, Wu Lingxian still believed my words very much. After removing her doubts, she frankly said that behind the scene there were probably two sect masters or Wu Lingxian. Wu Lingxian's reaction was not unexpected. He first swore that he would not do it, then firmly asserted that it was definitely Hong Yan who was wiping out the opposing forces. I said comforting words, expressing that I secretly came to find her, because I also felt that this matter was caused by Hong Yan. You, the Grand Elder, really took the bait and seriously expressed that you wanted to join hands with me to deal with Hong Yan. I pretended to agree, and then expressed that your injuries had completely recovered. Your reputation in the sect has been getting higher and higher recently. Even if she and I joined forces, it would be difficult to win. But this time, the assassination attempt on the Blood-Robe Tower also had no evidence to prove that it was done by Hong Yan, so we still need to find another way to pull you off your horse. After a while, the fourth elder felt a little embarrassed and said, "Hong Yan, in order to avoid revealing any flaws, I spoke ill of you a lot in front of Wu Lingxian. Don't blame me, right?" The sect master smiled sarcastically and said, "You did that because you wanted to gain Wu Lingxian's trust. How can I blame you?" The two of them happily chatted with each other as if Xie Yan didn't exist. Why did he suddenly feel like he couldn't interfere in the conversation between two women? What happened to the fourth elder after that? Did Wu Lingxian reveal any flaws? The fourth elder smiled and said, "Wu Lingxian's mouth was very tight. I tried to probe her several times, but she didn't say anything wrong. She just showed that she had a brilliant plan. Finally, I took a risky step and asked her directly if she wanted to borrow the power of the optimist. Although she immediately denied it, I noticed that in a flash, her expression became unnatural. It was clearly an expression of unease because she was secretly calculating something, but it was pointed out to her face by an outsider." The fourth elder sighed. Ji Yan saw this and asked the fourth elder why he was sighing. Although I had expected it, I still had a lucky thought in my heart, hoping that everything was a misunderstanding. Xi Yan immediately spoke loudly and aggressively to the fourth elder. "If it is confirmed that the Grand Elder is indeed colluding with the enemy, then it is natural for us to treat her warmly like spring when we treat our friends, and coldly like the autumn wind blowing away the leaves when we deal with our enemies." The fourth elder heard that and agreed. "Yes, I'm a bit too emotional." Then she turned around, grabbed the sect master's hand, and continued, "Hong Yan, I came here to tell you that Wu Lingxian really colluded with the extreme optimist. Next, I will think of a way to collect evidence and bring it back." The sect master immediately stood up and held the elder's hand kindly, telling Ru Dao that this matter was up to you, so be careful yourself. After finishing speaking, the fourth elder immediately walked out the door and turned around to say, "Hong Yan, rest assured." Even though Wu Lingxian and I had a relationship in the past when faced with right and wrong, I absolutely will not soften my heart. Xie Yan followed behind the fourth elder and said with a smile, "Fourth elder, let me see you off." Xie Yan immediately leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I have something important to tell you." After walking a bit, he reached the corner where the fourth elder said, "Okay, send me here. What is it that you have to hide?" Hong Yan wanted to tell me privately. "Fourth elder, this important matter concerns me and the sect master. There are also people. Please stand here and wait for a moment. Don't go anywhere. I will get that important thing for you to see." She heard that and was a little worried, asking what the big deal was. Suddenly a song arose, plucking a flower branch, hating the flower branch, promising to bloom with the person drinking wine to celebrate the blooming. The person also went. The fourth elder was surprised and said, "Hey, what is this?" The song is still playing, afraid of love sickness already. Love sickness, thinking about love sickness, can't help but frown because of missing someone singing here. Xie Yan immediately said, "After the day we first met in the cold pond, drinking tea without taste, eating food without taste, thinking about that person's back all the time. Even though Zi Mao is a eunuch for the sect master, he doesn't want to crush his true feelings." Xie Yan continued to bow his head and said to the fourth elder, "No, Ru Dao. I like her." Xi Yan said these words with a sincere face. "I said them from the bottom of my heart. How could it not be true? I can only open my heart to you here." The fourth elder turned his head and asked, "Xie Yan, what did you just say? The wind is blowing so hard here I can't hear you clearly." Xie Yan immediately approached, grabbed her hand, and said, "As long as I can make her understand my feelings, no matter how many times I say it, I will say this space is so romantic. How could she not agree? Xie Yan said, Ru Dao. I really like it. Xie Yan thought that she was definitely alone in her mind to the point that she was speechless. Suddenly, the fourth elder shook Xie Yan's hand away and shouted, Get your rotten hand off. You really are a lecher. I was just pretending to see what you were going to do. Who would have thought that you would go this far? She turned around and left, with a stern expression, saying, I'll forgive you this time because you saved me. If you do it again, I'll let you know what's in it. Next time we meet, stay away from me. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Xie Yan behind her raised his hand and tried to call out to Ru Dao. Maybe it's because I've always teased her, but this confession is a bit strange, so she must think I'm just joking with her. But her face looks so angry, why doesn't she get any points? As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel immediately displayed a point of anger from Qin Xinci. Seeing that Xie Yan was confused. Why was Qin Xinci so angry? Wasn't she supposed to be doing some work? Qin Xinci was standing behind Xie Yan. She was so angry that her eyes were red. Realizing Qin Xinci's presence, Xie Yan immediately pretended to ignore it, turned around, raised 2 fingers to her eyelids, made a cute cheese stick gesture, and flattered, saying, Hello, welcome back, my beautiful beloved wife. You must be tired from the journey. Let me help you rest. Qin Xinci intended to raise her hand to give Xie Yan a slap, but she immediately changed her mind and placed her hand on Xie Yan's shoulder. Lean close to the devil's ear and smile. Luckily, I came back earlier than expected, so I was lucky enough to see his extremely romantic confession. It's just a pity that no one agreed to accept him, but that's because everyone in this devil sect knows that he's a shameless leecher. But next time, remember to try harder. I really like watching his romantic confessions. But what if I tell my master about this? It's just me teasing the fourth elder. It's not true. If you sister finds out, she will definitely think that I really like the fourth elder, so she will definitely matchmake me. It's best not to let her know, Xinci said with an unhappy face. I will help you keep your mouth shut with your master, but on one condition. After you have dealt with all the traitors in the sect, you must do one thing for me. Xie Yan immediately agreed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, okay. Then Xinci turned around and left, raising her hand and saying, I'm going to see the master to talk about something important. Xie Yan watched Xinci leave and thought, luckily she doesn't care much about me. The next day, Xie Yan was practicing martial arts behind the demon love sect's flower garden. He suddenly thought that recently his master was busy practicing martial arts to deal with the Grand Elder, while the fourth elder was taking the opportunity to investigate more information. Today he had a day off and didn't know what to do. He might as well practice martial arts a bit and think of a new move. Xie Yan held out 2 fingers to test the flower sword move and pointed it at a rock in front of him. He spread out his hand. The little bird flew up in fear, thinking the rock would explode, but it was unharmed. Basically, this move will create a small sword energy to stab into the enemy's body, then we will mobilize it to destroy the enemy's internal organs. Now there is a thing. Thinking of this, Xie Yan seemed to be too depressed, sighed and said, It seems like this move still needs more practice if it can't even penetrate a rock. How can it penetrate your steel-like body-strong person? Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. Haha, you are indeed quite smart, but if you continue to practice that move, it won't help anything. Xie Yan turned around and asked blankly, Who just said that? At this time, the elder who passed on the martial arts and was in charge of the scriptures appeared and said, According to your intention, you put the sword energy into the body and let it expand into countless sword energy threads to destroy the opponent's internal organs. The key is to make it explode, not like what you think. You're not bad, but you're confused, Xie Yan immediately said. So it turns out that the elder is transmitting the technique. I heard that this elder has his own status, and it seems that he is also researching the same type of technique as me. If I can become friends with him, it will definitely be very beneficial for me in the future. Xie Yan immediately clasped his hands in greeting and happily said that Senior was probably also researching the same type of cultivation method as me. So let's talk first. If possible, I would like to ask him to secretly enter the scripture library to learn a few new cultivation methods. The old man closed his eyes and said he couldn't say he had researched it. He only knew a little about it. Yes, please, elder, teach me something like this. Something must be wrong. At this time, the old man sitting on the roof opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, What have you been doing all this time? I was looking for a way to improve my strength, so that if I encounter any trouble in the future, I can solve it. Also, there was a problem in the sect right now, so I decided to try learning the flower trick and sword energy. Naturally, I met an elder here who had profound knowledge, so I thought of asking the elder to show me around. The old man said with a serious face, I can't show you how to pilot because I see that you've trained well. You just need to change your way of thinking. Xie Yan also seemed to understand and said, So that's it. The old man turned his face to the sky and said, You were practicing the flower sword energy and you happened to meet me, so it's fate. I will teach you a few things you're lacking. This elder has been looking after the relics for many years, so he is certainly very knowledgeable. He said that again, You should remember this. Don't trust women, okay? Xie Yan heard that and forced a smile. Ah yes, the elder must have had many relationships in his youth, right? At this moment from afar, a voice came from afar. Zieyan, where are you? This person was none other than Qin Xinci. Zieyan turned around and saw her thinking that Qin Xinci came to find him. Something must have happened. Zieyan smiled happily and said, "Ha, the elder just mentioned that a woman has arrived." Turned back to look up at the roof, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Shinsa heard Zieyan say that and immediately asked, "Husband, who are you talking to?" Zieyan replied, "I was just talking to the elder who passed on the technique, but he suddenly disappeared." Shinsi said with an expression of disbelief, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Master, there's something I need to see you about." Zieyan immediately gave a happy yes symbol and said, "Then let's go." A moment later, Zieyan and Qin Xinci arrived at the sect master's residence. They both clasped their hands and bowed their heads, saying, "Disciple greets sect master." At this time in the room, there was not only the sect master, but also the fourth elder and a woman kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, Zieyan immediately thought, "Who is this girl sitting here?" Zieyan walked up and asked the lady who she was. The fourth elder immediately told me to follow Wu Lingxian closely these past few days to monitor her. Last night I suddenly discovered that she was secretly meeting this girl. After that Wu Lingxian lady left, I immediately took action to capture this girl and came here. The kneeling woman angrily said, "Why did you come to capture me?" She also said, "You are a person of extreme optimism. What are you planning to do?" The sect master immediately said that the witness to prove that Wu Lingxian colluded with the enemy and committed treason already had a purpose. Now our goal is to get more evidence from her. Zieyan felt that this person was very familiar and said, "Why do I keep seeing this person looking very familiar?" Zieyan reached out his hand towards her and said loudly, "Oh yes, she is the person of extreme optimism. Because last time I saw this woman, she was standing next to the owner of the Cloud Dance Club Hall. Actually, I already knew about this, so I said that Wu Lingxian had made friends with the enemy. Even though we already know her identity, we still need to cooperate, otherwise it will be difficult." Zieyan confidently said, "Heh, this sect leader, leave it to me." Zieyan turned back to look at Shinsa with a sinister gaze and said, "My lady, can you help me with something?" Zieyan said, then put his mouth close to Shinsa's ear and whispered. Shinsi heard Zieyan and immediately replied, "No." She didn't understand what the master said just now. This girl is a very stubborn person, can't stand it. Zieyan stood up straight and said seriously, "No matter how hard it is, I can break it." Seeing the sect master worried, the fourth elder immediately turned around to reassure Hongyan. "Actually, this matter is not that troublesome. She just needs to use the ancient demon's heart. At that time, he will let her experience what it is like to die but not live. Then she will speak." The sect master regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Well, that's also a very good way, but let's let that Zieyan guy do it first." Hearing the sect master say that, the woman laughed out loud. "Ha ha, trying to use a beauty trap? Come on, use your move. I like it even more," Zieyan said with a murderous face, as expected of an extremely optimistic older sister. "But there's no need to use a beauty trap to deal with her. It's such a waste. This elder sister here must have known the third elder, so she must have known the story at the Love Tavern. After just one night, all the people inside had their beauty significantly improved, right?" The woman was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking to me for?" Zieyan raised two fingers and said with a smug expression, "I don't know if you know or not, that in this world there is a technique called Nirvana Finger. It has the effect of helping people who want to have the desired beauty to be able to fulfill that dream in just a moment, from a person of average beauty to a beauty." Hearing that, Yue Ru immediately covered her face with both hands in delight. The other woman glared and said, "What you mean, is it like the ugly duckling turning into a swan trend?" Zieyan lowered his head, put his hand on her chin and said, "That's right, young lady. Do you want me to help you do that? Then every man in this world will fall head over heels for you." Hearing that, the woman was stunned. Zieyan raised two fingers and pointed under her eyelids and said, "What's wrong with you? You're frozen. Don't you believe me? It seems that if I look closely, I see that these eyes really don't suit you at all. Or should I use Nirvana to fix them for you?" Then Zieyan touched the woman's nose and continued. Looking more closely, he saw that the bridge of her nose was not very high. It could be said that her nose was flat, and it looked really ugly. She heard Zieyan criticize her and got angry and shouted, "You dare talk to me like that?" Zieyan immediately put a finger on her mouth and continued, "I'm just telling the truth. If you don't want to accept the truth, it's up to you. Besides, if you had a bigger mouth, wouldn't it be more convenient to eat and drink? Wait until after your surgery, you will see the surprise. I can assure you that after this incident you will definitely be happy, and from then on your life will change completely in a positive direction. And at that time I will have people carry each row of banners saying, 'Closing the moon and flowers to the country and city by Yu Yan,' everywhere, so they can admire her beauty." Seeing this, the fourth elder secretly thought to himself that this Zieyan guy was quite good. He knew that she could endure pain but could not bear her honor being insulted. The sect master also smiled and thought, It seems that this Xie Yan guy is quite smart, knowing how to attack the opponent's weak points like that. Xie Yan put his hand on her shoulder again, brought his face close to hers and said, I've only shown you one statue, but why did your expression change so much? Xie Yan snapped his fingers and said, Hey wife, can I ask you something? Xinxi immediately took out a mirror to help Xie Yan immediately place the mirror in front of the woman and said, Mirror, here it is. The woman saw her appearance in the mirror and was surprised, not knowing what to say. Xie Yan immediately raised the woman's head with both hands and said, Hey big sister, try to remember this soft old beauty, you'll have to say goodbye to it soon. Okay, now let's start. The woman heard that and was scared, screaming, Please spare me. The woman turned back to the sect master and said, I will tell you everything, okay? Xie Yan saw her appearance and asked, Oh, so you've given up already? Why did you give up already? This girl is really more weak-minded than I thought. At this moment, the system board showed many original points of praise. Why are all the original points from Yujie and Qin Xinxi? But this girl was scared to death by me, but she doesn't have any original points. Maybe she was just pretending to be scared. Why did that woman suddenly say that Wu Lingxian had started inviting me to join her 5 months ago to avoid others suspecting that she and I had acted out a drama together to deceive everyone? Xie Yan was surprised and said, 5 months ago? Damn it, I was too weak back then and hadn't even transmigrated yet. How would I know? Qin Xinxi also pondered and said, 5 months ago it seems like the Grand Elder had a conflict with the Supreme Optimist to compete for a certain peak talent disciple. It was said that because the Grand Elder had settled this matter, nothing more happened. And wasn't that peak talent disciple Shi Yan'er? The fourth elder also added his words of disbelief that at that time, Wu Lingxian had already made friends with the Optimist to rebel. Then you continue. She also made a deal with me that if I helped her get promoted to the position of the Demon Love Sect's general director, she would be willing to give up part of the Demon Love Sect's assets to kook optimism. The original plan was very simple. Just kill the fourth elder and cause conflict with the sect master, causing the third elder, who was trying to maintain a neutral position, to join forces with Wu Lingxian. Hearing that, the fourth elder immediately said, It seems like she was targeting her from the beginning, huh? The woman looked up and continued, We also thought like that. But when it came to doing it, it was very difficult. Opportunities kept coming to us, but when we were about to seize them, other people interrupted us, so we had to change our plans many times. Finally, after many failures, we entrusted them to the Blood Robe Tower for assassination. Hearing this, Xie Yan immediately thought that wasn't the moment when the Grand Elder wanted to convince the third elder to hand him over. It was just a convenience. But in fact, she wanted to inform the Optimist to start taking action. The fourth elder looked at the woman and asked, But when it came time to assassinate, I failed right. The woman continued. Because the situation was so urgent, I immediately went to discuss with Wu Lingxian to come up with another plan. But when the story was finished, you guys immediately took me away. Even though your plan was quite simple, it really hit the nail on the head. However, if you are extremely optimistic, you will try your best to help Wu Lingxian. Like that, aren't you afraid that Wu Lingxian will turn against you? Because Mrs. Lingxian wanted to show her sincerity, she gave her strange jade token to extremely optimistic, but only told me where it was hidden. So if Xie Yan heard that, he would be surprised and think, how can something as simple as a piece of jade have such an influence? The sect master was surprised and said, What strange jade, how dare that Wu Lingxian give it to you guys? Well, if you look at Yuji's expression, it must be very formidable. Let's go ask Qin Xinxi later. Xie Yan immediately raised 2 fingers and said, Hey big sister still doesn't understand the situation, right? How can we discuss conditions now? Hearing Xie Yan say that, the woman immediately bowed her head and begged, I know I shouldn't have asked for conditions from you guys, so please spare me and I will tell you everything. Besides, now that you guys have captured me, what else can I do? Just spare my life after you defeat Wu Lingxian. These words should have been said by someone who was in a panic. Why was she so calm that she could think clearly, analyze, and explain clearly for others to hear? It was a bit strange. The fourth elder turned back to look at the sect master and said, Hong Yan, whatever you think the sect master can answer. The sect master immediately raised the token and said, I am Yu Hong Yan, currently the sect master of the Demon Love Sect. I swear that as long as Bai Yu Yan helps me defeat Wu Lingxian, I will spare her a path. The fourth elder approached the woman, put his hand on her shoulder and said, Hong Yan, let me take care of this girl until the sect convention takes place. Then I will bring her up as a witness to defeat Wu Lingxian. Then the fourth elder took her away in a flash. Okay, no more talking. Let's stop here. I hope she will try to cooperate well with us. Otherwise, there will be unforeseen consequences. The sect master turned around and left. As she left, she said, And Xie Yan and Qin Xinxi, you two retreat. Hearing this, the two of you immediately bowed your heads and said goodbye. As for normal disciples, Yujie really wanted to take down Wu Lingxian, even to the point of wanting to fight to the death. How could she miss such a good opportunity to take down Wu Lingxian this time? A moment later, the two of them walked and talked to each other. Everything needed to overthrow Wu Ling. Xian was already there. Xie Yan, who was walking behind, also spoke up. That's right. As long as everything goes as planned, the sect master can defeat Wu Ling Shen. But I don't know what kind of jade that sister was talking about, that it has such an influence. But it seems that my husband has been performing really well lately. His power has increased so quickly that I forgot that he has only been practicing martial arts for less than a year. That's good. So I will tell you about the jade you just mentioned. Shinsa began to tell that the jade block had a very special use. If it was used to make a jade weapon, the wearer could absorb the hidden true energy in the jade and prevent injuries from happening. Sounds very useful, right? But it still has many inconveniences. First, is that it can resist damage from people with post-celestial realm or lower cultivation level, and higher, like pre-celestial realm, is useless. But new people can only use, it can be pre-celestial realm or higher. Besides this, jade pendant is very bad, in that it takes many years to be able to prevent damage, and it takes a long time to make, plus its effectiveness is not very high. So who made this? Besides, this jade pendant of mine is because my master worked hard to make one for me. This jade pendant took a lot of time. The properties of the dead person's true energy contained in it are not fake. If the jade pendant that the Grand Elder painstakingly made was in the hands of Cook Optimism, then Cook Optimism and this Wu Ling Shen woman have an unusual relationship. Xie Yan heard this and immediately said, "Ah, so that's it." That's right. My wife. Did you see what happened to Bai Yu Yan when your father asked? During the interrogation, his words seemed very panicked, but his expression and way of thinking were very normal. That is a magic heart technique that only core disciples of the Optimist sect can use, making the user lose all feelings or emotions, like a soulless person only telling the truth and not being able to lie. In general, that technique should not be used. It's tiring. I didn't expect that there would be such a technique in this world. Wouldn't that be like a puppet without a soul? Xie Yan at this moment secretly thought that the core disciple of the Optimist was really pitiful. Night came at the Love Inn. Xie Yan went to the third elder. She held a cigarette in her hand and said, "Xie Yan, you're quite bold. I didn't expect that you alone would dare to call the two grand elders, and the second elder, Xie Yan, you called 4 people at once. How terrifying. Xie Yan, you must want to die. If you accidentally say something unpleasant to the grand elder, she will strike you dead." Xie Yan laughed and said, "Haha, you don't need to worry about it." She then walked over, put her hand on Xie Yan's shoulder, leaned close to his face and said, "You're so confident. Why are you so confident?" Speaking of this, she immediately took action to teach Xie Yan third elder, "Don't be too heavy-handed or you'll break my bones. Only you can't take it. Where do you get your confidence from?" Xie Yan was in so much pain that he was still showing off. He said, "Whoever said I couldn't take it, I could still take it." On the day of the sect convention, all the elders and disciples were present. Second elder, Yan Meiling, Grand Elder, Wu Lingxian. Third elder, Yu Xuanji, fourth elder, Wei Rudao. Qin Xinxi and Xie Yan stood on both sides of the sect master's chair. Xinxi immediately said, "Sect master, all the disciples of our demonic sect have arrived." The sect master immediately replied, "Yes. Now that everyone has gathered here before we hold the convention, I have something to tell everyone here. My disciple, Qin Xinxi, has reached the final stage of post-celestial. If Qin Xinxi breaks through to the pre-celestial realm at that time, according to the rules, he will be promoted to the position of elder." Xinxi stood behind and whispered to his master disciple, "Thank you very much. I hope that even though I have become an elder, I still hope that my master will teach me." The sect master continued, "So what I wanted to say is done. Now, if the great elder has any instructions before the meeting, please say them." The grand elder closed his eyes and said, Actually, I don't need to say much. I just want to do it like the last few times. Everyone remember not to be too harsh on your opponents, and not to humiliate your opponents when you win against them, like my disciple Shi Yan. Was humiliated by Xie Yan. Furthermore, disciples must not be dishonest while participating in the conference, and must be completely honest. Shi Yan. Was standing trembling behind her, suddenly glared at Xie Yan, and shouted loudly, "What are you going to do about my disciple's personal matters, Xie Yan?" Shi Yan heard that, and immediately turned away, pretending not to hear anything. "Sect master, if we compete, why can't we insult others? That's unavoidable. Moreover, you challenged first, so who can you blame? So, Grand Elder, don't you think it's too unreasonable?" The Grand Elder raised his head and continued, "Even though what the sect master said was very reasonable, please think back to how many disasters Xie Yan has caused since entering the sect. Then please report to the Guardian the things that Xie Yan has just caused in the Ancestral Temple." The Dharma Protector led a group of disciples with faces full of injuries, and said that the truth was that last time during the chaos at the Ancestral Hall, Xie Yan accidentally broke the portrait of the founder. He wanted to repair the statue, so he spent 3,000 taels. Because it was something that should be done, I had someone repair it. And since then, many disciples who were not injured or went crazy were unable to break through to the cultivation level. This incident was definitely related to Ziyan destroying the statue of the founder. Ziyan looked bewildered, thinking that they were just careless and that it had nothing to do with him. He didn't expect that there would be spiritual and feng shui elements in this martial arts path. The disciple started to rush in and say, "Yes, it's Ziyan's fault, I'm making you pay. You're just the sect master's eunuch, yet you bully me." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Shut your mouths, everyone! Who are you talking about?" They looked up in surprise. Third elder, let's put this matter aside for now and deal with it later. Is there anything else you want to say? Elders. The second elder immediately said that in general, what I meant was that the grand elder and Ye, the Dharma protector, had already said it, so that's it. But I still have something to say to the sect master. He is a bit biased towards Ziyan. Besides, these past few days I've heard that Ziyan is relying on the sect master and Qinshinxi's power to bully and humiliate others in the sect. The third elder closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Ha, so all of you elders here want to talk about Ziyan, right? I'm the same. But unlike the others, I want to praise Ziyan. Before we speak, please come out first. This is a group of beautiful women called the 48 Fairies." Seeing this, the men opened their mouths wide and drooled, saying, "So our demon love sect hides so many beauties. Look again, they are the people from the Love Inn." The female disciples ran over to ask how she did her makeup. She looked like a different person. She must have studied how to coordinate her clothes and makeup very carefully. "I heard that you were just promoted to Qinglian Fairy. You're so amazing that beauty can't tell you everything. But roughly speaking, all of this is because of someone who gave us a makeover. But the person who just spoke was Senior Brother Z." She pointed at Ziyan. "Long time no see, Senior Brother. We miss you so much that we can't eat or sleep well. When will you remember to come back to Jiangling City to fix my wrinkles?" Ziyan forced a smile and said, "You sisters here are taking it too seriously. Actually, I'm just fixing some features on your face. As you can see, our beauty association has just been established, but can compete with the Cloud Dance Club, and initially only temporarily developed in this Jiangling City. Later it will develop to many other areas, so spending money to repair the statue of the founder is a small matter, and Ziyan can compensate. Overall, I think Ziyan has more merit than fault." The sect master immediately said, "Okay, can we stop here? Does anyone else have anything else to say?" The fourth elder stood up from his chair and said, "I have something to say, but this matter is not aimed at Ziyan. The person who has the greatest contribution to this matter is Ziyan. This story is about when I was cultivating in the cold pond, I was suddenly assassinated by someone from the blood-clothed building. At that time I was cultivating, so I didn't pay attention and almost lost my life. But luckily Ziyan helped me, so I was able to keep my life. From then on I focused on finding the source of this incident. And I discovered that the person who plotted to kill me could only be one of two people. The first is the sect master. The second is the Grand Elder, because those two people just found out that I was cultivating in the cold pond. In general at that time I was wondering who did it, but after a few days of investigation I deduced that the person with that plot was the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder heard that and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The fourth elder waved his hand and said, "Haha. But of course, there was evidence for everyone to see clearly, and then brought the person in here." The two disciples immediately led the woman in. She was chained up. The fourth elder continued, "This girl is Bai Yuyan, the maid of Bai Su, Jen the elder of the extreme optimism. We caught her secretly meeting the Grand Elder the other night, so we captured her and brought her here. At first, she was very stubborn, but after a while of questioning by Ziyan, she finally confessed. So this Ziyan guy has a great contribution in rescuing me and finding out the truth." Shinsi now turned to Ziyan and used the sound transmission technique to tell him that it seemed like the fourth elder was intentionally trying to gain credit for Ziyan's husband. Ziyan was also surprised and said, "That's right. But why did she do that?" The fourth elder continued, "The first elder thought that you would use extreme optimism to kill me, to destroy the third elder's trust in the sect master, and then gain the third elder's support to overthrow the sect master, right?" The first elder heard that and angrily shouted, "You're just making things up. What you said is just baseless nonsense." The fourth elder immediately took out the jade and said, "Whoever said it was baseless. Isn't this jade pendant proof that you cooperated with kook optimism? All this evidence was found by the sect master and Ziyan. Luckily they helped me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do anything. If you deny it again, I will show everyone more clearly." Suddenly she clenched the jade pendant, and at this moment a source of true energy emitted from her palm. The figure of the great elder appeared from behind her and said, "See." At this time the second elder turned to look at the first elder and said, "Why is this jade pendant in the hands of such an optimistic person?" First elder, "Wu Lingxian, tell me." The grand elder growled angrily and said, "Why does she have that thing?" "Hey, look, this seems to be true, isn't it, grand elder?" The disciples heard what they said and immediately rushed in angrily saying, "What are you talking about? Our master is the great elder. Why are you associating with the enemy?" The two sides are arguing so fiercely. What is the evidence that the fourth elder brought out for? Shinsa saw this and immediately thought that the great elder was gradually being suspected by everyone as a traitor of the sect. If he didn't quickly calm down, everyone would definitely fight. The sect master spoke up at this moment. "Wu Lingxian, you quickly explain." She turned her head and said with a gloomy face, I really don't know who did it. Not me. Suddenly there was a loud scream. Everything stops here. This person is Ye the Dharma Protector. He continued, Great Elder, that's enough. Tell everyone the truth, don't hide it anymore. Great Elder look up and say, You. Yehofap immediately said loudly that Wu Ling Xian and I had secretly loved each other for a long time, but did not dare to make it public and were planning to make it public to everyone, and that piece of jade was the thing that Wu Ling Xian had given me. That was not something Wu Ling Xian gave him to be extremely optimistic about making friends with them. Hearing that, Qin Xinzi opened his mouth in surprise. Why was Jie Yan surprised too? The disciples outside also started to gossip. They didn't expect that the Grand Elder and Protector Yi had feelings for each other from before. This was truly earth-shattering news. So what about the story of the Elder betraying the sect? Yeah, the Dharma Protector continued. The things that were originally my secrets were kept in my secret vault, but the other day, they were suddenly stolen. That guy was also very smart. He didn't dare take my biggest secret, but the traces he left behind plus the details, that before I knew that an outsider had come in to take my things, Qin Xinzi took the initiative to cause trouble for me. So the conclusion is that the person who entered my room was none other than Ziyan. Ziyan was surprised that he was still standing still and was also hit. He continued speaking, and it could be seen that what happened today was related to the sect master. Perhaps the sect master wanted to accuse the Grand Elder. Surely the sect master will deny it, but when did the Grand Elder become friends with you? Where did that jade token come from? I must clarify this matter. Hearing that Bai Yuyan also fell into deep thought. Seeing that the fourth elder immediately spoke up. Bai Yuyan, just tell me everything, honestly. She was now unchained and slowly approached the sect master, then laughed out loud, Ha ha, finally you Hongyan, you also have today, because you wanted that Wu Ling Xian to confess, so you captured me, right? And don't think this will stop here. Suddenly a hand raised and shouted, Shut up. As soon as Bai Yuyan finished speaking, his neck was cut, and he died. Bai Yuyan looked at the person who attacked him, not understanding why he killed him. Yadharma Protector was also surprised. Sect Master, Qin Xinzi Yan was also extremely shocked. Bai Yuyan fell face down on the ground, her eyes wide open saying, Oh, the person who attacked Bai Yuyan was none other than the fourth elder. She said, I'm really embarrassed to let everyone listen to this girl's nonsense. The Grand Elder was surprised and said, Wei Rudao, you killed someone. Then the Grand Elder flew back to the fourth elder and said that she was the only witness, yet she killed him with one palm strike. The fourth elder developed the technique and then said, What witness that Yi Protector was afraid that your secret would be revealed. He had made friends with someone from the extreme optimist, so he thought of giving him that jade pendant and said that someone else took it, who can prove that what he said was true. The fourth elder threw a move at the great elder and continued. It was really funny. The stories that Yi Protector made up were really only believed by children. The Grand Elder extended his hand to block the fourth elder's technique. She said with a cunning face, You are the one who is cunning. You killed people to silence them and frame me. And you dare to confront me. Don't forget that thanks to me, you are where you are today. The two sides fought back and forth. The fourth elder ran back to the great elder and said, Yes, the moves I have are all related to you, but now it's different. The fourth elder used his cultivation method to create an ice eagle. Seeing this, the elder said, Is this the trick you came up with yourself? The second and third elders were also very surprised to see this. The Grand Elder shouted loudly again, What a weakling. At this moment, the sect master rushed out to the two places where they were fighting and told everyone to stop immediately. The sect master stood in front of the two of them with a stern face and said, You guys look around and see the disciples of your sect injured because of the fight between you two. Don't you feel ashamed? Stop it. Grand Elder, the witness is dead now. Why don't we leave it there and continue the investigation? Next time Grand Elder angrily glared and shouted, How can you say that I'm the one who was wrongly accused, the one who leaked the private matter? She should stop pretending to pity others, and said then she used a trick to stick it down, causing the floor tiles to be broken and scattered. The sect master immediately said, Wu Ling Xian, you are too rude. It's unfair to me. I have more merit than you and more experience than you. Why are you the only one to be made sect master? The sect master immediately replied that it was because she had such thoughts that the master made me the next sect master. The disciples saw that, and were so scared that they ran away. The Grand Elder and the sect master fought. Hurry up and run away. Otherwise you will be implicated and lose your life. Or the second elder stood on the roof and observed, then said, Madame Wu Ling Xian was planning how to make Hong Yan go down before the sect master, but unexpectedly she made the first move. So let me help Madame Wu Ling Xian. The second elder immediately jumped down to help the first elder. When the fourth elder saw this, he immediately said, Second elder, the two of them are fighting because of a previous grudge. There's no need for you to join in. Or is the rumor true that she has licentiousness? I see that her taste is also very strange. She only likes wilted flowers and not fresh flowers, but unfortunately he already had a lover before. The second elder heard that and got angry. He shouted, You dare to insult my honor by talking nonsense. You must be punished by me. Haha, you got angry because someone told your secret. Wei Rudao, don't talk nonsense until I beat you to a pulp and see if you still dare to talk. The second elder's face was full of murderous intent as he looked at the fourth elder, but the fourth elder remained calm and said. The second elder started to attack. The fourth elder immediately provoked him, haha, then hit me and let me see who is better. The two people started fighting. Below, the disciples were still exhausted and running away. Above, two strong streams of life energy were emitted. The disciples saw this and were scared. They said, oh no, the fourth elder and the second elder are also fighting. There is no way to escape from these two battles. Xie Yan and Qin Xin Si were standing close together, observing everything. The master's cultivation method was really powerful. Qin Xin Si worriedly asked, how did things turn out like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out. All the disciples of the Demon City sect listened. Xie Yan and Qin Xin Si were stunned, not knowing who was speaking. This person is the third elder. This is an internal battle between the elders and the sect master, so no one is allowed to say anything outside. Any disciple of any elder must return to that person's palace, and absolutely cannot stay here. Hearing that the disciples also split up and left, Qin Xin was in the group of disciples and turned around and said, where is Xie Yan? I just saw him here. Xinzi was looking for Xie Yan when suddenly Xu Yan rushed at her and cried out, ouch! Xinzi looked at Yan Er's panicked appearance and said, shouldn't you be going back to the Grand Elder's mansion? Why did you come here? Yan immediately said, actually, I was planning to enter the Grand Elder's mansion, but Protector Ye suddenly chased me out. At this moment, a voice said that all of this was in the presence of Xie Yan. Quickly make him take responsibility. Qin Xinzi immediately asked Ye what is he doing. At this moment, he was standing in front of his disciples and continued to say that our sect master had never plotted so many schemes to frame anyone. But since Ziyan came here, the sect master had many dirty schemes, so the mastermind behind the framing of the Grand Elder could be Ziyan. Hearing this, the disciples started to discuss with each other. What did Protector Ye want to do? He must have caused trouble for Ziyan, but that was right. If it weren't for Ziyan, the private matter between the Grand Elder and Protector Ye wouldn't have been exposed. He was still standing there talking, but didn't you see that Ziyan had the sect master's backing and had repeatedly insulted you? This was truly unacceptable. Right now, the 4 sect masters and 3 elders still couldn't say who was right or wrong. Furthermore, we had no right to say who was right or wrong, but we had to destroy the sect master's sycophant, Ziyan, to restore peace to the sect. The disciples heard that and immediately raised their fists in support. It's very reasonable. Yeah, the Dharma protector spoke very well. Destroy Ziyan, destroy Ziyan. After convincing the disciples, the leading Dharma protector Ye said, let's work together to reclaim justice for us and the sect. Inside the sect, a melee broke out and destroyed much property. At this moment, Xie Yan was surrounded by a group of beauties. Brother Shi, it's been a long time since we've seen him. You look so handsome, I also miss you so much. Brother Shi, don't worry. We will protect you. Or should we leave Zhongling now to enjoy the pleasures of this world and not have to suffer here? While we were having fun, suddenly Ye the Dharma protector led a few disciples here and asked the ladies to stop. This big beauty named Ye, you guardian, why don't you quickly take your sect's disciples away and still dare to block our way? Yeah, the fierce Dharma protector replied. We don't want to cause trouble for you guys, but we need to settle the score with that Ziyan guy you love, so we hope you girls will stay out of our way. The men shouted at the girls to quickly bring Ziyan out. Otherwise, don't blame the disciples who saw this, and said in unison, yes, quickly hand over Ziyan. That bastard deserves to die, and dares to rely on the sect master to act like he's talking to us. Xie Yan pointed at them with disdain and said, oh, so it's Ye the Dharma protector, and yet you brought your old mistress's disciple to cause trouble for me. What a deep sense of duty. Hearing that the disciples were angry and shouted, if you're good, come out here and fight. Don't hide behind a woman. You're really cowardly. Xie Yan stood with his arms crossed and said with a disdainful look on his face, who are you that I should listen to you? So what if you're cowardly? If you can't do anything to a coward like me, then you're even more cowardly. The beauties saw Xie Yan being cursed and got angry. The beauties pointed at them and said, who do you dare call a coward? He is 100 times more handsome than you, 100 times stronger than you. The two sides started arguing with each other. The other disciples angrily said, you crazy women, what do you know? The beautiful women also angrily shouted, you guys shut up. At that moment, there was a loud shout. Stop. One person rushed down to knock away the chaos. It was the third elder. She angrily said, I just ignored you for a moment and you all made a mess. Don't you all go away now? If you make a mess again, you'll know what I can do. Xie Yan saw that and immediately said to the group of beauties, the third elder is angry. Let's go quickly. The beauty next to him said that this time it's master's anger. After a long time, the other beauty agreed and said that it's best to leave this place. Otherwise, master will probably beat us to death. On this side, the disciples were scared and ran away. Ye, the Dharma protector, still stood there unafraid. The third elder said, Yagu Tun, you are a guardian of the sect, but you only want to report personal matters. He held out his hands and said with a smile, The third elder must have forgotten that the sect convention has ended, so the grand elder and the sect master fought because that was their business. As for the sect having a rebellious disciple like Zie Yan, I will have to personally punish him. The third elder angrily shouted and spoke nonsense. You think your personal matters are more important than the peace and safety of the sect's disciples? You are really stupid. He still stood there mocking her, but I felt like I was more sober than you, third elder. The third elder angrily spoke rudely, and then launched a move towards Protector Ye. At this moment, the grand elder panicked and shouted loudly, "Don't be Gukun!" Suddenly a voice rang out, Wu Lingxian. The grand elder turned around and saw that the voice belonged to the sect master. She was rushing towards the grand elder and said, "You're fighting me. Where are you looking?" The grand elder stomped his foot and charged towards Dharma. Protector Ye, the grand elder's powerful power sent rocks and dirt flying. She swung her leg and kicked a rock to the ground to stop the third elder and shouted loudly. After a while of floating, the rock fell to the ground. The grand elder flew over and said, "Gukun, don't die." At this time, the sect master descended to the third elder and said, "Third elder, you finally took action." The sect master replied, "Because that Gukun dared to be rude to me, I just conveniently took the opportunity to teach him a lesson." Then she turned back to ask the sect master, "Why did the grand elder lady show her weakness just now? You didn't hit her." "Actually, I didn't want to fight her. I just wanted to use the evidence to take her down." The grand elder hugged the Dharma protector Ye and said his last words. "I apologize to Wu Lingxian." He put his hand on the face of the great elder and continued, "I want to help you, but I bring trouble to you." The grand elder felt very sad looking at his beloved Gukun. "Don't say anything more and rest for a while." Then she angrily turned to the third elder and said, "You Xuanji, look at the good thing you did." The sect master immediately said, "Are you inconsiderate?" The third elder was also surprised and said, "No way. My move at most only caused Yi Protector to suffer minor injuries on the skin." The grand elder immediately said, "You Xuanji, then I will also give you some external injuries." After saying that, she immediately attacked the third elder. The elder also fought back and said that this was a misunderstanding. The grand elder continuously attacked the third elder. The sect master standing outside saw this and immediately jumped in to stop him. "Wu Lingxian, calm down for me." The grand elder's face was full of murderous intent. He said, "Calm down. What gives you the right to tell me to calm down?" The third elder immediately said no. The first elder was angry and didn't listen anymore. The sect master said, "Let's join hands. Don't even think about a powerful stream of life energy coming down from above to separate the sect master and the third elder. This person is the second elder," she said. "Humph. I really didn't expect that on the surface. The third elder is neutral, but in reality, you've always been a sect master's man." The third elder said that wasn't it because, before the second elder could finish speaking, he immediately reached out to the first elder and said, "Why is this matter the sect master's fault? If she hadn't ordered Wei Rudao to find some so-called evidence to deliberately frame Lingxian, would she have turned into what she is now? Furthermore, you should also think carefully about the sect master's actions, especially Wei Rudao's action of killing Bai Yuyan with one punch, who has the devil in his heart." The third elder heard that and fell into deep thought without saying anything. At this moment, the first elder said, "Don't talk too much." Mei Ling took action. The second elder also took action. He said, "Third elder, I won't be polite anymore." After saying that, the two joined hands and attacked the third elder. The third elder said it had nothing to do with me, but they all rushed towards the sect master. He rushed in to block them and made a move to stop them. Then the sect master said, "It had nothing to do with her. If you want to fight, then fight me." The two sides' vitality collided strongly. At this time, on the side of the fourth elder, she stood in front of the great formation of the mountain gate and said that the time was almost up. At this time, the Dharma protector Ye was still lying motionless on the ground. The fourth elder immediately raised his hand and said, "Open the mountain gate formation." A powerful stream of life energy flew up into the sky. Surrounded by this layer of life energy, the third elder looked up and said, "Who opened the mountain gate, great formation?" At this moment, a thought appeared, Hai's Wei Rudao. If you still don't activate it, I'm afraid that the sect master and the grand elder will strike out true fire. It's not in vain that we've been acting for so long. Next is the act of hitting yourself with the stick. I'm very optimistic that many people will come. I'm really looking forward to it. The area around the sect was now covered by a stream of life energy emanating from the sect's great formation. The third elder standing behind the fourth elder said, "The fourth elder's mountain gate formation cannot be activated easily. What are you trying to do?" The fourth elder turned around and said that today's conversation was just a spark. The most fundamental reason was that everyone had been accumulating resentment for a long time. These things would one day erupt. If they had already secretly erupted, it would be better to activate the mountain gate's great formation and let them fight freely. It would be easy to say, activating the mountain gate's great formation would consume an unusually precious spirit stone. Our demon sect only had one left. If it was damaged, it would take a lot of time and effort to restore. Is this something for you to use in internal fighting? The sect is in turmoil. Everyone is fighting. There is no sect formation to protect. If there are foreign enemies adding fuel to the fire, can you Yu Xuanji bear it? The third elder immediately said, Wei Rudao, you're thoughtful and commendable, but have you thought about what would happen if the spirit stone energy was completely depleted? The sect no longer had a mountain formation to protect it, and foreign enemies invaded. The third elder is just worrying about it. Even if there are no more spirit stones and energy, as long as the three pre-celestials use all their strength, the sect's great formation can still be activated. The demon sect is still lacking three pre-celestials. What's more, the spirit stones and energy can at least support the sect's great formation for a day or two. Do you think everyone will fight for so long? Don't you see that the sect's great formation has already been opened, but the sect master still hasn't stopped? Does the sect master understand the big picture as well as you? The third elder heard this and sighed, saying that the demon love sect had not activated the mountain gate grand formation for a long time, but unexpectedly it was activated this time because of internal strife, which really made people sigh. The third elder was surprised and hummed. A stream of life energy enveloped her feet, and she immediately said, Wei Rudao, what do you mean? The fourth elder said in a daze, I want to take this opportunity to settle the old debt with Yu Xuanji. You that year forcibly took away my disciple. Don't think I'll forget that quickly. The third elder broke the vitality that was surrounding her feet and said such an old story, but she still clearly remembered that she was stubborn and couldn't give in, even if she wanted to. The fourth elder heard that and angrily shouted, You want to give in? You saw through that? People want your body, and then used a soft trick to tie you down. She then took a stance and fought back. The eagle appeared and rushed towards the third elder. The two people started to fight. The fourth elder immediately said, Yu Xuanji, you are the kind of slut who plays with both men and women. You don't even spare your disciples. The third elder said, Wei Rudao, you are a lunatic, don't talk nonsense. On the sect master's side, the two of them still haven't stopped fighting. The collision of their techniques created a brilliant fireworks display. The great mountain gate formation is still holding out. At this moment on Ziyan's side, he had just escaped from the group of beauties and was breathing heavily, saying, Oh my, I finally got rid of those sisters from the passionate love inn. If I stay with them and don't pay attention, I will be covered and covered and covered and covered hundreds of times. I still have important things to do. Ziyan looked up and saw a red circle covering the mountain gate. He said that this seemed to be a great formation to protect the mountain gate. It had to surround the entire demon love sect, isolating it from the outside world like a truly formidable domain. It was said that if outside sect experts recklessly barged into the mountain gate's great formation, they would be cut into dogs. Pre-celestial would turn into post-celestial would turn into a rookie. This toy also appeared. It feels like this world is basically a fairyland. Ziyan raised two fingers and pointed towards the protective circle to test it. Xiayan's sword finger had no effect on this circle and was immediately sucked in. I struck a sword through it without seeing any trace of it passing through. The great formation also did not move the slightest bit. He immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to play anymore. It was still a big matter. Their sect leader had been fighting up there for half an hour. They didn't know what the outcome would be. Xiayan was surprised to see a female figure flying by. Oh, Qinxinzi hadn't even called yet when she flew over. A moment later, Ziyan passed through the protective barrier of the mountain gate and flew out to chase after Qinxinzi. At this time, Qinxinzi came down the mountain with a suspicious appearance. I have to secretly follow her to see what she wants to do. Don't be a traitor and ruin my great plan. His face was blank as he looked at the scene before his eyes. Oh, miss, don't hit my head. In front of Ziyan's eyes was the image of Qinxinzi knocking Yueru's head. She said, Damn it, I told you to buy some osmanthus ointment and quickly go back to town to play right. I want to buy some powder and incense on the way back. It hurts so much. Qinxinzi took Yueru's hand and led her away. Then he said, Follow me to the mountain gate. The great formation has been opened. I've been waiting for you all day, but you still haven't come back. I'm worried that something will happen outside. So I went down the mountain to take a look. Ru was surprised when she heard that and said, Why did you open the great formation? Xinzi turned around and said that the master fought with their grand elder. Perhaps he was afraid that someone would sneak attack him, so he opened the great formation. Ru heard that and opened his mouth in surprise. Suddenly both of them looked up in surprise. Shi Yan was standing in front of them and said, Oh, you bought the cinnamon bark. Let me try a piece quickly. I came down the mountain because of this. I didn't expect that the demon Qin would love the maid, Ru, so much. Xinzi angrily said, Ziyan, you are following me. I didn't tell you to come out here for a walk. I didn't expect you to eat alone like that. It's not good. Husband and wife respect each other, do you understand? Xinzi replied, Do you think I'm an easy kid to fool? But I just happen to have something to ask you. She put her hand on Yueru's shoulder and said, Yueru, you go back to the sect first. Yueru was stunned and immediately said, Oh. After a while, Ziyan said, You deliberately chased Yueru away. Are you plotting something against me again? Are you trying to play wild in broad daylight? Qinxinzi didn't care. Ziyan immediately said, Right now, Master and the elders are fighting, and we don't know what the outcome will be. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. I feel like there's something between you and Master that you're hiding from me. Cheyenne began to mock the young lady who was truly intelligent and pure, yet she spoke to her husband in such a tone. Shinsi was speechless and sighed, immediately changed her attitude, and ran to hug Ziyan's arm. Good husband, tell me, but at most tonight I will use my ultimate skill to make the eunuch happy. Ziyan felt goosebumps at her tone, so she frowned and said, Wife, you're so fake when you turn around. Suddenly there was a noise passing by. The rustle made Ziyan lose his balance and fall backwards. Shinsi's eyes were surprised and he immediately avoided it, then shouted loudly who dared to sneak attack. The two sides started fighting. The person who hit them was a woman with a scarf covering her head and red eyes. She said, Are you the direct descendant of Yu Hongyanshin, Shinsi post-celestial 9th level? Shinsai was surprised to say that the pre-celestial realm expert was Huo Liangu of the extreme optimism. The two people finished speaking and raised their hands to fight the vitality from the two hands colliding with each other. Shinsi was knocked away by her, but she didn't stop there. She continued to attack Shinsi, then said the cunning girl reacted quickly. She was not fighting me at all, but borrowed my strength to directly jump back and go. Shinsi's mouth corner had some blood on it. She could only sigh and say, phew, as expected, of a pre-celestial realm expert above each other. Such a great realm like mud and clouds different. Even if he borrowed strength to fly away, he would still be injured by her remaining strength. Huo Liangu was the confidant of the Supreme Master, extremely optimistic. Dang Hongchen, she appeared 9 out of 10, that Dang Hongchen would also come. Himself must quickly inform the Master. That's right, Xie Yan couldn't withstand the speed of the pre-celestial expert, but I saw that the situation wasn't good. Taking advantage of the situation to retreat wasn't easy. How could she control his life and death? Suddenly, she was surprised and said, Oh. Before her eyes was the image of Xie Yan running away with his legs stretched out. Shinsi angrily shouted, Xie Yan, how could he run ahead of me? A moment later, Xie Yan returned to the sect and stopped to rest. Luckily, he didn't delay at all. He immediately ran back to the sect's great formation. Before Xie Yan could recover, she was punched in the heart and managed to escape immediately. She said, When you were ambushed, you had no intention of helping me at all and directly turned around and ran away. Xie Yan immediately held his head and said, Wife, do you think I'm stupid? You can fight back without me doing anything. If you can't fight back, how can you expect me to save you? Hearing that, Shinsi got angry and grabbed Xie Yan's shirt and said, What is this? Husband and wife are like two birds on the same branch. When disaster strikes, each one flies in a different direction. If this saying is true next time, I will definitely fly first. Suddenly a voice rang out outside the sect. I personally took action, but still couldn't deal with the two post-celestial juniors. This man and woman ran away like eels. Suddenly a voice rang out, Huo Liangu. This fiery style of hers should change. Huo Liangu heard that and bowed to the official. At this moment, the Lord of the Paradise, Dang Hongchen, appeared, followed by the Supreme Optimist Huang Tinzhen, the Supreme Optimist Bao Pugu, the Supreme Optimist Wu Xiagu. She wore a hood and said, According to the original plan, we will wait for the mountain gate formation to collapse, then directly charge to the top and kill Yu Hongyan and the demon elders. Now those two juniors will immediately report to the higher-ups so that they can prepare in advance. The mountain gate formation has been open for so long, they have been beaten to the point of being incapacitated. Even if they had known, they would have been powerless to turn things around. As for those two brats, they were so disgusting that they might even be preparing to eat and sleep right here. I really found it an eyesore and couldn't help but take action. Well, our plan is not to wait for her to destroy the spirit stone of the mountain gate's great formation, then we can attack straight in. Behind her was a male figure. She immediately said, As for you, you injured yourself in order to stimulate Wu Lingshan's emotions. Just stay here and recuperate. Your wound will wait until we kill Yu Hongyan and the demon elders. Then I will personally treat you with all my heart. This man is Ye, the Dharma protector. He smiled and saluted, thanking the master. A moment later, inside the demon love sect's mountain gate, the sect master said, Wu Lingshan and Yan Mei Ling, even if you joined forces, you still can't beat me. What qualifications do you have to covet the position of sect master? The Grand Elder heard that and immediately said something, but in the end, didn't you still have to risk your life to the point of exhausting all your true energy with us? Now everyone can only fight with their bare hands, and Yan Mei Ling and I are the only two people, and you only have one. I advise you to surrender soon to avoid that beautiful oval face being beaten to bloom by us. After saying that, she threw a punch at the sect master. The sect master dodged the punch and held her hand, saying surrender. Then the two sides began to fight. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder both got punched in the face. The sect master smiled and said, I think you guys should surrender. The Great Elder was surprised and said, You also practice this simple martial art of fighting. The sect master replied that during the time I was recuperating, I was bored and had nothing to do and couldn't practice my energy, so I practiced a bit just in case I didn't expect to actually use it today. After speaking, the sect master looked towards the third and fourth elders and asked Ru Dao, "How is the situation on your side?" The fourth elder mobilized his power and said, "Hong Yan, although I cannot be like you, I can fight 2 pre-celestials at once, but I have more than enough to deal with Yu Xuanji, so you don't need to interfere." Having said that, the fourth elder immediately struck a blow towards the third elder. The third elder immediately laughed and said, "Ha, your moves haven't even reached me yet and you've already scattered yourself." The third elder immediately approached the fourth elder who was walking away and said, "Wei Ru Dao, what are you showing off about?" The fourth elder immediately said, "Yu Xuanji, aren't you also not strong enough to withstand my cold true energy?" At this moment, Qin Xinci and Xie Yan were running from afar. Xinci spoke up, "Master elders, please stop and listen to your disciple. Ho Liangu's extreme optimism just appeared. The extremely optimistic suspect discovered that our demon sect had internal strife and took the opportunity to come here. Even Dang Hongchen might have come himself." Hearing that, the sect master was surprised and said, "What did the third elder say?" He was also surprised and optimistic so quickly. "If you are a pre-celestial realm expert, you are definitely not someone you can fight on par with. Qin Xinci was only slightly injured. Xie Yan was even unharmed. How did you escape from her hands?" Xie Yan immediately said that Xinci and I reacted quickly and discovered the enemy's sneak attack first. We joined hands to block one attack and took the opportunity to run back. Xinci heard Xie Yan say that and remained silent. He just used his hand to knock on Xie Yan's door. The sect master went in front of the third elder and said that the two of them were smart and wouldn't have seen wrongly. If it was just an extremely optimistic intelligence investigation, then it would be fine. I'm afraid that Dang Hongchen really came. If she could come, then there would definitely be many pre-celestial experts following her. Third elder, how is the situation of the Mountain Gate formation? Now, third elder said that holding on for another day is not a problem. The sect master immediately put his hand on his mouth and calculated for a moment, then said, "1 day, not too much time, but still considered enough. You guys are extremely optimistic and taking advantage of the situation. We are now exhausted and seriously injured and cannot take on the responsibility of maintaining the Mountain Gate formation. Why don't we temporarily stop and return to our mansion to get ammunition to heal our injuries first, try to recover before our vital energy runs out, then return to the key point of the formation to maintain it?" The Grand Elder heard that and immediately said, "I have no opinion." The fourth elder turned his back and looked towards the Mountain Gate formation, still not saying anything. Seeing this, the sect master asked Ru Dao, "What about you?" Ru Dao still turned a blind eye for a while, then said, "According to me, sect master, you are too optimistic. We can only recover in 1 day. By the time the Great Formation stops, those 5 pre-celestial experts of the extreme optimism will directly attack us. They are absolutely not our opponents." The sect master was surprised and said, "Ru Dao, how did you know that there were 5 pre-celestial experts coming?" "Listening to your tone, it's not guessing but very certain. I fought with you until I was exhausted and my mind was hazy. At the last moment, I revealed my weakness." After saying that, the fourth elder immediately stretched out his hand and used his power to strike the Mountain Gate's Great Formation, then said, "But I intentionally left behind the last stream of true energy." The sect master, the Grand Elder, and the second elder saw this and immediately ran over in panic and said, "Ru Dao, what are you doing?" The Mountain Gate formation was blown up and rocks flew everywhere. Xie Yan and Xinci immediately ran to support the sect leader, sadly saying that the traitor was Wei Ru Dao. "I guessed it 1,000 times but never expected it to be you." The fourth elder's face was covered in blood. She laughed and said, "The spirit stone and energy have been destroyed. The Mountain Gate's Great Formation has automatically closed. If you have any last words, then quickly say them." The Grand Elder held his chest and continued, "Wei Ru Dao, I just want to know, you are already an elder of a sect, but you are extremely optimistic. What other benefits can you give to make you betray the demon love sect?" Suddenly a voice came from behind saying this was wrong. The Great Elder was surprised and turned around to say, "Dang Hongchen." At this time, the master led his disciples into the sect. She also told them to die clearly. Wei Ru Dao was originally an extremely optimistic person. If that's the case, then how could it be a betrayal? She has been hiding in the demon love sect for more than 10 years. Today is the time to return. Xi Yan looked at the extremely optimistic group and said that this undercover agent did a great job and that he might even have a chance to become the sect master. Seeing that Xinci said, "Xi Yan, you still have the mood to joke." The sect master still stood still and did not say anything. After the battle, the sect was in a state of desolation. Everything had collapsed. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Ru Dao, you are the fourth elder. Right now, your head is still bleeding, standing there without saying anything." The sect master angrily continued, "You were an extremely optimistic person from the beginning." Qin Xinci sadly thought that if the 4 elders were all extremely optimistic from beginning to end, then this scheme was truly too profound. Suddenly Xinci turned back and asked what Xie Yan was doing, then glanced over at her. Xinci immediately signaled Xie Yan with a voice transmission and said, "What are you doing?" Xie Yan heard that and shook his head without saying anything. It turns out that at this moment, Yan was using nirvana just to heal the sect master and the fourth elder. Only then did he turn back and say that it was my arrangement. I originally wanted Wu Lingxian to misunderstand that you were the one behind the scenes. I didn't expect Yan to mess it up. I just went with the flow and pushed the boat. In the end, it was all to make you kill each other. The sect master then said Ru Dao before you were even hired by the black-clothed assassins of the Extreme Optimism building to assassinate you. So that's how it is. But since you were little, you grew up in this place. Even if you were the card of the extremely optimistic sect, your feelings for the demon love sect absolutely far exceed the extremely optimistic sect, right? How could you betray? You don't need anything to betray what can extreme optimism give you. The fourth elder said that since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. The sect master of the demon love sect was doomed today. The sect master angrily shouted, Ru Dao, do you really not have any feelings for me or for this entire demon love sect? Then the sect master turned and pointed at Yan and continued. Is it because Yan offended you before that you had the intention to rebel against the sect? Yan suddenly, Yu Shang was standing there, but he was also hit. His face was extremely bewildered. At this time the sect master transmitted to Yan, I'm fine, go save the others. At this moment Yan was as absent-minded as a deer trampling on the village road. Then he was hit hard by the sect master. Jiyan's face turned into a ball, and he spit out a stream of saliva. Yan was slapped so hard that he flew to the third elder. He held his face in pain and leaned against the third elder. The third elder immediately transmitted to Yan, it's my turn. Yan pretended to hold his cheek with one hand and used the palm folds to treat the third elder's injuries. The fourth leader immediately said, I really hate this Yan guy, but it has nothing to do with him. The sect master tried to prolong the time and said with a frown, if it wasn't Yan, did Dang Hongchen promise you anything or force you to make this decision? At this time, the extremely optimistic official spoke up. Yu Hongyan, you talk too much nonsense. She suddenly realized something, raised her hand to practice and said something was wrong. She said then she reached out her hand towards the sect master and continued, you want to prolong the time to secretly recover your power. The sect master saw her attack and also prepared his cultivation method. He angrily said, Dang Hongchen, you bully people too much. The sect master's attack was extremely optimistic and reached the sect master, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Shinsi immediately covered her face with her hands to avoid being kicked. Seeing the life force surrounding the sect master, she said that her master was a bit off. The Lord of the Pure Land saw this and said, don't force me to perish with you. The boss attacked the fourth elder, but these attacks had no effect on her. Yu Hongyan, after an internal conflict, you still maintain so much power, I underestimated you a bit. Unfortunately, this time, you cannot be saved. She said all in one fell swoop with a big tone, but it was just a cornered dog struggling to die. Yu Hongyan was so weak that I still wanted to beat her up. Thinking about it, she excitedly ordered Huo Liangu come and play with our great sect master, Yu Hongyan. Huo Liangu happily replied, yes. At this time, on the third elder's side, her face looked tired. She breathed a sigh of relief and transmitted a message to Ziyan. Sister, it's okay. Go save the first elder. Ziyan was surprised and asked too quickly. At this moment, the third elder immediately used his inner strength to create a powerful energy that knocked Ziyan away. She continued to transmit her voice. Sister, I have no hope in you. The master saw that the third elder wanted to attack and said, Yu Xuanji, you also want to struggle to death. The third elder growled and said, you've already killed your way to the door. Don't you dare let me take a chance. Hearing this, she immediately ordered her disciple Huang Tingshen to go collect Yu Xuanji. The disciple immediately obeyed. Xie Yan was now behind the grand elder preparing to heal her. He happily thought, very good, very good. The traitor died because of too many words. Give him a little more time. Before Xie Yan could heal his wounds, the grand elder used his energy to push him away. Xie Yan was stunned. I am the grand elder of the demon love sect. I don't need a junior like you to help me. Her hand now crushed the vase she was holding. Xie Yan turned to the second elder and said that the elder saw that the second elder was also using his energy to heal himself. Xie Yan was surprised and said, oh my God, you've all prepared yourselves. The extremely optimistic official realized something was wrong and angrily ordered. The situation is not right. Do it all for me. At this moment, the sect master had already made a move on the disciple of the optimist. A stream of blood spurted out. The sect master immediately said loudly, it's too late. The female disciple was immediately knocked away by the sect master towards the extremely optimistic sect master. Blood splattered everywhere and he died on the spot. The official was extremely surprised and said, Yu Hongyan, your power has completely recovered. The sect master immediately raised his hand and said, you say it? At this time, the third elder was fighting with another disciple. The third elder immediately said that not only the sect master had fully recovered, the grand elder also turned his face and said, we are extremely optimistic and will leave the responsibility of restarting the great formation to the sect master. Then the great elder, second elder, third elder joined hands to try to restore the Mountain Gate's great formation. when three people were working together to restore the mountain gate formation. The extremely optimistic official raised his hand high, circulated his energy, and then said aggressively that he wanted to restart the great formation. Did he ask me yet? Having finished speaking, she immediately used the technique of the Bodhisattva of ultimate bliss and sat down in the posture of the Bodhisattva of Avalokiteshvara. The sect master looked up in amazement at these words. The master immediately said, "Die for me," and then she opened her hand and hit the sect master. The sect master also did not just start to counterattack, she used the most divine technique of Ha Thuong Sa Nu Ling Ni, and the fire flew away without a trace. The sect master's power is just as strong as the officials. A very dramatic confrontation. Shi Yan saw this statue and opened his eyes in amazement, saying, oh my God, gods and fairies are fighting." Suddenly a hand squeezed Zi Yan's shoulder hard and said, "Husband." Zi Yan was startled and panicked. She said, "My wife, don't attack like that suddenly. You'll have a heart attack and die." Her heart immediately said, "You're really running away, aren't you?" Xie Yan answered, the same wife, aren't you, also hiding?" Xinzi turned away, closed his eyes and ignored it. The sect master looked up to the sky and said, "Why did Dang Hongchen's martial arts retreat so drastically? It turns out he was pretending to attack. The real master had already fled a long time ago." At this time, the three elders joined hands to successfully restore the Mountain Gate's Great Formation, and the Mountain Gate's Great Formation started. The sect master immediately turned to the three of them and said, "The optimistic group of people who maintain the Great Formation of the Mountain Gate can leave it to me." The third elder immediately told the sect master to quickly go to the Mountain Gate to activate the Great Formation. The extremely optimistic group had at least half of their strength suppressed. This was a rare opportunity to capture them all in one go. "Grand Elder, why are you still talking so much? If you let them escape, you won't be the sect master anymore." The second elder smiled and said, "The sect master, just leave the Great Formation to us." The sect master immediately jumped up and did not forget to tell the Grand Elder to rest, assured that this time, no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to escape the heat. The sect master appeared as an eagle chasing the optimists. Her eyes were full of hatred. At this time in the sect, the elders are still trying to join hands to maintain the sect's Great Formation. Xie Yan looked up and said thoughtfully, "Earlier, when I saw the sect master and the elders fighting, I thought I had seen the full power of the Precelestial Realm. Only when I saw the sect master and the official fighting, did I realize that I was nothing more than a frog in a well." Xie Yan thought of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder and said, "But compared to them, the human elders of Ji Mao were not trustworthy. So why did they recover their power before they even took action?" The third elder turned around and smiled, saying that the mind of guarding against others is indispensable. In our demonic sect, how can we give all the power of our lives to others? Only by keeping the last card for ourselves can we be considered steadfast. But your nirvana finger is truly miraculous. Even though I had prepared in advance, I only thought that I would recover 6 or 7 parts. I didn't expect that you would completely recover with just one. Hearing that, Xinzi immediately thought that Xie Yan really had miraculous healing. It was strange that he had learned such miraculous martial arts since when. Could it be that he was really his master's secret agent? The third elder continued, "Xie Yan, looking at you. You're so young and yet you already possess extraordinary skills. I want you more and more." Xie Yan, hearing that, scratched his head and said shyly, "Ah ha ha ha, too much praise, too much praise." Then Xie Yan thought to himself, "Oh shit, a 48-year-old demoness is enough." Then another 1,000-year-old demoness comes along who can't digest what he eats. While he was thinking, suddenly, a loud scream startled Zi Yan. How long was Zi Yan going to stay there and act recklessly? This voice is from the Grand Elder. She turned around and said, "The Second Elder, and I must focus on treatment and maintain the Mountain Gate's Great Formation. We're very busy. If you have free time, then go to the side." Standing there, wandering around, is an eyesore. Xie Yan smiled and clasped his hands in salute, then said, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." A thought flashed through Xie Yan's mind. It seemed that the Grand Elder was angry because he had been toyed with by the person he loved and had nowhere to vent his anger, so he took it out on himself. A woman in menopause who was heartbroken and couldn't be provoked. Run, run, run. After thinking, Xie Yan looked at Qin Xinzi with affectionate eyes and said, "There is a great protective formation. The sect is extremely safe now. Does my wife want to go out with her husband for a walk?" Xinzi immediately said, "Husband, go yourself." Xinzi stayed here to help defend the 3 elders. Xie Yan raised 2 fingers and said, Hey, whatever you want." Xinzi looked at the 3 elders and thought that even if the previous sect convention was just an act, the relationship between Xie Yan and the Grand Elder had not improved at all. The 3rd elder saw Xie Yan leave and turned back happily, saying, "Xie Yan, if you have time, remember to come visit your elder sister often." Hearing that, Xinzi looked towards the 3rd elder and thought that the Grand Elder's side was still acting normal, but Xie Yan and the 3rd elder had been so close for a long time. The piece of meat I had already eaten was half eaten by the 3rd elder, secretly eating a few pieces. Then Xinzi Li clasped his hands and bowed to the 3rd elder, then said, "3rd elder, Shinsi, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if you can help me answer it. Hearing Shinsi say that, the third elder took out a cigarette and prepared to smoke. Then he replied, just say it, don't be afraid. Shinsi immediately said that Shinsi discovered that everyone seemed to have prepared for this attack and was extremely optimistic. In addition to his current conversation with Zheyan, Shinsi wanted to know Zheyan and the elders. Or is it that the third elder has some plan? Hearing Shinsi say that the third elder turned around, his eyes were a bit sharp, then he raised his cigarette to smoke again. He said, this matter must have started from the night before the convention. Zheyan came to me and asked me to secretly invite the first elder and the second elder. He said that there was something very important he wanted to discuss with us. The third elder took a puff of his cigarette and continued. Wei Rudao was very likely a secret pawn of the extremely optimistic sect convention. Tomorrow Wei Rudao would definitely stir up trouble and cause a riot. Shinsa looked at her and said, if that was the case, Zheyan would have known long ago that the fourth elder Wei Rudao was a traitor. The third elder replied that he was not sure and could not even provide evidence. If so, everyone. What about us? He just wants us to pay careful attention. Wei Rudao, if we find something wrong, just pretend like we don't know if there is a real internal conflict, then keep some strength. Maybe we can make the extremely optimistic become a mantis, catching a cicada sparrow in the back of the story. Taking care of the harmless, then why don't we do it? Hearing that Shinsa was stunned, thinking that this Xie Yan guy didn't let her know about such a big matter, the second elder turned to the third elder and said, okay, Yu Xuanji, don't elevate Xie Yan to the sky anymore. He's just a blind cat catching a fried fish and a yawning dog catching a fly. The grand elder also continued Wei Rudao's words. I had never thought of her as a traitor before, but the things she did at the convention were really ridiculous. Even without Xie Yan's warning, I would have been able to detect the abnormality. There's no way she could have actually fought with the sect master with or without Xie Yan. Neither of them could have affected my judgment. Third elder replied to grand elder. I don't think so. The Penglai soul returning pill is very difficult to refine. Once it is refined, it must be taken within 6 hours, or else the medicine will lose its effectiveness. What will you prepare for it? There is also the second elder's heavenly origin nourishing chi method. Although this method is powerful, there was a lot of preparation before the game. Surely before the convention, you spent 2 hours preparing everything properly, right? The two elders were hit in the heart and immediately fell silent. The grand elder stubbornly said, if it weren't for Xie Yan, I wouldn't have fought against the sect master. I don't owe Xie Yan anything. The third elder heard that and immediately said, you're right, you don't owe Xie Yan anything. But if Xie Yan hadn't reminded us first, we wouldn't have had the chance to capture Dang Hong Chen and his gang in one fell swoop. If we don't fight with all our might, we won't be able to fool Wei Rudao. If she doesn't fall for the Mountain Gate's great formation, how can we beat ourselves with our own petard? Shinsi heard that and understood everything, so he said, so that's it. Suddenly, Shinsi was surprised to receive a voice transmission. Shinsi, I will tell you more about this. Third elder immediately grabbed Shinsi's hand and pulled him closer, then continued to transmit, Xie Yan is not a eunuch. Shinsi was stunned when he heard that and didn't know what to say. Third elder transmitted the message again. Such a good man, you have squeezed it many times before, right? What kind of taste do you want to give it to me? Shinsi heard that and turned away, then said, hoping third elder would respect himself. Then Shinsi's face was filled with anger, thinking how did the third elder know that Xie Yan was not a eunuch unless he humped this Xie Yan? When I come back, I will settle the score with you thoroughly. Xie Yan was currently standing from afar to observe the battle between the sect master and the optimist. Loud noises continuously appeared on that side. Xie Yan said the sect master's side was too lively, and he didn't know what the situation was. I should still go there to see if anything unexpected happens. Those blood-clothed people from that building can still be used, he said, and then quickly ran towards the sect master. Suddenly the system board showed that it had received many angry points from Yegukun Xie Yan, and was surprised. What the hell? Why did Yegutun suddenly start spamming again? Then suddenly there were footsteps running behind Xie Yan. His leg strength was very strong wherever he ran the ground and rocks cracked. Xie Yan suddenly realized, wait, 001 point he was nearby. Xie Yan immediately turned back and used a move to block that person's attack. The two sides' vitality began to collide with each other extremely strongly, creating a loud explosion. The other guy saw this and was surprised, saying, wow, the rebound force is so strong. Xie Yan thought, fuck, I was ambushed. The force was so strong that even the Heavenly Gate and Zen were almost broken. Ye Guzan must have said it, but why did he suddenly start spamming? He kept hitting Xie Yan, causing the trees to break and create boom 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 boom. You son of a bitch, bully the weak and still play sneak attacks on me. I have to retaliate first. Boom. The other guy's attack hit Xie Yan, sending Xie Yan flying straight into the tree trunk. The tree trunk cracked, and Xie Yan fell to the ground. Who else but Yegu-kun is this sneak attacker? He looked at Xie Yan and said, this strange body protection technique seems to not be completely a heavenly official's guard, but it can actually reflect back a part of my power. This guy really can't be held back. After he finished speaking, he excitedly rushed straight towards Xie Yan and said, It's a pity that your realm is too low. No matter how strong your protective technique is, it still can't save you. As soon as the mountain gate formation opened, I knew that the matter of the extremely optimistic person had failed. Halfway, I originally wanted to quickly escape, but as soon as I saw the person, I became extremely angry. Ji Yan was currently secretly practicing martial arts to prepare for retaliation. Yagusen said fiercely that if I don't kill you, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Now in the forest, Xie Yan was pretending to sit down under a tree. Yagusen saw this and immediately came forward to say, "Remember to reincarnate into a better place in your next life. Don't be so shameless and vicious-tongued anymore." Suddenly Xie Yan opened his eyes and used the flower sword to hit him and said, "I'm single, your mother." Yegutun immediately dodged to the side to avoid Xie Yan's move. He smugly said, "Xie Yan, you're still very young." Xie Yan immediately stomped his feet hard on the ground to gain momentum and jumped up, seeing that he laughed and said, "Do you think I don't know that you know the story of the flower and the sword?" Having been on guard for a long time, the two sides began to attack each other. Xie Yan said, "Do you think I don't know that you know the secret of flowers and swords?" Hearing that, he got angry and said, "What do you mean?" Xie Yan immediately held up two fingers and performed a sword play to show him the sword, pointing from one tree to another and then turning back to hit Yegu-kun until he bled. Seeing that, he was surprised and said, "It's impossible for it to be straight and curved." Damn. He was hit by a palm and immediately knelt down on the ground. Blood was flowing out profusely. Yegu-kun immediately used acupuncture to stop the bleeding and treat his injuries. Xie Yan pointed his sword at his head and said, "Exactly, what a pity there is no reward. Now the one who deserves to die is you." He glared and tried to stand up to fight back, successfully breaking Xie Yan's sword finger. Then he bowed and took a breath, saying, "I simply did not expect that you had already practiced the flower sword to the level of straight and curved as you wish. Do you think that with just that little bit of power you can kill me?" Xie Yan stepped back and thought, the 9th level post-celestial is indeed a 9th level post-celestial. He was able to use attack to counter-attack and block the sword energy. Luckily, he had managed to sneak attack before. "Haha, Ye Yan, I admit I underestimated you. The high mountains are still there. The green water flows long, we will meet again." Xie Yan was stunned and asked if he was going to run. After saying that he stomped on the floor with all his might, he thought that this Xie Yan guy was too weird and couldn't be bothered with him any longer. It was more important to run away and save his life. After running for a while, the wound on his leg burst open and started bleeding. He angrily said, "Damn it." He couldn't run anymore, so he stopped and used acupuncture to stop the bleeding to stop the wound. Suddenly, he was extremely angry and said, damn it, Xie Yan." A voice immediately rang out. "Oh, I thought you had already taken a hit from me and still weren't hurt at all, but it seems the problem is extremely serious now, huh? Your leg is crippled. Can you still run?" At this time, Xie Yan had caught up with him. Xie Yan continued, "Do you know what it means to bring suffering upon yourself? You can't fight back, so you want to run away. How can it be that easy?" Yegutun was a little scared at this moment. Xie Yan was standing behind him, using his sword to hit him. He dodged in time, and the sword turned around before hitting a tree. Yegutun stood up and thought, "My legs are not convenient now. I will only be turned into a living target by his flower-shaped sword. There is no way to escape." He rushed towards Xie Yan, thinking of killing him and running away. "Just now he was fine with taking my hit, but I believe he can take it again and again and again." He immediately raised his hand to attack Xie Yan, who had already created a defensive layer in time. Boom, a loud collision sound rang out. He could not break this defense, so he thought again about this counter-shock force. Not only did Protector Ye not touch a single hair of Xie Yan, but on the contrary, Xie Yan's sword strike countered him, sending him flying far away. He was terrified, and thought, what kind of strange technique was this? He had never heard of a heavenly official's hand being able to rebound shocks. Why was its defense so much stronger? Xie Yan shouted loudly. "Yet, Protector, what is the taste of the counter-shock? Don't you want to kill me? Come on, brother, stand right here and let me hit you. If you have the ability, then hit me to death." Yet Protector immediately replied, "Xie Yan, I admit that your progress is extremely fast beyond my imagination, but you are still not my opponent." After saying that, he used all his strength to circulate the green dragon's energy around his fist, and a huge green light appeared around him. Seeing this, Xie Yan immediately used the heavenly official Chanzen to create a defensive layer around him. Then flying to the sky, Ye Dharma Protector also caught up with Xie Yan. He immediately gave a move to Xie Yan. The cultivation method he used was the Qingjiao pressing peak fist. When the tree branches passed through his blows, they immediately broke. He continuously used the Qingjiao pressing peak fist to attack Xie Yan. More trees were hit. Ye the Dharma Protector laughed proudly and approached Xie Yan. Then said, "The so-called counter-shock is just exchanging injury for injury. Then let's see if you are killed first by my defense breaking, or if I am killed first by your counter-shock." Xie Yan stepped out from the pile of rubble and said, "It seems that Protector Ye not only has muscles, but also some brains. But I can heal myself. Can you not?" Xie Yan immediately used Nirvana just to let her heal herself. He heard Xie Yan say that, and immediately frowned and said nothing. At this time, Xie continued to provoke him. Ace also did not know what the Grand Elder was looking at. You guys, you look so ugly. The most important thing is that you can't even be stubborn. You can only get angry after 2 attacks. If you really follow me in the future, I'll be really unlucky. Hearing that, he angrily pointed at Xie and shouted, Xie raised his fist and continued to provoke me. What do you think you're talking about? You can't get hard. I'm just talking about your fist. Or say something you really can't. Tell me. Are you so despicable that you panicked? Before you wanted to run away and no one stopped you. But in the end, you kept looking for me to cause trouble. With my hot temper, don't ruin it today. Ye Gu Tun Protector. He was so angry that his face turned black. At this moment, the sky above the forest turned a brilliant pink. Below, Xie and Ye Gu Tun are preparing for a life and death battle. Dharma Protector. Ye was provoked by Xie like this. His face was full of murderous intent. He thought far ahead. There was a flower and a treacherous sword. He was close. There was a heavenly official who was completely unreasonable. There was also a healing technique of unknown origin. Why did this brat Xie suddenly become so difficult to deal with? Damn it, if I had just run away at the beginning, it would have been fine. The 3 elders of the demonic love sect were busy maintaining the demonic love formation. The sect master was busy chasing down the officials so no one would pay attention to my whereabouts. Why did I provoke this Xie? Now I can't fight back or run away. This brat Xie, why did he suddenly become so difficult to deal with? Damn it, if I had just run away straight away at the beginning, it would have been fine. The 3 elders of the demonic love sect were busy maintaining the demonic love formation, and the sect master was busy chasing down the officials, so no one would have paid attention to my whereabouts. Can't we just drag this out any longer, and we won't have time to escape? We have to fight quickly and win quickly. We have to concentrate all our energy. I've provoked this Xie again. Now I can't fight back or run away. Life and death depend on this move. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared behind him. He discovered and turned around. This woman was Shinsi. She just rushed in to hit him and said, I'm tired of beating my husband and injuring him. Yagukun was attacked by surprise and was caught off guard by Shinsi's attack. He was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He tried to say, Shinsi, you slut. A voice rang out again. Oh, my lungs are about to burst, but I still have the strength to scold my wife, the Dharma. Protector was immediately startled and scared. At this moment, Xie rushed in and used his sword to cut off Yegutun's 2 legs. He screamed in pain, then fell to the ground unconscious. After dealing with Yegukun, Xie immediately went to Shinsi. Happily said that his wife was not with the 3 elders, but ran to find him. It seemed that she missed her husband very much. Shinsi also smiled and said that was right. She immediately moved closer to Xie and continued. Shinsi missed him so much. She then reached out and squeezed Xie's little brother and said, Husband, you're so big and small. The young husband was both smart and lively indeed, not a castrated person. Xie was immediately stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. She forced a smile and said nothing. After a while, Xie pretended to be ignorant and changed the subject. He didn't know what was going on with the sect master. He couldn't let the people of the optimist sect run away. Hearing that Shinsi forgot about Xie, she replied, Looking at the battle situation, they were all blocked by their master and couldn't escape from the great formation. Xie Yan immediately said, Let's go see. Maybe we can help the sect master. After saying that the 2 of them left, suddenly Xie Yan said, Wait a minute. Tam Tu also said, Wait a minute. The 2 stopped. Xie Yan continued. Although Yegu Chun was already in a coma, what if he woke up halfway and ran away? Shinsi said that a 9th-level post-celestial expert, let alone one with only 2 arms, could move with just that. Then the 2 of them laughed happily together. Xie Yan immediately said, My wife, you should directly break his dantian and destroy his internal energy. Shinsi said, My husband, you should just chop him into pieces. A moment later on the sectmaster's side, many of the disciples of the optimist were beaten to death and lay scattered on the ground. Only the sectmaster and Wei Rudao were kneeling before the sectmaster. The sectmaster said, Dang Hongchen, you are a master of the same generation as my master, who led the optimist to fight against the demonic sect for many years. I can give you a choice of how to die. The official's eyes were red with disbelief as he said to Yu Hong, Yan, I understand your casual personality. Although your intelligence is low, your virtue is fragile. This scheme is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll fail completely. It's not something your brain can come up with. Sectmaster continued. You're right. I don't have the intelligence to turn my hand into clouds or rain, nor do I have enough prestige to subdue the elders in the sect. Even my master, when he was still alive, once said that I only had high martial arts talent. If we talk about the talent to manage the sect, my aptitude is only average. But I have a pair of wise eyes that can see people just like that. Our demonic sect has a person of unparalleled intelligence who came to us for us to exploit and cultivate to supplement what we lack. Right now, Shinsi and Xie Yan have flown to the sect master. They heard the sect master's conversation. Shinsi looked at Xie Yan and said, Master, you are my husband. Tisk, you overestimate me. I am a bit jealous. Xie Yan immediately thought that Yu Hongyan was usually a bit silly, but at crucial moments, he had the bearing of a sect leader. The extremely optimistic host continued, I've always been very jealous. Why does your demonic sect always have such peerless talents? You're clearly just a junior in martial arts, but you've developed on par with me. Now you have an advisor who's as tough as a tiger with wings, but speaking of this, she immediately raised her head and saw a stream of life in her hand. She continued, the generations of peerless talents of the demon love sect, including your master's fate, were also the same. Wen Tingyun's lifespan was also less than 40. She said, then used the life force in her hand to hit her chest, causing blood to splatter. She still tried to raise her head and said, Yu Hongyan, you can't beat this short-lived thing, I'll go first. Waiting for you below. The sect master is up above observing everything. Then she flew down to the side of the fourth elder and said, Ru Dao, although you are an undercover agent, you have been here since you were a child for more than 10 years. I don't believe you really have any feelings for cook optimism. The two of us have been a bit distant for the past few years, but we have practiced martial arts together since we were young, so we have a close bond. Why do you still cling to your undercover identity and not give it up? If you open your mouth, will I help you? If you truly awaken, I will convince the other elders to spare your life. I bow my head and say, people are not plants. How can they not know who is good to them? Hong Yan, you don't know that more than 10 years ago, Dang Hongchen carried out a big plan and chose a number of talented boys and girls. He secretly used all kinds of methods to send them to become disciples of major sects. Most of these children were discovered, only I was able to successfully hide in the demon love sect when I brought them to the demon love sect. However, at that time the sect was in turmoil and the sect leader took the opportunity to become an elder. But because of that, Dang Hongchen immediately considered me as his last card to destroy the demon love sect. She raised her head and continued to speak. It was all just 4 words. Hongyan, don't forgive me for betraying the sect. How can you forgive me so easily? Otherwise it will be even harder for you to convince them. The sect master saw something unusual and quickly rushed over, saying, purple blood, did you drink poison? The sect master immediately supported Wei Rudao and continued, the 7 flowers, 5 herbs, mysterious bright powder. Cannot save me. I intended to die after the demon love sect was destroyed to atone for my sins, so I drank the poison first. Wei Rudao looked at the sect master and raised his hand to continue speaking. Hong Yan, these past years, I have intentionally avoided you, sometimes even siding with the Grand Elder. Has that made you feel awkward? The sect master immediately grabbed Rudao's hand and said, it's not difficult, just sometimes he will curse you in his mind, little bitch. Wei Rudao continued, it seems like you won't have the chance to scold me anymore. The sect master immediately replied that he would still scold Wei Rudao after visiting the grave. He immediately laughed. Hong Yan, your mouth is not the same as your heart. You have to change. On this side, Zheyan's nirvana can only be saved. It's probably okay, but she's already said it like that. Because of you, sister, she can't live. Shinzi turned around and left. Seeing Zheyan standing there in a daze, she transmitted a voice saying, what's going on? Let's stop looking into Master's private matters. Suddenly Zheyan thought, but then went towards Sect Master. Shinzi saw that and turned back to say, Zheyan, you ran to tell the 4th elder. Do you have anything else to say? The Sect Master saw Zheyan say that and immediately shouted at Zheyan to back off. Rudao didn't have much time left, so don't bother her anymore. Zheyan clasped his hands and bowed his head. Actually, the 4th elder still left something unsaid, but anyone who goes undercover will definitely have some means to get hold of the undercover agent so that they won't betray him. Otherwise, with the 4th elder's heart, he would have long since reformed. I just don't want the 4th elder to leave any regrets. Rudao smiled and said, Zheyan, there's nothing I can hide from you. What did your brain eat to grow up? It's very simple. My younger brother is being controlled by Dang Hongchen Kung. If I don't listen to Dang Hongchen, his life will be in danger. When my brother and I were separated, we were still young, and basically didn't remember that he had an older sister. Now that Dang Hongchen is dead, he is extremely optimistic, and no one knows his identity anymore. Hongyan agreed with me not to let him know that he had an older sister like me, so that he wouldn't be heartbroken. The sect master heard that, and his face became worried and said, don't say any more. I agree with you. Rudao raised his hand to stroke the sect master's face and continued. All the new flowers and herbs will cause the internal organs to rot, causing extreme pain. Hongyan, please personally finish me off with a knife. The sect master immediately said yes then. Then the sect master gave Rudao a knife and said goodbye. A moment later, from the other side of the forest, a voice said, save me, Ling, Xian. It's my fault, it's my fault. This voice belonged to Ye Guchun. The great elder held his face and said sadly, Guchun, I don't know if he approached a beauty like me out of sincerity or if he had another purpose, but I will forever remember the days you were by my side, she said. Then she immediately reached down and grabbed his neck. She said, because of that, in this life, we will never see each other again. Ye Kuzan tried to beg Ling Xian to spare him, but he was strangled to death by Wu Ling Xian. At this time, the blood-clothed gang stood from afar watching the battle between the two factions, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Seeing this, the leader immediately thought that he was extremely optimistic. The Lord was completely destroyed, and the demon love sect was completely victorious. It seemed that they didn't need our help anymore. He immediately ordered the troops to retreat. A subordinate said, "Sir, you gathered so many brothers today just to watch the fight." The commander said, "This is Dizang's order, and there is no room for doubt." After saying that, he led his troops to leave, and then turned back, thinking that this time he was extremely optimistic, and failed miserably. Dizang really had tricks. This Dizang guy couldn't be provoked, but I could also escape, right? It's better to respect him and keep a distance. At this moment, there was a person standing below, observing the blood-clothed building, and said, "Tsk, tsk." The blood-clothed building's people were ambushing outside the mountain. I still thought that they were planning to take advantage of the fire to loot the house, but they're already gone. This person is the elder who is in charge of the scripture storage. He stood below and said that little Hong Yan's side had already been dealt with cleanly. Dang Hong Chen was still calculating that when the time came, I would have to risk my old life. Tsk, tsk, that's good. My old bones can't take any more torture. There's also that guy Ziyan, not bad, not bad. The demon love sect already has a successor. After the news that the 5 pre-celestial masters, including the master Dang Hong Chen, had died, they were extremely optimistic that the sect would be in chaos. The master of the Yunwu Guild, Bai Su Zhen, promptly returned to temporarily assume the position of master and control the situation. Although the extremely optimistic still had at least 3 pre-celestial experts remaining, the Mountain Gate's great formation was not damaged at all and was not afraid of outside enemies invading. But it was truly no longer as elegant as before, only able to shrink its head and neck into a corner, not daring to show off its arrogance. From then on, the last place in the 9 great demon sects of the Great Han Empire was no longer the demon love sect. The replacement was the extremely optimistic who was originally ranked 6th. In the past few days, Qin has been looking for me to communicate with you. You keep yourself pure, like a young master. I originally intended to refuse, but Qin swore to guarantee that she would absolutely not exploit anyone anymore. Instead, it would be a method of balancing yin and yang that would benefit both sides. In order to find true peace, I tried my best to try it once with her. The result is that she didn't lie to me, but for me, the source of energy for practicing the benefits this method brings are limited, let alone when communicating in real life somewhere, the attacks will be more intense and the benefits will be more obvious. Sigh. I can't help but say that Qin full power outburst is truly unruly, completely treating me as his training partner. After finishing the work, Qin took a deep breath and said that interacting with her husband was more beneficial than half a month of cultivation. She approached and hugged Ziyan, then continued to say that she couldn't help but say that since her husband went to Jiangling City and practiced the flower incident sword, he had indeed become much more powerful. Not only had he won the sincerity of the passionate Love House sisters, but he had also become increasingly close to the 3rd elder. Xiayan heard that and could only smile awkwardly. Suddenly, Xinzi put a finger on Xiayan's chin. Xiayan frowned and said, "Even your relationship with your master is getting closer and closer." Xiayan smiled and said, "My lady is joking. The sect master and I are just in a normal relationship. We have absolutely no other intentions." Xinzi leaned his chin on Xiayan's shoulder and continued, "Then why is master willing to trust you more than Wei Rudao, who grew up with you since childhood? Is this also a monarch-subject relationship?" Xiayan immediately turned around and said, "I thought my wife was thinking about something, but it turns out it's this. Actually, at first when I said I suspected sect master Wei Rudao, I was also very angry. But after thinking about it every time we were at our wits' end, Wei Rudao would bring some good news, especially that Bai Yu Yan, who really came at the perfect time. Everything seemed to be going too smoothly, right? Plus my wife remember what I did that day. I just reminded the elders in advance that maybe there would be someone causing trouble at the sect convention, which would arouse everyone's vigilance. If the Vidao is really a traitor, then after being reminded by me, the 3 elders will definitely prepare to wait until the last moment to counterattack, just like what happened that day. If not, then we will just follow the plan to overthrow the Grand Elder. After all, we are trying to weaken her power and are not preparing to take direct action. By then, when the Grand Elder's entire group is in power, she alone will not be able to do anything." Xinzi heard that and immediately said, "If that's true, then it's not strange that the master believes you," she said, and pushed Ziyan down. Xiayan panicked and said, "My wife, you want to do it again?" Tamtu immediately replied of course he wanted to give his husband a small reward. She asked Ziyan but couldn't. Ziyan immediately replied, "Yes, of course." Ziyan clearly thought that I was rewarding her, but Ziyan and Xinzi had another passionate night together, causing the room to shake like an earthquake. The next morning at the demon sect, at the meeting between the sect master and the elders, Ziyan stood in as the secretary to record the meeting's content. Xiayan was still very tired from having to return homework all night. Xinzi was concentrating on taking notes when suddenly a voice called Ziyan. The sect master said that the remaining assets that Wei Rudao left behind were not divided. Xie Yan rested his pen on his chin and said, let me see. The remaining Yancheng Huawenlu and Kufengcheng's branches were also not divided. Oh, my last night I spent more than 10 times with Qin Xinci, and my energy was not enough. Today was an important lesson to divide the assets that Wei Rudao left behind. Why did I almost fall asleep? But Qin Xinci didn't come to such an important conference today. It seems like she still hasn't digested it all last night. Haha. Qin Xinci, do you know who's more formidable now? If these two are already redundant, then I am not interested in the Hua Wanlu branch of Melody Wind City. It's not that I don't have your approval or disapproval. The second elder sat with his arms crossed and said, didn't Ling Xian already give you the salt and rice business in Bailu City and the Wineport Casino? Do you still want the branch in Kufeng City, or give Yancheng's Hua Wanlo to you and give the branch to me? Third elder held a cigarette in his hand and said he would give Yancheng's flowers to her second elder. You haven't even asked me if I agree or not. They started arguing with each other. The grand elder immediately said, if I give you the Yancheng Flower Pavilion, I will withdraw from the competition for the Kufeng City branch. The third elder replied, why should I withdraw? Do you remember when the people of the Supreme Optimism attacked the door, only the sect master, and I fought against the enemy? You two just hid behind and activated the Mountain Gate's great formation. I endured my heavy injuries to attack. The Flower Pavilion is my reward. As for the branch, of course a portion belongs to me. The great elder angrily said, you took action and you have a reward. If my honor and integrity are tarnished by others, who will compensate me? Ji Yan looked at them arguing with each other and thought that, a few days ago when they were working together to fight the epidemic, they were still pretending to be fellow disciples, but in the blink of an eye, they were arguing endlessly because of competing for benefits. What a bunch of cunning foxes. The sect master now speaks up. Everyone stop arguing. The sect master looked at the grand elder with a serious expression and said, how will the grand elder compensate for your losses? I already have a plan in mind. Then he looked at the third elder and said, I have never forgotten your contributions to the battle before. In my opinion, just give the flower-lit building to the third elder. The grand elder can personally choose 5 talented disciples to gradually train. What do the 3 elders think? The grand elder immediately replied, I have nothing for him to say. The second elder also reluctantly spoke up, which was considered fair. The third elder also said it was acceptable. Hearing that, the sect master closed his eyes and sighed. As the sect master, I have to both hunt down the people of the extreme optimism and preside over the overall situation in the conference. I'm busy back and forth, but I don't get to share anything. The sect master opened his eyes and slammed his hand on the table, then said, I want to take the branch of Melody Wind City. The space became quieter. The elders were all silent. No one dared to speak. Xie Yan saw this and immediately thought, no wonder the sect master kept giving things to others while he himself didn't get anything. It turns out he saw that the branch had the biggest benefit in the end. This move was very good. Then Xie Yan started observing the 3 elders and thought, but it seemed that this was also within the 3 elders' expectations. The third leader put the cigarette in his mouth and said, it's okay. I'm satisfied with the evening flower pavilion. I'll leave this branch to you. The grand elder also spoke up. The sect master had the most schemes and the most power. Of course, the branch master would monopolize it. In addition, I will also send my disciple Shu Yan and Mei Ling's disciple Ji Changwu to go to the Peak City first, to assist the branch master in his promotion. Got the good intentions of the 3 sect elders, and Xie Yan heard that and immediately thought of assisting. What I see as monitoring is more correct. Then the sect master said, if you have divided what you want, and the conference has come to an end. Then speaking of this, the sect master clapped his hands. Ji Yan thought it was finally his turn. Then the sect master pointed his hand towards Xi Yan and said, this guard Xi Yan of mine has also played a significant role in this event. The elders have already got what they want, but Xi Yan still hasn't gotten the reward he should have. Xi Yan heard that and immediately stepped out with a military stance and said, sect leader Xi Yan, I don't have any lofty ideals. Besides, in front of the 3 elders who have divided the property as I want, it's not appropriate for me to interfere. How about you? Let me choose another martial art from the scriptures. I'm not interested in any other industry. Why don't I go back to the scriptures and find some martial art to practice? Suddenly, the grand elder spoke up. Wait, before I reward you, I have a debt to settle with you before the convention. Xie Yan has made great progress. At the very least, he can learn some normal post-celestial martial arts, but the sect master passed on the flower sword to him. He felt that this was extremely inappropriate. The sect master looked at her and said, what does the grand elder mean by this? Are you planning to punish me? The grand elder immediately said he didn't dare, but rules are still rules. If the sect leader of a sect doesn't follow the rules, how can he be obeyed by the people? Xie Yan heard that and raised a finger and said that the grand elder's words were wrong. Actually, the sect master always respected the rules. The grand elder heard that and made an O sound. Xie Yan continued with a gloomy face. When did you think I discovered Wei Rudao's clue? It was I who discovered the clue of the new sect master Wei Rudao, who passed down the flower sword and showed me the relationship before and after here, Grand Elder. Don't get it wrong. Grand Elder, hearing Xie Yan say that, got angry and shouted loudly, talking nonsense. Shi Yan arrogantly pointed at her and said, "Hey, if you say I'm talking nonsense, then the Grand Elder should show you the evidence. If you don't have evidence, then you're the one talking nonsense." Hearing that she was so angry that she shouted, "Then consider that flower-shaped sword as your reward this time. Don't even think about mentioning other martial arts anymore." Xie Yan thought with a serious face. "Fuck, you're hitting yourself in the foot with a rock, you old fox." The third elder heard the conversation between the two people and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the sect master pointed his hand towards Xie Yan and said, "Xie Yan, as the saying goes, if you are too greedy, you will not be able to chew it well. One art of the flower sword is enough for you to learn. Don't waste your energy on other techniques. Wait until you advance to pre-celestial level, then consider other martial arts." Xie Yan smiled and thought that I have a system that can fuse martial arts for me, and I won't be afraid of chewing it up. The sect master said again that if the branch of Melody Wind City is already mine, then whoever becomes the branch master, you have no right to ask the Grand Elder to interfere, of course. "Sect master, if you continue, I will reward this branch leader position to Xie Yan." Hearing that, I was surprised and asked if I could be the branch leader. A moment later, the carriage was leaving the sect. In the car, Xie Yan said, "This trip I was also forced to plow by the sect master's useless sister. Luckily, the first and second elders didn't mind, and let Chang Wu, senior brother, and Yan junior sister, come to help me. I heard that senior brother Chang Wu knows quite well about the branch in Kufeng City. Is there anything you can tell me?" The person Xie Yan was talking about was the second elder's disciple named Ji Chang Wu. The happy and cheerful person directly called him Chang Wu. He was ordered by his master to assist the Z clan leader. As a subordinate of the Z clan leader, he could not bear to be called senior brother. Shi Yan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll call you Chang Wu, then tell me about Melody Wind City." This rich guy deliberately showed good intentions, but didn't accept the move. It seems he's not a simple character. Chang Wu bowed his head and said, "Yes, this Wind City can be considered peaceful and stable. Kuchfong is located in the south of the Great Han Empire. The mine here produces a type of ore used to make divine weapons and special steel. For a long time, the industry here has always been secretly controlled by the Great Jiangming, a local power. The Great Jiangming's sphere of influence is an alliance formed by 78 factions from small cities near Kufeng. Although its name is a bit low in the rankings of the Great Han Empire's famous families, it has the constraints of the imperial court and monopolizes the waterways, making it a local tyrant that is not easy to look down on. Until a few years ago, for some unknown reason, Wei Rudao had a conflict with a dragon head of the Great Jiangming, legitimately and seriously injuring the opponent, opening a branch in Kufeng. Afterwards, the elders of the sect took advantage of their connections to open up a connection with the imperial court, stubbornly taking a piece of the Kufeng cake from the mouth of the Great Jiangming and obtaining the right to exploit a portion of the cold iron ore. Under the previous Wei Rudao's rule, the demonic sect's Kufeng branch is now as strong as Mount Tai. All the big and small forces in the city have a flattering attitude towards us. This time, Master C will probably receive a lot of respect from the small forces when he takes office." Xie Yan heard that, raised his hand to stroke his chin, and said thoughtfully, "So whether I'm being filial or not, I don't care. It's just that now that Wei Rudao has died and I've been promoted to Chang Wu, are you sure that I'll be able to sit firmly on this branch master's seat? Even if the Great Jiangming wanted to collect a martial artist who had not yet reached the pre-celestial level like me, it probably wouldn't take much effort. Master Zai has thought too much. They can't provoke the demon love sect. Otherwise, the sect master would be at ease and send you to guard Kufeng City." Xie Yan heard that and immediately clasped his hands in front of his chest happily and said, "Senior brother, then in the future I will have to trouble you to run errands for me. After all, he looks honest and sincere on the surface, but he is meticulous in his work with no gaps or gaps in between. If it weren't for the negative feelings I received from him, I really wouldn't dare keep him by my side." Xie Yan looked at Shi Yan and thought that Yan was still easier to communicate with. Just don't make her mad. They are still going to the Wind City. A few days later at Melody Wind City, a banquet is taking place on the shore of the lake to welcome Xie Yan. Xie Yan was now received very warmly by everyone. Chang Wu pointed at the two men and said that this master is the owner of the Huihan Money House Zhao and the head of the local Hebang school. The school owns most of the inns and taverns in the city. This romantic water pavilion is the property of head of the Wu family. One person raised his wine and said he had heard of young Master Z for a long time. Today, he just met him. Indeed, his reputation is well deserved. Z. Yan immediately replied, "I praise you, I praise you. In my opinion, with young Master Z's talent, I'm afraid that the 5 beauties and 4 young masters of the Great Han will soon have to change to 5 beauties and 5 young masters," he said, then pointed to a couple and introduced them as he, the madam of the flower shop here, and Fang, the manager of the gambling shop. Manager Fang immediately said that the madam was indeed a genius of her generation. She had heard that the handsome and talented young Master Z had been there for a long time. Today he had the pleasure of meeting Zi Yan. He raised his glass and spoke politely. Zi Yan took a sip of wine and thought about the attitude of these people towards him. If it was flattery, it would be more like forced flattery than formality. At this moment, everyone at the wine table was happily eating and drinking together. They kept clinking glasses with Chang Wu. Didn't you say these people would be filial? But I saw that they only said a few nice words and were all empty-handed. Today's meal money probably wasn't paid for by our demon love sect, right? The attitude of this group of people is a bit tactful, but this is my first time here, and I don't really understand the situation. I only know that when Wei Rudao was still in power, they weren't like this. It seems that the situation of Melody Wind City is not that stable, but it is not good. If it is too stable, it will not be fun. After the party, I will go investigate them. Suddenly Ziyan turned his face back and forth, his mouth pouting. Yes, I have to check it out. Chang Wu just now, they were talking about the 5 lectures and 4 beauties. Ah, what is the 4th young master? Chang Wu immediately asked the leader. Do you not know? The 5 beauties and 4 young masters from the great sects of the Han Empire are outstanding talents in the young generation of the current Han Empire. Their cultivation realm is all at the 9th level of the post-celestial realm. It can be said that these 9 people will naturally hold the fate of the next few decades of our Han Empire's martial arts world. In addition, the wife of the sect leader Qin Xinci is also a beautiful jade demon. Among them is the beautiful jade demon Qin Xinci. Shi Yan puffed up his face and thought, Qin Xinci's reputation is so great. The beautiful jade ghost. That's right. Qin Xinci's body is really elastic, like a ghost. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wasn't it Shi Yan of the demon love sect? Xie Yan and Truong Vu heard that and immediately turned to look. At this time, Shi Yan was on the lake rowing a boat to pick lotus flowers. She reached out to pick a lotus flower, then raised it and shouted loudly, Chang Wu, senior brother, the lotus here is so beautiful. Chang Wu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Junior sister Yan has never seen a lotus flower before, so this is her first time seeing one, so she must be too excited. I was going to ask this girl where she ran off to just now. It turns out she went to pick lotus. At this time, Yan had already left the boat, holding a bunch of lotus in his hand, happily walking towards Zi Yan. Seeing Yan happy appearance, Zi Yan immediately said, Don't tell me this girl is very beautiful like this. At this time, it is a good time to recite a poem. Before Zi Yan and Yan could finish their poem, they suddenly saw 2 black shadows flying towards Yan Yan was startled when he saw this and said, Oh. Suddenly a voice rang out. It was the young master Ji Yun Tao. That veiled woman is the one who I heard before, that the divine jade beauty recently came to Kufeng City with young master Wen. She must be the divine jade beauty Ji Daoyun. Yan looked up and saw the 2 of them coming down. She held the lotus flower to her face and stared at the man, shyly thinking, Is it the young master Wen Yu? Is it the Wen Yu that I like the most that I can see in real life? Young master Wen Yu was standing in front of Yan folding the fan. Seeing that he opened his mouth in surprise and thought, I'm so embarrassed that he found out that I'm into guys. She immediately brought the lotus flower in front of the young master Wen Yu and shyly said to him, This lotus flower is very beautiful. Do you think this can resolve the problem? Young master Wen Yu immediately accepted the lotus and smiled, saying, Thank you for this gift from this young lady. I really like it. Suddenly Wen Yu held the lotus and approached Yan. Then recited a poem. Climbing to the top of the lotus mountain, a fairy appeared from afar. Her ivory hand held a beautiful lotus. The sky was filled with leisurely steps. The rainbow fluttered in her dress, fluttering and fluttering in the sky. After reading, On Gok, Kong Tu immediately said that he would give this poem to the young lady as a way to repay her kindness. Yan blushed and said, Young Master Ji, you are too polite. This poem is very good. I really like it. Young Master Ji immediately said, If the young lady likes it, then please forgive me for being rude and not knowing the young lady's name. Yan clasped his hands together and happily said, My name is Shi Yan. I am a closed-door disciple of the Grand Elder of the Demonic Love Sect. Si Yan stood behind and observed, thinking, Young Master Ji Yun Tao. Why is this guy's style so similar to mine? As the main character, what bothers me the most is the clash of designs. But compared to Ji Yun Tao, this veiled woman Xie Daoyun is more attractive to me. Shi Yan looked at the jade pendant around her neck and thought it wasn't the attraction between men and women, but rather he had a feeling that, secretly, like there was something in her that was calling him. At this moment, the 2 of them were walking towards Xie Yan. Young Master Ji immediately said, Yun Tao greeted the seniors. They happily replied, Young Master Ji, what wind blew you here today? It's been many days since we last met. Young Master Ji's demeanor has gotten better and better. I heard that the new leader of the demon love sect, Q Feng, and all the seniors have come here, so I came with junior sister Sai to pay my respects. Xie Yan immediately went in front of Ji Gongzi and said, You guys are looking for me. Young Master Ji was stunned and asked who this person was. At this time, the madam's eyes were filled with affection. She said that this person was young Master Xie Yan, the new leader of the Feng Ma love sect's branch. Hearing that young Master Ji clasped his hands and said that he was being impolite, but that he had come here not to pay his respects to the leader, but because he had a few things to ask of the seniors. At this time, inside the reception venue for Xiayan, the seniors heard young Master Ji say that and immediately spoke one by one. The owner of the Huihan Money House immediately said, "Young Master Ji, do you have something you want to ask of us?" The head of the Wu sect also spoke up. "Young Master Ji, if you have something you want to ask of us, don't hesitate to say it first." After he finished speaking, he immediately thought, "Let's hear what he has to say first. If it's too dangerous, it's best to push it to someone else." Manager Fang didn't say anything, but he said, "Ji Yun Tao as the head of the contemporary disciples of the Taishuan sect, something that even he can't do. It's probably not simple." Young Master Ji began to say that not long ago, the head disciple of the great righteous sect Yancheng had killed his master and fled into the martial arts world. The seniors also knew that the great righteous sect was a descendant of the great righteous sect. If something happened to the great righteous sect, the great righteous sect, the great righteous sect of course had to take care of the great righteous sect. Junior sister Sai immediately received orders to go there. Yancheng was originally the proud son of the great righteous sect. Unfortunately, he did not know where he got a book of the secret magic sect's 6 desires and demonic arts. His defect led to a great change in his personality. He believed in a method called cutting off worldly ties and ascending to the pre-celestial. He was truly pitiful and hateful. This Yancheng has the post-celestial 9th level realm, and his demonic skills are extremely difficult to defend against. But a few days ago, he was stopped by junior sister Z, seriously injured and escaped. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Young Master Ji pointed the paper fan at the ground and continued speaking. It has been clearly investigated that he is currently in the city of Kufeng. The 3 seniors who heard this all spoke up one after another. Yancheng practiced magic hand. Why did he betray the main sect? Why did he run to Kufeng? The 3 of them said in unison, "Young Master Ji wanted us to help." But speaking of this, the 3 of them thought that troubled waters cannot be entered. The madam immediately spoke up. "This slave is just a person who opened a brothel. Even if he wanted to help with this killing, he would be powerless. Strangely, what would a person from a mysterious sect like him do to get involved in Fan Xinjai's matter? It seems the rumors are not wrong. This Ji Yuntao is indeed pursuing Xie Daoyun." Ji Yuntao said that you seniors are thinking too much. Of course, I don't want you to directly confront Yancheng. Yuntao can't do anything about dragging unrelated people into danger. Hearing that Zhao Zhuangzhuang, the owner of Huihan Money House, immediately said, "It's not that I'm afraid of this guy, but I'm afraid that he'll be extremely cruel and attack the disciples in my sect." The madam also said that young Master Ji and Fairy Shi have been at Kufeng for a few days. Has Yancheng already run away? Ji Yuntao clenched the paper fan and lowered his head, saying, "Of course not." Junior Sister Z left some clues on his body. One could vaguely judge the area he was in. His trajectory of activities these past few days had basically not changed. Yancheng, who was seriously injured, would not easily change his hiding place. He also had a human skin mask to hide his identity and kept some luck thinking that he could hide it from us. Manager Fang immediately said that he had heard from young Master Ji that he had discovered Yancheng's hiding place. If we didn't need to participate in the siege, then it seemed that there was no need for us to do anything. After saying that, Manager Fang and Wu sect thought that regardless of Ji Yuntao's plans, they had to use words to block the possibility that he wanted us to participate in the siege and kill Yancheng first. Young Master Ji raised his fan and continued. Junior Sister Z could only roughly judge the area because Yancheng was wearing a mask, so we couldn't find him exactly. The legacy of the predecessors seemed to have covered all matters related to clothing in the city. Yancheng could not avoid it. I need you to provide intelligence regarding the people moving around the industries in the next half-month. With this intelligence and Z's junior sister's intuition, I am somewhat certain that I will find Yancheng in the crowded sea of people. Hearing that the 4 people happily said one after another, "No problem, it's a small matter. Being able to help young Master Ji is my honor. This matter is simple. All we need is for Yancheng to go to the flower shop. There will definitely be a record. This Yancheng's crimes are great. We will do our best and not refuse." Then the 4 people thought at the same time. It turns out that as long as we have intelligence, this favor can be given. Ji Yuntao immediately clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, "I thank you all on behalf of Junior Sister Z." Ji Yuntao fell into deep thought again and continued speaking about this great devil Yancheng who came from a righteous sect that has always accepted the teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Perhaps he was bewitched by evil demons. Otherwise, how could he have committed such a heartless crime that made people want to kill him? At this time, Chang Wu angrily slammed his hand on the table and loudly said, "Ji Yuntao, this is the banquet of the Demon Love Sect's branch leader. You opened your mouth, you evil demon head. What do you mean? Do you put our Demon Love Sect in your eyes? Huh?" Xie Yan heard that, and immediately thought that Ji Yuntao was really throwing stones and hiding his hand. He already knew that he was an old-on Mayoji when he opened his mouth, but why was Ji Changwoo so agitated, unlike his previous smooth-working character image? Moreover, looking at their names, they probably weren't related. Ji Yuntao immediately said that Yan Cheng's cruel methods and tyrannical behavior. If he is not the devil, then who is the devil? But even though he has nothing to do with this demon sect, I and junior sister Z can still distinguish Changwoo. You don't need to be so sensitive. Changwoo pointed at Ji Yuntao and said, Yuntao, stop pretending you can find your seniors anytime you want. Why do you have to come at this time? But when you come, you pretend like you don't see the sect leader. Are you insulting our demonic sect? Task, this Ji Changwoo looks like he's protecting the dignity of the demon love sect, but in reality, he wants to push me out of my anger and onto Ji Yuntao. I don't like it either. I originally wanted to tease him a few times, but Ji Changwoo took the initiative and jumped out. The nature of this matter immediately changed. Changwoo, you think too much. I just saw that it was convenient for you all to be here, so I came. Besides, even the different demons cannot ask the demon sect to capture the demon leader, so I don't want to bother the Z sect leader. Suddenly, Ji Yuntao was surprised when a voice rang out. Brother Yuntao, you're wrong. It was Xie Yan Cheng who was brutal and tyrannical in the demon sect. When his master destroyed his ancestors, was also someone who could not tolerate arresting people like this. I don't feel that there is anything wrong. Brother Yuntao would think that Yan Cheng's demonic character and our demonic character are the same. So Ji Yuntao immediately said, I wish to hear clearly. Xie Yan began to explain that our demonic love sect is the legitimate sect recognized by the imperial court. If the legitimate sect all slanders and wants to kill Yan Cheng, then wouldn't it show that the imperial court is blind? Brother Yuntao, what do you think? Ji Yuntao heard what Xie Yan said and immediately replied, It's exactly as the Master Ji said. Yuntao thought to himself, This Xie Yan is interesting. Xie Yan continued the current worldly path that can be recognized by the imperial court as a righteous sect regardless of the righteous path, or the demonic sect is just a different ideal. The so-called righteous path of demonic sects does not distinguish between good and evil. The righteous path is the righteous path, meaning that the pure and long-standing inheritance of righteous cultivation methods is like a straight and level road, most suitable for people to gradually cultivate step by step. The devil in the devil is the devil in the devil, meaning the beautiful and magical cultivation method. The strange path is like a steep and dangerous mountain, but if you can open up a new path, you can also reach the top. So if any of you seniors have normal cultivation that is not effective, you can come to my demon love sect and try. Seeing Ji Yuntao also speak up and say this is really interesting as expected of a branch leader who never forgets to recruit disciples. But although your demonic cultivation method takes a different path, most of them have to pay a price or conditions, because the idea does not come easily, causing the temperament to change. Yan Cheng is a living example. Ji Yuntao looked up at Ji Daoyun and continued, Junior Sister Ji, who always dislikes dealing with people in the demon sect, must be extremely bored this trip, right? Ji Daoyun immediately said, It's not that I hate it, it's just that... After observing this Master Z carefully, I discovered that Senior Sister Xin Ti really likes beautiful things. Xie Yan thought to himself. This Shi Daoyun didn't say a word the whole time, but as soon as she said something she mentioned Qin Xin Si, the two of them knew each other. Ji Yuntao said, Junior Sister Ji, let's go. You and I will wait for news at the Penglai Inn. The four seniors clasped their hands and bowed their heads. Young Master Ji and Immortal Z, take your time. A moment later, the female servants spoke sadly. One said, Young Master Ji had to leave just now. The other happily turned around and said, Young Master Ji left. We still have the leader. They started gossiping with each other. Hey. That's right. Our new leader is also very handsome. Even Si Daoyun praised him as handsome. You guys say the new leader is more handsome, or Young Master Ji is more handsome right now. They are divided into two factions who love leader Z and Young Master Ji. At this moment, Xie Yan was still leaning on his hands and looking into the distance, thinking about this Xie Daoyun. Other than being cold and arrogant, there were no clues to be seen. Ji Yuntao, who appeared elegant and polite on the surface, was actually probably not a simple character. He didn't come early or late, yet he kept coming to find these earth-headed snakes during his wind-welcoming party. Do you think I'm an idiot? Half an hour later, when they were full, they stood up and said goodbye. Wu, the head of the sect, spoke up. She, the head of the sect, said that Yan Cheng's matter was delayed, fearing that something bad would happen. We will take our leave first. The madam also said that a vicious person like Yan Cheng cannot be left in Kufeng forever. Young Master Ji's side, the sooner they get rid of him, the better. Xie Yan also clasped his hands and said, I understand, you guys go do your work. The leaders in this wind section are a bit slippery and hard to grasp. Xie Yan pointed to the exit and said to the women, Here, you guys are not needed here anymore. Step back first, Changwu, and I have something to discuss. They all said yes in unison. At this moment, Xie Yan looked out and saw Yan holding a basket of lotus flowers in his hand, happily running and saying, Young Master Ji seems to like lotus flowers, so I picked a little more. Suddenly, Shi Yan stopped and asked, Where is Young Master Ji? Xie Yan saw that and said, "It took you half an hour to pick lotus, but he left a long time ago." Hearing that Yan immediately threw away the lotus basket, turned around, and ran to find young Master Ji and said, "I'll go see you off." Changwu looked at Yan and said, "This girl Shi Yan is flattering Ji Yun Tao like this. What kind of decency is this?" Then Changwu turned to Xie Yan and said, "Ji the master of this Taishuan sect. Ji Yun Tao completely disregards our demon love sect. It's really unbearable." Xie Yan immediately laughed and said, "Oh." Changwu continued to speak. "Yan Cheng, you can't be underestimated. In my opinion, can we take advantage of him to give Ji Yun Tao some losses?" At this time, Xie Yan lowered his head and said, "Ji Changwu, you're very proud, right?" Changwu immediately said smugly, "I don't understand the meaning of the sect master. The dignity of the demon love sect cannot be humiliated. You think that if you stand up to expose Ji Yun Tao's insinuation, I will have to slash my face at him, right?" After saying that, Xie Yan used his sword to strike Changwu's cheek. The house pillar was scratched by a piece of wood. This was Xie Yan's warning to Changwu for going too far. Changwu saw this and immediately covered his face in fear and said to the sect leader, "Xie Yan said that protecting the dignity of the demon love sect is originally what the sect leader like me should do, but I don't like being taken advantage of by others." Xie Yan pointed his sword in front of Changwu and warned me that no matter what grudge you and Ji Yun Tao have next time, before you plan to take advantage of me, you better think carefully about whether you have the qualifications or not. As a small chess piece, where did you get the illusion that you are a chess player? Changwu was so scared that his face turned pale and he started sweating. Xie Yan and Changwu are still talking to each other. Xie Yan was sitting on the chair and asked, "Tell me what happened. Don't say you have no relationship with Ji Yun Tao." Changwu was scared and said, "I hope the leader will forgive me. I and Ji Yun Tao are indeed related. Ji Yun Tao and I are both from the Jiangnanji family. He can also be considered my cousin. In the younger generation of the Jiangnanji family, Ji Yun Tao is the most outstanding person. He is very arrogant. His fellow disciples in the clan do not like him. After all, he and I have never gotten along." Out of sight, out of mind, he resolutely left home to join the demon love sect. He rarely returns to the Ji family. Xie Yan immediately thought of being arrogant and disliked, but in fact he was jealous of being tall, rich, and handsome. In his previous life, many ordinary people said he was arrogant. Changwu clasped his hands and knelt on one knee, bowed his head and said, "Your subordinates' actions are crazy. I am already a disciple of the demon love sect, and I am still entangled in the past. I even plotted to use the sect's power to oppress Ji Yun Tao. Changwu has committed a great taboo. I hope the sect leader will punish me." Xie Yan immediately said, "That's right. I like to hear the truth." Xie Yan immediately used nirvana to heal Changwu. Changwu raised his hand to touch his cheek and felt the wound had healed. He was surprised and asked the leader, "This is Xie Yan." He immediately said, "Your face has been cured. If you make the same mistake, there will be no next time. Do you understand?" Changwu knelt at Xie Yan's feet and said, "Xie leader, your subordinate will absolutely not repeat the mistake. Okay, tell me the relationship between Xie Daoyun and Ji Yun Tao. The pursuit of Yancheng is the business of Xie Daoyun. Ji Yun Tao, a disciple of the Taishuan sect, is so active. Could it be that these two people have something to do with each other?" Changwu continued. "This story is very long. I will start from the story of Fan Xinjai belonging to Xie Daoyun. Fan Xinjai is the oldest sect in the history of the Great Han Dynasty. I heard that it has a 1,000-year legacy. Fan Xinjai can go through so many years without falling. In addition to its own mysterious cultivation method, it also has a helper. Legend has it that every 100 years in the Great Han Empire, a saint will appear and reincarnate. In the end, that person will unify the two paths of righteousness and demons and will be the sole leader. But every 100 years, Fan Xinjai will send a successor to find this astrological star. Ji Daoyun is this generation's successor. Xie Daoyun once traveled the world with many talented young men, and Ji Yun Tao was the one who stayed by her side the longest. Many people believed that Ji Yun Tao was the reincarnation of the dead star in this life. But this subordinate believes that the words of this reincarnation astrology were more than half spread by Ji Yun Tao himself, precisely to pursue Xie Daoyun into his hands. Xie Yan asked in surprise, "Oh, so has Ji Yun Tao finally managed to flirt with Xie Daoyun?" Changwu said, "Probably not yet. What kind of person is Xie Daoyun? No matter how excellent Ji Yun Tao is, she has seen it a lot." "Well, I feel the same way. Furthermore, I don't see any intimacy in their behavior. Maybe they're just normal friends. Okay, let's not chat anymore. Today, Ji Yun Tao said something that I'm a little interested in. You keep a close eye on those forces for me. Especially pay attention to when Ji Yun Tao and the others will attack Yan Chengchang." Wu bowed and said, "I understand. I will go do it right away." Xie Yan turned his back to look at the lotus pond and said, "I have to see carefully how much real talent Ji Yun Tao has in his fame." 2 days later, there were sounds of people talking in that house. It turned out that Yan Cheng had been pretending to be a merchant and had been hiding in the Wu clan head's inn. This guy had been hiding for so many days and still hadn't left the room. The people around had all dispersed. How could he be at ease nearby other than us? There was only Yan Cheng left. This voice was from the 4 seniors who came to see Xie Yanzhao before he said that even if Yan Cheng had formidable martial arts, what's the matter? In this Kufeng city, no matter what happens, he can't hide it from me. The madam laughed and said, Okay, if Ji Yuntao hadn't given you 3 suspicious places to investigate, do you know where Yan Cheng is? Zhao said. He said, if it weren't for me investigating, I wouldn't have found Yan Cheng. Manager Fang also said, Oh, if the martial arts master is so good, why don't you join in and capture Yan Cheng directly? Manager Fang laughed and found a way to find Yan Cheng's residence just to sell Ji Yuntao some face. Even if it was the Taishuan sect, the Fang Xinjai, or the Making sect, to us, they were all outsiders. Outsiders are in a hurry to help first just maintain some relationship. The madam's sly eyes say this is the truth. Sect leader Wu was standing on the roof peeping at someone and said that now we just need to wait for the show to start. Suddenly someone spoke up. Oh, you guys are having a good show. Why didn't you call me? The 4 seniors were all surprised by this voice. The person was none other than Xie Yan, and Madame Chang Wu immediately said that it was just capturing Yan Cheng what was so interesting about it. If you want to say something good, isn't Zidaju the most worth watching? If it's just a small Yan Cheng, then it's really nothing worth seeing. But tonight the moonlight is beautiful over there. You standing on the roof is Ji Yuntao, he said. Yan Cheng, you continue to hide. There is no meaning come out. Yan Cheng heard that and immediately flew to the roof and landed safely at Yuntao's place. Then said Ji Yuntao, you are truly a lingering ghost. Because of that woman Xie Daoyun, you spent so much effort, how rude. But if you were about to die, then let me help you for a while. Then suddenly, Yan Cheng was surprised when he realized that his body was a bit strange, and thought, oh, someone used mental force to lock me. Wait, it seems not from the direction of the muscle, but from in the air. At this moment, there was a figure floating in the air. Yan Cheng turned his face back and said, the sword heart is like a mirror that cannot reflect the mortal world. The person in the air is Xie Daoyun. She is pointing her sword at Yan Cheng. Yan Cheng saw that and said, but if I escaped from your hands once, then I can escape a second time. After saying that, he immediately used his energy to prepare to counterattack Xie Daoyun's sword. On this side, the seniors were still observing the situation over there. They didn't know if the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art could compete with the sect defending martial art of Fan Xinjai, the sect defending martial art of the Heart Demon sect. Fang, the shopkeeper, was surprised and said that he heard that the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art was the secret technique of the second-ranked demon sect of the Heart Demon sect. Although it was only a defective version, one could still feel the strangeness in it. The so-called 6 desires of sight, hearing, smell, speech, touch, and thought are the very survival instincts of the human nose, ears, mouth, eyes, tongue, and body. The secret of the 6 desires and mind is to constantly fight against these 6 desires and hone one's will. In the end, one can cut off or even grasp these 6 desires so that the spirit can transcend the mortal world. Yan Cheng was moving the 6 desires heart demon technique and lust smell technique towards Xie Daoyun. People who practice the 6 desires demonic heart technique can grasp the 6 desires of others, causing them to be unable to see, hear, smell, speak, feel nothing, or lose consciousness. Yan Cheng continuously moved the 6 desires heart demon technique towards Xie Daoyun, that the great master can even make his own 6 desires manifest like now. Xie Daoyun flew down from the sky and slashed at Yan Cheng's cultivation method, shouting to kill, but still could not compare to the sword of the immortal Xie Daoyun. Xie Yan stood there observing, and immediately thought that the 6 desires demon art could control other people's senses, and could also transform the 6 desires into an attack form on the enemy. If I were to capture Yan Cheng, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. These 5 beauties and 4 young masters really had some real strength. Furthermore, I felt that this Xie Daoyun girl was attracting me. Xie Daoyun. One day I will reveal the secret in your chest. On this side, Yan Cheng saw that his cultivation method was broken by Xie Daoyun. It seemed that during the time I was healing, Xie Daoyun's cultivation method had improved. Unfortunately, the 6 desires heart demon art that I was cultivating now was only a defective version. Without the desire art, I would not be able to risk my life to fight against her sword. But if you turn around and run away, under the mental lock of the immortal soul sword technique, one cannot escape or hide and will certainly die. Unless he could escape the mental lock, he could only use that move. After thinking about it, Yan Cheng gritted his teeth and charged forward. He used the technique of seeing, touching, hearing, smelling, speaking, and the 5 desires to enjoy the body. Zhao, head of the manor, was surprised when he saw this, and said that Yan Cheng had already practiced the 5 desires and pleasures. No wonder he was able to escape from Xie Daoyun's hands before. The so-called 6 desires are actually related to the 6 souls of humans, which can be said to be the basic components of humanity. If one can completely grasp the 6 desires, one can create a body and recreate life from the mind. If one can grasp the 5 desires within one, can divide one's own life into illusions, and escape from the spiritual lock, this is truly profound and unfathomable. Oh no, looking at Yan Cheng like this makes me want to run away again. Xie Yan is still standing there watching their match. I thought, Ji Yuntao, it's time for you to make your move. Inside the wind wall, Yan Cheng was using the clone technique to escape. While running, he thought for a moment that the taste of using this move was really unpleasant, even more painful than directly receiving a sword strike from her. But at least I can keep this life. This is better than anything else. Behind him, Xie Daoyun was still fighting his clone, which was slashed to dust by Xie Daoyun. Yan Cheng looked at Ji Yuntao and said, "Oh my Ji Yuntao. Despite your supernatural powers, you still wouldn't expect that I have successfully practiced the 5 desires and joy. Today, just relying on the 2 of you, you still can't kill me." Suddenly he was surprised. In the sky, an image appeared of the central heaven purple star, true art. It was the secret technique of the Taishuan sect, the central heaven purple star. True art. This technique was moved by Yuntao. He immediately said, "Junior sister C, I've kept you waiting for a long time." This cultivation method emitted a strong and bright life force. Everyone was startled and immediately covered their eyes. "Oh, what's going on? This is the Taishuan sect's Zhongtian Ziwei." Zhenjue Xieyan hugged the railing, his face full of murderous intent, and said, "Oh, is Ji Yuntao's central astrology? True art will produce mental suppression towards others." After saying that, he immediately used his special magic to attack Ji Yuntao. A loud crash sounded. Yan Cheng continued to move. Demon King's cultivation technique. Demons and enemies cannot hide. He exuded a strong vitality, but was broken by Ji Yuntao's cultivation method. Boom, like a spider. This opportunity, Xie Daoyun directly swooped down and stuck to Yan Cheng's forehead. After hitting the swallow, Xie Daoyun immediately withdrew his sword, turned away and left. Before dying, Yan Cheng tried to open his eyes and said he didn't expect Ji Yuntao to have practiced the Zhongtian Ziwei Jue. I would not be happy to die after saying that he fell face down on the roof and died forever. On this side, the seniors were all shocked and scared. The madam said, "Ji Yuntao is really amazing. Even now, my legs are still shaking." Zhao Zhuangzhuang was shocked and said, "Xie Daoyun, who doesn't know anything," in a moment. She locked onto Yan Cheng's true body and directly slashed down with her sword. These 2 people are geniuses. Fortunately, we usually treat them with kindness and have not offended these 2 people. Zhuangvo immediately ran to Xie Yan and said, "Are you okay, sect master?" Xie Yan growled and said, "It's okay." That illusion had a bit of a threatening effect, similar to when Sect Master Sister fought with Cuck Optimist Ji Yuntao. Is it really just a 9th level post-celestial? If it weren't for the railing, I would have lost face this time. The celestial official was completely unable to react to this attack from the spiritual side. It seemed like I had no strength to resist. Chang Wu's eyes were filled with irony as he said that the master of the middle heavenly purple star, true art, could release and retract under control and would not harm innocent people at all. Yet Ji Yuntao deliberately did this time. He wanted to warn us. Xie Yan glanced at Chang Wu and thought that Ji Chang Wu's words had a hint of fear, but it was not wrong. Ji Yuntao did it on purpose, wanting to use the power of this move to intimidate everyone, including me. The person who has always been gentle, but not so honest, that even when people bully him to the door, he still smiles and welcomes them. At this moment, Ji Yuntao and Xie Daoyun are approaching Xie Yan. Ji Yuntao apologizes to everyone. "I have only learned the basics of the Zhongtian Ziwei Jue. I was unable to catch up in time and did not affect innocent people." Zhao the owner raised the number 1 and said, "Young Master Ji did a great job." Sect leader Wu also said, "As expected of young Master Ji, the damage he caused was much less than I expected." The madam also spoke up. In the end, it was young Master Ji who did it, but Manager Fang only called him young Master Ji. Xie Yan clapped his hands and said, "Brother Yuntao is truly formidable in martial arts. He can suppress evil spirits with a flick of his hand and can write with a pen." Xie Yan is impressed. Ji Yuntao answered, picking up the pen and writing, "What does the master of Feng Guoxi mean?" Xie Yan smiled and said, "Brother Yuntao, you don't need to hide it. Xie Yan once went to Jiangling and was lucky enough to read a few love books about men and women. Isn't it rumored in the martial arts world that this shrimp catcher is Brother Yuntao? Brother Yuntao's writing style is very natural. Xie Yan has admired him for a long time. I've heard of that shrimp catcher who writes romance novels. There are rumors that the shrimp catcher is Ji Yuntao of the Taishuan sect. The thing he hates the most is when people mention this rumor is the leader of the demon love sect, Ji trying to cause trouble." Xie Yan and Ji Yuntao were facing each other. At this moment, the system notified that it had received 001 points of anger from Ji Yuntao. Xie Daoyun spoke up and said that those false rumors did not need much discussion. Ji Yuntao looked at Xie Daoyun with affectionate eyes and said, "What you said is exactly right, junior sister Xie. Tonight you have worked hard to perform the Chenming Xin Jianjue technique. There's no need for us to waste energy debating this matter. Or shall I take you back to rest early?" Xie Daoyun replied, It's been tough seeing your brother. Thank you. The two of them said that and then turned and left. Miss Yuntao glanced sharply at Ziyan. Ziyan smiled smugly and said no. A few days later, Ziyan was sitting on the chair sighing and saying that after that unhappy breakup, neither the Four Powers nor Ji Yuntao made any move. The branch has also been settled under the help of Ji Changwu's arrangement. I had previously underestimated him. If it weren't for Ji Changwu's help, I wouldn't have quickly grasped the branch's situation. Changwu has been secretly following Ji Yuntao. He hid behind him and angrily said, "Damn, his power has improved again. This person is good at everything, but is too stubborn with Ji Yuntao. If there was a system he would probably accept." Ji Changwu's original point, 24 hours a day. Shi Yan is a crazy fan of Ji Yuntao and runs to Ji Yuntao every day. Luckily, the branch is not managed by her. Otherwise, I would have given up my power to the Emperor of the Wind and fallen in love with Ji Yuntao. Love makes stupid woman Shu Yan completely forgot that she was sent by the Grand Elder to restrain me. Jie Yan lay on the chair, closed his eyes, relaxed, and continued. If he could get rid of these two worries, the situation would not be very optimistic. The attitude of the Four Directions forces is neither hot nor cold. They have always been respectful towards me. They have no clear intention of rebellion, and they are not obedient. Like when Wei Rudao was in power. Not long from now, there will be a Jiangnan conference every year, and every year there will be a portion of the cake shared by the Jiangnan conference. Last year, the big head of the Kufeng sect all belonged to the Demon Love sect. This year, I'm afraid, Ji Yuntao and Xie Daoyun just stayed there and refused to leave. No one knew what their purpose was. This wind wave looks calm and peaceful, but in fact there is a feeling of rolling undercurrents. For the time being, I really can't think of any good way to break this situation. After all, my martial arts are not as good as others, and I have nothing to do right now. I might as well go pee in the world and cut chives. After saying that, Ziyan opened the system panel and displayed the system level 2. Name Ziyan Post-Celestial Realm. 6th floor. Skill Grasp, opening the origin point 747-68761. Number of times entering the myriad worlds. 3rd ending cooling collecting origin points in the main world. It's really too slow. I've been back from the heroes of the world for a long time, but I've only increased 400 points. If I want to upgrade the flower sword to level 4, it's still far from enough. Sweeping the world discovered the spirit world crossing. The spirit world needed 500 Wen points. Jie Yan saw this and was surprised, saying 500 stars at once to collect many points. The previous world heroes only had 50 Wen points. Before the ability to cross the world is searching for the start to discover the spiritual world, cross is there or not. Shi Yan panicked and said, "What's wrong with the system? Are you getting inflated?" The system popped up again, asking Jie Yan if he wanted to cross over. Jie Yan angrily said, "Fuck, you're not answering me. You're so cold." If we exclude the possibility of the system being inflated looking from the previous transmigration trips, the more origin points consumed, the higher the level of the world. 500 origin points clearly shows that this spiritual world has very deep water. The more it means, the higher the benefit we get. But the corresponding danger is also greater. However, we can choose to return at any time. Even if we go bankrupt, we won't lose our lives. Let's bet Ji Yan immediately clicked the agree button. After a while, the system announced that 500 points had been consumed to activate the function of crossing over the myriad worlds. The system again announced to the spiritual world that Jie Yan, the only son of the Z group, successfully replaced his soul. Kie Yan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at her appearance, he said happily, "Look at this outfit." Modern world setting. Suddenly a voice rang out. Then there were rumors that the resentment of that little girl had always haunted that doll for a long time and could not be dispelled. Yan was stunned and thought, but what is he doing? Xie Yan was in the room with 3 other people. All the lights were off. They were sitting around a candle. The original owner was playing a ghost story telling party with a group of people. A boy held out his hand and said with a smile that whoever was lucky enough to see the cursed doll would hang himself. No one escaped. Maybe that doll is also near our tourist area looking for the next victim. The rest of the people are still listening attentively. Only Ziyan thought dejectedly. Showy expression, tasteless language, old content, boring story, but the original owner still listens to it. Now the system shows that it is loading memory. Start still should see who I am in this world. Xie Yan start to load memory. The original owner is a rich 2nd-generation handsome. Both parents are abroad, living alone, a humble person, but has no communication skills, wasting his handsome face for 10,000 years, still an innocent single dog. No enemies, no history, other than the bubbles. This small world is also an extremely normal modern world. Simple background, boring and dry. Lost its 500-meter origin point. The group of people sitting with him were named Biangui Long Tao Jiang Xiaolan. Only, he thought Xiaolan was a girl. As for the others, they were all members of the outdoor club that the original owner had made friends with. They went camping outside today, but this camping trip was just a party that the few of them organized to pursue Jiang Xiaolan. Speaking of which, the original owner was indeed the landlord's stupid son. Based on Jiang Xiaolan's performance in his memory, This was clearly a female expert who was proficient in cutting down men and letting go of a group of male students. Zhang Xiaolan said, Bengi, you told the story so well, I'm a little scared. Xie Yan thought, let the female expert first see what the mission is. Xie Yan opened the system panel to see, currently loading the mission. Lam Fong, a demon king who died 1,000 years ago, was reborn into a human body. The next generation discovered that the life of the descendants was boring, living as a beggar, taking a dog's den as a home. On the contrary, the descendants of that year's servants had a glorious family background covered in gold and glory. The angry demon king vowed to kill all the servants who betrayed their master. The mission was released within half a year. Destroy the demon king, Lam Fong. During that time, he could not leave the city. Launch the ship, or the mission would fail. Complete the mission. He could bring all the forces he had in this world back with him. Otherwise, he would lose everything. What the hell is this? The mission background looks stupid. System, you're getting more and more playful. Whose turn is it next? Lu Ren, didn't he say he wanted to go to the bathroom? Why hasn't he come back yet? Normally, I've possessed someone who is either the victim or a traitor. Absolutely not a character that has nothing to do with the story. Maybe I'm a servant from the next generation waiting to be killed by that demon king. Suddenly, there was a whirring sound. Xie Yan turned his head and said this sound, but in the original owner's memory, this world did not have the existence of ghosts or gods. It was so strange. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. It hurt so much. Long Tao heard that sound and was scared and said, no, it's impossible. On this side, a dead person was hanging from his shoulder. There was a doll with an extremely scary face clinging to it. It was a truly horrifying scene. This person was Lu Ren, the haunted doll in the story. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolan was scared and ran towards Xie Yan, intending to hug him while shouting, Xie Yan, I suddenly avoid her. Made her fall to the ground angrily, said, hey, you dodge. Xie Yan still stood there leisurely. Zhang Xiaolan sat up and turned to face Xie Yan. Xie Yan immediately asked why he fell down. Then she looked at Xie Yan's face and said, thank you, Xie Yan. When her friends saw her fall, they panicked and said, hey, Xiaolan fell. Quickly turn on the light. They ran towards Xiaolan together. Long Tao worriedly said, Xiaolan, are you okay? Biangui also panicked and said, quickly, go get the medicine box. Your knee is bleeding. At this time, everyone was surrounding and worrying about Xiaolan without paying attention to Lu Ren. Lu Ren saw this and immediately went in front of Xiaolan, holding a doll in her hand, a rope around her neck, and said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It was all just a prop. Hearing that, Long Tao angrily shouted, tell me, what are you two doing? You're acting and scaring people. What should we do? Lu Ren was scared and pointed at Biangui and said, isn't this Biangui's idea? Biangui was stunned because he was blamed. He said, stop blaming me. Long Tao continued to point at Xie Yan and the Xie Yan. I just saw everything. Xiaolan couldn't stand firmly and was about to fall. You didn't catch her but dodged her. Long Tao continued to point at Xie Yan and the Xie Yan. I just saw everything. Xiaolan couldn't stand firmly and was about to fall. You didn't catch Xie Yan, just stood still and said nothing. He thought that he had been a bit agitated when he saw the mission just now, but he happened to encounter this malicious drama. His consciousness immediately stirred, and he prepared to fight using the flower-shaped sword finger. Luckily, he had not yet had time to cultivate martial arts when he entered the small world. Otherwise, he would have accidentally caused someone's death. After thinking, Xie Yan turned around and left, saying, I still have some work to do. I'll go back and check the family tree first. See if our ancestors had a master named Lam Fong. Find out the cause and effect of the incident. Long Tao was extremely angry when he saw Xie Yan's attitude. He clenched his fists, glared, gritted his teeth, and shouted, what do you mean? You want to leave already? Lu Ren immediately stepped forward, put his hand on Long Tao's shoulder, and said, never mind. Let him check Xiaolan's wound, it's more important. At this time, the system immediately announced that it had received many angry points from Lu Ren and Long Tao, both of whom were crazy fans of the female master, but the code was missing one person. It seemed that this Biangui friend did not like Zhang Xiaolan as much as he appeared. Xie Yan raised 2 fingers and smiled, saying, thank you for providing the original source. At this time, Long Tao hugged Xiaolan from behind and said, Xie Yan, tell me, what are you doing? Everyone please disperse. Xiaolan, do you want to go out for some fresh air? Today I drove the BMW X12 in the house. Xiaolan immediately said, I still have work tomorrow, so don't go out for some fresh air. She thought, isn't Xie Yan normally very graceful? Why is his expression so wild today? After thinking, she turned to Long Tao and happily said, but later I still have to bother Long Tao to take me home. She thought, I've shown off a BMW so many times. Compared to Xie Yan, it's nothing. I accidentally found out that his family is super rich and handsome. I must snatch it away. Lu Ren saw that and immediately chased after him, saying, Xiaolan, I'll also drive here and get in my car. Long Tao turned his face and mocked him. Aren't you afraid that your broken car will make Xiaolan fall over? Biangui just stood there and watched without saying anything. A moment later, Zheyan's car was rolling down the road. Shi Yan happily said it had been a long time since he had driven. There weren't many people on the highway, so he could fly around freely. In his days, he seemed to think he had returned to Earth and traveled through several small worlds. His favorite place was indeed still modern civilization. I heard again, but this time the mission. In addition to limiting the scope of activities, the system also gave a time limit of half a year. It seems that the difficulty is not small. It is a small world with a value of 500 points. The water is definitely very deep. While he was lost in thought, suddenly a red-eyed figure rushed in front of Zheyan's car, blood splattered everywhere. Zheyan panicked and said that just now was a hallucination, or seeing a ghost. Shi Yan put his head on the steering wheel and continued. This is annoying. Is there really a ghost? I've only fought. People never fought something like this. At the same time, Zheyan's group also encountered the same situation. They were scared and shouted, "What was that just now?" Xiaolan immediately got out of the car, hugging each other, trembling with fear. Lu Ren saw this and encouraged her, Xiaolan not to be afraid. Long Tao also encouraged her, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Maybe it was just an illegitimate child. Xiaolan was still afraid and said, "But a shadow really did pass by the car."